An imperial guardsman, protecting a mad emperor, made a deal with the devil. He will go down in history as an eternally loyal knight. Or maybe the imperial guard Cain Rathor is a foolish loser who couldn't accept change. Or maybe he's neither. The rebel army commander, Duke Halo Reston, asked in confusion why Cain had even done this. Like a complete idiot, the dying Cain replied, "It was my choice after 29 years of being an orphan." No need to be angry, lord of the ducal family, but Halo Reston didn't understand why Cain did this. It could have simply run away. Rathor didn't answer. His consciousness became clouded. Aethaith. Tears streamed from the Duke of Reston's eyes as he screamed for his faithful knight to open his eyes. Wake up and answer him. The rebel commander shook the dead body of Cain Rathor and demanded that he get up immediately. How could he dare leave him? But Cain didn't answer. His soul had already left this body. The Duke cursed. This guy had been next to him for many years and now he was dead. Cain woke up and saw that he was walking very easily barefoot through the water. It was warm and comfortable. The guy looked around carefully. The space he found himself in was quite unusual. He asked in surprise where he was. Could this really be the world of the dead? There was nothing but water around Cain. He didn't see any other people, only water and stars. The dead knight walked slowly forward. Cain Rathor sighed heavily. It turned out that the long-awaited freedom was not as good as it once seemed. But there was nothing he could do about it. The guy was surprised. Elo cried so much when he, Cain, died. But it was okay. The Duke could cope just fine without him. After all, he was resting himself. The knight shook his head, driving away thoughts of his past life. It was already over and it was time to finally enjoy his freedom. Suddenly Cain Rathor felt that something was happening in this space. It was as if an unfamiliar energy was reaching out to him. An incomprehensible force pulled him somewhere. He only had time to gasp in confusion when he instantly found himself in some completely different place. Opening his eyes, Cain saw some guy reaching out to him and telling him that sweet little Karen was born so healthy and strong. Cain looked around in confusion. What the hell happened? He clearly found himself back in the familiar world of people. Had he really been reborn? The boy offered his father to hold the baby. He was so brave he didn't even cry. The old man's big, strong hands reached out to Cain. Rathor didn't understand what was happening, and the delighted grandfather dropped the baby off, wishing his youngest grandson to grow up healthy and strong. And suddenly Cain recognized the one who was holding him in his arms. It was Halo Reston. He looked so old, but it was definitely him. Cain screamed in horror. The aging Duke of Halo Reston was upset and made his youngest grandson cry. The baby began to roar deafeningly at the top of his voice. Cain felt like he couldn't speak, and the baby cried even harder. The knight still didn't understand what was happening to him. The teacher told the grown-up Karen about the knight Cain Rathor, who fell along with the mad emperor 45 years ago. Although Cain was unable to stop his master from going astray, he is considered a symbol of loyalty and remained with his master until the end. The teacher said that this was the end of the last topic of the lesson on modern history and asked the young gentleman what he thought. But Karen Reston, the third grandson of Halo Reston and the only child of the Duke of Peel, suggested that the teacher himself speak out about this first. The teacher suggested that the Archduke wanted to restore the honor of his friend. After all, the friendship between Halo and Cain was a well-known fact. But little Karen asked doubtfully if this was really so, and the surprised teacher did not quite understand what the student meant. The young man explained that, in his opinion, his grandfather did not really love his late friend that much, so he deliberately embellished his story. The teacher was confused about what this impudent boy was saying and carefully asked young Emir Reston what exactly he meant. The boy said his grandfather couldn't come to terms with Cain's decision. He chose death instead of joining the rebellion. The teacher, with his mouth open, listened to the young duke, and he said that the grandfather did not care that Cain Rathor wanted a quiet death and not the glory of a hero. It is, of course, possible to assume that Cain chose death rather than endanger his friend's life and join the rebellion. The teacher understood that this was a completely plausible theory. But how did a 10-year-old child, and even Halo's grandson, come up with this idea? And the teacher also knew very well that if he agreed with the child's impudent opinion, the Duke's knights could behead him for blasphemy. So he cautiously replied to young Master Reston that he had never thought of the story in exactly that way. The boy snorted, and the teacher looked warily at his unusual student, who was too intelligent for his young age. Suddenly, the young Duke Karen Reston laughed and said that he was just joking. Why was the master teacher so surprised by this? So now, the deceased knight Kane Rathor is named Karen Reston. His soul has been reborn in a new body, and he is the youngest grandson of Duke Reston. It took Kane a while to figure it all out, but he still didn't understand why he was reborn as Halo Reston's grandson. Cain was furious at how that stupid fool Halo dared to make a famous hero out of him. The Knight Rathor. It didn't need that at all. The boy looked into one of the rooms and saw his father praying. The youngest son of Halo Pale constantly praying for his little son. Karen was Pale's only child, and he was very worried about him, fearing that he would be an outcast in the powerful Reston ducal family. The boy loved his father. Standing in the doorway, Karen chuckled loudly. Pali heard him and hastened to finish his long prayer. Turning to his son, he asked if the lesson was over yet. The boy confirmed it, noticing that his dad was praying very hard again. The young man asked his father if he was still worried about his upcoming awakening ceremony. Which is probably why he prays every day. Pali sadly lowered his head and asked his son to forgive him. The boy did not understand why he needed to forgive his father. It did not offend him. The man replied that, unlike his brothers, he had been unable to awaken magical powers within himself and was afraid that he had passed on his weakness to the boy. Instead of answering, the boy placed a friendly hand on the shoulder of his caring and worried father. Pali looked questioningly at his son. Karin told his dad with a smile that no matter what anyone said, he was the best dad in the whole wide world, and there was no need to worry so much. Pali blushed slightly and looked at his greatly grown son with embarrassment. He had not expected such warm words from the boy. Suddenly Pale hugged the stunned Karen to himself and excitedly said that he was the best son he could have dreamed of. The touched father tenderly patted his son on the cheeks, exclaiming that he loved his sweet boy very much. Karen silently endured his father's affection. Pali exclaimed, "Now it's time to go to dinner. Maybe Karen wants something special." Of course, the boy really wanted meat. After dinner, Pale lay in his room and thought, throwing a magic stone into the air and controlling it to train his magical power. He caught the stone and said thoughtfully, "So, the awakening ceremony." He had already gone through all this once in a past life. Kail remembered asking his friend Hilo what it was, and he replied that it was a ceremony that had been going on in their family for a long time. Hilo considered it an outdated family tradition, a ceremony that was supposed to teach you how to use magic to discover your talent for it. In the Duke's opinion, even magic is something you are born with, like wealth. But Kane Ritho didn't care at all about that. Ilo Reston explained to his friend that not everyone can awaken magic within themselves, and awakening doesn't immediately make you the head of the family. The young Archduke, his eyes sparkling, said that one huge secret was being passed on to the heads of their family, and Kane was interested in what secret it was. Cain Ritho asked, "This is apparently some kind of legendary treasure or a magic book that makes all your wishes come true." Reator said with a sigh that with such a thing he could live peacefully somewhere in the wilderness, where no one knows him and no one bothers him. Ilo Reston suppressed an involuntary chuckle. Cain Ritho shook with anger. Was the young Duke really laughing at his friend's dream? The young Duke hastened to calm his hot-tempered friend. He didn't mean to offend him at all, but his dream was simply very funny. Ilo promised that if he ever became the head of the family, he would definitely tell his friend Kin this great secret. Karin sat up in bed and thoughtfully repeated, "That means the Reston family ceremony of awakening magic will soon take place." But full streams of magic flowed around the boy, and he quietly said that his kind and caring father had nothing to worry about. Karen's nursery was filled with the bright light of his powerful aura. Indeed, magical vortices swirled in space, sparkling and shining. The boy frowned and clenched his fist. He said in a barely audible voice that he had long ago awakened his magic and subjugated it to this new young body. Soon Karen Reston went to the train station with his parents, and the boy was delighted with what he saw. The father kindly asked his son if he really found this interesting, and Karen exclaimed. Of course, it was his first time riding a train. The mother explained to her son that the creation of the train was made possible thanks to technologies sponsored by his father, and the boy was delighted. Billy smiled and told his wife that she was embarrassing him. She winked cheerfully at Karen. Even though Dad says so, he is actually proud. The boy happily said that he was also very proud of his dad, and he was not lying at all. He really loved his father very much. This man may not have awakened magical powers, but he is amazing, as he single-handedly provides a third of the Reston County budget. In this life, Ken had perfect parents, a mother who was always kind and gentle, and a loving father who was devoted to his family with all his heart. Young Karen looked at his parents with tenderness. Yes, he was very lucky with his childhood in this life. His mom and dad sincerely love him. The family boarded the train. The train moved off and rushed forward. The harsh landscapes of the duchy flashed past the windows. The boy looked out the window. The green carriages swayed gently. The rhythmic clatter of the wheels was soothing, and the train quickly crossed the vast estate of the wealthy Reston family. Karin sat by the window and thoughtfully looked at the flickering pictures. He knew perfectly well that they were going to the main estate of the Dukes of Reston. The boy's eyes widened. He saw in the distance a place familiar from his past life. Yes, he had once been here with young Halo. The train was approaching the destination of their journey, the main estate of the House of Reston, the greatest fortress and pride of the entire duchy. It's called the Asurisi Fortress, and it's home to the head of the family and the older brothers, those who have been able to awaken magical powers within themselves. In fact, Asurisi Fortress has long since become more than just a manor. It has become the wealthy city of the Dukes of Reston. The boy frowned. The closer they got to the main estate, the gloomier he became, because he knew that he was there, in the estate. It is in the central manor that lives Halo Reston, a former friend of Cain, now the head of the family, a great and wealthy duke. And although Cain Rather's soul was reborn in the body of Halo's youngest grandson, he did not stop hating his former friend and dreamed of revenge. The boy smiled maliciously and mentally addressed Halo. You really made some great historical figure out of me. Anger flared inside the 10-year-old boy, and because of this, magical current suddenly burst out. Ali watched his son in surprise. Alo's youngest son was amazed. So his baby wasn't lacking in magic, moreover. His power was simply amazing. But where did it come from? And the Cain Rathor inside the boy swore that from now on, Karen would become the biggest headache in Halo Reston's life. The child clenched his fists, his face suddenly becoming quite adult. Karen would become the most infamous rabid dog of the Reston family. Cain Rather inside the boy grinned wryly, looking forward to meeting the aging duke and his childhood friend, Alo. He mentally addressed Halo, saying, "Wait for me. Your dear youngest grandson is already on his way to you, and the fun will begin very soon." Arriving at the station near the main estate of the Duchy of Reston, Asurisi Fortress. The train slowed down and soon stopped. The chief butler of the estate greeted the third young gentleman with a bow, and the elderly servant said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Bailey confirmed that a year had already passed, and asked Henry how he was. The butler bowed and replied that by the grace of the Duke, everything was fine. Young Karen looked curiously at the Knights of the Heron Order, who kept their eyes on the Duke's youngest grandson, noticing the magic. The boy wondered if they had already noticed that he had awakened mana. They were completely different from the Knights in their territory. And this means that Halo will soon find out everything about his youngest grandson. However, Cain didn't care. He had already made his decision. Henry invited the guests to follow him. He leads them to the main castle of the fortress, where the rest of the relatives are already waiting for them. The maid informed Karen that the Duke had asked him to wait here while he greeted the family elders, and the boy thanked her. The boy said thoughtfully, "This is just a reception room, but how huge it is." The Asurisi Fortress is truly impressive in its grandeur. Karen sighed. How boring. Maybe he should have asked to go into the office. And then his brother's mocking laughter was heard from behind. Leo remarked contemptuously, straight to the office as soon as he arrived at the estate. And Karen really is a good boy, as everyone says about him. Well, it makes sense. Since he's Uncle Pale's son, he has almost no chance of awakening his mana, so he needs to study to rake in the money like his father. Corona was overcome with anger. He clenched his fists and moved towards his cousin, ready to beat the arrogant scoundrel for insulting his father. Leo grinned. The kid wanted to fight. Well, if that's the case, he'll use a drop of mana and teach the arrogant Sharon a good lesson. Karen's eyes flashed, meaning there was a hooligan in the main house. Leo was taken aback. He suddenly saw that his younger brother had stronger mana. The elder brother muttered, "This can't be. So little Sharon awakened mana. But how?" Everyone was sure that he didn't have magic. Leo asked when Karen managed to awaken the mana. His father did not say anything. Karen grinned, "Of course. Even his dad does not know this yet." Pale's son was advancing on his older brother and saying, "But there is a more important problem here than awakening mana, and it must be solved now. The thing is, there's no room for two assholes in one family, and Sharon is taking that role for himself, so his brother will have to go away and keep quiet." Frightened, Leo shied away from the younger boy and stuttered, asking what Sharon was talking about. What other role he was talking about? The younger grandson asked his older cousin, but since he didn't want to give in, it was time for his dear brother to get a good beating. The elder brothers asked Heinrich. So Sharon had already awakened the mana. The servant nodded. The three captains of the order confirmed this. Raphael Reston, the Duke's second son, asked Pale why he didn't report to the main house that his son had awakened the mana and was up to something. Pale replied, confused, that he himself did not know this, otherwise he would have definitely reported it. He was afraid that his son was deprived of magic. The elder brother Tail suggested to Raphael not to make guesses out of nothing. Pale could very well not have noticed the awakening of magic. Everyone knows that the younger brother himself did not awaken the mana. Raphael muttered irritably that Pale was simply pathetic and weak. The door swung open, and the servant asked the head butler to come with him. Henry asked in surprise what had happened there. The servant stuttered, not knowing how to explain what he had just seen. Everyone became wary of what could have happened in the main castle. All three brothers looked questioningly at the servant, waiting for him to finally tell them what event had upset him so much. Turning to Raphael, the servant said that the second young master had better go with him and see all this for himself. Raphael quickly entered the reception room, his aura flaring with anger. Pale told his brother that this must be some kind of misunderstanding. The second young gentleman frowned. He saw his beloved son beaten. Leo was lying unconscious after the fight. Pale Reston's 10-year-old son, Karen, stood calmly next to his battered cousin, looking at those who entered with confusion. The boy turned to greet his uncles, but Raphael interrupted his nephew mid-sentence and grabbed him roughly. Lifting Karen into the air, the second uncle growled at him. "Ill-mannered puppy, how dare you behave like that in this castle?" Raphael clenched his fist about to hit the kid. He screamed. What was the boy thinking when he did this? Pale rushed to his son, and then everyone heard the boy's calm voice. Karen told his uncle that Leo had insulted his father. He had to respond to this. The nephew asked his uncle, if it were your father in his place, would you really just stand and watch without trying to stand up for your father's honor? Raphael roared that the asshole Karen was lying. Pale demanded that his brother stop because he was still a child. He was only 10 years old. The older brother barked at Pale to shut up. It was all because he had not raised his only offspring well. Here, the always calm Henry intervened in the dispute. The head butler asked the gentleman to stop this useless squabble. Henry reported to his young masters. The Duke said that he would make a decision personally, having figured out who was right and who was wrong. Pale demanded that Raphael release his son. He cursed and released the boy. The second servant took Leo to the doctor. Pale caught his beloved son and asked Karen with concern if he was okay. The son answered his dad with a smile that everything was fine. Henry called everyone together to go to the Duke immediately. Pale sighed and told his son that they also needed to go to his grandfather. The boy answered, okay, he chuckled to himself. He and Halo hadn't seen each other for a long time, since the very day of Cain Rather's rebirth into Karen. The entire company of young gentlemen obediently followed the butler Henry to the head of the Reston family, the old Duke of Halo. The head of the Duke's house, Restin, looked sternly at his youngest grandson. No one here expected such a stunt from him. Ilo frowned and asked menacingly why the little one had caused such a commotion as soon as he arrived at the Asuresi fortress. Pale tried to explain to his father, but he cut his son off, saying that he was not asking him. The person responsible for the incident should answer for him. The grandfather wanted to hear an answer from his grandson. Ilo knew that the kid was not so stupid as to act like that without thinking about the consequences. Cain was very surprised. It meant that Halo would listen to the reason before punishing him. It became so magnanimous he didn't even look like himself. The boy replied that the reason was that Leo's brother had insulted their father. Raphael shouted that the boy was lying and that he didn't know how to tell the truth. Ilo slammed his fist on the table and yelled at Raphael to shut up. How dare a son raise his voice in front of his father? Pale's second brother immediately stopped short and apologized to his father. He really didn't like the situation. This little Sharon was too insolent. Ilo suggested simply calling Leo and finding out everything. He asked Henry if the doctor had examined his grandson, and the butler confirmed this. But that was not all that the head of the Reston family wanted to ask his youngest grandson. The boy looked at his grandfather in surprise. Cain immediately understood what Halo was interested in. The boy said with a smile that if his grandfather was talking about mana, then he had awakened it 3 years ago. The leader was amazed that this boy had awakened mana 3 years ago on his own. He asked his grandson why he hadn't even told his father. Charon answered naively. He did not immediately understand that it was mana. Only later, when he read one book, only then did he realize what it was. Ilo Reston asked the child what happened next, and the grandson cheerfully replied that he simply decided to keep it all a secret. Having a secret is fun, and what's even funnier is that none of the knights in their lands have even noticed anything like that over the past 3 years. The surprised head of the family asked his grandson, and that was all. He answered with a laugh, of course, that was all. The grandfather smiled good-naturedly. After all, he was a child. The door to the Duke's office opened slightly, and a servant respectfully reported to Halo Reston that young Master Leo was already here. Raphael's son entered the office silently. He was covered in bandages and plasters, and fear of Brother Karen's strength was frozen in the boy's eyes. Ilo smiled at his grandson and asked if Sharon had said that he, Leo, had insulted his father. And if so, the beaten boy began to sweat. Suddenly Sharon started whining and begged his grandfather to forgive him, even though Leo called his father a talentless loser who only thought about money. But still, Sharon shouldn't have hit him. He admits it and regrets that he made a mistake. Leo barely audibly objected to his brother. Raphael's son, terrified to the point of horror, muttered that he hadn't said exactly that, but he didn't dare object loudly to his younger brother. Charon quietly showed his fist to his older brother. Leo hiccuped in fear and shook even more. This little devil inspired terror. Halo turned to Leo, asking if Sharon hadn't been lying to everyone about insulting his father and his uncle Leo Pale Reston. Leo stuttered as he answered, no, not really. Raphael looked at his son in surprise. Such behavior was too unlike him. The head of the house, Reston, chuckled and thought for a moment. He said thoughtfully, everything is clear. Although in fact, he didn't understand anything. Since the awakening ceremony is tomorrow, the punishment for both is postponed until after it. But for now, everyone needs to get a good rest. Ilo asked Henry what he thought of Pale's son. The servant could not say for sure, but he thought there was a lot of interesting things about the little one. The Duke replied, yes, not only did he awaken the mana alone and hide it, but he also doubted the skill of the knights in the lands of Pale. The boy seemed to be hinting that Duke Halo Reston had neglected Pale by assigning him such incompetent knights. Heinrich said that the master was digging too deep. Ilo also hoped for this. But he felt that there was something different in the third grandson. Having drained his glass of whiskey, the Duke concluded that tomorrow they would find out everything during the awakening ceremony and learn the boy's strength. After all, just awakening mana is not everything. The path of the future Duke is difficult and very thorny. Strength is also needed. Whether Karen can successfully pass tomorrow's ceremony, and if so, what he ultimately receives, depends on his future. The vast duchy of Reston fell asleep, a moonlit night fell, and the forests and mountains around the Asuresi fortress fell silent. And only in the main castle were they discussing recent events. Henry was also very curious about what results young Karen would show. The forest outside the fortress seemed to be preparing for tomorrow's ceremony for the young offspring of the ducal house. A bright glow appeared in the thicket. The leaves of the trees rustled, welcoming the awakened source of enormous magical power. In one of the forest clearings outside the fortress, there stood an unusual structure, on top of which lay a magic stone. On this large stone, a solitary rune shone. This was the source of the magical light in the forest thicket. This was the place of that very ceremony. The energy of the magic stone was drawn to the main castle of the duchy, meaning it was time to begin the annual ceremony. The head of the ducal house, his sons, 2 grandsons, a granddaughter, and elders, wrapped in very long cloaks, walked through the night forest. The boy looked around with interest. The elders of the resting house walked silently behind him, their faces barely visible from behind their hoods. Although many of the clan elders might have long since retired, King Rathor felt that they were all incredibly strong. Alone with everyone else, Halo's first son, Talus Reston, and his daughter, Choi, who is older than all the other young gentlemen, are attending the ceremony. Also walking alongside Pale was his second brother, Rapael, with his son, Leo. Today all the young gentlemen had to test their strength. Cain realized that since the whole family had gathered for this ceremony, it must be more important than he had previously thought. Well, we'll see. After some time, the procession approached the very structure with the magical rune stone. And everyone stopped silently. The youngest grandson of the family looked at the structure with delight and thought, "My God, this is it. The sacred stone of the ducal family's oath." The procession stopped. The head of the family removed the talisman from his neck and solemnly announced that they would now begin the family ceremony. Alo told Ken that when you enter the rift, he will open the oath stone, and beyond it will be a world that will reveal the stone to you. They say that for everyone this world is their own. The ceremony will end when the boy destroys that world with the weapon of clarity that he receives there. The 10-year-old boy boldly answered his grandfather that he understood everything and was ready to begin this extraordinary test of his strength. Alo Reston looked closely at his youngest grandson, his eyes showing no sign of fear, which was unusual for a child his age. Finally, the head of the family said, "Okay, then begin." Halo brought the talisman to the oath stone to open the rift for his grandson. The talisman sparkled and reached out to the magic stone. The space around seemed to thicken, and a passage began to open. The oath stone was engulfed in magical flames. The streams of magic became stronger and stronger, and a dome appeared over the group of people. A stream of stone magic rushed upward, forming a bright pillar of light. Now almost the entire forest around was filled with radiance. Suddenly Pale stopped his son, shielding himself from the terrifying magical power. He was very afraid for his little son, Karen. Alo asked his youngest son what he was doing, whether he was afraid. But the passage was already open for the boy. He needed to pass this test. Pale turned to his son and asked Karen with concern if he could handle it. He didn't have to go there. Into the rift, the boy patted his father on the hand and told his dad with a smile that everything was fine. He was sure that he could pass the test and return to him. Halo's youngest grandson stepped toward the magical passage, meaning he needed to destroy that world with the weapon he would receive beyond the rift. Cain rather smiled. This task was just right for him. He hadn't practiced such battles for a long time. It was time to stretch his bones. Smashing everything to pieces was something Cain had always been good at. So unlike his father, he had no doubts about the outcome of the magical test. The grandfather spoke to his youngest grandson with parting words so that Karen would overcome his fear and return to them as a strong conqueror of the world. The boy turned around and looked questioningly at the head of the family, which meant that there in the rift, they would try to scare him. Let them try. Karen Reston stepped into the rift. Alo smiled. The others waited tensely to see how the test would end, whether the baby would pass it. The boy felt himself caught up in a magical whirlwind and transported far from the forest thicket. He looked around in surprise. Suddenly Cain rather recognized this place. He had already been here in his past life. The boy frowned. It was a heavy feeling. The Emperor's palace was engulfed in flames. It was a very difficult battle in which almost all of Karen's comrades perished. The boy walked through huge halls littered with the bloody corpses of his friends from his past life, and groans could be heard from everywhere. Cain rather did not understand why he was here, why he was seeing this brutal massacre and the dead knights again. Why did the memories of this terrible place materialize as a test, and he saw his friends again? Frowning, Cain asked the unknown conductor if he really wanted him to be tormented by guilt as he looked at his fallen comrades. Suddenly the boy saw that the doors of the throne room had opened slightly, and the steps of the main palace led straight to the throne of the emperor himself. Suddenly the boy heard a strong but very calm voice. It said, "Your world is cruel and empty, O child of the blue wolf." The mysterious voice continued to tell the boy that it was time to fulfill the ancient covenant once made with his ancestor. Karin Reston slowly climbed the steps of the main palace, obeying the voice. He headed to the emperor's throne room. The boy asked his invisible interlocutor whether he was a demon, why he brought him here, and what he finally wanted from him. The voice calmly answered the child, "The sacred blood that flows in your living quarters. It is not within the power of some pathetic demon to desecrate it." Karin's invisible companion told the boy to overcome his fear and ascend the throne. What he had been looking for a long time was right there. Cain entered the throne room. How long ago it was. To think the emperor wanted to protect the throne so much that he even sealed it with a demon. Looking at the empty throne of the emperor, the boy noticed that there seemed to be something lying on the throne, like some kind of powerful weapon. As he approached the throne, Cain wondered if he and his comrades had really died because of such nonsense. Rator felt like he was walking over corpses. The voice said, "O child, blessed by the cold and deep northern sea. Though your soul has wandered, you have still reached here." The invisible interlocutor greeted the blessed child on behalf of the Blue Clan and said that his personal weapon lay on the throne. Cain Rator was stunned. On the throne stood his sword from his past life, his faithful blade, a gift from the emperor himself, the demonic sword of ruin. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise, wondering what all this meant. Perhaps his mysterious interlocutor knew everything about his strange rebirth. The voice told the boy to pour his mana into the weapon. Cain objected, "But it is a demonic sword. It devours the soul of its owner." The interlocutor explained that the demonic will that inhabited the sword had already been destroyed by Karen's grandfather. What he saw was just an illusion. The envoy of the Great Blue Clan urged the blessed child to awaken his blade, saying that only he was capable of doing so. Cain didn't know if he could even touch the sword or if he would become what he was again. The one who mindlessly killed on the emperor's orders. And suddenly he felt his childhood friend, Halo Reston, next to him. He repeated again that Karen should overcome his fear. Is Halo acting so surprisingly friendly because the true purpose of this ceremony is not just to obtain weapons, an awakening ceremony for the cleanser who has awakened the magic of clarity to overcome the source of his fear? In that case, there was no need to be afraid. The boy quickly approached the imperial throne and boldly took up the sword from his past life. Taking hold of the sword's hilt, the boy felt his entire body filled with a powerful flow of magic emanating from the blade. Along with the mana, the consciousness of the youngest grandson of the Reston house was filled with the power and experience contained in this ancient weapon. The boy seemed to have plunged into the depths of a mighty sea. And he asked in surprise if this was really the legendary magic of clarity right in front of him in the water. Cain, in Karen's body, saw his sword from his past life. But suddenly he noticed that Ruin's appearance was changing. It was as if the blackness began to creep off the blade. The pattern on the blade became completely different. The aura of the sword began to glow with a blue light. It became cleansed. The voice said to Karen, "I don't know why the blade appeared before you in this form. But originally it was the sword of the founder of your family. The blade Garum, which Karen's grandfather took, is also the founder's sword. But unlike Garum, this blade was not even mentioned in the annals of the family. Perhaps this is because the power that this legendary sword possesses is completely different from that of the entire Reston clan." The boy gritted his teeth and held the sword with all his might. His body was burning. He asked the invisible interlocutor what it was. What was happening? The voice told the young man to be patient. It was the magic that lived in the blade that was imprinted on his body. So he felt very strong pain. But then the pain subsided. Karen smiled. The flow of mana in his body became even stronger. Amazingly, the blade's magic had such a huge effect. So the magic of clarity is really special, the boy asked the invisible guide. Then what is the true name of this ancient blade? The voice answered, this is a blade that has decapitated many monsters and absorbed their power. Even the strongest of demons feared it. This sword was born in the depths of the northern sea, in a place dark and surprisingly clear at the same time. It is an execution blade, a guillotine. An invisible mentor told the boy that this was the true name of this blade. And Karen was given the honor of bringing back its glory. The third grandson of the Reston house repeated thoughtfully, the blade of execution, the guillotine. So that's what this powerful sword is called. The voice explained that this blade was like the deep sea, the darkness itself. And it was a match for the destiny of him, Karen, the blessed child. The boy asked his interlocutor who he was, since he called himself one of the Blue Clan. Which meant he was the Blue Dragon, the guardian of their clan. For now, Karen cannot bear this name, but the day will come when he will be able to control the seas with his power. Then he will find him in the northern sea. The third grandson asked how he could get out of here, but the interlocutor was sure that the boy probably already knew how. Cain looked at the imperial throne that he had fought so fiercely for in his past life. So that was it. Wonderful, he says flashed. He swung his sword and said, great. Ibe always wanted to try this at least once. Cain Rathor, with the help of young Karen Reston, struck a blow at the emperor's throne. And this gave him untold pleasure. Meanwhile, the head of the Reston house and his 3 sons silently awaited the end of the test of the third youngest grandson. Seeing his youngest son's worries, Hilo told Peel not to worry so much, and he sheepishly apologized to the head of the family. Hilo said, it must be painful to watch your son go down the path you never took yourself. You know how hard it is. But the head of the family believed that it was precisely at such moments that one needed to hold on. Pyle rested inside and agreed with his father. Suddenly Leo exclaimed, the oath stone. It's breaking. Indeed, the whole structure shook, and the stone cracked in half. The second grandson shouted to his grandfather that the oath stone was crumbling. Hilo Reston couldn't believe his eyes, but it was true. It was as if someone had cut the stone in half and it began to fall apart, and everything else fell apart with it. Having closed himself off from the magical flows of the ancient stone, Hilo asked in confusion what was going on here. What it meant. Suddenly, a young Karen Reston appeared among the ruins of the magical structure with a sword in his hands. Everyone looked at him in surprise. The boy looked around and joyfully asked if he had really returned. It was a truly amazing test of strength. But after looking more closely, Karen asked where the oath stone was. There were only some stone fragments lying around. The head of the Reston house, his sons, and the elders of the clan looked at the boy in silence. No one could say anything out of surprise. Looking down at his feet, Hilo's youngest grandson was surprised to see the remains of the foundation on which the oath stone lay. The boy asked his stunned relatives if the oath stone was broken. Pale grabbed his head in horror, not knowing what to do. Karin's terrified father asked his son what he had done, how he had managed to break their legendary family heirloom, the oath stone. The boy, embarrassed, ruffled his hair and looked at his grandfather. He told the head of the family that he had not meant to break the stone at all. Hilo Reston looked at his youngest grandson in amazement and couldn't believe that everything that was happening in the forest clearing wasn't a dream. The Duke recognized the blade the child held in his hands. It was the guillotine, the executioner's sword, or the execution blade of their ancestor. Rael Destin. Why did a sword that only the head of the family and the elders knew about, that had even been erased from family history appear now? The dumbfounded elders asked themselves the same question. No one understood why the legendary sword of the clan founder had returned now. The head of the Reston house frowned. Could it be that the time of the covenant was already near? And this boy, young Karen, was not born so powerful in vain. Grandfather carefully asked Karen if the sword scared him. His grandson looked at the head of the Reston family in surprise. What a strange question. In response, the boy smiled broadly and answered carelessly, no, it's a very good sword. Hilo smiled good-naturedly at his grandson. The old duke replied that he understood everything. The baby was born a true son of his family, a brave and strong warrior, Restin. Grandfather said that he was not at all angry with Karen, that because of him the oath stone had broken, which meant that he had served his long service. Elo said that long ago, their ancestors failed to fulfill the covenant with the blue dragons and destroy the demons from the very edge of the world. The ancestors of House Reston left an oath stone as a symbol of this covenant for future generations to test their strength. For many centuries, young archdukes were tested with the help of this magical stone, each receiving something different from it. The great ancestors of House Reston hoped that one of their descendants would fulfill the blue dragon's covenant and destroy all demons. Today, the stone of the oath has been destroyed. It turns out that Sharon is the one who is destined to do this, to fulfill the covenant once given by the ancestors. The Duke raised his hand and solemnly declared Karen, son of Pale Reston, a full member of the family's Asurisi fortress. Karen Reston also becomes the direct descendant chosen by the guillotine execution blade. We's the right to inherit the sea spirit style. Raphael was beside himself with anger. Used think, a young man would inherit the style of the spirit of the sea. The eldest son, Tails, was contemptuously silent. Pale approached his son and asked with concern if the baby was hurt. He cheerfully answered his dad that he was okay. He was safe. Tails thought he knew all the weapons passed down in his family from generation to generation. But he had never even heard of this blade. And on top of that, the aura of this execution sword is so terrifying that it's scary to even look at. And Pale's son is following this path. But Taos couldn't allow the family's succession to depend on such an unpredictable variable as Pale's son, Charon. Duke Halo Reston turned to his sons and grandson and said that the awakening ceremony was over and it was time for everyone to return to the castle. The elders of the clan, together with the head of the family, set off on the return journey. Raphael called out to his older brother. He was filled with rage. He indignantly asked his elder brother and heir to the duchy whether he was really going to just stand and watch all this. Tails quietly replied to his brother that it seemed they would soon have a face-to-face conversation. Raphael Reston replied that he understood everything. Raphael wondered if this guy, Tails, whose ambitions always outstripped his modest abilities, had felt threatened. The second brother asked the elder if he knew about this blade, the guillotine. Tails admitted that he knew nothing about it until that day. An angry Raphael told his brother that he simply couldn't. He didn't understand why Pale's son had received this blade. Tails Reston looked back at the procession with concern and said, "Rap, now is a very bad time to start a quarrel with their nephew." The two older brothers looked sullenly at Pale and his 10-year-old son, in whose hands the legendary sword gleamed. The next day, the parents of little Karen set off on their return journey. They needed to return to their native castle. At the Pale Reston station, he asked his son again if he was sure he could handle it alone. And the boy nodded cheerfully, assuring his dad that everything was fine. Henry, seeing Pale's anxiety, asked him if there was a place in the whole wide world safer than the Reston family's Asurisi fortress. Pale replied that this was true, but Father Karen was worried about something else. Henry's words were true about external threats, but Pale was worried about internal threats. Of course. While his father was around, it was unlikely that Pale's older brothers would risk acting rashly. Henry turned to the third young gentleman. He had several important messages for him from the head of the House of the Dukes of Reston. Lady Sabina Reston has been appointed responsible for the transfer of the ceremonial legacy, the guillotine blade, to young Mr. Karen. Pale exclaimed, "Oh, if it's Andy, then he's come." Kane tried to remember who Sabina was. It must be Halo's younger sister. Sabina Reston is said to be as skilled in magic as her older brother, and I believe her nickname was White Wolf. Pale told his son that Sabina had always been kind to him and asked Karen not to be rude to his aunt, a promise the boy made to his father. Henry said there was something else, a message from the head of the house. Pale was surprised, some kind of notification from his father about what had happened. The butler reported that the leader had ordered a residence to be set up for Pale in the fortress so that they could come at any time. Pale was touched by his father's concern. He even shed tears thanks to Karen. Their situation in the Asurisi fortress had clearly improved. Father Karen thanked Heinrich. Thanks to this message, he could go home with peace of mind. The servant said it was nothing. Pale stroked his son's head and asked Karen to take care of himself and to ask him to come to him any time if he needed help. Finally, the third lord of the house, Restin, and his wife boarded their carriage, and the train set off on its return journey. Karen remained in the fortress. Young Karen Restin, together with Henry and under the protection of knights, went to his grandfather's younger sister, Lady Sabina Restin. Henry urged the boy to go quickly. Lady Sabina was waiting. Karen replied, yes, he couldn't make his grandmother wait for him. The chief butler of the castle asked his young master, Karen, if he would allow the old man to give him one useful piece of advice. The boy smiled, of course. He would be happy to listen to the instructions of the experienced Henry, who knows everything here. Henry said that Lady Sabina Reston really doesn't like being called grandmother, including cousin or anything else. Reston thanked the head butler for the advice and promised to remember it, but he didn't understand why he couldn't call her grandma. Soon, Karen, accompanied by Henry and the knights, entered the territory of Lady Sabina's residence. They had been expected there for a long time. Henry told the boy that only direct descendants of the family could enter the ancestral hall of the Asurisi fortress, and Lady Sabina was waiting for him. The head butler added that young Master Leo was also already here. Karen looked questioningly at the servant. It was funny. Karen's hands were itching to beat Leo. Henry explained that the second young gentleman had specifically asked Lady Sabina to do this. The delighted boy waved to his companions and shouted that in that case he would fly so that no one would wait for him. Henry watched attentively after the youngest grandson of the head of the Reston house to see how this boy could prove himself in magic. The head butler smiled happily, thinking that it had been a long time since there had been so much noise here, which was quite wonderful. The boy stopped near the heavy door leading to the ancestral hall of the Asurisi fortress. Magic seeping out of the cracks. Karen clenched his fists. Even from the outside, he could feel the enormous magical energy. So what was going on inside this hall? Suddenly the boy heard a shout from inside the hall. A pleasant female voice asked why he was standing there, outside, and not going inside. He carefully opened the door and said loudly that he, Karen Reston, son of Pale Reston, greeted the great white wolf. Entering the hall, the boy was taken aback. In the center of the hall sat a young beauty. Could this really be his grandmother, Lady Sabina Reston? She smiled cheerfully, which seemed to be completely different from how little Karen Reston, the son of the third Emir Pali, had imagined her. Sabina was very beautiful and graceful. And unlike her older brother Halo Reston, she had not aged at all in appearance. The girl sighed. Just think. This boy is that sweet son of Pala. How quickly time flies. Not long ago he was a toddler. Cain wondered if Sabina had restored her body with magic. If so, she had reached the 8-star level. The boy stood frozen near the door, lost in his thoughts, prompted by the surprisingly youthful state of his younger sister Halo. Sabina asked angrily if Karen had decided to pretend to be a statue, and she ordered him to quickly sit down and cross his legs. He could settle down on the rug next to Leo. His cousin glanced warily at Karen. He was terrified of his younger brother. Karen quietly told Leo that they would see each other often from now on, and that he had great hopes for his older brother. Leo mumbled something in response. Lady Sabina noted that she did not expect to hear her nickname from such a young talent. The boy was a little confused. The boy explained that he loved history. He read about the she-wolf in a book. Sabina agreed with her older brother. The little one is interesting. Karen suddenly asked if it was possible to find out what exactly his grandfather had said about him. He was very interested to know. Alo told his sister that she would like this boy, and now, having seen Pale's son, Sabina herself understands why her brother said so. The chief explained that the baby would have to swim across a vast sea, and that now this child needed help so that he could rule the ocean later. And Sabina should become a beacon for Karen, Sister Halo thought. So Abeakon. The great times of the Restons will soon come. Sister Halo saw the boy only for a moment, but she already understood that the little one had enormous potential. She hadn't seen such children for a long time. Pale's son's potential is wild and boundless, like an endless ocean. And he has yet to learn to control this immense power. Now Karen is just a rough, untamed wave. But within him lies the power that one day could rule all the seas of this world. Lady Sabina Reston never thought she would meet such an interesting child. It looks like it will soon be a lot of fun here. She began the lesson for her grandchildren by saying that the cross-legged position in which they sit is the foundation of the basics for developing magic. Once boys have mastered the basics and acquired the basic skills of magic, they will be able to develop their individual magic without this. Sabina showed it like this, and powerful currents swirled around her, and the eyes of the head of the family's sister shone like two carbuncles. The boys looked at their teacher and older relative in surprise. Her magic amazed them with its unbridled power. Kane realized that this was the magic of clarity, which almost everyone in the Reston family possessed, the style of the spirit of the sea, the art of controlling the sea. Sabina explained that the sea spirit style is the art of creating and controlling seas within your body using clarity magic. The more seas you control, the stronger you are. You can control 8 and become an 8-star mage. When you control 8 seas as one, it is the level of 9 stars. Only 3 can do this. In the Empire, only 1 has achieved this. Karen guessed. Grandfather. Sabina confirmed. The only 9-star master of the continent is his grandfather and her older brother. Ilo. Ken rather mentally swore that in this life he would definitely surpass Halo in skill and magical power. In everything, Sabina was amazed at the amazing thirst for power this boy had. It was no wonder the blade of the family founder had chosen him. It would still prove himself. Ilo's younger sister smiled softly. Karen really is an interesting guy. Training him will definitely be a pleasure. To begin, Sabina told the boys to channel their magic into the channel that had opened for them during the awakening ceremony. It is very important for young magicians to remember that the power of the sea does not need to be controlled. It is useless. It just needs to be accepted within oneself. Karen felt huge sea waves raging inside his body. He relaxed and let them roll freely. But despite the acceptance, everything still came out rather rough. Ken was looking for a way to cope with the elements raging inside Karen's body. He decided to try to first direct the waves from the heart. Then the raging sea would acquire a certain rhythm, like the flow of blood. Lady Sabina looked at her youngest grandson in surprise. His magic had grown stronger. His aura had intensified significantly. And he was doing a great job. She couldn't believe that this was the magic of a 10-year-old boy who had just woken up. It couldn't be. Even Leo, who has been training for 2 years, has only just reached 2 stars. And this one has already surpassed his older brother. Sabina was amazed. It was amazing. But young Karen himself was creating magical channels. Although she had not yet taught him this, suddenly the boy felt a terrible pain, as if his body was being torn apart. Karen frowned and exhaled painfully. Sister Hilo chuckled. This little one himself interrupted his active magical meditation, feeling the real limit of his body. Lady Sabina noticed that her new young student was already able to control his pace. And suddenly, she heard a strange knocking sound. Turning to the second student, Sabina saw that Leo had collapsed on the floor, almost unconscious from the pain. She ran up to Raphael's son and reproachfully said that she had told him not to use magic thoughtlessly. Leo apologized. Sabina thought I was so focused on Karen that I forgot about Leo. Even though those two awakened magic, they are just children. That's why an adult is needed here, so that the boys don't hurt themselves, Karen said to his brother with a sigh. What a pity that it turned out this way. But Karen very accurately felt his limit and stopped himself, so as not to overload his body, which was not yet accustomed to water magic. It's simply amazing that at such a young age, despite the enormous thirst for power, he can remain cool and think so clearly. She mentally turned to her older brother, Ilo. She didn't think that talented child would need a beacon. Lady Sabina Reston approached the family's youngest grandson and addressed little Karen, who looked at her questioningly. She explained to the boy that he had 3 years, and for 3 years she would guarantee his safety during his studies. This time Karen must spend on becoming strong enough to defend himself. The boy replied to Lady Sabina that he understood. In one of the vast courtyards of the Asurisi fortress, the Knights of the Hiran Order, the merciless Blue Wolves, trained. The commander watched the training, telling the fighters not to swing their swords so sluggishly. The swing should be like in a real fight. It turned, sensing that the young heirs of the ducal house, the grandchildren of Hilo Reston, had arrived on the training ground. Leo asked Karen if he was really going to train with this terrifying sword. The younger one was surprised. What? So me kind of Karen explained that his grandfather had given him a special scabbard to dampen the sword's aura. Leo was still ready to wet his pants from fear. Leo was embarrassed. The Blue Wolves commander bowed respectfully and said, "Welcome, young Master Karen." Young Master Leo, the head of the Bull Corps, announced that from today on he would be teaching young Master Karen fencing. Kane looked at the man. The commander of the knights, Hiran, introduced himself to Karen. His name is Serus bin Tergar. Young Master Karen can call him Sir Xeris. The boy smiled and said, "Nice to meet you, Sir Xeris," Kane thought. This is an 8-star master. You can tell at first glance. Xeris warned that he would not address Karen as the Duke's grandson. He would first need to gain the Blue Wolves' recognition. Karen replied that Sir Xeris need not worry about it, and that it was even better that way, since he was still not used to the title of the Duke's grandson. Moreover, Karen knows very well that the respect of the Blue Wolves must be earned through skill. Such is the custom of House Reston. Serus was surprised, a curious reaction. Most people in Karen's place would have started to assert their rights, and his brother Leo was no exception. The Blue Wolves commander wondered if the Reston household had finally acquired a talented heir, one with a good head on his shoulders. But Karen, his eyes flashing, suddenly added that all this was unimportant now, because in the end everyone would bow their heads before him. Sir Xeris shuddered in surprise, and Leo almost fainted. This 10-year-old boy with a sword inspired almost animal fear. Knight Commander Hiran realized, no, it seemed a wild beast had appeared in the Asudesi fortress, someone worse than the obnoxious Leo. But be that as it may, this boy needs to be trained, and then we will see what will become of him in the future. Time will tell. 3 years later, the head of the house, Rastan Hilo, gathered Karen's teachers. Sister Sabina and Serus bin Tergar in his office. Sabina noticed that her brother's wine was still the best, and Hilo asked his sister if it was time for her to stop stealing his drinks. She was outraged that her brother could be so rude. She had spent 3 years looking after his grandchildren simply because he asked her to. Hilo, sipping his wine, sighed. Could it really be that 3 whole years had already passed? It was hard to believe. They had flown by surprisingly quickly. The head of the ducal house asked his sister what impression she had of Karen over all this long time. Sabina replied, "Well, to put it briefly, this boy is a real monster." She has never seen such strong young magicians. Hilo noticed that his sister liked to call Karen that, and she explained that calling him a genius would simply be an insult. The head of the Reston family turned to the commander of the Blue Wolves and asked Xeris what he thought of his young protege, Karen. Xeris said that he had been observing Karen for the last 3 years, and therefore, categorically agreed with Lady Sabina in her assessment of the boy. His physical attributes, his natural talent, his attitude towards training, his determination and courage. He is exceptional in all of these. Moreover, Karen seems to be more gifted than even the first young master Hugo, the son of Talis, whom everyone considers a genius. Hilo was amazed that the boy was more talented than Hugo, who was considered the best swordsman in the entire empire. Sabina noted that if her brother didn't sort this out, he would have problems in his family. Hilo didn't understand what she wanted to say. The head should consider how Karen might influence the order of succession, what his appearance would mean for the sons of Hilo. He asked if Sabina really thought the uncles could harm their nephew. But for now, everything was under strict control, the girl asked. But what will happen when rumors spread throughout the empire? Isn't it obvious how this will affect the succession to the title? Sabina asked her brother if, now that the Oathstone had been destroyed, their great and powerful Reston family would come to a sad end. And there is another problem. Sea monsters from the north that cross the border have also become much more active recently. Hilo Reston responded to his younger sister's worried comments by saying that it was all nonsense and that it would certainly not affect their family in any way. It was absolutely certain that whoever had destroyed the Oathstone would install a new one just as their ancestor had done many hundreds of years ago. It was the first time Sabina had heard of the head's duties being passed down through inheritance. Hilo confirmed that this meant the time of the covenant was near. The head of the family's sister remarked that their youngest grandson would have to shoulder a heavy burden when Hilo told Karen. The Duke did not answer immediately, but seeing his sister's insistent look, he said that he would do it at the right moment, but definitely not now. Karen wrote to him asking if everything was okay with his dad, that he needed to dress his body, and his son apologized for not visiting as he had a lot of training. He recently reached 4 stars in the Sea Spirit style and mastered the 4th form of wolf swordsmanship and is trying to get along with his family. By the way, I have a request. I'm out of pocket money. Could he send some more? Pali smiled. What a spendthrift Karen is. Pali Reston told Henry that he still remembered how he had felt leaving his son at Azure Sea Fortress 3 years ago. And the boy settled in so well.
Henry noticed that thanks to his youngest grandson, peace reigned in the Azure Sea Fortress. Karen's father sighed. He had told his son so many times that standing out was not good. It was better not to show off your talents to everyone. Henry objected, but a precious stone cannot help but shine even if it lies in place, Pale agreed. That was absolutely true, but soon everything may change. Perhaps the relatives will no longer be able to conceal information about the talents of young Mr. Karen. Pale's son is expected to carry out any tasks assigned to him as the Blue Wolf. So he may already have a quest, but Pale had something else on his mind. His 2 older brothers would definitely not be happy about Karen's growing influence in the Azure Sea Fortress. Henry tried to reassure the 3rd young gentleman that there were enough people in the fortress who would protect young Karen Reston. For example, Lady Sabina takes great care of the boy. Pale breathed a sigh of relief. Right. His aunt is also in the estate now. Karen wrote to his father about this. But hearing it from Henry was much calmer. The servant laughed because Lady Sabina also took care of Pale. He smiled. Maybe it helped that they sent her money every month. Henry noticed that if Pale was joking, it meant it was easier for him. Suddenly the 3rd gentleman of the house, Reston, asked Henry if his aunt was planning to leave the Azure Sea Fortress soon. The head butler told Pale that the 3rd young master didn't need to worry about this. And he was surprised as to why. Karen is already establishing strong ties with the Huron Order. So much so that the knights have given him a nickname, albeit not a very respectful one. Pale Reston laughed. Yes. He had heard about it too. His son was training too much and too furiously with the Blue Wolves. It seems the knights nicknamed the Duke's youngest grandson, the young mad dog of the Azure Sea Fortress, or Psycho Dog. I think that's what it was called. One of the knights desperately defended himself with a wooden sword during one of the training sessions with young Master Karen in the courtyard. The boy desperately struck the knight so hard that his wooden sword shattered into pieces. The fighter screamed and the heir's eyes blazed with fury. The knight raised his hands and admitted that he had lost. And Karen asked Hans in disappointment why he had simply given up this time. The boy frowned. Hans is a grown man. How can he be such a weakling? He is a master of the Blue Wolf sword. Hans was offended. Only Karen considered him weak. The boy added that the knight's muscles were like balloons, completely empty. The knight was confused. He had never heard anything like this before. Karen grinned. He was simply telling the truth, which no one else would tell him to his face. Hans sighed. In any case, without magic, he can no longer keep up with Karen. But last year, everything wasn't as bad as it is now. The knight warned the boy that he might soon be sent on a mission. Karen perked up and asked Hans what he had heard about it. Hans only replied that Zaras would decide who to send on missions while the head of the Reston family was in the Empire's capital. Most likely, these will be the animal storage facilities in the western part of the duchy, where monsters have recently become a frequent destination for some reason. Karen shouted to Leo if he heard that they were going on a mission. Raphael's son sighed. He didn't want to go on a mission with Karen at all. The knight pulled Leo up. They were training now, and he had to concentrate. He answered confusedly. His thoughts were on the task. Peel told Heinrich that he had called him not only because of Karen's letter, but something unpleasant and not yet very clear had appeared. The head butler asked what had happened. Peel handed him a bag and asked Henry to look at the contents of the bag. Inspectors of the Peel Reston estate recently found this pouch in the cart of a merchant visiting from the barony of Bellas. Henry untied the bag and found a strange green powder inside. The butler dipped his fingers in it and exclaimed, "Oh gods." Peel confirmed that yes, it was coquina, a psychostimulant, and he asked Heinrich to conduct an investigation in Bellas, operating from the fortress. The head butler sniffed the green powder cautiously. He had heard a lot about this deadly substance, but it was not here. The train, which traveled throughout the duchy, arrived again at a cozy railway station. There was almost no one on the platform. A man cautiously emerged from the doors of one of the carriages. He looked around. There was no one nearby, and he went into the castle. Looking at the towering main estate of the Restons, the man said, "Here is the famous Azure Sea Fortress." A clear night fell upon the main residence of the Dukes of Reston, and almost the entire Azure Sea Fortress sank into a peaceful night's rest. Only the Knights of Huron stood guard on the main streets of the fortress, ensuring order and peace in the Duke's domain. Karen, holding a bottle of wine in his hands, peered cautiously around the corner, waiting for the patrolman to go far enough down the street. Looking at the bottle, the Duke's youngest grandson smiled cheerfully. It was so nice to rummage through Zara's Winterguard's wine collection. Kane rather noted that just because he was now in a child's body did not mean that he had forgotten the taste of the good wine of the Azure Sea Fortress. Suddenly he saw a stranger. Karen was surprised who it was, and that he was walking somehow suspiciously stealthily. And what did he need here? The newcomer asked if the Duke had really left and had urgent business with him. The servant confirmed that he was in the capital for an audience with the ruler. Karen called out to his interlocutors. The servant recognized the Duke's youngest grandson. The teenager asked what they were doing there so late. The servant explained that it was Lord Rohan, the youngest son of Baron Bellas, who said he had urgent business with the ruler of the Azure Sea Fortress. Rohan heard that the youngest grandson had awakened magic and was now training in the main house. He said that he was glad to meet Karen. The boy said that he would listen to Rohan. The servant asked if it would be better to report to Zaras. The baronet was surprised to see wine on the child. Karen noted that they usually send a representative. But since Rohan came himself, it meant the matter was urgent, and a nobleman should answer to him. The servant bowed and said that he would report to Lord Zaras. Rohan was perplexed. This boy was not just a spoiled aristocrat. Baron Bella's son was amazed at how one could think like that at his age. And Karen invited the baronet to follow him. "I wonder if the entire Reston family is like this, and that they are all allowed to drink wine until they come of age. What strange rules there are here." Karen said so. To sum it up, the problem is the bandits who have occupied the eastern mountains of their barony of Bellas, Rohan confirmed. That's right. With their appearance, psychostimulants began to spread, and residents were kidnapped and then sold into slavery in other countries. Rohan confirmed, it's embarrassing to admit, that the barony of Bellas is poor, harsh lands. No valuable resources, no normal army. Therefore, they were unable to fight back. Rohan's father could not stand it and attacked the bandits with the few forces they had at that time. But they suffered heavy losses. The father was wounded and bedridden. Rohan blamed himself. Because of his incompetence, the people were suffering. After listening to the baronet, the Duke's youngest grandson noisily put the bottle of wine on the table. Rohan looked at the teenager with apprehension. The boy's eyes flashed, and he exclaimed that such freaks who steal people and sell drugs should be torn to pieces. And yet, something doesn't add up. On how the bandits were able to resist the regular, albeit weak, army of the barony. Rohan wasn't sure, but he suspected that deserters from the Southern War had gathered in the mountains. Kane now understood what was going on. The Empire's attention was focused on the south due to the battles in that region, leaving the east without cover. And so the bandits ran wild there. He said that if they were deserters who had become bandits, then it sounded quite plausible. And the baronet sighed heavily instead of answering. The teenager winked at the guest. Rohan was probably not in the best mood. Maybe he wanted a drink. The baronet was stunned by the offer. Karen poured some wine and said that the Bellas barony bordered his father's lands, so he couldn't stay out of trouble. The boy said that he would like to help personally. Rohan thanked him. He drank wine and thought, is it really possible for him to drink with the little one? Rohan said that he stole this wine from Lord Zaras, so let it remain between them, and they can switch to informal terms. Rohan was stunned. At that moment, the door opened and Zaras entered. He said reproachfully to Karen. He thought they had agreed that he would not touch his wine anymore. Rohan apologized to Zaras, saying that he did not mean to offend him, But the commander of the Blue Wolves reassured the guest he did not know anything. Mr. Zaras had heard that bandits had caused a lot of trouble in the barony of Bellis. Rohan confirmed that this was true. That was why he was here. The Baron's youngest son said that he wanted to ask the Huron Knights to intervene in this situation and exterminate the bandits in the mountains. Zaras took the glass of wine from the Duke's youngest grandson, reminding him once again that at his age he should still be drinking milk, not alcohol. State Commander Huron apologized to the young Baron for the impudent man's antics, but Rohan immediately replied that everything was fine. Lord Zaras told Rohan that he had come to the right place. The Azure Sea Fortress would not abandon its old allies in trouble and would send people. They were already preparing a detachment to be sent to the barony of Bellis. Rohan thanked them. He was glad that he could bring good news to the people. Karen said that he would go with them. Zaras objected. No way. The enemies had been through the war. Even though they had fled, it was unknown what kind of masters they had. Rohan was surprised. This boy really wanted to get into battle, even though he was training in the main house. But he was 12 or 13 years old. Zaras said that although Karen had reached the 4th star and mastered the 4th form of the Blue Wolf style, actual combat was a completely different matter. The Blue Wolf's commander would rather send Karen west. Better to face a known threat, the boy snorted. Zaras declared that he would not allow the boy to risk facing an enemy whose strength, numbers, and location were unknown to them. The Duke's youngest grandson smiled and asked the commander if he would make an offer that Zaras couldn't refuse. Sir Zaras and Rohan Bellis looked questioningly at this very unusual teenager, wondering what he had come up with so quickly. When the younger brother explained his plan to Leo, he asked in confusion why him. Why they should climb these mountains at all. Karen tried to cheer up his older brother. Isn't it great? This is their first mission. But Leo didn't share the younger brother's enthusiasm. Zaras, looking at his brothers, realized that this asshole Karen had fooled him by saying that Leo also really wanted to take part in this task. Besides, Karen mentioned Lady Sabina, the sister of the head of the family, chuckling. Noted how cute the children were, and how well they had grown up. Zaras decided that it was even better this way. They would have a reliable protector. Sabina remembered that she had also been nervous before the first task. The Blue Wolf's commander thought that since Leo Reston was also here, it meant that Sabina was pleased with their progress in magical training. Rohan wondered. It was good that Lady Sabina, the legendary White Wolf, was coming. But these two were just children. Would everything be okay? Karen was very happy about the task. But Rohan was afraid that if something happened to the Duke's grandchildren, the entire Bellis family would be responsible. Sir Zaras reassured Rohan Bellis that everything would be fine. He was also worried. But that was normal, as every mission was associated with risk. Knight Commander Hayran was confident that as long as Lady Sabina was nearby, nothing would happen to the young lords, and Rohan calmed down a little. But Sabina told Zaras that until the kids were on death's door, she would not interfere with the mission. Zaras said, confused, he knew that Lady Sabina believed in their power, but still. She explained to the knight that it was not only about that. Lady Sabine Reston reminded Lord Zaras that there was a reason why she could not interfere in such events. The Blue Wolf's commander sighed. Yes, he understood everything perfectly well since this was her will. Rohan was frightened. How was this possible? Sabina Reston said it was time to go. They said goodbye to Sir Zaras and headed to their carriage on the waiting train. Leo clenched his teeth. He was terribly afraid. His whole body was sweating from excitement. Lady Sabina, looking at him, sighed heavily. She felt sorry for him. She told Leo it was okay for him to be nervous, but he should look at this as an opportunity to prove how hard he worked. After all, this task is a chance to gain recognition from the knights, become their ally and one of the famous Blue Wolves, Leo thought. He always longed to become one of the Blue Wolves, to earn their gratitude, to be respected like Karen's brother. Raphael's son was very pleased with this idea and enthusiastically headed towards the train, hoping to distinguish himself. Karen chuckled. An older brother always needs someone to give him a kick of motivation. Leo growled at the little one to shut up. Laughing, Karen asked where their seats were. The ride was still a long one, so it would be better to spend this time in a cozy, spacious train compartment. Leo always knew that the day would come when he would have to prove himself, but he just didn't think it would happen so soon. The station attendant announced that the magical train from Azure Sea Fortress to Bellis Barony was departing. "Everyone please take your seats." The train pulled out, carrying the Duke of Reston's youngest grandchildren on their very first combat mission, signifying that the children were beginning to grow up. Soon the train found itself among snow-covered forests, the passengers traveling through the highland barony of Bellis, approaching their destination. Leo was surprised that Sabina's presence in the fortress was a secret. She said that for this reason she could not reveal herself unnecessarily. If the bandits found out she was here, they would disappear without a trace. And Rohan didn't want that. The baronet confirmed that she was right. But the young baron was worried whether the two would cope without support. After all, they were only children, even though they had been trained by knights. Especially that one, Leo, is a bit too worried and looks really sad, unlike his younger brother, Karen Reston, and Leo remembered his mother. She angrily asked him if he had his own head on his shoulders, how he could communicate with this Karen. She asked her son if he had really forgotten what happened 3 years ago. Leo should remember that Karen was not his friend at all, but his rival. After he disgraced Leo's father 3 years ago, being friends with him, laughing, fooling around, is Leo even in his right mind? Leo was silent, and his mother flared up. She exclaimed, "If you have a mouth then say at least something, future man without a drop of courage." Raphael's son quietly answered his mother that he and Karen were not rivals. And the second Mrs. Reston looked at her son in surprise. He explained that even Hugo, who is considered a genius, achieved 3 stars at 14. And Karen at 13, and he at 15. The young man explained to his angry mother that Karen was his role model, and that they could not compete because his younger brother was much stronger. The woman said that Leo should give up such thoughts, that it was an inferiority complex. But the son objected. It was not a complex at all. The very existence of Karen forces Leo to move forward, to reach new levels and new heights. But the younger brother is different. Raphael's wife sighed heavily, looking at her son. She said, "Leo really is so naive. He sees the trees, but doesn't see the whole forest." The mother told the young man that he needed to think about his situation and his future. And not fool around with this boy. Noticing that Leo was lost in his unpleasant thoughts, Sabina called out to him. He came to his senses and looked at her questioningly. She asked him, all thoughts were gnawing at him. He nodded, yes. Sabina smiled. It's understandable, because this is his very first assignment. Lady Sabina asked Leo if he could kill a man. The young man looked at the teacher in surprise. He had never thought about it. Sabina was sure that Karen was the type who would kill anyone to save his own skin. But Leo thought too much. She told Leo that he shouldn't doubt himself, because she knew for sure that he had worked harder than anyone else over the past 3 years. Sabina smiled slyly and asked the young man, in the end, who taught Leo the mastery of the magic of clarity, endurance, and self-control. Leo replied, "You, master." Sabina laughed. "Master, then, well, I like it." There were 20 minutes left until the destination station. Sabina suggested that Leo call each other apprentice and master while on a mission. Rohan asked where Lady White Wolf was going. She replied that if I showed up at the station, word would spread instantly, and I should be proactive and get out now. Sister Hilo opened the window. She told the young baron that he could call her simply Lady Sabina. Karen added, "Their master is smart." Sabina reassured Rohan that she would look after her great-nephews, so he was not responsible for them, and it was time for her to go out. She easily jumped out of the window of the moving train, and Rohan and Leo screamed in horror because she could easily die. Karen, looking at their stunned faces, burst into laughter. Rohan carefully looked out the window, trying to figure out where Lady Sabina was. Young Baron Bellis cursed silently. He was not used to such things, and silently looked into the snowy forest thicket. Rohan couldn't understand why everyone from House Reston was so crazy. Maybe it was a feature of their enormous power. The old Baron Bellis' body was shaken by a painful cough. He could not rise and greeted the young guest sitting on his bed. The Baron sheepishly said that he was ill and could not greet the young wolves. Karen answered, of course, and asked how his wound was. The old man thanked him and told Karen that 10 years ago he had met him in his barony together with his father, Pale Reston. Karen Reston asked Baron Bellis not to be so formal. He was not used to etiquette, and it made him a little uncomfortable. Baron Bellis asked if it would probably be better to just address him by his first name. And Karen replied that it would probably be much more convenient that way. Bellis said that since Karen was sent on a mission, it meant he had already reached the 4th star at such a young age. The young man nodded. Although little brother Leo is still in 3rd place, the Baron added, and yet, since the main house sent them, it means they are considered very capable, the owner of the house sighed. But he couldn't bring himself to entrust such an important and, most importantly, dangerous task to 2 promising young men. Karen understood the Baron's concerns, but if they didn't complete the task, wouldn't it cast a shadow on the Blue Wolves and they would lose? The young man turned to Leo and asked if it was his brother, who readily supported his brother, saying that they would definitely cope. The Baron coughed. Then he answered the young man that he was glad to hear it. Rohan asked his father with concern if he was okay. Karen noticed that Baron Bellis seemed to need some rest, so they would probably go. The old man quietly said that he was counting on them. Rohan informed Karen that he had already arranged for a guide and asked him to follow him. The young man replied, excellent. The brothers walked along a mountain forest path with a man recommended by the young Baron. It was very snowy and quiet all around. Leo called out to Karen, who asked in surprise if his older brother was already tired. They hadn't walked that far through this forest yet. Karen's partner objected, it's just that this guy, a herbalist, can you trust him? There's no guarantee that he's not in league with the bandits. Even if he knows the mountain paths and was appointed by the young Baron, he could be a traitor. Karen smiled. His brother began to Karen said that most likely this herbalist really is from the gang that tyrannizes the locals. Leo asked his younger brother how he understood this. The young man exchanged a few words with the young Baron when they arrived at the station. Leo was taken aback. And what did they agree on then? Karen asked Rohan how they could find the bandits, and the young Baron suggested this idea, and the young wolf really liked it. The Baron's youngest son then said, I think we have no choice but to use traitors. Karen admired, Rohan is good. Leo was a little offended and asked his brother why he hadn't told him anything about this conversation and the option of searching for the robbers right away. Karen explained that Leo had already been on edge all day, and this would have been even worse. His older brother quietly cursed. He really didn't like it. Leo was indignant. To slip in a traitor, knowing who he is, Rohan is very smart, Karen answered. Exactly so, the fact that he is alive proves it. Rohan is desperate. So now they are bait. 2 young nobles passing through the barony to neighboring lands. A frightened Leo answered his brother that he understood him. Karen's eyes sparkled. He felt that the robbers were about to fall for them. And then, around the bend in the forest path, robbers appeared in front of the 2 young knights, and their herbalist guides stood with them. The bandit handed his accomplice the money, saying, Great job, Sven, since they're rich. And he added more on top of the usual fee. One of the fighters told the boss, it seems to me that these young chicks are not going to give up without a fight, and pointed to the armed youths. Kane's hands were itching. He hadn't fought since his death. Now Karen's body was strong enough to go into battle. He drew his sword. His eyes flashed wildly and shouted, well, guys, whose hand should I cut off first for selling psychotropic drugs? After the Duke of Reston's grandchildren left Baron Bellis' house, the owner's youngest son was restless, and his father was coughing. Rohan asked his father how he was feeling. The old man replied that he was fine. He had almost gotten used to the constant cough. The son handed the old Baron a mug, offering him a drink of water to stop or at least alleviate his persistent cough. Rohan remained silent and restless, looking out the window. He feared for the young offspring of the Restonduckle family who had gone into the forest. The young Baron asked his father if he thought the boys would be okay, and the old man chuckled thoughtfully. Most likely, yes. The fact that they sent 2 teenagers without any information about the enemy proves that even the Azure Sea Fortress is confident in their strength. Besides, this young Karen Reston reminded old Baron Bellis very much of the current Duke Hilo Reston in his youth. Moreover, Karen resembles his grandfather not only in appearance but also in his free demeanor and calm, carefree disposition. So the Baron was confident that they could safely rely on these young wolves. Rohan was somewhat reassured by his father's confidence, and in the forest clearing a battle was brewing. The robbers surrounded the young aristocrats with laughter, considering them very easy prey. But the next second the white snow turned scarlet. Karen swung his sword and killed several bandits. The laughter stopped. Rohan's eyes sparkled as he blew off the criminals' heads one after another, causing them to fall onto the snow, drenching everything around them with scarlet liquid. The young man reveled in the battle. He smiled as he crushed enemies, spilling rivers of bandit blood, and the blue glow of the ocean flowed from his eyes. Leo watched the fight with confusion, but did not take part in it. Karen flew around the clearing like a demon, striking the bandits. Their mortally wounded guide lay in the snow, clutching a bag of money. The herbalist whispered barely audibly, "Monster." The entire clearing was already covered in blood and littered with corpses. Leo couldn't help but think that Karen really was crazy. He had killed almost everyone. One of the bandits, seeing the carnage, hastened to retreat from the forest clearing and report the detachment commander about the dire situation. He told the boss that these guys weren't just fools. There was bloodshed. They needed to retreat and report this to the main group. But the captain, cursing, grabbed his battle axes and rushed into battle, shouting that he would never lose to some little brat. Jumping out into the clearing, the squad leader growled at Karen that he would now teach the little idiot, the son of rich aristocrats, a lesson. The bandit's aura glowed with a scarlet light. He swung both battle axes at once and rushed at the enemy with a battle cry. The young man calmly swung the mighty sword of the founder of the Reston clan and brought the weapon down directly on the head of the rowdy squad leader. Karen said at the same time that this commander was so incredibly noisy. And why did he have to shout so loudly and uselessly wave his axes? The young man's blow cut the surprised robber exactly in half from forehead to heels, and blood gushed from the cut body like a fountain. The only surviving member of the bandit squad watched, frozen, as their mighty commander was killed by a boy. Leo looked at his brother in silence. He realized that he had been using the power of the wind without even realizing it. But how did all this happen now? Karen cursed. Because of that idiot with the axes, all his clothes were dirty now. He would have to take everything to the cleaners after this fight. Leo thought about it. He realized that it was not only about Karen himself, who always acts as a leader and is the first to rush into battle. The aura emanating from his sword seems to suppress Leo, preventing him from taking initiative and acting independently, and even more. Leo sometimes felt like this sword could cut his throat at any moment. And he involuntarily grabbed his throat. The surviving robber raised his hands high and shouted that he surrendered. But his head should not be cut off like the others. Karen asked the robber his name. The robber stuttered and replied that he was Ura. He was the only one from their entire squad who remained alive. The young man asked Ura with a smile if he had a rope. He nodded his head affirmatively. Karen ordered to bring the rope here. The robber ran for the rope, and Leo looked questioningly at his brother. Then at the frightened deserter, wondering what would happen next. Ura, on Karen's orders, obediently tied the hands of the two young gentlemen and led them further into the mountains to the main camp of the bandits. Leo asked Karen if they really needed to go that far. Tying them up was one thing, but they were unarmed now. Was it really necessary to trust this bandit to carry their weapons? Karen repeated that they were still supposed to be bait. To find the main lair, they need to be convincing. If they were armed and free, what would it look like? Only in this way will the story of how they were captured be true. Otherwise it is illogical how someone like him could have captured them. To avoid wasting time, Karen decided to extract some additional information about the bandits from Ura. The young man asked if they were really deserters. Ura confirmed that they were from the 9th Regiment of the 3rd Infantry Division of the Kingdom of Chaos. Leo realized that the Kingdom of Chaos was probably from the Southern Front. Karen asked if there were many of these fugitives from the front. The robber replied. A total of 130 people, including the magician and 2 accompanying knights. Karen was surprised that they had a magician. Ura cursed silently. He had clearly chosen the wrong ones. He thought they were just worthless noblemen, spoiled weaklings. But look how it turned out. Those eyes that glowed with a blue magical light. They must be the offspring of the Resin House, the heart of the Arius Empire, damn it. The presence of the magician puzzled Karen. He asked Ura, even if they had deserted, why did they go so far north, into the wilderness? Ura said that their commander said that he would help them earn enough money to live happily their whole life. Karen was puzzled as to where the infantry commander got a mage from, and if their goal was money, why were they committing robbery in the poor barony of Belis? Nothing in this story clearly doesn't add up, but I just need to figure out what exactly. Ura saw the main fortified territory ahead. Turning to the young gentleman, Ura warned that they were almost there. They needed to be ready. There were many warriors there. Karen decided not to speculate any further. He would understand when he saw everything with his own eyes. He only had to wait a little while longer. The guards stared in surprise at Uru, who was leading two young bound captives in very expensive knightly costumes. The robber from the tower asked if it was Urka who really brought the hostages. The deserter barked at the guard on duty on the tower to shut up. The duty officer asked Ura where the others were, why he was the only one out of their large detachment who returned to the base, and what kind of weapon he had. Ura replied that he had taken the swords from the boys, that they were his trophy, and that the rest were chasing the kid's escort. The knights had disappeared. The robber demanded that the guard open the gate, and he agreed, but asked Ura to stop yelling at the whole camp. The guards laughed at the hapless Ura, asking if he was probably happy that he would finally receive praise from their commander. One of the commanders thoughtfully remarked that it would be nice if Ura had brought these hostages at least a little earlier. The robber barked in response at the loser to shut up. He had his own commander, and he wasn't going to listen to every dog here. Karen understood that Ura was too weak to be a bandit. But what was he doing here then? Everything here looked rather strange and ridiculous. Suddenly he felt some kind of unusual force ahead. The three of them were approaching the very source of this force. It was definitely magic. Karen had been having a strange premonition for a long time now. His sword guillotine also reacts. Would it be that they were facing evil? Leo drew his brother's attention to those strange things on the fence, a place that would have caused a chilling horror in any ordinary person. Karen looked in the direction of Leo's gaze and saw large birds nailed by their wings to wooden posts. It turns out that these monsters hanged their victims. They were large pools of blood under all the pillars. These were clearly sacrifices. There was no doubt that a dark magician was at work here. He was helping the bandits, and they were serving the evil sorcerer faithfully. Ura and his two supposed captives approached a huge magic circle, glowing with evil power. The power increasing. Karen shouted to Ura to immediately untie the ropes and give them the swords. The robber immediately obeyed. Leo looked at the circle. The younger brother told his brother Leo to release Sylphid. But Raphael's son didn't immediately understand what Karen was telling him now, but Karen only added that his Sylph would soon be needed. They were facing a difficult battle now. They needed to kill the dark mage. Ghostly warriors appeared in the magic circle. They were decayed skeletons, armed like warriors or even knights. Seeing the dead, Ura hiccuped in fear and jumped back. He had never seen such horror in his life, especially here. The squad of the dead prepared to attack the uninvited guests. The young wolves drew their swords, and Ura desperately clenched his mighty fists. Suddenly they heard the mocking voice of the bandits' commander. He said, "The hostages are going into their hands themselves." How sweet. Shooters appeared on the rooftops everywhere. And the commander mockingly greeted the noble guests. "Welcome to my lair." After examining the duke's grandchildren, the chief bandit of the barony, Bellis, noticed what charming little warriors they had as guests. Cain looked around. The dark mage was nowhere to be seen. Maybe he was hiding somewhere and casting spells. He always considered mages to be real assholes. The young man raised his sword to Ura's throat and loudly warned that if they moved, he would cut the bandit's throat, whether that would suit them. Leo was puzzled as to why the hell Karen was taking hostages. And what about noble honor? But the young man didn't even bat an eyelid. He needed time. Everyone stared silently at the young offspring of Duke Reston. The dead also froze in bewilderment while Cain assessed the battlefield. The commander of the bandits asked if a nobleman takes hostages. And didn't nobles say that their honor is above all else? Cairn asked boldly, "What? I can't." Ura muttered softly that the young master should be careful with the sword. The main robber laughed. It was funny. But the little warrior had miscalculated. This hostage was completely useless. They didn't need him. That guy, Ura, is worth nothing. So the young master can cut him into thin belts. No one here will object. Cairn apologized to Ura, saying that his former comrades did not value him at all, considering him a useless and weak warrior. Leo quietly told Cairn that there were more enemies and asked his brother if he had a plan because the situation seemed hopeless. Cairn smiled cheerfully and replied, "Of course there is. They will have to make an effort, but they will still defeat all these pathetic bandits." The young man told his older brother that they simply needed to remove the leader. And then the rest would scatter on their own, like a herd without its leader. The magical fire lit up Cairn's eyes again. He smiled in anticipation of a bloody battle, his blade flashing. The commander of the bandits, seeing the glow in the young man's eyes, was stunned. Blue magic. It can't be. How can a boy possess this? Turning to Leo, Cairn told his brother to deal with the skeletons for now. Raphael's son frowned. How could that be? Cairn released a powerful aura of clarity magic and announced that he would deal with the chief of these idiots who had built a fortress here. Powerful streams of blue magic swirled above the bandits, and Cairn rushed straight towards the commander of the gang that had settled in the mountains. Leo called out in confusion to his younger brother, who had left him alone with a whole squad of armed skeletal corpses. One of the skeletons hiccuped and swung an axe at the young knight. Leo clutched his sword, remembering the words of his master, Lady Sabina. Raphael's son's eyes flashed as he blocked the skeleton's attack with his sword. The young man trying to understand what Cairn had planned. And how, I wonder, is Leo supposed to deal with all these skeletons alone? There are quite a lot of them here, and they are strong. Seeing the strange boy approaching, the bandit commander ordered the archers around him to shoot at the youth. Cairn responded, too late. He used the third form of the blue wolf sword technique called wave. The shooters screamed. The cutting magical flow cut off hands and chopped off arrows. The leader's entire guard turned out to be completely useless in this situation. The leader cursed. He never expected that some kid could master the blue wolf sword magic at such a high level. Cairn flew up to the bandit commander and said that he was bothering him, that he was hiding a dark magician somewhere here, and that he needed to be found. A stream of sword magic cut off the leader's right hand. Thus, the young man punished the robber for distributing psychotropic substances. The leader squeezed his wounded hand and fell to his knees with a cry, trying to relieve the terrible pain and stop the flow of blood from the large wound. Cairn noted that if the bandit wanted to kill them, then he shouldn't have been talking so much. The leader groaned, calling the boy a puppy. The robber wondered why the Azure Sea Fortress needed other people's lands. Cairn explained that his father's lands bordered this barony. The young man reassured the wounded man. He was going to deliver him to the Azure Sea Fortress alive. And then, whatever happens, that's how it will be. Cairn looked down to see his older brother Leo fighting there. Several chopped-up skeletons were already lying helplessly on the ground. Leo rushed among the enemies, dealing blow after blow. His aura was blazing. Cairn praised his brother, and he's not bad at all in a fight. The young man shouted to his brother, keep it up, push back the undead with the power of the blue wolf sword. The skeletons definitely won't be able to withstand these techniques. The leader asked Cairn with a grin if he really thought he could get out of here alive. And the guy asked what the bandit's name was. The bandit commander replied that he was Michael. Michael Knox. But that name was unlikely to mean anything to the young aristocrat from the Reston house. Cairn plunged his sword into Michael's leg. He howled in pain. Blood gushed from his wounded leg. The bandit growled that the boy was simply a monster. Instead of answering, the young man twisted the sword in the leader's wound. And he screamed, unable to bear the terrible pain amplified by the sword's magic. The archers, hearing the cry of their always cruel and strong commander, shuddered with horror at the power their enemy possessed. And the young man smiled and said that Michael should order his men to drop their weapons if he didn't want it to hurt even more. Captain Knox ordered everyone to drop their weapons immediately. The bandits obeyed. Cairn grinned, thinking quickly, Michael Knox never thought he could be taken down by two boys. But when they come, these boys are in for a real treat. Even if these young men from the Reston house still lost, Karen noticed that the bandits still had some hope. Does Michael really rely on dark magicians? But where are they hiding? Why don't they show up? They left only skeletons here. Karen asked if they really thought the Reston family would send 2 brats here. Leo noticed that the magic circle suddenly disappeared. Suddenly there was a deafening explosion. Karen said that there are always guards nearby with the 2 young men of noble blood. The young man was dissatisfied. Michael had taken his time and he had missed the dark magician, who was the one who needed to be killed first. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw a destroyed wall and Sabina walking over corpses, holding a severed head in her hand. The surviving bandits fell silent. And before them stood Lady Sabine Reston herself, the legendary White Wolf of the Azure Sea Fortress. Sabina called out to her students Karen and Leo. Ura's mouth dropped open in surprise. The lady was holding the dark mage's head in her hands. Lady Reston declared that the young men had lost their main enemy, the mission had failed. And Karen had kicked the bandit leader towards Sabina. Karen asked, but Sabina liked their strategy. She noticed that the baby was just like her brother, immediately rushing at the enemy. For his bravery, Sabina gives Karen extra points. He acted like a true Reston, and she threw away the mage's severed head. But she took off Karen's points for the unworthy trick with the hostage. She asked the student why he did it, because it was low. Michael Knox, thrown to the ground by Karen, saw with horror the severed head of the dark magician lying right in front of him. Karen answered Sabina, the element of surprise. No one expects a nobleman to take a hostage. The White Wolf agreed with that. Leo laughed and told his brother that he had never met such psychos as him. Knox thought angrily. They were all damned psychos. Lady Sabina Reston commanded that they return to Baron Bellis' castle. She had a lot of questions for him. They take the prisoner with them. Captain Michael Knox gritted his teeth. It seems that everyone in the Duke's Reston family is crazy. Soon, warriors of the barony and ordinary people rushed to the robbers' fortress, where they found the kidnapped in cages. People of all ages, including women and children, fell into the clutches of the robbers. Family members were overjoyed. With tears in their eyes, loved ones hugged their relatives, and men asked their children for forgiveness for not being able to protect them. Ura silently watched these touching scenes of family reunification, while Karen carefully observed the robbers' behavior. Finally, the young man asked, "Are you ashamed of such things?" Ura sighed and lowered his head. He quietly replied, "Yes, I feel a little ashamed." Karen nudged Ura in the side with his elbow and said cheerfully that maybe ending up in prison like his buddies wasn't the worst option. Because Ura will go to the Azure Sea Fortress together with their leader Michael Knox, the bald bandit was taken aback. And why is that? Lady Sabina asked Karen if perhaps they should not tie up his bald friend with the other prisoners for now. Karen agreed. It wasn't worth it yet. They still needed someone to drag that goat to the fortress. He wouldn't be able to get there on his own because of his wounds. The young man patted Uhuhu on the shoulder and warned him not to relax. The robbers stuttered and replied that he understood everything perfectly. One of the captives apologized to the young master and asked, pointing to Ura, if this man would also be punished like the others. Karen confirmed, well, yes, he was a robber after all. Then the former prisoner stepped forward and asked permission to speak in defense of Ura. Unlike others, Ura took care of the captives. If someone fell ill, he would secretly bring medicine and give his food to the hungry. The freed captive asked the masters to spare Ura. Lady Sabina asked Karen what he thought. The young man chuckled thoughtfully. The guy replied, "Let's show leniency for now." After all, he led them to the lair of robbers and never tried to betray them. The delighted giant Ura joyfully shouted that he would be faithful to the young master until his death. Karen covered his ear from the scream. Meanwhile, Leo was inspecting the robbers' warehouses. He went out and called Karen. His brother was sure that he should take a look at the find. The young man looked questioningly at his older brother, wondering what he could have found there. It was very interesting. He had to take a look right now. Karen and Ura went up to the warehouse. Leo pointed his finger into the depths of the barn and suggested that his brother look in that far corner. The young man saw an open barrel. A magical glow was coming from it. Karen could not believe it. Was this really what he immediately thought of? Karen walked up to the barrel and looked inside. Yes, he was not mistaken. These barrels contained a most valuable item. It is called a mana stone. So that's why such a huge band of bandits settled in these mountains. Here they mined this most valuable natural mineral. The tied-up bandits were led through the streets of the barony. People shouted hooray, shouted that the bandits deserved it. They were finally caught. Looking at the joy of the inhabitants, Leo asked Karen whether Rohan would arrange a feast for them after such a significant victory for the barony. But Karen didn't listen. He already knew that there was another reason why the gang had settled in the mountains of the unremarkable barony of Belis. Most likely, the baron's family did not mention this reason because they did not know about the existence of a mana stone mine here. While Karen could not judge the quality of these stones, but this mine could bring in a good income, Leo looked at his brother in surprise. A predatory smile played across Karen's face and Leo was amazed at the expression on his face. He had never seen such a thing on his younger brother before. Lady Sabina Reston noticed that the young baron came to greet them without waiting for them to enter their house. A delighted Rohan greeted the knights. He was very glad that they all returned unharmed. The prisoners were sent to prison. Sabina told Rohan that they would take the leader of the bandits and the one who was carrying him with them. The young baron agreed. He turned to Sabina, but she said that she was only there as a guard and that Rohan should discuss all questions with her students. Rohan prepared a banquet and offered to talk there, but Karen objected. They needed to go back, so they needed to talk now. The young baron was a little embarrassed. He wanted to talk to Karen about payment for his help. He wanted to ask for a delay. There are currently no funds in the lands of the barony of Belis to pay the fortress. Leo noticed that his brother had that expression again. Karen said he was curious why the bandits had chosen the barony of Belis of all places and Rohan was confused. And the young man continued. The barony of Belis is a wilderness. There is nothing special here, a real hole. Rohan gritted his teeth, but endured. In short, these guys needed something completely different. They were getting this. Karen showed the stone. Rohan was surprised. What is it? Karen explained that it was a mana stone. The baronet was taken aback. He could not even imagine that they could be found in their lands. It was a very valuable thing. The duke's youngest grandson said he wanted to make an offer to Rohan about those very same mana stones in the barony of Belis. Karen proposed to begin joint development of the mine with the Azure Sea Fortress, as the barony could not afford the development. But there is a condition. The fortress will provide starting capital and security. Rohan was silent. Does this boy even understand what he is saying? Developing it costs a lot of money. But for magnates like the Restons, having a stake in their mine is already very profitable. The kid can do more than just swing a sword. Where did he even get the idea to conduct such serious negotiations on his own initiative? Karen said that if things go well, it might be possible to station the Huron Knights here, which would solve the problem of protecting the lands. Rohan sighed and asked if the duke's grandson had any suggestions for how to distribute shares in the joint venture. The guy smiled. They could discuss this with his father, after all. For a child to discuss such business details was too much. The young baron replied that he understood everything and that he would talk to his father. Karen shook the baronet's hand and suggested that they contact him soon. Lady Sabina watched these negotiations in silence. The duke's youngest grandson truly showed amazing ingenuity in everything. It was already deep into the night when the young wolves and their mentor, together with the captive, went to the train station. While they were standing on the platform waiting for the train, Leo asked the foreman why she had said in the robber's den that everything would get complicated. Sabina picked up the bag and said, "It's all because of this man." Leo asked if the reason was really the dark mage she fought with. The white she-wolf replied, "This is not just a dark magician." Karen did not understand in what sense not just a dark magician but who this is anyway. Sabina explained that it was Ted Delicad, a dark circle mage and one of the Empire's most wanted criminals. Karen was stunned. The problem was that the mage was wandering around the Empire with deserters from the south, and while he and Leo were messing around with the little things, they missed the most important thing. Although Karen becomes stronger by fighting strong enemies, he would have defeated the dark mage without having to waste time on his minions. Lady Sabina summed it up, "This task can be considered a failure." Karen must remember this, the guy replied. "Yes, master." Leo lowered his head sadly. He felt out of place here. Sabina noticed this and said that Leo should remember this too. Raphael's son immediately replied to Lady Sabina that he would remember all her instructions, but they tried very hard to complete their first task. Sabina noted that Leo did much better than she expected, especially considering it was his first fight against the undead. Leo could use a little more self-confidence. The young man literally beamed with happiness upon hearing these words from his beloved master. Despite it being nighttime, the Azure Sea Fortress was bustling with activity. The head of House Reston had finally returned to the main estate. Henry greeted the master. Hilo asked what had happened. The butler reported that the knight sent to the west had returned. Also, the young gentlemen Leo and Karen have completed the task in the barony of Belis and are returning home with Lady Sabina and the captured leader. Suddenly a breathless servant ran up to Hilo Reston and the head of the ducal house asked in surprise what else could have happened. The servant handed the master a scroll and said that he had received an urgent letter from the imperial palace. Hilo was very surprised. The emperor said nothing when Hilo was in the capital. He unrolled the scroll and ran his eyes over the letter that was brought. The head of the family was perplexed by what this all meant. The emperor himself was inviting young Karen to the capital for a personal audience. Strange. Meanwhile, the train from the Belis barony approached the Azure Sea Fortress station and the young knights and the master were returning home. After finishing reading the emperor's letter, Hilo smiled. It seemed his youngest grandson had made a lasting impression on him from the very first mission. It was not for nothing that the mighty blade of the family founder chose him. Perhaps Karen will lead the house of the Dukes of Reston to unprecedented heights. Finally, the night train stopped at the Azure Sea Fortress and Leo and Karen, accompanied by Sabina, returned to their native fortress. The broad-shouldered Ura also stepped onto the platform, holding on his shoulder the wounded but still tightly bound leader of the bandits, Michael Knox. Ura asked in surprise, "Is this the Azure Sea Fortress?" The leader quietly asked Ura. He didn't believe that brat. Michael said Ura himself would soon end up in prison. If they wanted to survive, they would have to wait until they let their guard down but Ura didn't let the leader finish. He hit him with a huge fist and demanded that Michael Knox finally shut up. Ura asked the leader if he really thought he would listen to the one who said that he, Ura, was useless and could be killed. Pale Reston quietly approached the company and noticed that there was always noise around Cairn. He wondered why this was happening. Cairn was very happy to see his father. He praised his son and asked his aunt how she was. Sabina realized that Pale was called by her older brother. Perhaps it was because of what Cairn had done in the Belis barony that Pale noticed that despite her grumbling, Sabine was pleased. Leo bowed to Uncle Peel and asked how he was doing. Cairn's father was surprised. Raphael's son had changed a lot. Pale said with a smile, he heard that Leo also did a great job with the task in the barony. Rumors spread very quickly. Cairn's father was sure that his brother Raphael had also heard about this and would be very pleased with his son's achievements. Leo thanked him. Pale assumed that the boys were probably very tired from the journey and suggested going upstairs so they could eat and rest. Sabine said that the situation in the Empire seems unstable. Maybe Pale knows some details about what is happening now. Pale replied that influential houses, besides ours, were forming alliances mainly around the Duchy of Salmon and the Marquisate of Diaz. Father was going to meet with the noble families in the capital to understand the situation. But he angered everyone after talking with the emperor. The Salmon and Diaz families were key figures in the overthrow of the Mad Emperor and now they hold real power in the empire. Halo stepped away from central power after the overthrow of the Mad Emperor, believing that this would be better for the future of the empire. Sabine noted that it seemed like the era of peace was coming to an end. Pale agreed that whether they liked it or not, it was time for their family to act. Perhaps what Cairn did will play into the family's hands, giving them a legitimate reason to station troops in Belis and expand their influence. Sabine told Pale that his son had worked very hard. He had done something useful for the Duke's House of Reston just in time. Pale laughed sheepishly. Oh, Auntie really praised him too much. Sabine reminded him that she wasn't praising him at all, but the nimble little Cairn. The young wolves were met by the commander of the Huron Order. Ser Ziras praised Chiron, saying that he was a good boy and lived up to the expectations of his teachers. The knight said that he had already heard about the achievements of Chiron Reston. He and Leo had defeated a gang of deserters in the mountains of the Belis barony. Chiron explained that the Shaggy One was their leader. Zeres decided to start the interrogation right away while the bandit was alive in order to find out everything he knew. Hans asked Chiron who the one carrying the leader was. The young man clarified. Was he asking about the bald giant or something? Chiron replied, the bald one is also a robber, so take him. Ura was taken aback and looked questioningly at the young master. The boy laughed. Okay, he helped them. So they just need to ask him and let him go. He will be his personal assistant. Chiron waved to Zeres and said that they would go and rest. But the Blue Wolves commander objected. Their mission was not yet over. They also need to submit a report on the completed task. This is for the redistribution of tasks and improvement of their future results. Chiron grimaced. Each of them should do a report. Ser Zeres replied that they could easily write one report for both of them. The younger one exclaimed, great. Since he was covered in blood, brother Leo would have to deal with the ink. The older one objected, together it would be faster. Chiron hugged his brother conspiratorially and said, think about it. Everyone will read this report. Leo didn't understand where his younger brother was going with this. The younger one explained that Leo could simply highlight his successes in the report. This was the perfect chance to please his father, Raphael. If Karen's name was mentioned too often, it would have the opposite effect. Zeres sighed and ordered Hans to lock up the prisoners. Lady Sabina threw a bag with the dark magician's head to Ser Zeres, saying that it was a gift for him, but he shouldn't play football with it. As she left, Sabina added that Zeres should consider the boy's report as her report as well. She didn't want to write anything herself, but Leo would try. Chiron wished his brother good luck and went one way. Sabina another. Hans with the prisoners a third. Zeres and Leo remained in the square. Leo asked his brother where he went. Chiron answered, to the gym. Now he has 4 stars, and he can train there even alone. Zeres was go to the training hall immediately after his first mission. He had never met such teenagers in his life. How can this even be a 13-year-old boy? He reasons better than some adults. And he fights too. Halo Reston said the reason I gathered you late last night was because of news I received while hunting monsters. These are the monsters that have been appearing more and more often near the Azure Sea Fortress lately. Halo called Heinrich. The head butler responded, the Duke ordered that the commander of the Knights of the Huron Order, Ser Zeres, be summoned to the conference room immediately. Henry bowed and left, and Halo poured some wine. A tense silence fell over the hall. Everyone felt that trouble was approaching. Finally, Zeres entered the hall. He had some kind of chest in his hands. The captain said that he brought what Lord Duke Reston asked for. The head of the family explained that the chest contained a piece of the skin of a monster that appeared at the western granary and was killed by the knights. Halo opened the chest. A piece of skin emanated an evil aura. The Duke noticed that at first glance this aura looked completely normal. But in fact, the dark energy in this monster's skin is not ordinary at all. This monster contains the dark magic of a mad emperor. Raphael Reston stared at his father in surprise. The middle son was trying to understand what his father wanted from them now, why he had gathered them at night. Tails frowned. He felt that the clouds were gathering, and soon they would all have to take up arms and go into battle for their family. And only Pace decided to ask his father how this could be. Since the Mad Emperor had been dead for a long time, many years had already passed. But if the dark magic of the Mad Emperor is in the monsters, then Hilo said thoughtfully. There are 2 possible options here. Either the magic found in the monsters is the remaining malice in the world or the Mad Emperor is still alive and preparing to return. In any case, Duke Hilo Reston believed that all of this was connected with what was happening inside the Empire now. And a lot was happening. It seems that news of what happened in the barony of Belis has reached His Majesty. Today, the Emperor invited Karen to the capital. Raphael frowned. His son also participated in the mission. But for some reason, the Emperor did not invite him. Only Karen. The Duke stated that he could not send the boy to the palace alone. His brother Leo and the Knights of the Blue Wolves would go with him. Of course, the trip would only take place if Karen himself agreed. Pale was silent and confused. It seemed that what he had feared so much was coming true. Hilo repeated that if Karen didn't want to go, he wouldn't force him. and Talos asked if that wouldn't be a problem for them. The head of the house, Reston, reassured his son that everything was fine. He was still just a child. What more could be expected of him? Although, of course, it would be better for him to go. But more importantly, Hilo needed to know what Karen was thinking when he made a deal with the young Baron Belis for the Mana Stones. The Duke ordered Xeris to bring his youngest grandson to the hall, and the commander of the Blue Wolves went to the hall where Karen was training. Above the ancestral hall of the Dukes of Reston's house, the leaves rustled quietly as usual. Swirling in powerful streams of magical energy, Karen sat on his mat and meditated, driving the energy flows and training control over the sea waves within himself. Xeris came in and quietly watched the training. The young man asked when the commander managed to arrive. He did not notice him right away. The head of the Blue Wolves' nightly order replied that he had only been here recently. That this hall was surprisingly powerful, and that it was pleasant to simply be here. Karen getting up said, "They say that only family members and Xeris are allowed in here." But the young man did not remember the wolf entering the hall before. It must have been something urgent, since Xeris came here in the middle of the night. Youngman looked questioningly at the commander of the Order of the Blue Wolves. Xeris lowered his head and remained silent, enjoying the energy of this amazingly powerful place where the Reston mages trained. The commander of the Knightly Order told his protege that it looked like Karen would soon have to go to the capital to the court. The young man was very surprised at what he was doing in the capital. Usually young nobles are introduced to the emperor at a more mature age. Xeris explained that the head of the Reston Duke's house had summoned Karen to a family council and the young man would be able to find out all the details from him. Soon Xeris returned to the castle with Karen Reston. The servant politely opened the door for the young master and Sir Xeris. The servant reported to the Duke that, at his direction, Sir Karen had arrived accompanied by Sir Xeris and they could enter the hall. Halo Reston asked his grandson if he had heard that he had just returned from his first mission and Karen confirmed that this was indeed the case. The chief's eyes flashed and he said that he had summoned his grandson because of the event in the Belis barony. He had no authority to represent the Reston house. The boy was surprised that Karen had negotiated with the Belis family without permission. This meant he had been summoned not to be praised but to be given a beating. The grandfather asked if Karen didn't think that his arrogance could offend the Belis family. The young man replied, "No, Your Highness." Karen explained that he had merely proposed a deal to the future Baron Belis and that he had accepted the offer of his own free will and was glad of it. The young man decided that there were things more important than ordinary noble etiquette and the head of the family asked his grandson to explain what he was talking about. Halo Reston was puzzled by what could be more important to a nobleman than etiquette, what this boy was saying, and he didn't look scared at all. After a short pause, Karen Reston replied to his grandfather that the honor of the Reston Duke family was much more important than noble etiquette. Everyone turned around in surprise and looked at their youngest grandson. This little guy uses quite strong expressions and is not afraid. Halo was amazed, considering the value of the deal. Karen could have boasted about his achievement, but he behaved completely differently. Instead, the boy insists on the benefit for the whole family and hides behind this. What an amazing example of prudence. Yes, this little guy will go far, and he is only 13 years old. What surprises he will bring when he gets a little older. Halo's two eldest sons looked at Karen with apprehension, suspecting that the little brat was definitely up to something. The young man watched his uncles, the two of whom still looked at him warily, fearing that the boy would gain strong influence. The head of the family admitted that Karen's deal would ultimately bring enormous benefits to the family, meaning that Peel would be able to lead these negotiations. Halo told Pale that it was not shameful for a father to be proud of his son's successes. And the third son confirmed that he would leave for the barony of Belis in the morning. The head of the family took the imperial scroll in his hands and said, "Now about His Majesty's letter received late this evening. The Emperor summoned Karen Reston to a personal audience, a great honor, and it seems rumors about him have already reached the capital of the Empire." Karen thought. Zara said. The letter arrived before they returned to the fortress. Does the Emperor really have such intelligence? But the current Emperor is just a puppet. He himself does not decide anything, unlike the deposed Mad Emperor. There is probably a spy network of rich nobles behind him, and that is much more dangerous. We need to think everything through and prepare carefully. Halo saw that his youngest grandson was tormented by doubts. He himself would have doubted the advisability of this trip to the emperor's court. The head of the family told Karen that if he didn't want to, he didn't have to go anywhere. No one was forcing him to accept this invitation. The Duke assumed that the young man must already understand what it meant to go to the capital in such a very unstable time. The capital's aristocrats will certainly want to see what the boy is like, but it might be wiser not to attract attention. Leo looked at his father carefully. He could have not given Karen a choice. So why was he doing this, giving the right to choose to a child? After a couple of minutes of thought, Karen replied that since the emperor himself had summoned him, of course he should go to this audience. Besides, the boy hasn't seen his other grandfather for a long time, and he'll also visit his relatives on his mother's side. He loves them very much. Karen asked if he would go alone. Leo was also on this mission in the Bellis barony. It would be very unfair. The head of the Reston family replied that if this trip to the capital took place, Leo would go too, and Han's detachment would also go with them. The young man was genuinely surprised. If his maternal grandfather was there, would they really need an escort? Halo growled that the guards would not protect Karen, but everyone else from him. Who knows what other misdeeds he might do in the capital? The Blue Wolf's commander smiled slightly. For once, the young heir of House Reston didn't need any protection. The Duke let his grandson go, saying that he could go. In 3 days, he would be leaving for the capital of the empire. Karen bowed. Yes, grandfather. The next day, Karen and Leo, along with Pale, went to negotiate in the Bellis barony, and the negotiations were soon concluded. Rohan Bellis thanked everyone for their efforts, and all the terms of cooperation between the two families were discussed and agreed upon in detail. Pale Reston asked the future Baron Bellis whether his father, old Baron Bellis, the current owner of the lands, was aware of these conditions. Rohan nodded his head affirmatively. Of course, his father knew. And he also agreed to these conditions. This was very beneficial for the barony. 80% of the mine's share goes to the Restons, 20% to the Bellises. Given the value of the stone, this is considerable economic power. But Pale Reston did not understand the clause about transferring 5% of the Bellis family's share to Karen and Leo, and how the barony would benefit from this. It cannot be denied that these two have fulfilled the barony's request brilliantly. But for a reward for young knights, this is too generous. Rohan graduated with honors from the Imperial Academy, and he himself understands that this is too much for two young guys. The future Baron said that this is how he establishes a connection with the young Blue Wolves. Pale was amazed. He does not even try to hide it. Leo looked questioningly at Rohan. For some reason he didn't like this young Baron from the very beginning, although there were no prerequisites. Rohan said, the Bellises are investing in those who will one day lead the Azure Sea Fortress. Karen smiled smugly. Pale was stunned. Rohan was so confident in the boy's potential. This young Baron was very smart, and one had to be very careful with him. Pale smiled. What a bold decision. Baron Bellis raised an excellent son. Rohan answered with a laugh that he was far from Pale. Rohan suggested asking the boys what they thought. Leo glanced sideways at his brother. He didn't understand why Karen was smiling like that again. Karen replied that they agreed, offering to continue to maintain warm relations. Their families had always been allies. Rohan Bellis respectfully responded to the representatives of House Reston that they were honored to collaborate with such a great and powerful family. Having signed all the necessary documents, the young people, together with Karen's father, went to the train station to wait for the train. Leo told Karen that he had a question about how they would divide their share of the Mana Stone mine, since it was a huge amount of money. Karen replied that he got 90%. Leo 10. It was still obvious. Leo shuddered with anger. What a distribution. Raphael's son was puzzled as to why there was so much corona. The young man looked at his older brother in surprise and even asked why. Karen hugged his brother, showed him his fist, and said, "Bro, I did all the work, so please be kind." Leo immediately agreed to the conditions. The younger one warned that if his brother wanted to argue again, he would beat him up in the ass. Leo confirmed that he understood everything perfectly. Pale Reston laughed good-naturedly. These two brothers had always quarreled as children, and even once had a serious fight in the castle. And now they are inseparable. Karen has been periodically bullying his brother for these 3 years in the castle. And he didn't know where to go, but Pale still considered his Karen a cute little boy, and his games completely harmless and even funny. Leo was very worried. He couldn't even believe that he was going to the capital of the empire. The young man couldn't find a place for himself and nagged his brother. He only heard various rumors. He doesn't really know anything. He asked Karen what he should do. He answered that the brother should not make noise. But Leo objected. They were going all the way to His Majesty the Emperor. A little anxiety before such a trip was completely normal. Leo's dreamy cheeks flushed. They would be able to go to balls. He had heard that the capital of Decus was full of beauties. Karen sighed. Lady Sabina, with a bottle of wine in her hands, cheerfully confirmed that Decus really is a very interesting place, with lots of people and plenty of strong warriors. She was sure that this trip would be a very good experience. Leo was surprised how the master got here. This is the 3rd floor of the castle. The master asked the boys if they had glasses. She had come to celebrate their first task, which they had successfully completed. Karen was surprised. You can drink from the bottle, Sabina objected. She wasn't raised by pigs. And any glass will do, as long as it's whole. Although Karen, you see, is constantly carrying around booze, and doesn't seem to be grunting. But he's still a parasite. She asked the timid Leo if he'd tried wine. Leo replied, yes. Karen gave it a try. Sabina grinned. I'm telling you, he's a parasite. And all because he thinks it's better to be together. Sabina poured Leo some wine and said, here you go, it's from your master, so don't be shy. The young man thanked his beloved master. While pouring Corona, Lady Sabina noticed that they both had grown so much and become stronger. The young man replied that it was all thanks to their master. Sabina put the empty bottle on the table and said that the 3 years she had promised her older brother had already passed, and it was time for her to leave. She said a little sadly. It was a pity that she wouldn't be able to see what kind of commotion the boys would cause in the capital of the Decus Empire. Leo burst into tears and sobbed. He heard that she was soon returning to the lands of the Northern Sea, which meant they would not see her again. Lady Sabina asked Leo if he was so sensitive, how did he intend to communicate with young ladies in the capital of the empire? She warned Leo that if he suddenly went to the ball, it would be better if he didn't take Karen with him. Leo asked what the master meant. Sabina explained that with Karen's looks, talent, and gifted tongue, it was really unclear what the outcome would be. A tipsy Leo imagined a crowd of fans around Karen and himself, modestly standing to the side with tears of resentment in his eyes. Leo sobbed as if it had already happened. He walked up to his little brother and put his trembling hand on his shoulder. The young man timidly asked his younger brother not to interfere with his happiness. Karen flared up and yelled, Leo, you fool, at least thought about the consequences. Sabina ordered everyone to shut up and drink. Karen supported her, stop talking nonsense, let him drink Xerus excellent wine that night before sending his grandchildren to the capital. The head of the Reston house also indulged in his favorite alcohol in his huge office. There was a knock at the door. Pale told his father that it was him. Hilo shouted to his son to come in. He was just waiting for him to arrive. The youngest son bowed and asked if his father had called him, and he confirmed that he had heard that the negotiations with the Bellises had been successful. Just think, they handed over part of their share to Karen and Leo, Pale said. It seemed the young baron's opinion was supported by everyone. Rohan called it an investment in the future. Old Baron Bellas raised a very smart, calculating, and intelligent son. Hilo noted that, in any case, everything turned out well. Gaining a strong ally is always good, especially in such troubled times. From now on, the father entrusted all matters related to the Bellases to Pale, and the youngest son answered his father that he would never let him down. After pouring the wine, Hilo handed one glass to his son, and Pale took it, although he usually did not drink alcohol, preferring a clear head. He knew his father rarely praised him, so he must have called him for a reason. Most likely, it was connected with Karen's upcoming trip to the capital. The head of the family told Pale that, as far as he knew, His Majesty had never summoned anyone from their family except him, Hilo Reston. In this sense, Karen's trip to the capital was quite unusual. Pale knew all this very well, and therefore was very worried about his son. Hilo said that during their last meeting he saw fear in His Majesty's eyes when he looked at him during conversation. He must be afraid that Hilo will overthrow him as a mad emperor. So there is a suspicion that someone else is involved. Pale asked his father if he really thought it was political, and the head of the Duke's House of Reston nodded affirmatively. That was true. Given the situation in the capital, where influential families are now uniting, Hilo could have rejected this request from His Majesty. Pale noticed, but still his father, Duke Reston, did not reject the emperor's request, but decided to take a risk. Hilo replied, "That's right." Karen's father asked if he could find out the reason for such a risky decision by the head of the family, since this trip was very dangerous. Hilo explained to his son that he was curious to know how much potential Karen had, and Pale looked at his father questioningly. He said that Karen was chosen by the guillotine, the sword of the founder of the family, which means that whether he wants it or not, he is destined to be at the center of their family. As a member of the Reston clan, Karen would face external forces and would be in constant danger, so he did not refuse the emperor. If the boy is destined to bear the burden of this family, he must be able to bear it. So this is his test. After listening to his father's explanation, Pale Reston drank the contents of his glass in one gulp. He didn't like all of this, but it was too late. The strong alcohol burned Pale's insides, and he gulped in air greedily, the Duke looking at his youngest son with a smile. Hilo asked, "Pale must be very worried about Karen and the dangers that might threaten him in the capital of the empire." Having come to his senses, Pale answered his father that he believed in his son, in his talent and strength. He had always been very reasonable and courageous. The Duke looked in surprise at his youngest son, whom he had considered a worthless and untalented man for many years. How wrong he was. The head of the family sighed with relief, which meant that Pale believed in his young son. This was a very good answer from a reasonable and strong father. For the rest of the night, few people slept in the main castle. Everyone was excited about the upcoming trip of the young heirs to the capital. Early in the morning, Lady Sabina led her horse out of the stables. Xerus asked her if she was not going to say goodbye to the boys. She answered in the negative. She had had a great time drinking Xerus wine with them the night before, so they had already said goodbye. Xerus imagined how much wine had been consumed last night. He grinned. Just think, Sabina had made it to his bar on the last night. Mounting her horse, Lady Sabina added that, besides, the boys were very busy today getting ready for the capital of the empire, it would be better to leave quietly. She told Xerus that she would wait for the day of their next meeting, and the knight promised to definitely stock up on some more good wine by that time. Sabina looked up and saw Karen in the window, her talented student silently watching the master's departure from the Azure Sea Fortress. Seeing Lady Sabina looking at him, the boy bowed respectfully to his master and reliable protector from his relatives. Sister Halo spurred her horse and called out to Xerus. "See you later." As it was time for her to leave Azure Sea Fortress and return north, Karen watched the master leave in silence. Sabina did not go to him but left a short but very warm and touching letter. She wrote that she was now returning to the Northern Sea. This place was like home to her, and Karen could come anytime she wanted. After reading Sabina's letter, the young man was surprised. Just think, she went so far away, to the Northern Sea, leaving him only this letter. He was sure that now that the master was not in the Azure Sea Fortress, the uncles would begin to act, and as confirmation, he heard a call. The eldest uncle, Tails Reston, approached Karen. It was he who called out to the young man. The first young gentleman heard that his aunt had already left. The guy was surprised. Tails reacted quickly, but Karen didn't think it would be him. Usually this is how the second uncle, Raphael Reston, behaved. The day of Karen and Leo's departure to the capital arrived, and Heinrich closely monitored that all the young gentleman's luggage was loaded into the carriage. The servants packed a lot of formal clothes and tailcoats, which irritated Karen. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss about leaving? Saris explained to the young man that they were going to meet with His Majesty as representatives of the Reston family, so this was necessary. Seeing the knights behind him, Karen was indignant at the fact that Han's entire detachment was riding with them. Saris reminded him that this was the order of the head of the family. Han said that they would protect the others because the young gentleman could cause trouble. Karen barked at him to shut up. Anger flashed in Karen's eyes. He thought his grandfather had joked back then, at the family council, that he would send the Knights of the Order with them to the capital. Seeing the elder tailless in front of him, Karen bowed respectfully and wished his first uncle good morning, who returned his greeting. Tails asked his nephew if it was true that he was going to the capital. Karen confirmed. His Majesty had invited him. It was impossible to refuse. Suddenly the elder uncle looked very closely at his younger nephew and asked if he could ask him for one thing. Karen replied that he was listening, and Tailless expressed hope that in the capital, his nephew would not behave the same way as he did in the Azure Sea Fortress. The uncle was sure that the young man understood perfectly well what he was talking about. Karen understood. Tailless was simply openly saying that he was constantly watching him. Tails added that the capital was full of enemies. They were just waiting to tear the rest and family apart and take over their wealth and influence. Tailless frowned and promised that if Karen gave the enemies even the slightest reason to do this, he would personally hold him accountable in the most severe manner. Karen smiled broadly and thanked his uncle for his advice, promising that he would try his best to live up to his expectations regarding behavior. Tails wished his youngest nephew a good journey and headed away. Karen looked thoughtfully at his back. And so it began. Neither uncle nor nephew uttered another word. Tails majestically departed, leaving the young man to ponder near the window. Karen chuckled to himself. He would ask him to answer with all severity. It seemed that Tailless already saw himself as the head of the family instead of his father. The young man's eyes flashed. Did Tailless really think that he could put pressure on him with his status as the firstborn and the first young master of Reston? So Karen will certainly make the arrogant face of the boar Tails grimace. Just let him wait a little. All the fun is still ahead. Finally, all the young gentleman's luggage was loaded. The servants announced that they were ready to depart, and Karen, Leo, and the knights could board. Ura ran to Karen as fast as he could, and the young man warned Hans that he would not forgive him if he continued to pester him in the capital of the empire. Ura bowed to the young master Karen and thanked him once again for giving him a chance to return to a normal, honest life. The young man smiled. Oh well, in reality he was taking Uru to the capital to hand him over to the imperial prison as a notorious robber. The giant was taken aback by what Karen was saying, and he laughed and reminded Ura not to relax, but now he was just joking with him. The knights reassured the squad leader that everyone was ready and they could set off. Karen continued to make fun of the simple-minded Ura. Hans told Zaros that they were moving out. The commander of the Huron Order was worried, but still gave the order to the escort detachment to go. Zaros asked the young gentleman not to create problems in the capital, otherwise they would decide that the Reston family does not know how to raise the younger generation. Although the two of them were truly a walking disaster, Karen cursed and suggested that they should go anyway. How much longer could they say goodbye at the station? Suddenly Karen heard someone calling his name. He already thought that someone else from the family wanted to give him new boring instructions. He turned around and saw his father hurrying towards him, accompanied by the always imperturbable head butler of the Reston Castle, Henry. Pale was out of breath and stopped to catch his breath. Karen was very surprised. He did not know that his father was now in the Azure Sea Fortress. Karen's father explained to his son that his grandfather had urgently called him on family business and he had hurried to the central estate. And Pale just really wanted to see his son before his departure to the capital of the empire. Karen noticed that his father was very excited. Pale added that Karen's maternal grandfather was waiting for him in the capital, and the young man himself could not wait to meet his grandfather. The boy knew that his grandfather loved him very much and had probably prepared a lot of gifts for him. He always spoiled his cute grandson. Pale couldn't tell his son the reason for his anxiety, but he still wanted to warn him about the danger threatening him. But he just couldn't figure out how. Leaning towards Karen, his father simply asked him to return from the capital alive. The young man was taken aback as to where such dark thoughts came from. To soften his words, Pale added that his son should try not to do anything bad in the capital. Leo laughed, and Karen snorted angrily. Tails did not go to the station. He was sitting quietly in the library at that time and studying ancient books, distancing himself from this event. The first son of Halo said thoughtfully, "The boys are leaving. A lot in the fate of their family and the Duchy of Reston may depend on this trip." He remembered that he had recently been informed that information had reached him, that the wife of the second gentleman Reston was plotting something against Karen in the capital. But Tails still decided not to interfere in anything and let events take their course. And then we would see what happened. The train quickly pulled away from the station. Karen asked Hans when they would arrive at their destination, how long it would take them to get to the capital. Hans replied to the young man that the journey to Daikas by train would take about 6 hours and they would also pass through the autonomous territory of Tibia. Leo said it was that strange city where the commoners elected their own mayor. And Tibia was also heavily dependent on trade and industry. Karen added that the biggest money in the empire revolves in this place, which means that it is capital that determines a person's status there. Hans noted that due to the enormous flow of money and influence in the empire, the rulers of other lands were trying their best to contain Tibia. Karen knew that people sometimes fled tyrant rulers and settled in autonomous territories. But Tibia was friendly to Reston Fortress. Hans said that sometimes the Blue Wolves Order also takes large orders from Tibia. And Karen was very surprised that the order served someone else. A voice on the train announced that they would soon enter the Tibia autonomous territory. Karen wanted to go there sometime and see it. Karen asked with a smile if they should run away to Tibia when it was all over. And Leo took up the idea, saying that he wanted to go there too. Suddenly Karen became wary. He felt the approaching danger. He looked at his sword. His aura flared with rage. The young man realized that the guillotine was reacting to something, which meant that some kind of evil was very close to them, and they needed to prepare for battle with the enemies. The sword senses a threat, and the guillotine is never wrong. Karen was convinced of this more than once. But where is this enemy now? Karen wondered if Uncles Tails or Raphael had sent their spy among the escort, but that was highly unlikely. No, the uncles are not so stupid as to take such a big risk. Hans, seeing that the guillotine was glowing brightly, asked Karen what was going on. The young man told Hans to contact the Tibia region immediately. The knight was surprised why so suddenly. What happened suddenly? Karen shouted that there was no time to explain. The other cars needed to be warned. They needed to prepare for an attack immediately. They would be attacked soon. Hans immediately contacted the detachment and ordered all those accompanying them to prepare for battle. They were expecting an attack on the young gentleman soon. Karen was perplexed. If the threat was not from within but from without, how could one attack a moving train flying at high speed and ahead of them? A detachment of mercenaries was already waiting. A long fuse was stretched towards the railway track. The enemies were well informed. A man in a hooded cloak stood among the barrels, waiting for the approaching train with the young gentleman of Reston and the knights. Seeing the train approaching, the hooded man signaled to his accomplices and shouted for them to begin lighting the fuse. A man with a torch approached a long cord that ran through all the barrels stacked right on the railroad tracks. The commander urged them on, "Hurry up. The train was approaching. Otherwise it would simply sweep the barrels off the track and continue on to Tylus and the capital." A bandit reported to the commander that the fuse was already burning. There would soon be an explosion and the rails would fly apart. Then the train would definitely stop here. The commander ordered the entire squad of bandits to prepare to attack a train carrying rich gentlemen in incredibly expensive carriages. The train had already approached the barrels. Another second and it would sweep them off the road and move on. The flame on the fuse hissing as it approached the barrel. Suddenly there was a deafening explosion. The fire reached the barrels with the flammable mixture and the rails were destroyed. The train stopped in the forest. In the autonomous territory of Tibia, the city council met. The councillor was indignant. The National Tax Service took them seriously. Another asked if it was because he had been caught laundering money and there was an uproar. Everyone pointing fingers at each other and swearing. Everyone turned to the mayor, demanding that the criminals be punished immediately, pointing at each other while the mayor watched silently. The head of Tibia grabbed his head. He knew that he shouldn't have come. That's why they say you can't cook porridge with commoners. The man sighed, asking why he even became mayor. He should have resigned immediately after the Ministry of Finance and lived a peaceful life. He thought that the good thing about this city of Tibia was that it gave all people equal opportunities, regardless of status and origin. But in reality, it turned out that here, every day, nobles and commoners squabble endlessly. And what a mess there is. It's just a nightmare. Suddenly the door opened and the mayor's frightened assistant informed the gentleman that very urgent news had arrived about an incident. The assistant approached the mayor and whispered about the explosion of a train carrying the heirs of the Duke of Reston very close to the Tibia Autonomous Region. The mayor's face darkened. He told his assistant that he understood everything and that he could go. And the assistant bowed and left the city council hall. One of the council members asked in surprise, what kind of emergency announcement was this in the middle of the meeting? It was probably about a tax audit. The head of Tibi nervously lit a cigarette and said, "Don't worry, soon this test will no longer have any significant meaning for them." The delighted townspeople asked what the mayor meant, whether he really wanted to say that the imperial tax audit had been cancelled. The mayor objected. He just wants to say, to hell with the tax audit. The city council members stared at the mayor in surprise. 5 minutes ago, a train traveling to the capital from the Duchy of Reston exploded. The grandchildren of the Duke of Reston were on that train. The council members were taken aback. They asked what the mayor wanted to say. He answered, "And what do they think? God forbid the boys died." The mayor, without finishing his cigarette, threw it into his glass of wine and said gloomingly, "It's simple, they're all dead now." Duke Reston won't forgive that. The explosion caused some of the carriages to derail and fall near the railway, leaving a huge crater at the site of the explosion. Karen opened his eyes. Their carriage was lying on its side. The young man moved. His arms and legs were intact, which meant he could fight. The young man stood up from his seat. Everything in the carriage was turned upside down. He had come off the rails and was lying on his side. Hans was bandaging the wounded Leo. Hans turned to Karen and asked if he was hurt. The young man felt dizzy, but he replied that it was just a couple of scratches. The squad leader demanded a report on the situation. It turned out that one knight was seriously wounded, 2 were lightly wounded, and Gale was seriously wounded. Ura reported to the commander that they had 2 dead. Karen thought that since even Ura was reporting, things were really very bad. Karen asked Hans if he knew where they were now. The knight replied about 10 kilometers from the autonomous territory of Tibi. The knights had already contacted the Tibi administration before the young gentleman had even woken up. They should have already done something. Hans told Karen that his squad would hold off the attacking bandits and that he and Leo needed to run as far away from here as possible and as quickly as possible. The knight persistently asked the Duke's youngest grandson if Karen had heard him, but the young man was looking intently at his flaming sword. The guillotine reacted again, which meant that enemies were very close. The young man grabbed his sword and saw that a fighter had approached the carriage. Karen's eyes flashed with blue fire. He said to the knight, "Forgive me, Hans, but we can't do this." He asked why. Karen explained that these idiots broke the law by attacking a vehicle carrying people and this was tantamount to treason. And how far would they run from such enemies? Leo also had a wounded leg, but Karen's brother replied that he could still fight. The Duke's youngest grandson finished by saying that they had only one way out, to kill all the enemies and survive. There was simply no other way. Having said this, Karen cut off the leg of the bandit who approached their carriage with his sword. The mercenary screamed and fell to the ground, blood gushing out. Karen smiled bloodthirstily. The wounded bandit looked at the Duke's offspring in surprise. It seemed no one expected this from him. The surprised mercenary saw a magical explosion that finished off the wounded men. The Duke's grandsons Reston and Hans were leaving their carriage. Seeing the boys, the bandit commander recognized one of them as the target of his attack. He silently watched the Duke's young grandson. Karen noticed that there were more of these bandits than he thought, but they could easily cope with such a number of enemies. Hans commanded his squad of knights to take up arms and protect the young gentleman. The Blue Wolves on command prepared for battle. All the surviving knights of the Hiran Order took up positions, covering Leo and Karen. With the squad leader himself next to them, Hans told Karen that all the bandits in the squad were at least 3rd rank, and the young man noticed this too, meaning the fight wouldn't be the easiest. And the one in front of everyone, 6th rank. Most of the bandits were hiding behind his back, in no hurry to meet the Blue Wolves. The bandit commander turned to Karen Reston and suggested that the young man drop his weapon and surrender before this bloody battle began. Karen realized that the voice had been changed by magic, which meant that this person did not want to be recognized. He was very curious to know who it was in front of them. Drawing his sword from its sheath, the mercenary promised Karen that if he cooperated, they would not kill all of his knights and servants. Karen smiled and told Hans that the bandit's goal was to take him, Karen, alive. And the knight understood what that meant. Everything was fine. When Hans realized what Karen was going to do, he exclaimed, "It can't be. The young master can't do that." But it was already too late. Karen shouted that this was not allowed. The bandits could not kill him, but he could kill them. And he had to take advantage of this. Hans grabbed his head. Could Karen really be serious? Leo gritted his teeth as he watched his little brother fearlessly rush into battle. The commander of the knights commanded the blue wolves to protect the duke's grandchildren from the hooded mercenaries. Karen's sword was burning. The young man rushed into battle. Unlike Leo, he had no fear, because the bandits did not want to kill him. Having reached the nearest robber, the young man struck him with his sword. Blood gushed out, and the mercenaries saw in horror that he was smiling. The mercenary fell to the ground and screamed. The others rushed to the boy. He did not look like a pampered aristocrat at all. The blue wolves followed Karen into battle, their mighty swords crossing with the thin, curved eastern sabers of the mercenaries. A bloody battle ensued. The ringing of metal and the cries of wounded warriors could be heard. The knights began to push back the bandits, killing them. Karen was at the forefront, mercilessly killing those who dared to attack their train and the heirs of the ducal house of Reston. The young man growled at the hooded idiots not to attack him one by one, but rather to attack him in a group, so he could deal with them faster. Karen asked the frightened mercenaries why they were standing in the distance. Did they really want him to come to them himself? Well, that was no problem. One of the mercenaries cursed. This Karen Reston is far from an ordinary boy, and no one warned them about it. And then their commander appeared behind the bandits, walking towards the nimble boy, whom no one dared to fight. He ordered everyone to move away as far as possible. He himself would deal with this overly aggressive and combative boy. Karen smiled. Well, finally the boss has come out. Great. Enough hiding behind the backs of your weak and overly timid mongrels. But before the young man could cross his sword with the leader of the mercenaries, the mighty Hans appeared right in front of him, crossing his sword with the enemy. Karen asked in surprise what Hans was doing, and he replied that this man was a very dangerous opponent, so it would be better for the young man to step back. The mercenary, his eyes flashing, told Hans that the blue wolf seemed to be rushing too fast towards his terrible death. Hans frowned and growled. We'll see who will be the first to go to meet death. He won't allow the Duke's grandchildren to die. The commander of the Hiran Order's knight squad flew up and attacked the mercenary, who drew his curved saber and prepared to defend himself. It was clear that he was not at all afraid of Hans, and was ready to go to the end if he failed to complete the task and capture Karen. The blades of Hans and the unknown masked warrior crossed, the mercenary blocking the furious attack of the knight squad leader. The mercenary frowned and looked silently at Hans. He clearly recognized the knight, which meant that Hans could easily recognize him under his disguise. Hans struck, but the enemy dodged. The blue wolf struck the ground with his sword. It seemed the stranger did not want to kill the knight at all. The commander of the blue wolf squad gritted his teeth. In front of him was a truly powerful warrior, and defeating him would be very difficult. Hans looked closely at his opponent. His appearance seemed vaguely familiar to him. He had definitely seen this man somewhere before. He dodged Hans' blow, and his movements reminded him of a certain famous warrior. But that couldn't be true. Could it really be that he, the warrior of the 6 stars from the Sultanate of Bajar, Zion Hakim himself, who attacked their train? There are whole legends about him in the East. Hans was puzzled why an assassin from the Eastern Sultanate of Bajar ended up in the Empire, since they had a non-aggression pact. But what's even stranger is why Zion Hakim is hunting Sharon. There is no feud between the Sultanate and House Reston. The knight sighed mentally. He would have to find out for himself. In any case, the advantage was on the side of their blue wolf squad. Hans glanced at the Duke's grandsons cutting down their enemies, and thought with a smile that their young wolf cubs were doing quite well in battle. And then the knight saw that the enemy was very close. Zion Hakim decided to attack Hans in response. He defended himself at the last moment. Their blades met again, their burning eyes piercing each other. 2 strong warriors were not ready to give up victory in this battle. The assassin told Hans that the blue wolf knight had chosen the wrong time to turn away as he could receive a fatal blow. Hans shouted to Zion Hakim that their line of defense had already been broken, calling the enemy by name and showing that he recognized him. The knight lunged and pushed the assassin back from the east. Zion Hakim easily jumped away from the mighty Hans and prepared to attack again. Hans told him that further resistance was pointless, and suggested that he surrender since he was the only one left from the entire attacking squad. Hakim glanced at the battlefield and asked again, so the line was broken. Yes, it looked like that. The squad's fighters turned out to be weak. The knight promised that if Zion Hakim surrendered, he would still spare her. What was the point of such a warrior dying on foreign soil, especially under a mask? Zion Hakim proudly replied that he was not going to try to convince someone who did not want to understand anything, but would simply fulfill his duty to the end. Hans saw with horror that the assassin's eyes were bloodshot. The capillaries inside had burst. This was a very bad sign, really. After casting the spell, Zion Hakim rushed towards Hans, who was surprised to see that the assassin had launched a reverse flow of his mana. Hans looked at his opponent in surprise. He was clearly up to something, but he needed to understand and protect Sharon immediately. The knight shuddered in horror. This madman from the east was ready to sacrifice himself to destroy the knights and young gentlemen. At this rate, not only will Hans not be able to take Zion Hakim alive, but the wolf cubs could also find themselves in mortal danger. But to confront such a powerful warrior who is determined to destroy everything around him, Hans will have to release all his mana. Zion Hakim's mana was burning. He made a decision and rushed towards Hans. The most important thing for him was to get to Sharon Reston. Hans closed his eyes and began to release all his mana without leaving a trace to protect the boys. The knight concentrated on magic. Suddenly Hans heard Karen's mocking voice. The young wolf cub was telling the knight that he was disappointed with Hans. And where was his composure? After all, Hans went with Sharon to stop him if anything happened, and the young man quietly flew up to Zion Hakim from behind. Sharon sarcastically asked Hans if the knight was really giving up already. It was too early. He needed to finish off that masked freak who had blown up their train. Zion Hakim immediately turned to the impudent boy and exclaimed, "What luck!" It seemed that Sharon Reston himself had come to visit them. The young man mockingly replied to the assassin that he was a good fellow. He could take a pie from the shelf, he guessed correctly. He was Sharon Reston. The eyes of the Duke's youngest grandson sparkled with a blue magical fire. The battle, the blood, the screams excited him incredibly. And he smiled. Sharon struck Zion Hakim with lightning speed and cut off his right hand along with the curved saber. The warrior was unable to dodge the attack. Hans and the assassin looked at the boy in surprise. His strength was growing by leaps and bounds, something even Hans couldn't do during the fight. With his head bowed, the renowned warrior of the East wearily told Sharon Reston that he was a true monster and must die. The young man smiled and thanked the assassin for his kind words. But suddenly Sharon felt that something was wrong here, something was happening. The guy looked at the sword in his hand. It was burning even more intensely. The weapon clearly still sensed danger but was behaving somehow unusually. Sharon realized that the guillotine was vibrating, which meant that some deadly deal had been made with the Eastern Sultanate of Bajar. Hans shouted to Zion Hakim that he had probably heard of Sharon Reston's title, so there would be punishment for attacking him. The knight looked closely at the Eastern warrior. He was left without an arm. But for some reason he did not take his saber in his other healthy hand. Zion Hakim, clutching his wound, answered Hans with a grin that the knight no longer needed to worry about his future. Everything had already been decided long ago. Sharon was perplexed by what was going on. This warrior was clearly planning something. But what could he really do without one arm, with a wound? But Hans had already understood everything. He shouted to his soldiers to immediately protect Leo, and he himself rushed to Sharon, who was standing nearby. Leo's mouth opened in surprise. He looked questioningly at Hans and Sharon. The young man could not understand what was going on there. The blue wolves immediately rushed towards Leo at Hans's command, trying to protect him with their bodies from the threat from Hakim. Hans shouted at Sharon to stay put and immediately jumped towards him to cover the young master with his body. Meanwhile, Zion Hakim soared above the battlefield, his aura blazing ever more fiercely scarlet. Bloody sparks of flame flying from his eyes. Sharon found himself pinned to the ground by the knight's massive body, and the young man indignantly asked Hans what the hell he was doing to him. The knight explained that Zion Hakim had cast a self-destruct spell. His body was filled with magic and would soon explode. Hans admitted guiltily that he had not immediately understood what Hakim had planned. The knight had asked Sharon to forgive him. He should have realized this earlier. The young man looked in surprise at the assassin blazing in the sky. What must have happened for this warrior to decide to do such a thing? Zion Hakim sighed. His body was already beginning to disintegrate, and suddenly Sharon heard a strange voice. It told him that he must survive. The voice called Sharon a stupid boy. But thanks to the young man, he was able to draw a blade in real combat for the first time in a long time, so he's ready to at least pay Sharon back for this. And if the guy doesn't want his eyes to leak out, he should close them tighter. Sharon shook the unconscious Hans and demanded that the knight wake up quickly. It was all over. Zion Hakim was dead. The young man pestered the commander of the knights and asked how much longer Hans was going to lie there. The warrior quietly groaned and coughed. Hans stood up and barked at Sharon, the little bastard. He had shielded him with his body so that he wouldn't die from the explosion caused by Hakim. Hans' whole body was shaking from the wounds he had received. Sharon snorted with displeasure and asked who had asked the knight to save him. He himself would have survived. And then Sharon heard that voice again. He said that if it weren't for him, everything wouldn't have ended so easily. The young man was taken aback. Who was it? The guy looked at the weapon. And the sword said that there wouldn't be a wet spot left of Sharon. So he should be grateful to it. The sword irritably asked the young man if he was even listening to him. Sharon was stunned. The talking sword? No. Even too talkative and wayward, the young man looked around in confusion. Carriages and corpses of enemies were scattered about. And Sharon was troubled by the question of whether Guillotine really had any intelligence. The battle was over. They needed to think about what to do next. The broad-shouldered Yuarha helped the knights collect the wounded fighters. Sharon was perplexed. He had a blade with its own ego. They say that swords forged by madmen from souls can speak. Like the guillotine. The sword was indignant and threatened that if Sharon compared him to the damned ego sword again, he would cut off his head. The guy laughed in response. The blade exclaimed that the boy was a pathetic fool. If the sword had not spent all its mana to save him from the explosion, it would have definitely killed him. Seeing the carriage, Hans asked if it was really the enemy again. But Sharon reassured the knight that they were definitely not enemies, but rather that reinforcements had arrived. Sharon asked the sword if the only way to replenish the weapon's mana was to kill. And he replied that he could absorb its mana. The rider introduced himself. He was Karl, captain of the guard of Tibia. Hans greeted the arriving warrior and politely introduced himself. Sharon decided that the sword, thirsting for the blood of its owner, was definitely cursed and put it back in its sheath. The latter was indignant. He could not speak in this sheath. Hans introduced Karl to the grandson of the Grand Duke, Hilo Sharon Reston. The young man told the sword to shut up and sleep, and he cursed in response. Karl apologized for the incident and announced that the autonomous Tibi takes full responsibility for this terrible incident. They are here by order of the mayor to ensure the safe escort of the members of the Grand Ducal House of Reston and the knights. The young man thanked them and said that they had a lot of wounded, so they were really counting on their help in getting them to the hospital. Sharon rode in silence, thinking about something. Hans asked him if he was sure that they shouldn't return to the Azure Sea Fortress now. The brothers and knights remained at the scene to investigate, but it is not yet known when the first results will appear. Hans was sure that it was too early to say that the threat had passed, but Sharon abruptly interrupted the knight, saying that everything was fine. The young man reminded them that they had contacted Xeris, and he was probably also about to set out soon. So Hans, as always, was making things more complicated. The Imperial Guard from the capital is already on its way, so there is no need to worry so much. Sharon did not want to share his suspicions with Hans. Sharon looked closely at the knight and said, "Something else is important," because Hans knew that assassin. The squad leader hesitated, chuckling, but under the insistent gaze of the young man. He answered, "It was Zion Hakim, a 6-star warrior from the Eastern Sultanate of Pajar." Sharon thought, the Sultanate of the Jar, the neighboring lands are ruled by the Grand Ducal House of the East of the Empire. Very interesting. At one time, the mayor of Tibi personally vouched for him when concluding a non-aggression pact. But everything turned out to be more complicated than Sharon thought, Han said in surprise. The relationship between the mayor and the Grand Ducal House was already strained, but not to this extent. Sharon agreed that such an act was a good reason for war. He asked brother Leo whether he thought this was true or not. Leo mumbled something in confusion. Sharon looked at his brother in silence. The elder one's thoughts were clearly somewhere very, very far away from here. Leo lowered his head and apologized, admitting that he hadn't been listening to what Sharon and Hans were saying. For some reason, the young man was shaking very violently. Leo held his blood-stained jacket in his hands and asked his companions in confusion why his hands were shaking so much. Sharon knew the reason perfectly well. It was no surprise. It was a reaction after the first murder. You can't get used to taking someone else's life. But big brother Leo must cope with this, because that's life. And he still has many bloody battles ahead of him. Carl informed the carriage passengers that they would soon arrive in the autonomous territory of Tibi, where the respected mayor was already waiting for them. The young man looked out of the carriage and looked around. He cursed in admiration. It really is just gorgeous here. The city was bustling with life. It was immediately obvious that the buildings here were well built and well maintained. And the busy streets had new pavements. Leo also looked around with interest and agreed with his younger brother. The city of Tibia left a very pleasant impression of wealth. The mayor came out to greet the dear guests and was very glad that they all arrived safely in their city. The mayor assured that they would do everything possible to find out the reason for the attack on the train of the highly respected Duchy of Reston. Of course, the Tibi Autonomous Territory will do everything possible to assist the Grand Duke's House of Reston's investigation. And of course, they all realized that the Tibi Autonomous Territory bears full responsibility for this surprise attack on the train. Hans assured Mayor Jean that he had nothing to worry about. And the knight noted that he had changed since his time as Minister of Finance. Jean sighed heavily, asking Hans not to remind him unless he had agreed to this damned position of Mayor of Tibi. The mayor noticed that he was chatting away in front of guests. Karen said that when elders addressed him as you, he felt uneasy. The mayor exclaimed how it was possible to show such disrespect to the grandson of the Duke of Reston. Karen asked if perhaps Jean would kneel. The former finance minister said he understood Sir Corona very well and gratefully accepted his kindness to call him informally. The mayor invited the guests to change the scenery and continue the conversation in a more pleasant atmosphere in his private office. Pouring wine for the mayor, Karen said it was contraband. The bandits used explosives, not mana, to blow up the road's rails. The young man reminded him that Jean knew perfectly well that explosives could only be obtained through the Empire's Weapons Supply Bureau. However, the Bureau is under very strict control of the Empire, so it is almost impossible to obtain explosives from there. Karen asked the mayor what if the explosives were brought to the Empire, for example, from the Sultanate of Pajar. Jean shuddered. It couldn't be. The mayor knew perfectly well that the boy was right. Only the Empire and the Sultanate of Pajar were capable of producing explosives of such high quality. Karen noted that if local trade guilds were involved in explosive smuggling, it would put the mayor in a difficult position. Jean agreed with Karen. Indeed, this was the most logical explanation of where the explosives came from. The young man grinned otherwise. The mayor cursed silently. He could be accused of complicity. These idiot smugglers would easily expose him to the wrath of the Empire. Karen Reston asked the mayor to always remember one fact. Jean asked the young man in surprise what fact exactly he was talking about. The Duke's grandson said that the members of the Hiran Order and ordinary knights of the Azure Sea Fortress had died in this incident, and the mayor shuddered. Jean understood that getting involved with those who were their own masters was 100 times worse than any debt, and if he did not cooperate, he would be finished. The mayor decided to change the subject and kindly asked the Karen Cheese how his father was doing. The young man was very surprised. Did Jean know his dad? Jean smiled, of course. He and Karen's father knew each other well. Jin's house often hosted receptions and always invited Lord Pale. Karen chuckled. The mayor decided to approach the matter from the point of view of connections. And he is a good politician. Jean stuttered and replied that he was simply curious. Suddenly the door to the mayor's office swung open, and Jin's frightened assistant ran in, saying there was an urgent message from the capital. The mayor replied that if it was about equipment for the Imperial Guard, then he was already aware of it. This issue was being resolved, no problem, the assistant babbled. Not only that, the director of the National Tax Service is leading a detachment that is now traveling to Tibia. Jean almost jumped out of his chair. Like the director of the tax service, it can't be. This is just a disaster for Tibi's business. He was nicknamed the Demon King behind his back for his intelligence and ruthlessness. Director of the National Tax Service, Lord Gale Paratin, the mayor of the Tibi Autonomous Territory, frowned and lowered his head, which meant Lord Gale himself would be arriving here soon. Well, shocked, Jean looked up at Karen and asked the young man in surprise if he had really known that this would happen. Karen confirmed that of course his grandfather cares about him. He is the type of person who would drop everything to save his grandson if he is in danger. A warm, clear night descended on the autonomous territory of Tibi. But the streets were very lively, with townspeople strolling and having fun. Many residents of Tibi noticed a large detachment of Imperial Guards marching through the streets directly towards the City Hall building. Surrounded by armed guards walked the head of the National Tax Service, Lord Gale, and a group of his loyal subordinates. The face of the great Lord Gale was impassive. He was determined to figure out what exactly had happened here. One of the assassins looked carefully at the detachment of Imperial Guards. They did not expect to see them here so surprisingly quickly. But since the matter concerns the grandson of the Duke of Reston himself, guards from the capital and a detachment of inspectors did indeed arrive quickly. A moth flew towards a fire and got caught in a web. Now a spider will eat it. But who is the moth and who is the predatory spider in Tibia now? The traders shouted to the mayor, asking why this sudden tax audit. What the hell is this? It was in the plans. But it all happened too quickly. The council members were reluctant to begin the audit without preparation. The mayor Jean had to give them time to prepare. Moreover, this is not just an inspection, but a special department. Gina was contorted with anger. These people are simply crossing all boundaries, losing patience. The mayor loudly slammed his fists on the table and asked if they didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. The Duke of Reston's grandchildren entered the meeting room, accompanied by Hans. Karen explained that everything was exactly as the mayor had said. Not only was the emperor's property, the railway, destroyed, but the Duke of Reston's grandsons and knights were also attacked. The attackers used explosives, which the bandits most likely smuggled through local Tibi trade guilds. The young man asked the stunned merchants if they now understood everything. And that was why the inspection would be very serious and even harsh. The merchants fell silent. Most of them looked around in confusion and only one remained tensely silent, watching the influential young guests. One of the traders approached Karen, saying that they should have given them at least a little time to prepare for the inspection. Karen asked the persistent old man's name, and he replied that he was Viscount Humier of the Humier Trade Guild. The young man assured Humira that he would ensure that his name was passed on to the director of the National Tax Service. But the old man was shocked, and then the front doors swung open. Everyone turned towards the entrance to the hall. It was clear that inspectors from the capital of the empire had arrived. The official loudly announced that a special department of the National Tax Service had arrived and that the head, Lord Gale, was entering the room. Everyone fell silent. The head of the tax service announced that from that moment on, they would begin a tax audit of their trading guild. The National Tax Service has received reports of illicit enrichment and tax evasion through smuggling. His Majesty the Emperor ordered an investigation. Karen smiled. Gale looks more like a soldier than an official. Leo asked Hans if this special department was really that scary. All the merchants in the room had their faces drawn out in fear. Hans replied that the people in this department work with large trade guilds and nobility. They can even attract guards. The guy concluded that if you don't pay taxes, you might get beaten up. Yes, they are scary, these tax service employees, noticing that the head of the National Tax Service himself had approached them and was looking at them sternly. Leo became worried about what he wanted from them. Suddenly Lord Gale smiled broadly and asked Karen if it had really been 3 years since his grandson was alive and well and how his studies were progressing. Karen smiled warmly at his maternal grandfather and replied that he was doing well and that he missed him very much. Lord Gale and Karen, guarded by the blue wolves, went out into the park to talk, and the grandfather asked if the young man was sure he didn't need a healer. Karen nodded his head. Lord Gale Paratan asked if there were any suspects in the attack. The young man replied that there weren't any yet. Grandfather asked if it was a family squabble. Karen explained that none of his uncles would have left any noticeable traces, but for some reason these people left a lot of traces. And this is very suspicious, at least for some reason it seems so to Karen. It seems as if someone is very persistent in wanting the Empire and the Reston family to think of the Eastern Sultanate of Bajar. Most of the mercenary squad members didn't even try to hide their identities. Lord Gale Paratan listened attentively to his grandson. Grandfather gently stroked Karen's fluffy hair. The boy looked questioningly at the father of his very kind and gentle mother. Lord Gale asked Karen if he probably wanted to find and punish the culprits himself. The young man did not answer. Of course, that was true, but Gale was against it. He didn't deny his grandson's talent, but the world is huge and full of strong people. And besides, Tibia is still dangerous, so Karen needs to behave quietly and go to the capital tomorrow morning. His Majesty the Emperor also ordered this to be done. Lord Paratan asked the young man to leave this matter to the adults. Karen smiled broadly and told his grandfather that he would do so. The boy said he would behave well. But Lord Gale knew his grandson too well to believe those words. The all-powerful head of the National Tax Service sighed to himself as he looked at the grown-up son of his beautiful daughter. He understood perfectly well that Karen said this simply to avoid upsetting his beloved grandfather. The young man grinned. That's right. At the Ayun estate, there was a rush to get ready. The head of the family hurried the servants. They reported that this was the last baggage and they could leave. The owner of the estate asked the servants why they had not left yet.
They replied that they had just finished loading and could leave. The woman asked her husband why he wasn't going with them, and he reassured his wife by promising that he would be with them again very soon. The head of the family ordered the coachman to leave. The wife and children anxiously shouted to Daddy that they did not want to leave him. The merchant watched the departing family in silence, knowing full well that he had to hurry to send them to a safe place. The assassin watching from above reported that Oyun had first taken his family out, and the merchant cursed, as he had not expected such an outcome. The assassin was asked if there were any traces. He replied that our people were already following them. No one would be able to slip away from them unnoticed. Having sent his family away, Oyun ordered the servants that they too were now moving forward. The assassin told the other that they had no right to make a mistake. Left alone, Karen took his sword out of its sheath and decided to clean it after the bloody battle near the blown-up train. Zeras appeared at the door and asked the young man if he was sharpening his sword in the middle of the night, perhaps planning to cause a commotion again. Karen replied that he didn't expect Zeras to start causing problems as soon as he arrived in the Tibia Autonomous Territory. There was already a lot of commotion here. The head of the Knightly Order of the Blue Wolves looked silently at his talented but capricious pupil and master. Zeras thought that Sir Gale had forbidden Karen to go out. The young man asked if the knight was really going to stop him. That was strange. The head of the Blue Wolves explained to the young man that he was only there to convey to Karen an order from the head of the family, Duke Hilo Reston. Zeras told Karen to listen carefully to what grandfather Hilo Reston had told him about what had happened on the road. Youngest grandson of the House of Reston, listen to my words through my intermediary. You must find the guilty and avenge the fallen. Karen must show everyone what the law of the Azure Sea Fortress truly means, and what the power of the Reston Dukes means. The power of the mana of the head of the Reston Duchy made the young man's body tremble, and for a while he came to his senses and coughed. But then Karen's eyes flashed, and a predatory smile played across his face, as if he was about to rush into a bloody battle with his enemies. The young man replied that he, Karen Reston, accepted the order of the head of his family and would do what he had to do as a knight. Zara sighed heavily. It seemed that this night would be very long. Karen took on the leader's order with too much zeal. Karen and Leo walked through the streets of Tibi wearing masks. Leo was indignant, asking his brother if they really needed to go that far. The younger one explained that in order to meet with an informant, one had to go to the black market. Leo grumbled that he understood this perfectly well. They go to the eastern part of Tibia where they engage in illegal activities. But Leo did not understand why he had to be a servant. Karen replied that if a couple of noble children were to wander around in such a place without protection, it could arouse unnecessary suspicion. Leo understood this perfectly well. but he could not understand why he was the one playing this shameful role of a servant for a nobleman. Karen hissed at his companion, quiet. It seems they are approaching the place that Xeris told him about. Leo obediently fell silent and became wary. The brothers walked along the deserted narrow street of Tibby, looking around cautiously. This area looked poorer than the city center. Leo noticed that everything looked suspicious here. Karen said that if his brother was afraid, he could go back. Suddenly, the young men heard someone quietly ask them. It seemed the young aristocrats were lost. Leo shuddered in surprise. A man in a cloak stood near a gray brick wall. He had chosen his position so well that he almost blended into the wall and was barely visible. Karen Reston took up his sword and stepped decisively towards the overly talkative stranger in a long cloak with a large hood. He, seeing the movement of the young man, said that he was joking. He was from Sir Xeris. It was an honor for him to serve the young gentleman from the Reston house. The boy pulled down his hood and introduced himself, saying that his name was Julio, and that today he would be their guide through the back streets of Tibby. He said that he had prepared a small shelter. They could go there and calmly talk about everything there without prying ears. Soon, Julio opened the door to a spacious room where they could discuss with the Duke's grandchildren the purpose of their night walk through Tibia. The guy said that no one would eavesdrop on them here. He used an artifact that creates a sound barrier. They can speak freely. Karen asked Julio if it must be hard for him to be away from home, especially among criminals. The guy objected. He was born in Tibia. The young man was surprised how a native of Tibia had become an informant for the Restons. And Julio replied that he was simply repaying a debt to Sir Xeris. Karen smiled. Okay, then they could get down to business. Julio respectfully said that he was listening to the Duke's youngest grandson. The young man asked who could have known our route to the capital and used explosives to attack the train and the Reston family. Julio nodded his head. Does he know who this is? There are very few people like him in Tibia, especially among the trade guilds. Julio opened the records. As far as he knows, they are engaged in the sale of stolen goods on the black market. There are only 2 such guilds here. These are the merchant guilds of Kur and Caligo. They have already been noticed more than once in similar dangerous but profitable dealings. However, the Kur guild has already firmly established itself in Tibia and is moving away from its previous dubious and risky dealings on the black market. But the Caligo guild is made up of former slaves. They are ready to do anything for money, and human life is worth nothing to them. Moreover, according to Julio, the members of Caligo left the city this afternoon. Karen wondered if this was just a coincidence. Leo exclaimed that it was just then that they were attacked. Karen thoughtfully confirmed that it seemed like they should pay a visit to this guild. They have little choice. Former slaves who will do anything for money, and Kur, who are retiring from their criminal activities. Leo noticed that they definitely wouldn't have enough time to check both of them, so he asked his younger brother what they were going to do now. Karen smiled. Obviously, those who have nothing to lose always take the most desperate steps, which means they need to go to Caligo. Julio replied that in that case, he would take the guys to the black market of this guild. He knows them well, so no problem. Mayor Tibby asked his brother if he was sure that young Mr. Karen could be left alone, as the city could be very dangerous. Lord Gale sighed. What could he do if the Duke sent a letter with such a request? Jean muttered, well, the wolf has its own habits. The mayor chuckled and said that it was actually the youngest Mr. Karen's request, and Gale looked questioningly at his brother. He explained that Karen had asked the mayor to detain his grandfather under any pretext. The boy was going to act here alone. Gale frowned. Jin asked his brother not to worry so much. Hadn't Charon already proven that he was capable of handling a lot? Periton reminded his brother that the boy was only 13. But the mayor objected that for a genius, age is just a number, nothing more. Gale was worried. This is Tibby. Here you can get into trouble at any moment. Some guilds pay politicians. Duke Hilo Reston still maintains his own neutrality, but influential families in the capital keep an eye on him. Tibia is full of those who are ready to do anything to earn the favor of these families. Such is the morality of the autonomous territory. This is precisely what worried Lord Gale. His Majesty the Emperor intervened in the affairs of Tibia for this very weighty reason. The old ruler does not want the great empire to fall into the hands of those who act only in their own interests. While Gale suggested simply waiting for Karen to successfully complete his investigation, The mayor agreed with his brother. The mayor of the city said that there was something else that the older brother should know. And Jin told about the unusual guests of this city. He said that Sir Mason was in Tibia. Gale was taken aback. He frowned and asked what this famous knight was doing here. Everyone in the empire knew Sir Mason. He was an impenetrable shield, a knight of 8 stars. But this means that that same man is also here. After passing through narrow alleys, the group soon found themselves at the entrance to the black market. Julio said that this was the very place. Karen asked if there was only one entrance to the black market, and the guy confirmed that there was simply no other way in. This means that in case of danger, the Caligo Trading Guild can barricade itself there. It's very convenient. Julio opened a secret passage. Having found the book he needed, the boy pulled it, and a secret mechanism quietly started working, opening the passage to the black market of Caligo. Leo jumped back in horror. Karen noticed that it was indeed a black market atmosphere, and Julio suggested going down the stairs. They descended a long staircase into a gloomy basement. It was deserted, but torches were burning brightly everywhere. Leo assumed that they wouldn't be let into the black market that easily, since it was a secret place, and they were here for the first time, and no one knew them. 2 guards appeared in front of the travelers. One of them recognized Julio and greeted him, saying that they had not seen him for a long time. The guy replied that he had brought guests. The guard objected. He knew Julio worked with reliable people, but today they were not receiving visitors. Julio was surprised. Why? Unless something happened. The guard replied that this was the chairman's order. They cannot disobey him. The guy asked casually, or rather, the guard admitted, they themselves do not know the reason, so it is better for them to leave while they ask nicely. Karen snorted contemptuously and asked the guild guard if he really intended to hack them to death with that toothpick. It was just ridiculous. The young man suggested that the guards try to tell them the hard way, and he would see what would come of it. And he took up his sword. Karen boldly told the tall guard that if he wanted to fight, he should fight faster. Leo tried to calm his brother down. The Duke's youngest grandson quietly told his older brother that they were moving to Plan B. Leo didn't understand what kind of plan this was, and then it dawned on Leo that Karen seemed to want to break into the black market with a fight. The young man's expression was distorted, wondering if he really had to fight again. The armored guards of the black market of the Caligo Trade Guild grabbed their swords, and so did the mysterious guests. The guard cursed. They had never experienced anything like this before. But since words were not helping, they had no other choice but to draw their swords. Suddenly, Karen's sword spoke up, calling the guy an idiot and saying that he would never take the blood of such scum on his blade. Karen was surprised that a sword could speak even when it was in its sheath, but he explained that as long as the owner held the hilt, it was possible. The boy drew his sword, and before the guard had time to defend himself, he struck the guillotine furiously across its wide blade. Karen's blow caused the guard's sword to break in half, and the stunned guards looked in confusion, first at the fragment, then at the young swordsman. The second guard took out his sword and fearfully asked the young man what he was doing. Since they had greeted them normally, what was all this rage about? The confused guard of the Caligo Guild's black market saw with horror that the second boy had also drawn his sword and rushed into battle. Leo, his eyes flashing, rushed at the frightened guard. He did not want to lag behind his brave younger brother Karen. Julio watched the teenagers in amazement. He thought it was impressive, and truly a worthy skill for the wolf cubs of the Reston house. Leo reproachfully told his brother that he could have warned him. Karen chuckled. His brother seemed to have already started enjoying the fight, too. Now Julio understood why Zeras allowed Karen to wander around at night. And the young man, meanwhile, suggested starting a game with hostages. The guard turned to Julio and asked if he really thought he could leave after bringing those madmen here. Julio asked Karen in surprise how a nobleman could take hostages, and the young man snapped back, saying that he would handle it himself. Suddenly, the crystal on the chest of one of the guards lit up, and a commanding female voice ordered, "Enough of these childish games." The chairwoman demanded that Karen stop speaking so rudely to her subordinates, and the young man was surprised at the concern. Chairwoman Caligo explained that this was natural. These were her comrades who had been with her in the most difficult times. The guards remained silent. And she can't let some arrogant wolf cub tear them to pieces, Leo noted. It seems she knows who they are. The guild mistress asked the guests to come in. Karen replied that he was pleased to hear this, but there was still no trust between them. Therefore, one of the guards will become a hostage, the mistress chuckled. So the rumors about the wolf cub's love for living shields were not lying. The chairwoman handed the guests over to Kyle, telling him to lead them out. Putting a sword to the man's throat, the young man commanded forward. Lord Gale couldn't believe that Sir Mason Paul, the 8-star knight, in Tibia, the mayor of the territory, had confirmed this. The head of the tax service assumed that then that person was also with him, Jin agreed. Most likely this is exactly the case. Gale was referring to His Majesty's reckless bastard, the 6th Prince of Revelio. But what could he be doing here in Tibia? The mayor could not understand why his elder brother was so worried about the presence of the illegitimate prince and his guard in the city. Gale recalled that His Majesty had personally taken Sir Mason from the Imperial Guard and assigned him to guard the life of the 6th prince. Jin doubted that the prince was connected with the assassination attempt. Perhaps he had come to Tibia simply because all kinds of goods were in demand there. Gaius Periton was also worried that the prince might accidentally run into Karen in Tibia, and that this would cause a lot of problems. The boy's grandfather really hoped that his grandson would not become friends with the unbalanced prince, even if they accidentally ran into each other. But Gale knew that Revelio could find his boy himself and try to get to know him for further cooperation. Kicking open the door to the chambers of the chairman of the Caligo Trade Guild, Karen shouted for them to greet their guests. The Duke's grandchildren were taken aback when they saw who was waiting for them in the spacious underground chambers of the autonomous territory's most dangerous guild. A man in a golden mask sat on the sofa and drank tea, and next to him stood a silent warrior in a mask, from whom emanated amazing strength. The man in the golden mask greeted Karen Reston kindly as he kicked the door open and invited him to join him. Karen was surprised. The man knew him. Moreover, the energy emanating from the warrior behind him was the power of the 8-star master. The man in the golden mask exclaimed, "I can't believe I met the famous Karen Reston in such a dubious place." Karen glanced sideways at the warrior. His strength was equal to Sabina or Xeras. Even in the Empire, such masters could be counted on one hand. Leo drew his brother's attention to the silent warrior. Karen confirmed that, yes, this was not just some skilled fighter, but a master. Karen asked if the guy was trying to say that he was the chairman of Caligo, and he replied, "No. He came here to see his sister." The young man asked if he was the chairman's younger brother, and he explained that they were like named brother and sister. But he was glad to see Karen. Karen's eyes flashed as he stared at the smug, masked young man standing calmly next to him. The young man suddenly used the secret technique of the blue wolf sword, and in the blink of an eye appeared next to the guy in the golden mask. Karen's companions opened their mouths in surprise. They were horrified at what this crazy boy was doing. This was also impossible. The knight tensed up and snorted discontentedly, and the guy in the golden mask burst into cheerful laughter. He was clearly very amused by all of this. He laughingly told Mason to just look, because now he himself had become a hostage of this nimble wolf cub. Bursting with laughter, the guy said that this meeting with the famous Caron turned out to be much more exciting than he expected. He knew that coming to Tibia was the right decision, but the young man didn't understand what this overtly bold idiot was talking about. The guy looked at Karen with laughing eyes and asked what would happen next. Would he demand ransom or threaten to kill him? Karen noted with surprise. Golden eyes and black hair, next to a knight named Mason, which meant he had captured the 6th prince himself. Revelio asked Karen how about going straight to the emperor's palace and staging a coup d'etat there. Karen was confused. What other coup in the palace could there be? This idiot seemed to have completely lost his mind. But if it was Revelio, then it was not surprising. The mistress of the guild appeared in the chambers and mockingly asked if this meant that in her absence, the young wolf cub had decided to change the hostage. Maybe Karen Reston can explain what's going on here. The young man was stunned. So the chairman of the Caligo Trade Guild is an elf. The young man replied that he had simply exchanged the hostage for a more valuable one. And the elf chuckled that their Rio was not really that valuable. The hostess asked why Karen suddenly started speaking so politely. The young man explained that it was because the elf was clearly much older than him. Karen Reston felt a tremendous magical power emanating from this unusual and very powerful pointy-eared woman. The guy in the golden mask has a similar power. They are both mages, but of course she is much more skilled and stronger than the sixth prince. Revelio. The elf said that if they came here looking for those who gave the explosives for the attack on the Reston family, then it was not Caligo. The mistress of the merchant guild asked Karen if it would be okay to finally put down the sword and have a normal, calm conversation. Karen asked why he should agree, since according to his information, the Caligo guild could very well commit such a crime. The elf grinned and sighed heavily. How stubborn this young wolf cub from the house of the Dukes of Reston was. The hostess said that if she had attacked the Duke's family, she would have done everything much more gracefully and would not have left any evidence. Magic lit up the woman's eyes and streams of mana rushed around her body. She was terrifyingly strong. She didn't need dynamite. Karen was amazed. Incredible magic, at least the seventh circle, or even higher. What was she doing here, in this underground hole? Leo looked at the guild mistress in surprise. She reminded him of their master, Lady Sabina, when she was angry. The elf asked Karen rather menacingly, what would he say? Maybe they could talk after all, and not fight. Guild Chairman Caligo held a white elven fire in her hand, clearly showing that she might not be a peace-loving person. Karen thought about it. There was no point in being stubborn any longer. The elf plus Mason, he definitely couldn't defeat them. They were stronger. Finally, all the masks and cloaks were removed, and those gathered settled down on the soft sofas of the chairman of the Caligo Trade Guild. Pouring tea into mugs, the elf repeated once again that the explosives weren't theirs, although they do use them sometimes. But they only use it for Prince Revelio's experiments, Karen Reston asked. Then, apparently, it was the Kerr Trade Guild that did it. The elf objected no. Such cowards wouldn't dare do something like that. Karen threw off the prince's hand and asked if he could step away. The prince smiled broadly and said that since things had turned out this way, Karen could simply call him Rayo, since they were now friends. The young man sighed and grumbled. Friends, of course. That's all the friends I needed to be completely happy. It's just a headache. Mason pulled Karen up short, telling him to watch his language. He was a prince, after all. But Revelio reassured the knight, saying that everyone here was his own. Mason Paul snorted. His brother's youngest grandson was such an obnoxious, terribly arrogant, and unbridled brat. Karen looked at the renowned knight in surprise. His statement came as a complete surprise to the young man, since they were related. The guild chairperson introduced herself. Her name is Pona, and suggested returning to the main issue that worries the wolf cubs. She is the head of Caligo, and it is an honor for her to meet the grandchildren of the continent's greatest hero, Grand Duke Hilo Reston. And to avoid any more sidelong glances, I can assure you once again that the explosives are not theirs, but she can say for sure whose they are. Only Pona has one condition, Karen grumbled, of course. Everything is not just like that. Such information is not given away so easily to outsiders. Karen looked at the elf and politely said that he was ready to listen to the conditions of the chairman of the Caligo Trade Guild. Pona drank tea and looked attentively with her huge green eyes at her young grandson, Halo, sitting in front of her. Finally, she said that the golden-haired baby must become friends with Rio. This was her condition. Karen even jumped. The young man replied that gaining the trust of the imperial family was very dangerous. It was better to stay as far away from power as possible. He told Ponya that he understood how everything would be changed if the Duke's grandson and the prince became close, and it would not be considered just an ordinary friendship. Rio objected. What difference does it make what anyone thinks? They really can be friends, and the Restons will get more benefit than the Emperor. Karen asked not to call him a kid and asked what the Restons' benefit was. The prince suggested the young man to think about it. Soon, House Reston will have to make its move. Won't this friendship be a warning to the Emperor and the capital's nobility? Karen thought, okay, the prince is strange but not stupid, the young man asked. And yet, why would Prince Revengelion go so far? The sixth prince sighed and reminded Karen that he should be called Revelio or Rio. Had he really forgotten that already? They were friends after all. The prince confessed that, in general, more than anything in the world, he wants to spite his father. His most cherished dream is to become a disgrace to the family. Karen's face lengthened slightly. This prince was clearly no fool. But he was definitely off his rocker. He had to say something like that out loud. Pona looked at Karen and asked, "So what do you say, Goldilocks? The nights in Tibia are long, but we have very little time." Karen asked why there was so little time. Pona explained that the Imperial Guard that arrived with a special detachment had a special mission. Doesn't Karen understand that the Duke's grandchildren were attacked? There are dead and wounded. Even a warrior of the 6 stars took part in the attack. But the guards are in no particular hurry with the investigation. Hadn't Karen ever wondered why? The young man frowned. Was she really trying to say, "It can't be that the guards were acting in concert with the criminals"? Pona smiled. It depends on who the criminal is. But one thing is clear. The goals of the Imperial Guard and his, Karen, do not coincide at all. Pona took a small scroll from her belt. She showed Karen the scroll and said that this document contained everything they had learned about the criminals' movements and the entire chain of events. The elf asked the young man once again what he would do, whether he would accept her condition regarding friendship with the 6th Prince of Revelio. Karen looked at Pona silently. The head of the family's orders had to be carried out, and he would probably get along with Prince Revelio somehow. At the Oyun estate, the hasty preparations continued. The head of the family urged the servants to move faster with loading things. The merchant cursed desperately, urging the workers on, but they reassured the gentleman that everything would be completely ready in a minute. Oyun remembered the promise that as soon as the task was completed, the guards would clean up the traces, and there would be nothing to worry about. The merchant sighed. Finally, the title he had been craving for was almost within his grasp. The elder had promised it to him after the mission. Although Oyun could also be cleaned out. Damn those brothers. Who would have thought that they would survive the attack? A servant ran into the office and exclaimed, "This is terrible. At least Oyun managed to take his family away from the events." He asked what had happened. The servant, out of breath, said that there were knights there. They had burst into the estate. Oyun did not understand what this meant. The Imperial Guards had arrived. Had the guards really come for him? He chuckled. The merchants from the Humir Trade Guild certainly weren't wasting any time, but the frightened servant objected. The master had misunderstood him. Those down there were not Imperial Guards at all, but other knights. Karen appeared at the threshold of the office. He asked what the noise was about, but there was no fight. Oyun asked in confusion. But the young man was from Reston. Karen confirmed that everything was correct. He was the same worthless nobleman whom Oyun had recently tried to kill by blowing up the railway. It's funny, though. For someone who so strongly wished for the death of another person, Oyun is ready to either cry or pee himself from fear. Zaris entered and informed Karen that he had brought what he had asked for. The young man thanked the knight and took the large bag from him. Karen took the bloody bag and asked if Oyun wanted to take a look inside. It definitely wasn't a birthday gift set, by the way. The merchant began to shake, muttering that he didn't want to look there, his eyes wide with horror and his teeth chattering rapidly. But the young man threw a blood-soaked bag at Oyun's feet, telling him to take a look before he fainted from fear. The man fell to his knees and, shaking, looked into the bag. Seeing the contents, he screamed loudly, tears flowing from his eyes. There were severed hands in the bag, Oyun lamented, exclaiming, "My family, my dears. Did they all die a terrible death?" Karen hit Oyun on the cheek and yelled at him to shut up, stop howling. He wasn't in the forest. The man immediately fell silent. The young man asked the merchant if these hands looked like the hands of his relatives, and the man once again looked carefully into the bag of brushes. He asked Karen whose they were then, and he answered, "The killers that Oyun's accomplice sent. Not for Karen, but for his family. To kill." Oyun burst into tears, so the master saved them. How could he thank young Karen Reston? The young man grinned. Not with money. Karen's eyes flashed with anger. Oyun had participated in the attack on the Reston family members, and because of him, completely innocent people had died. The young man spared Oyun's family because they had nothing to do with it. But not the merchant himself. He will be severely punished for his crime. He will rot in the dungeons of the Azure Sea Fortress. He will answer for everything. Does the merchant know what a capistrum is? Well, he will soon find out. Karen told Zeras to take this bastard away. The knight gladly led the prisoner out. The blue wolves were standing in the courtyard of the house. Pona asked Revelio if there were rumors that the emperor's health was not the best, so what was going on in the capital of the empire? The prince smiled. Everything is true. The emperor is ill. Because of this, all the nobility is in disarray. Only the warlike old men are happy. The discord within the guard only intensifies. Some support the military faction, others resist. Complete chaos. Pona smiled, and yet, thanks to her, Rio had a new ally. The prince objected. Was this really his sweet sister's merit? Karen simply fell under the onslaught of the prince's charm. The elf reminded Revelio that he was not like this at their first meeting. The prince sighed heavily. He did not argue. When Reo finally escaped from the palace intrigues in Tibia, his mother was brutally murdered. Revelio suddenly remembered the bloody body of his incredibly beautiful mother, who was still very young, lying spread out in the garden. And if it weren't for Mason, who killed the mercenaries, little Rio would have gone to the grave after his mother literally that same day. The prince turned to his faithful bodyguard and repeated once again that he owed Mason the fact that he was now alive. If he hadn't met Reo in the city of Ponu, he would never have learned magic. So the prince became who he was only thanks to the two of them. Mayor Tibi didn't understand what this meant, Karan mentally answered. This means that the house of the Grand Duke of Hilo is starting to act. The mayor asked whether it was really necessary to publicly talk about the attack on the train. Gale was afraid that this would harm the reputation of their family. Karen reassured the mayor that there was no need to worry. This burden would not fall on him. Jin understood that this meant that the authorities of Tibia needed to be held accountable. The young man assured the mayor that he would make sure that those ill-mannered and impudent people got what they deserved for all their terrible crimes. The duke's youngest grandson laughed loudly, saying that the mayor would be seen in the public eye as a champion of justice. Zeras did not interfere in anything. He remembered the order of the head of the family that Charon could act in this situation as he saw fit. The commander of the Blue Wolves' nightly order didn't know what the boy was up to, but that was the order from Mr. Hilo Reston, not to interfere. Charon smiled cheerfully and told Mayor Tibia Jin and his grandfather Lord Guile that the gentleman should rely on him in everything. Chief Butler Henry informed Lord Duke Hilo Reston that a new message had arrived from young Lord Charon. The head of the family skimmed the letter. They are going to make public the consequences of the attack and the results of the investigation. The office door opened. Pale asked his father if he had called him. The Duke confirmed, yes. A new message from Karen had just arrived. It says here that they will announce the results of the investigation leading to the arrest of the Tibi Council member involved in the attack, and that the Tibi Council had agreed to cooperate to prevent a recurrence. The leader asked Pale what he thought about it. Pale responded that this plan could upset the political balance in Tibia, essentially strengthening the position of the nominal mayor. Hilo agreed that until now the councillors had overwhelming power, but the fact that one of them was connected with terrorism would deal them a blow. The Duke smiled. Karen may be reckless to the core, but this time he achieved his revenge brilliantly and defeated his enemies. And now that House Reston had expanded its influence in Tibia, Pale thanked his father for valuing Karen's abilities so highly. But Karen is only 13 years old. Isn't it too much to place such a serious responsibility on such a young person? A child? The Duke reminded Pale that he hadn't said that he believed in his son, and he was right to do so. Karen was showing wonders of talent. Besides, the frisky wolf cub should eventually grow into a powerful and courageous wolf, and not into a cowardly, whining dog. It's natural to worry about a child just entering the harsh world, but if you believe in him, you must learn to trust. Pale bowed to his father and said that he would believe in his son until the very end. He smiled. So far, everything was going quite well. In any case, thanks to Karen, this incident will serve as a clear warning to the scoundrels in the central government, including these imperial dogs clinging to power. It is unthinkable. Guards thirsting for power. They all need to have their heads cut off. The leader ordered Pale to prepare for the coming storm. It was time for the Restons to make their move again. He bowed and promised to prepare. The mayor exclaimed, "I am ashamed that this happened in our proud city of Tibia. One of the counselors wanted a little more power, and for this reason, Oyun tried to kill the grandson of the continent's hero, Duke Hilo. The townspeople shouted, "Deal with these bastards from the council." Jin vowed to do everything in his power to return the city to its people, curbing the power of the greedy and selfish members of the Tibia Council. Leo noticed that now Jin was like a fish in water. Lord Guile agreed. His younger brother was an excellent politician. He would succeed. The head of the National Tax Service explained to the young man that a major politician would never miss the opportunity that had been given to him. The reason Jin was able to rise so high is because he is truly qualified for the position. He is talented. Leo concluded that, despite his modest appearance, the mayor of the autonomous territory of Tibi turned out to be an extraordinary person. But this plan was devised by only a 13-year-old boy, and his relative, the head of the Reston House, allowed it. It seems that Grand Duke Hilo values Karen's abilities very highly. Perhaps he could enter the line of succession of House Reston. Although, whether this is really good is still a question. Lord Gale did not know. And whether this is good, but in any case, time will put everything in its place. Suddenly, Karen turned to his grandfather, who asked the dear boy what had happened. And the young man asked if Gale was okay. The Lord did not immediately understand what Karen meant. The young man explained that his grandfather had become involved in matters related to the interests of the Reston House. Mama said that Lord Gale doesn't like to interfere in such matters. It seems that Karen made him break his principles because of him. Karen's grandfather was touched and told his grandson that sometimes there come times when you have to compromise your principles. Moreover, this matter does not violate any principles at all. The emperor himself also intends to keep those in power in you under strict control. So sweet little Karen doesn't have to worry. His grandfather is perfectly fine, and the young man has handled everything very well. The Lord told his grandson, "If one day you have to do the right thing and principles get in the way, don't hesitate to break them." Gaius Periton said he had some business to attend to before returning to the capital, so he would ride ahead a little. Leo asked Karen what part of the mayor's speech he thought people liked the most, and why they were so enthusiastic. Karen answered his brother very simply. The mayor declared that he would break the grip of those who had long been deeply entrenched in power. When these entrenched old forces fall, this will open up opportunities for enrichment and advancement for newcomers. And this makes them happy. Leo sighed. And yet, he doesn't fully understand all of this, Karen said. It's all because the brother grew up in hothouse conditions. In the evening, the boys and Jin were sitting in the office. The young man noted, "Excellent speech, Mayor. Thanks to you, Tibi has become much more lively again." Jin asked Karen, "But wasn't it he who pushed him to such a performance? He himself would never have decided on it." Karen was embarrassed. "Oh, if the mayor says so, one can only be grateful," Jin was surprised. Because he was just telling the truth. The mayor asked the young man, "What about the Blue Wolves?" Karen replied that additional forces had already been sent from the Azure Sea Fortress. Jin admired, as expected from the Reston House, what determination. Leo sighed sadly. So, this is what politics is. The mayor came to his senses. It was time for him to get ready for tomorrow's departure to the capital. And the guys probably had things to do. And he had delayed them. Karen asked the mayor to stay. In fact, they had something they wanted to give him. The mayor was interested. And what happened? The young man placed a bag in front of Jin. For the work he had undertaken, he would certainly need substantial funds. The mayor looked into the bag and exclaimed with delight, "This is gold! They two are the only ones who care about the head of Tibia." Karen winked. It was just a modest sum from the profits he and Leo had earned from the mine in Baron Bellis's territory. Leo was horrified. He never agreed to this. Why did Charon never ask him? But decide everything alone for the two of them. The next morning, as Karen and Leo were getting ready to go to the capital, a servant reported that the young gentleman's luggage was almost completely loaded. Zara said that the Imperial Guard would take care of the escort to the capital. But Karen was categorically not satisfied with this. But this was approved by the head of the house, Leo said. Hans was wounded. He thought that Sir Zaris himself would go with them to the capital of the empire. The head of the Order of the Blue Wolves would have liked to go with them himself, but he was assigned to escort prisoners and the wounded to the fortress. Lord Hugo will take charge of escorting the boys to the capital. The main thing is that they finally get there safely. Karen thought. Hugo Reston, the son of his eldest uncle Thales. I wonder who came up with all this. Well, it's time to meet Hugo. The eldest young gentleman was considered a genius by everyone, having reached the 6-star level at only 28 years old. And he was tipped to become a duke. Now Karen's plan to stir up the capital has a problematic factor, he snorted. The plan is worse than the counterfeit wine in the cellars of Tibia. Suddenly, a brand new car flew into the yard. Someone from there called out to Karen's brother. Everyone stared in surprise at the miracle of technology. It turned out that Prince Revelio had arrived and asked little Leo and Karen if they had already had breakfast and were ready to go. Karen's face lengthened. He asked Zeras if they couldn't just not go to the capital. The knight shook his head. That was impossible. The prince got out of the car and cheerfully asked his brother Karen how he was enjoying the trip to the capital and whether he wasn't worried. He muttered, "Not particularly." Rio laughed. Karen doesn't like being accompanied by the Imperial Guard. It's logical. They have a complicated relationship with the Restons. But don't worry. The most wonderful prince in the world is with little Karen, and they can just go with him. Revelio noticed the approach of the Imperial Guards and exclaimed, "Here they are, so everyone is ready to leave." The guard bowed and apologized for the delay. They were dealing with the attack on the railway near Tibi. The prince said to Sir Ryuk, "It's okay. Let's first greet our new friends, the heirs of the Reston house." The guard introduced himself. He is Ryuk Raymer. The young men can simply call him Sir Ryuk. Karen also introduced himself. He is the Duke's youngest grandson. Ryuk Raymer said that it was a great honor for him to accompany the heirs of the Grand Duke's House of Reston to the capital of the empire. Karen recalled Pona's words. "Have you ever wondered why the Imperial Guard isn't investigating the attack with full force?" The young man asked if the investigation into the railway was really more important. No one cared that the grandchildren of those who served the crown were attacked. Sir Ryuk replied that the destruction of the emperor's property, the National Railway, was tantamount to treason. The Imperial Guard, of course, must first and foremost investigate treason, and Karen was in terrible anger. But the young man pulled himself together and said with a smile that if that was the case, then the guards were busy, and for now, he would just have to put up with it. Prince Revelio added, "Well, since everything was cleared up, maybe it was time to go." Ryuk Raymer bowed and agreed with His Highness. Zeras put his hand on Karen's shoulder and praised him, saying that he had held up well, and that there was no point in spoiling relations with the guards for now. "First, we need to find out exactly who is behind the attack on the Duke's House of Reston," Karen agreed sullenly. All of this infuriated him. The young man told the head of the knightly order that for now he would be very polite to them. Otherwise, nothing would be cleared up. For now, this is just a suspicion. But if it turns out that the Imperial Guard was acting as servants of some influential house, Cain Rather swore that in this case he would personally arrange a sultry, deadly tango with 2 blades for the guardsmen. The Imperial Guard, which has always been a source of universal pride, is now degraded to the level of pathetic servants for the nobility. A disgrace. Even he, Cain Rather, who once sold his soul to a demon against his will, would never have done such a thing. Death would have been better. As the prince's car sped down the road, Karen was surprised to note that the interior was much quieter than he thought. Great. Revelio said that if Karen was bored, he could chat with him, his sworn brother. But the young man refused. The prince irritated him. But Rio suddenly remembered, by the way, that fiery speech of the mayor of Tibi Jin. It was probably the work of Caron, wasn't it? The mayor of the Tibi territory is trying to pull power over to himself, pushing aside the council, with the support of the Reston house behind him. This is as clear as day. Karen asked why the prince decided so. Revelio exclaimed, "Come on. This talk about justice and equality is just a pretext." Restoring the prestige of House Reston, shaken by this incident, and gaining a strong ally. That's a brilliant move. Revelio was sure that this was Karen's plan, the young man replied, meaning that the prince's rapprochement with the black market guilds had not been in vain. The prince was very indignant. He, one might say, also grew up on the streets and went through many trials to survive. Does Karen really think that Rio lacks brains? But does not deny his guess, which means that the sixth prince is right after all. The conversation was not going well, and the companions were looking out the windows, when suddenly Prince Revelio felt his magic crystal vibrate. Pona asked Revelio how things were, and he sighed sadly in response and complained to his sister that Karen Reston couldn't see him. The elf asked the boys not to quarrel too much. They were friends after all. Karen swore. Pona asked what about the deal. The young man replied that he had not yet given his consent. First, he wanted to hear the conditions. The elf laughed, saying that she had been seen through. She suggested that Karen think again. It would be useful for him too. The young man asked if they really trusted each other that much. Pona was surprised when Karen started talking about trust, and he said that if he united with the elves without permission, the elders would execute him. The elf laughed. The young man misunderstood her. Karen asked what exactly he had misunderstood. Maybe Pona could explain it to him in detail. Guildmaster Caligo replied that she wanted to ally specifically with him, Karen Reston, and not with the house of the Dukes of Reston. The young man was very surprised. And why? Because the ducal house is much stronger than one individual, especially a very young one. Pona smiled and answered, because it is always worth investing in a good product, even if it is the most expensive on the entire market. And Revelio really could use a good and loyal friend, Karen Reston snorted. That's what he hates the most. If Karen wants more trust, he can consider the information a gift. Pona is confident they will have the opportunity to help each other. If Karen needed anything, he could contact her through Rio's crystal ball. But now it was time for her to go. The prince was very pleased. The young man thought, these two seemed to have fallen from the same oak, that they had become attached to him with this strange friendship with Prince Revelio. The sixth prince looked out the large window with pleasure. Stretching, he said that they were almost there. There was not much left. Karen looked out the window. He hadn't been to the capital since his previous life, when he was Cain Rathor, and that was more than 50 years ago. The city gates of the capital appeared, and Prince Revelio solemnly said, "Welcome to Decus, Karen Reston." The guards saw the sixth prince's shining golden car, and the gates immediately swung open, allowing entry into the city. Dusk had already fallen over the city when the prince's car pulled up to the huge capital estate of Lord Gale Perryton. Revelio told Karen that if he wanted to look around, he could just call him any time. The guild doors were always open. The young man hoped that he and Rio would never see each other again. The prince laughed. He would have to upset Charon. They would meet very soon. Ryuk Raymer told the young gentlemen of Reston that they too would take their leave then, since they were already there, and grandfather Karen's estate was nearby. Karen thanked Sir Ryuk for the escort. The guard replied that it was not necessary and expressed the hope that they would meet very soon. The young man watched the guardsmen retreat and thought, aha, they really will see each other again. But no one knows when. Leo asked Karen if his brother knew what that huge, shining tower was there in the very center of the city. He had never heard of it. Karen explained that this was a magical tower. It was really very tall, and it looked like a lot of effort and money had been poured into its construction. Leo asked cautiously. That is, magicians work there, Karen flared up. No, courtesans, obviously magicians. The building is luxurious. Kane stared at the tower. The mages must have poured a ton of money into it. 50 years ago, things were completely different. Looking at the huge tower, Karen told his brother that now it really felt like they were in the capital, in the very heart of the empire. Karen said thoughtfully, "Here is the capital." Leo looked questioningly at his younger brother. Now, he did not look like himself at all. For Cain Rathor, returning to the capital was like returning to his own grave. Memories immediately came flooding back. But then the brothers heard a calm voice behind them. "So you have arrived." They turned around sharply and saw a tall guy next to them. For some reason, Leo felt a shudder at the sight of his brother. He greeted Hugo, because it was he, their eldest brother, who approached the boys. Karen was amazed. He didn't feel anyone's presence. Amazing. So this is what he is like, the talented Hugo Reston. He is considered a genius, one of the best in the empire, the guy asked. They must be tired from the road, and extended his hand. Hugo said sympathetically that the journey to the capital of the empire must have been very long for them, but they were both great, both Karen and Leo. Extending his hand, Hugo remarked that he and Karen had never met in person before, and it would be very interesting to meet his brother. Karen took the outstretched hand and replied that he was very pleased to meet his older brother Hugo, the genius of their house Reston. Hugo remarked that if he had known that the younger brother was so good, he would have arranged the meeting earlier. Karen laughed. The older brother was so polite, and only Leo looked at his older brother with fear. He did not understand whether Karen had really fallen for all these tricks. Suddenly, the doors of the estate opened and Grandma Corona ran out. She exclaimed that her boy had finally arrived, just as she had been waiting for him. She hugged her grandson. How he had grown while they had not seen each other. Karen said shyly that he also missed his beloved grandmother very much. Lady Gail Perrotin smiled at Leo and said that she was glad to see him. Baths were ready for them, so they should have a good rest. She took the boys into the house, leaving Hugo outside the gate. They needed to buy a lot for the banquet tomorrow, so they needed to go to bed early. Hugo Reston was surprised. He looked at his hand in confusion and wondered if his mana had really been pushed aside by this teenager. It was incredible. The older brother really wanted to check during the handshake whether his younger brother was really as strong as everyone around said he was. None of the younger brothers had ever withstood such a test, and Hugo realized that he had a serious rival for the title in his family. When Hugo released his mana to test Karen's strength, the young man responded with his mana with a smile on his lips. And this was not a calm and pure mana like the sea, but a raging, storm-like wave, powerful and indomitable force. Through the crystal, Tails asked his eldest son to look after his younger brothers so that they would not get into trouble in the capital. Hugo had to keep an eye on them. Now he understood why his father had entrusted him with this. The younger wolf cubs were becoming much stronger. These young men can certainly cause trouble and need to be kept an eye on, especially their younger brother Karen. Hugo looked after the smiling teenager and wondered, "Karen Reston, what kind of child are you? Where did you get such strength?" Karen opened the door to his room in his grandparents' house, where he would spend time in the capital of the empire. He fell onto his bed with pleasure. His sword was next to him, hidden in its sheath. He could finally get some rest. The young man remembered a peculiar encounter with his older brother, who had simply suddenly struck Karen with his mana, testing his strength. This Hugo Reston is a tough guy, although he's not even close to his daddy Tails. But you still have to be careful with him. Kane Rather exclaimed, "To hell with them all." He returned to his own grave after 50 years. Such an unusual event. This is definitely something to celebrate. Maybe it's time to drown the bitter memories with the drink he stole from the prince's closet. The young man twisted the cork, uncorking the bottle of wine. Drinking alone was not very pleasant, although it was usual for Kane Rathor. And suddenly his gaze stopped on the sword. Sure enough, it has consciousness, and it can speak, even though it talks nonsense. What a drinking buddy. The young man unsheathed the sword and poured wine over it. He chuckled in surprise. For many centuries, no one had ever fed him anything like that. He asked the owner what he should understand by this. Was this psycho really going to drink with a sword? Kane replied that he needed to talk to someone. Kane asked the sword to make a discount, saying that this place had been his grave in the past. Guillotine replied that he knew this very well. The young man was surprised, and how, he wondered, did the sword know this? He explained that he had seen it in his memories of a past life. Kane sighed. The stalker. As expected from a demonic sword, Guillotine was indignant. He was not demonic at all, but the blue dragon said that the guillotine was Kane's sword in that life. The sword replied that it itself did not know why it became demonic. Kane asked, "So the sword doesn't remember anything about those times?" He swore and replied that he already said he doesn't remember anything, but wants to know. The sword promised to find the one who changed his nature, cut off his head, sew it on, cut it off again, and so on 1,000 times. Karen objected. The young man asked why the sword didn't just ask the blue dragon, the sword asked. And how? Should he grow legs or something? And Karen was still weak. Taking a sip of wine, the young man grinned. Well, then, legs, the sword asked the owner. Was he offended at him? But he didn't do it on purpose. Karen asked why. The sword is just a demonic piece of iron. The sword was indignant. You yourself are demonic, and I am a sword, not just a piece of iron. Cain thought that he had to find out the truth, the reason why this second life began, and he became the grandson of Hilo Reston. This could not have happened without the intervention of some great power, and there must be very good reasons for this revival. Suddenly, the sword turned to its owner in confusion. Karen turned to Guillotine and asked what he wanted. The sword fell silent in confusion. After hesitating a bit, the sword asked the owner if he would pour him some more wine. He really liked this scarlet liquid, similar to blood. The next day, Karen and Leo, along with Hugo Reston, went through the shopping streets of Decus to buy supplies for the banquet. Karen hissed at Leo not to embarrass him. Stop looking around like a country bumpkin. Leo asked, why a country bumpkin? Hugo supported Karen. Leo must behave with dignity, as befits a member of the Reston family. The young man fearfully agreed with his brother. Turning to Karen, Hugo remarked that he should show respect to his older brother in public, and the young man snapped. Hugo insisted that when they were alone, Karen could behave as she wanted. But in public places, she had to watch her manners for the sake of the family. Karen smiled and asked Hugo if that meant he could say whatever he wanted in private. And it should be noted that it wasn't Karen who said that. Turning around, Hugo said, "It seems they are almost there." Karen clenched his fists. The cunning older brother took and deftly jumped off the topic. The young man was seething with anger. And now Hugo ignores him, not daring to get involved in an argument with the wily and sharp-tongued Karen. Suddenly, Karen's gaze stopped on the sign of a sewing workshop, a place he remembered well from his past life. Stopping, Karen turned to Hugo. "Highly respected elder brother, would you be so kind as to show the younger ones this place?" Hugo said that they made simple and old-fashioned clothes for the elderly. Leo asked if Karen really wanted to look like an old man. Karen sarcastically replied to his brother that fashion is cyclical, and what was old-fashioned yesterday will again become the height of fashionable style tomorrow. And in general, Leo was indignant that Hugo and Leo even understand fashion. He's not a complete layman in this topic, so it's not worth it. Hugo didn't answer, but simply watched his strange younger brother in silence, trying to figure out what kind of person this Karen was. All three brothers entered the workshop. Leo looked around in surprise, and Karen swayed, memories of Cain Rathor flooding his mind. The owner of the studio welcomed the visitors and said that it was a great honor for him to welcome such young gentlemen into his workshop. The old man asked Karen if he was sure he wanted to order from here, as they didn't usually make clothes for modern youth. But since they decided to trust the old master, he will do everything in his power. So which of the three of them will order the clothes? Karen replied with confusion that he would order. He had the feeling that he had gone back decades in time when he heard that voice. The master said, "Mr. Cain, how many times do I have to tell you to be more careful? It's so difficult to fix. It's enough to drive you crazy." Cain apologized to the young tailor, saying that he did everything so well that it made it much more difficult for him to work and train. The tailor grumbled, "Excuse me, or does Cain think that he, the owner, doesn't work hard here, sewing clothes for all the young gentlemen?" Rathor sighed heavily. He thought that at least today would be a calm day. It didn't work out. And why did the master grumble so much? The master took Karen's measurements, saying that since he was the grandson of Duke Hilo, he would give his best, and even more. The young man was very surprised. The tailor smiled. It was hard not to recognize the Reston family crest, and this place used to be called the Duke's Shop. Karen asked if the master remembered Mr. Cain. The tailor confirmed, of course. Cain Rathor was infinitely kind to him. The owner of the workshop laughed, although Mr. Cain probably didn't even know his name. But he was still an amazing person. Karen thought, in all the years that Cain had come into this shop, he had always called the tailor just Little One and never thought about it. So someone remembered him, Kaina Rathora, all these years. That's what it's like, this feeling of nostalgia. It even makes you want to cry. Turning to the owner of the sewing workshop, Karen asked the name of the tailor. The man was very surprised by the question, but he immediately broke into a joyful smile and replied that his name was Lucan. Kane remembered how the old man had smiled when he was young. Suddenly, the workshop door swung open with a noise, and a girl appeared on the threshold. She shouted whether Grandpa had heard the latest news. Luhan's granddaughter excitedly blurted out that the sworn enemies of Lord Kane Rathor, the grandchildren of Duke Hilo Reston, were already in the capital. Everyone turned to the noisy girl in surprise. She looked carefully at the visitors and, noticing the Reston coat of arms, fell silent. The girl's emotional statement greatly surprised Karen. He wondered why she considered Hilo's grandchildren to be enemies of Kane Rathor. The girl apologized and politely greeted the young gentleman, telling Sir Hugo that they had not seen him for a long time. Hugo Reston bowed gallantly to the girl and confirmed that yes, he had not met Lady Amy since the last exchange tournament. Then it dawned.
Asked if this was really the same Amy Altura. Karen asked his brother in surprise if he knew this loud girl. Leo replied, but she is a fencing genius. She received 4 stars at 17. Karen sighed, why are there so many geniuses? Hugo apologized to Lady Amy for his younger brother. He still lacked manners, the girl replied. It's okay. Hugo Reston turned to his younger brothers, Karen and Leo, and introduced the girl. Lady Amy Altura of the Imperial Guard. The boys started introducing themselves to the girl. But Amy interrupted them, pointing her finger at Karen and asking if he was Karen Reston. Turning to the second one, she asked if he was Leo Reston. The guy confusedly confirmed that he was Leo Reston. Leo flushed excitedly, Amy knows his name. Karen asked the girl how she knew who they were. They were new here. She explained that she had been told about the brothers by the senior knights who had been appointed to guard them after the assassination attempt on the railway. Karen was surprised that Amy recognized them, although she had only heard their names. In any case, this loud girl had an excellent mind. Luhan asked Lady Amy if she had eaten. The girl begged her grandfather not to be so formal. Let him speak to her as before. She waved her hands and exclaimed, she is just a student who hasn't even been knighted, so don't do that. Hugo remarked that Lady Amy was too modest, and they said that she would lead the Imperial Guard for the next 50 years. Karen asked the girl why she said that they all, including their grandfather, were enemies of Sir Kane Rathor. Amy shuddered. The young man continued with a sigh. Kane simply sold his soul to a demon, didn't he? But he didn't personally harm anyone. Amy clenched her fists indignantly. She was ready to pounce on Karen for such words about her idol, the hero of the country, Kane Rathor. Hugo Reston told his younger brother that Karen should be careful with his words and not say such things about Kane. Amy Altura exclaimed angrily that this boy said, how dare he say such a thing? Insult the honor of Sir Kane himself. Everyone tensed up. The situation was explosive. The girl, clenching her fists in a warlike manner, was raging. Ready to grab Karen by the throat, the girl shouted that she was challenging Karen Reston to a duel. She wanted to run her sword through this smug boy right now. But Karen calmly asked the young lady, interestingly, and on what grounds, whether he had insulted her dignity or the honor of her family. Tears welled up in Amy's eyes as she replied that she would fight him because she had inherited the will of the knight Sir Kane Rathor. Karen asked, what is the will to stay with the mad demon emperor until the very end, until death? What if Kane Rathor did this not by his own decision, but because he was controlled? Amy did not think about this. The girl exclaimed all the same. Sir Kane would have stayed with the mad demon emperor until the end. He was a man of honor. Karen sighed heavily. How pretentious. You can't cook porridge with this girl. Her brain is clearly askew because of Kane Rathor. He asked how Amy was going to become a real knight if she was so easily provoked by such simple provocations and became angry. The girl objected, it's not true, it's not personal, but for the honor of Sir Kane. And then everyone heard how loudly Amy's body demanded food. Karen smiled and lowered his head. It was familiar to him from his past life. And Leo asked in surprise what that roar was. The young man asked Amy if we should eat first and then duel. She snorted. Was Karen dropped as a child or is he just a fool? But Karen, with a smile, offered Amy to choose what she would like to eat. Pork, beef, or maybe lamb with a side dish. Suddenly, Karen released mana. Blue streams of clarity magic swirling around the small hall of Luhan's sewing workshop. The young man asked Amy if she wanted to go out and find out what was going on in the Imperial Guard. The girl covered her face with her hands in surprise. What kind of monstrous manna was this? She had heard that Karen also had 4 stars just like her. But this magic was on a completely different level. She didn't understand where this teenager got such terrifying magical power from. The wise Luhan decided to intervene and asked Lady Amy if she would like to join Miss Karen for dinner and discuss everything. The girl must have been eating poorly while paying off her family's debts. But since fate brought them together, why not eat something tasty? Karen confirmed the old man's words. The young lady needs to watch her diet. Amy touched her stomach. It was completely empty. Lady Amy Altura sighed, feeling a spasm in her stomach. She blushed with embarrassment. Karen understood correctly. She was hungry. At the restaurant, all 3 brothers watched silently as Amy devoured her food with astonishing speed, leaving behind mountains of empty dishes. Juicy steaks disappeared from the plates one after another. The girl greedily chewed the delicious fried meat. She hadn't eaten like this for a long time. Noticing the surprised looks, she said that she just wanted to have a good meal before the duel. Karen was surprised. Wow, she wasn't screaming. Amy assured Karen that she would definitely return the cost of her lunch with her next paycheck. The young man smiled. They understood everything. The girl jumped up indignantly and declared that she could not accept promises on an empty stomach. But Karen was calm, seeing that the young man was not reacting to her words. Amy extended her hand and offered to shake hands as a sign of their agreement about this lunch. Karen looked closely at the hand extended to him. Amy's hand was not at all like the pampered hands of young aristocrats. She had rough, calloused hands, covered with a huge number of different scars and abrasions from all kinds of weapons. It was proof of hard work during grueling training sessions. This girl is definitely not a capricious sissy. Karen sighed quietly. If it weren't for Amy's old-fashioned views, she would be priceless. Knights like her were always in demand. Amy looked questioningly at Karen. He agreed. The girl asked if in that case they could eat some more. The young man allowed it. They shook hands, and Hugo Reston was amazed. Just think, they were ready to literally tear each other's throats out. The girl ordered another plate of meat. At that moment, a richly dressed gentleman with his security guards walked past the restaurant and heard Amy. Karen asked her if she was interested in Kane. If she knew Professor Iris, the girl confirmed. This is a completely new look at Sir Kane. The young man explained that this man taught him when he was little. The girl was delighted. Wow, is it really true? And how is he? A richly dressed gentleman headed into the restaurant, telling his security that he would go alone. They obediently stopped near the entrance. Karen asked, by the way, when the duel was. Amy answered, right after they finished what they had just ordered. The young man smiled. He asked if she was sure, otherwise she would have to kiss the curb. Amy was indignant. She would bury it herself and not care that it was small. The gentleman who entered the restaurant noticed that Amy looked pleased. And the girl glanced fearfully at the speaker. He frivolously touched the girl's shoulder and said that she came here without even telling him. How could she not be ashamed? He would be offended at her. She doesn't want to spend time with him. But she dines with some troublemakers. How short-sighted of her. He will punish her. Karen looked closely at this colorful peacock, trying to figure out who it was and where it came from. It was clearly hitting on Amy Altura. The guy noticed that the students of the Imperial Guard apparently had a lot of free time, since they could hang out with such types. Karen's eyes flashed and he said with a smile to this peacock. It seems that he is also very eager to eat the earth. This can be arranged. Amy noted that, in fact, she had already paid the interest for this month. The guy replied that he was not worried about the interest, but about her needing to make a good impression on his creditor. Hugo asked why the boy was interrupting him while he was eating. And isn't it customary to introduce oneself first? The dressed-up young gentleman asked Hugo. Doesn't he know who was in front of him? The guy laughed. Just think, there was someone in the capital who didn't know him. It's just funny, he introduced himself. I'm Daigle Kian, Hugo Reston calmly asked. So he was the youngest son of Count Kian, one of the most influential aristocrats in the capital. De Gaulle confirmed that this was true, which meant that young Reston knew who he was. Hugo replied that he didn't know de Gaulle, but he was familiar with the family, a noble family that lends money to other nobles. The largest moneylenders in the capital. De Gaulle noticed, the guy is well informed. De Gaulle Kian advised Hugo that he should not forget their family name, since they were in charge of all the finances of the wealthy Marquis of Diaz. Karen laughed, yes. De Gaulle is just an ordinary joker. The younger Kian frowned and indignantly asked what the boy meant by this. The young man stood up and declared that he had not come to the capital to be nice to everyone. De Gaulle barked at the boy to keep his mouth shut. Count Kian's youngest son yelled, "Who the hell is this kid anyway?" Apparently, he urgently needs to be taught some good manners. Karen told Hugo that he would explain everything to Grandpa Halo himself. And the older brother asked Karen with concern what he had in mind. Taking his sword, Karen showed de Gaulle 2 vials and asked if the moneylender could see this. This is a very cool potion that instantly heals wounds. This is quite an expensive thing. The younger Kian grimaced and asked why the little bastard was putting on a comedy act here. He was tired of living, Karen said with a smile. No, my dear, I'm not putting on a comedy act, but something much more disgusting. De Gaulle took a step back in fear. The young man took off and, swinging his sword straight in its sheath at the moneylender, exclaimed that he was now breaking de Gaulle Kian's fucking face. Karen, his eyes flashing, shouted at the rich coward not to worry. He wouldn't kill him, at least not right now. Count Kian's youngest son screamed in horror. No, but it was too late. A fierce storm called Karen Reston had descended upon him. The head of the National Tax Service was furious. He angrily asked the servant what he had just said, demanding that he repeat it. The servant did not dare to tell Lord Gale the unpleasant news about his beloved youngest grandson once again. Plucking up his courage, the servant said that Lord Gile's grandson, Karen Reston, had been detained by guards about half an hour ago. Corona's grandfather grabbed his head. He had messed up again. The boy had only just arrived in the capital and didn't know anything yet. Lord Gale Paraton asked the secretary what had happened there. Why the boy had been detained. He couldn't have done anything very serious. The secretary reported that Sir Karen had attacked de Gaulle Kian, the youngest son of Count Kian. Gale was stunned. That was the last thing he needed, Gale thought. De Gaulle Kian, the name is familiar. Where could he have heard it? The secretary said, in Decus, they call him the main womanizer. That's right. That same young scoundrel who pesters the daughters of the family's debtors. It's him, the secretary confirmed. That's exactly it, he deserved a beating. But why Karen got involved with him is unknown. The guy gave Daigle some medicine and beat him up again. Gale sighed. Well, this is a situation. Since this is a quarrel between two nobles, the Imperial Guard will be investigating this matter. Given the relationship between the Reston household and the Guard, the circumstances are unfortunately not in Karen's favor at the moment. It looks like we'll have to intervene. Lord Gale said he's heading to the Empire's security department immediately. The secretary told the gentleman that he wouldn't have to. The Lord was taken aback. In what sense would Count Kian just leave it? Never in his life. The servant reported that the victim, Daigle Kian, was supposedly simply asking for leniency. But Gale was stunned. Asking for leniency, not punishment. The Lord's secretary smiled. Daigle claims that he is to blame, not Karen. They say he even cried, asking not to punish the boy. But what is even more interesting is that Sir Daigle promised to re-educate himself and become a different person. Gale Periton could not believe all this. He suddenly laughed loudly. I can imagine Daigle Kian will be re-educated. Well, his grandson pulled off a number in the capital of the Empire. The influential official's hands trembled slightly. He couldn't even imagine what Karen had done to that bastard Daigle. Rumors about the boy would quickly spread throughout the capital. And how could he explain this to his Grace Duke Hilo Reston? He didn't want that. The head of the National Tax Service wondered if perhaps this was how it was supposed to be. And Gale just didn't know about it. Hilo Reston wasn't the type to send Karen to the capital without a plan. Certainly not the Grand Duke. Does this mean that the Duke himself unleashed a mad dog, sending him to the capital and allowing him to do as he decided? The sun was setting. The day was ending in the capital of the Empire. Evening was about to come, and the banquet would begin in the Emperor's palace. Karen was leaving the Empire's security department. He cheerfully told the head of the institution that he was very glad to meet him. They would see each other again. The boss, seeing the boy off, said, "Of course, come back any time." Then he remembered, was he going to do something like that again? Karen said there was something else. Daigle had confessed to everything. We had to keep an eye on him so that the Count's son wouldn't be known as an empty talker. The head of the security department said that the investigation of cases involving nobles is the responsibility of the Imperial Guard. Karen said that if that's the case, we need to talk to Grandpa. The head of the department asked. The young man talks about the Grand Duke, Hilo. Karen confirmed, but he would still have a talk with the second grandfather. The head of the security department's eyes widened in horror. What kind of kid was he? Opening the gate, the official politely asked the second grandfather if he could find out who it was. Karen replied, "This is my mother's father, Gail Paratin, director of the National Tax Service." "What's wrong, boss?" The official's jaw dropped and he stood at attention. The head of the department assured Karen that he would follow up on everything concerning his case. The young man thanked him, Leo noticed, and finally left. Hugo asked his brother what he had said to the head of security, which made him stand at attention. Karen grinned, just like that. The young man smiled, let's say, motivated and inspired him a little. Hugo silently looked at his younger brother and was surprised. Hugo sighed and said, "Okay, I won't meddle in something that's none of my business." The main thing is that Karen was released and everything went without consequences. But he asked Karen to at least warn him in the future before doing something like that. The younger one simply had an unbearable character. Karen smiled, "Of course, brother." Hugo realized that the more he tried to control the boy, the more he would do. Hugo was horrified. Just think, their grandfather was a highly respected man in the Empire and his grandson was a rare bastard. Amy lowered her head and asked Karen to forgive her. It was all because of her. The young man answered that she should relax. He even enjoyed it. The girl cheerfully asked, "How about going and having some tea?" This time she was treating him. Karen replied, "Since you are treating him, then let's go." Amy showed the way. And Hugo was perplexed by what he should do if Karen didn't get into trouble. But created it himself and dragged others into it. Maybe I should go to the mage's tower and buy a magic rope or something like that to at least try to somehow restrain him. Confused, Hugo Reston trailed behind everyone, not knowing what to do. This was the first time he had been unable to cope with the baby. Soon the group approached a pastry shop owned by Emi Alchura's family, and she invited everyone inside. Karen sat at the table and was silent. He was in a foul mood. He sighed heavily and did not take any of the desserts into his mouth. Leo was delighted. It looked delicious, Amy noticed, but Karen didn't seem to like it. Hugo looked questioningly at his brother. The young man replied that it was not that. The girl looked at him in surprise, but he could not explain to her why he was behaving like this now. Amy's father said with a smile, "There are a lot of desserts, so eat as much as you can." Karen asked if it was too much for them. The men objected to Karen. "Of course not. Don't you understand what you have become for our not very influential family?" Amy's father smiled broadly and said that Karen Reston was the hand of God that punished the arrogant and impudent Daigle Kian. The young man was surprised. Wow. For the first time, just because he punched someone in the face, he was considered a hero. The world really had changed a lot. After chewing the cookie, Karen noted that the food was, of course, delicious. Amy sighed with relief. She wanted to please the strange young man. He asked the girl, "By the way, how did you manage to get into debt with the Kian family?" Amy was a little confused. It was a very difficult topic for her. She explained that her father was trying to expand the business and ended up having to take out a loan from Kian's family. And Amy was paying off the debt. Leo asked in surprise, "But weren't the taxes from their lands enough?" Amy lowered her head. Rich people like the Restons couldn't understand. She said that it was hard for provincial nobles like us to live in the capital. So we needed an additional source of income. Hugo wondered if the Imperial Guard hadn't supported her. With her abilities, that would have been quite natural. The girl shook her head. No, she hadn't joined any of the factions. She would have chosen a side. Then, of course, she would have received support. Eli Alchura quietly said that she couldn't do it. Karen asked in surprise why. The girl smiled. It was obvious. She cheerfully explained that her idol, Sir Kane, was a proud man. A knight with honor. And he would definitely have chosen the path of the sword, not politics. Kane mentally responded to this enthusiastic girl. It was not pride at all. He was just trying to survive in the guard then. After thinking for a while, Karen said that he had a proposal for her regarding her debt to the Kian family. The girl asked what he was talking about. The young man asked if he paid off her entire debt, would she go with him? Upon hearing this, Leo almost choked and Hugo's face darkened. Amy asked what Karen meant. Leo jumped up and said that this was too much even for Karen. The guy asked his brother what was wrong. Leo shouted, offering to pay the debt so that she would become his woman. He is no better than de Gaulle, Karen flared up. What other woman? Hugo said Amy wasn't knighted, but don't try to buy a lady. Karen shouted at them to be idiots. That's not what he meant. Enraged, Karen indignantly explained to his brothers that he was offering Amy to become a knight and join their Heron order. Leo muttered that his dear brother had changed his tune on the fly. Amy quietly laughed at how many defenders she suddenly had. She thanked Karen for the offer, but she was forced to refuse. Even though the Order of the Blue Wolves was a very prestigious organization, Karen guessed that she wanted to stay in the Imperial Guard and change it from the inside. Amy nodded. That was right. The young man thought so. Amy laughed and said that if Sir Kane Rathor was alive, he would have answered the same way as Karen just answered. And it was simply amazing. Kane thought he was nothing like everyone thought he was. But he knew many people who thought like Amy Altura. He remembered his subordinates, unreasonably stubborn, straightforward, stupidly loyal idiots. They didn't want to run. When Kane ordered them to run and save their lives, the knights replied that they would stay with their commander until the very end. Kane then sighed heavily. What fools they all were. They didn't understand that he simply couldn't leave. But they could. But they didn't. When saying goodbye, Amy asked Karen about the duel. And the young man replied that he was definitely passing today. But the duel would definitely take place. He'll ask his grandfather to arrange an official exchange duel, Amy smiled. An official exchange duel, sounds good. The Reston brothers said a warm farewell to the girl, advising Lady Amy to take care of herself. And they were all very glad to meet her. She called after Karen that the next time they met, he should address her formally, since Amy was actually older than him. Karen replied, age is just a number. I respect people only for their deeds. If you want to earn respect, then cross swords with me and win. Amy replied that she would try. For some reason, this young man gave her a very warm feeling. Thinking about him, the girl smiled. In the evening, Karen spoke through the crystal with Saras, who received a report from Lord Hugo about the incident with de Gaulle Kian. The knight asked Karen what he was thinking when he beat Count Kian's son. After all, it was a very influential family in the capital. The guy replied that anyone who doesn't understand words gets their ass kicked. Saras didn't think that Karen would dare to do such a thing right in front of Lord Hugo. He and Hugo got along surprisingly well. And thanks to the victim's plea for leniency, problems were avoided. Saras said that Karen had attracted the close attention of the capital's nobility. It seemed he had told the young man this more than once. The knight asked him to behave decently in the palace tomorrow. Karen replied, okay, I'll be a good boy in front of His Majesty. But Saras didn't believe him. Karen said, I swear by the honor of my father, the knight asked. Why by the honor of his father and not his own? A very strange oath. The young man laughed. He traded his honor for a bottle from Saras's bar, by the way. He invited Amy Altura to join our order. Saras became interested. He knows her. Miss Amy is a very talented, promising girl, the knight asked. And what did she answer to this? Karen sighed and politely refused. Whore. Saras was upset. What a pity. But she is a valuable asset to the Imperial Guard. The young man asked the commander of the Blue Wolves' knightly order if he could take the ball to his grandfather. Karen wanted to discuss something with him. Saras replied that he would try to do this. If only the head of the ducal house was not busy with anything and could talk to his grandson. The young man took the crystal and moved to the open window. He silently looked at the capital, a strange feeling haunting him. But then Karen heard his grandfather's voice. Halo asked his grandson if he wanted to talk about something. The young man confirmed, yes, Chief, that's right. The Duke understood that since Karen called him head and not grandfather, it meant that the matter concerned the family. The young man smiled. Everything was correct. Halo said he was listening to Karen. And the boy explained that he wanted to have an official exchange duel with the Imperial Guard. The Duke was surprised, wondering why this was necessary. Karen replied, because the guards had always competed with the Knights of Huron. Karen stated that he wanted to personally test the Blue Wolf skills in battle. The Duke was silent for a moment and asked if that was all there was to it. The young man assured the head of the family that yes, there were no hidden dangers here. And Hilo agreed, well, let's assume that all this was true. The head of the family replied that he agreed, but he had one condition. Karen asked what the condition was, and he was ready to listen, the Duke ordered. Behave quietly at least until the visit to the palace. Do not create problems and do not attract attention. You understand me? Karen sighed and replied. Yes, Chief, the Duke said. Okay, and look to me. Behave decently in front of the ruler of the great empire. The young man assured his grandfather that he would definitely be able to live quietly as a mouse for one day. At least he would try very hard. Besides, Karen doesn't plan to make a scene there. He can't even imagine how he'll go to the Emperor's palace tomorrow. In the end, this place became his grave. And it seems that it is not customary to quarrel in graves. Kane thought inside Karen's body. The next morning dawned and few people slept in the Azure Sea Fortress. Everyone was worried about Karen's upcoming audience. The commander of the Order of the Blue Wolves knocked on the office of the head of the family and said that it was Xerus. The Duke replied that the knight should come in. Xerus sent an official letter to the Imperial Guard as Karen requested. Duke Hilo asked, and what was their answer? The knight said, the guard accepted this proposal without hesitation. The head of the house, Reston, chuckled thoughtfully. What was Karen up to? Hilo said that since the Duke's grandson himself challenged them to a duel, they would prepare properly. Xerus asked, are you worried about Karen? Duke Reston sighed slightly. No, he was not worried about his grandson. He just reminded him very much of the late Kane. Xerus asked if the gentleman meant Sir Kane Rathor, who died during the rebellion against the Mad Emperor. Hilo confirmed. He said that if Kane were still alive, the Huron Knights and the Imperial Guard would not waste time on such games. The Blue Wax commander asked, do you miss your old friend, my lord? Hilo flared up. Nonsense, he never missed him. Hilo, Reston exclaimed, why would I miss a man who ignored my pleas? Xerus sheepishly apologized. The Duke's old wounds ached, and he said angrily that he would never miss that bastard. Xerus stood silently and watched. Xerus asked the milord if he knew a knight named Amy Altura. Hilo replied that he did. She was a squire in the guard. The knight told the Duke that Karen wanted to lure Lady Amy into the Huron Knights. And Hilo was very surprised and asked why the young man needed this. Her talent is too great to be wasted in the Imperial Guard. And perhaps her respect for Sir Kane played a role as well. It's strange for a young knight. Usually the guards don't even mention Kane's name. They'd rather erase that part of the story. If Hilo hadn't intervened, he would have been remembered as one of the greatest villains in history. And the guard tries to forget about him. The Duke asked, and what? This aroused Karen's curiosity. Xerus nodded. Yes, the boy always showed a keen interest in Sir Kane. Hilo Reston asked if anything was known about her family. Xerus said that she was from a modest provincial noble family. Nothing remarkable. Except that about 50 years ago their last name for some reason changed from Ak to Altura. Hilo shuddered. Acta, could these really be the same ones? And this girl appeared right now and became friends with Karen. There are too many strange coincidences. The inhabitants of the imperial capital loudly chanted. Glory to the heroes of the ducal house of Reston. Hooray to the young heroes who defeated the traitors. Hilo, looking out of the car window, reproachfully asked his brother. Aren't you ashamed, Karen? He answered in surprise. Why would you be ashamed? Hilo asked why everyone was greeting us like that. Karen reassured him that they weren't doing it for them. So there was no need to pay attention. The guy didn't understand what Karen meant, but then why were they doing this? Karen explained. Palace intrigues, brother. This is done to show everyone that the Reston family supports the ruling house. That is the message they are sending. Hilo was surprised. And to show someone, Karen snorted. Do you have a flower bed instead of a head? The nobility that wants to keep the emperor in check. The boy scratched the back of his head in confusion. And Karen stared at the imperial palace. Kane remembered how much blood had been shed here. The young man was sure that even the simplest puppet must have at least some political instincts. Otherwise, he would be torn apart. Near the palace, the Reston brothers were met by Sir Ryuk, whom they already knew, he said. Welcome to the palace, honorable young gentleman. Karen greeted the guard cheerfully. And he was very surprised that the grandson of the Grand Duke of Hilo Reston remembered his name. What an honor. What an honor. The knight told the young men that swords were not allowed into the main palace and asked them to be understanding. Karen replied. Of course, sir. Karen, giving back his sword, asked his brother if he knew that his grandfather had once broken this rule. Hilo was surprised. And when, the young man answered with a grin. It was about 50 years ago. Hilo looked at his brother in confusion, not understanding what he was talking about, while a puzzled Leo was trying to figure out what had happened 50 years ago. The knights looked gloomily at Karen. They knew what had happened then. When Leo finally realized what they were talking about, he exclaimed indignantly. Is Karen out of his mind? Why bring this up now? Sir Ryuk Raymer warned Karen that he should watch his language in front of his majesty, as the emperor really doesn't like such jokes. The youngest grandson of Duke Hilo Reston thanked the knight with a smile for the advice, and promised that he would certainly take it into account in the future. Suddenly, the knight who was holding the bag of swords fell to the floor and growled strangely. Sir Ryuk looked at his subordinate in surprise. Karen noticed that guillotine was glowing. The sword felt a threat. Ryuk looked at the boy's weapon. This aura of the sword, what was going on? The young man explained to Sir Ryuk that his sword had become a little unruly. The knight looked questioningly at the strange guy but remained silent. Karen smiled broadly and said that his blade had character and asked him to be careful with it. Leo called out to his brother. Sir Ryuk bowed and said that he would lead the boys to the main hall where the banquet would take place. Karen replied. Okay, they would follow him. Karen and Leo Reston, accompanied by 3 guards, walked through the corridors and luxurious halls of the vast imperial palace. Leo looked around in admiration. The royal palace was truly luxurious. Yes, Karen, but the younger one was surprisingly silent. The guy quietly called out to Karen but he didn't react. As if he wasn't there, Kane seemed to have returned 50 years ago. Leo looked at his younger brother in silence and did not recognize him. He had changed surprisingly much at that moment. Like a different person, and his mana. It's literally blazing. Karen seems to be engulfed in tongues of blue flame. What's happening to his younger brother? The knights didn't seem to notice anything, which was good. Leo felt that it was better not to touch Karen now and just keep quiet. Leo had never seen his brother's face like that before. But he didn't look angry now. Rather sad or worried. He remembered Lady Sabina's request. Before leaving, she asked Leo to keep a close eye on the ocean of Karen. And he promised. Sabina was sure that Leo was the only one from the Azure Sea Fortress who was capable of this. But would he really be able to understand Karen? And Kane, in a new body, approached the place of his death in his past life. With each step, he sank deeper into the past. Here he sees himself covered in blood with a sword in his chest. And his knights shout. The commander has fallen. Retreat. Throw down your weapons and... Karen stopped next to the stairs and looked at the place where he, Kane Rathor, had once died. As if he were looking at himself. He closed his eyes and told himself that maybe he should stop thinking for a while. There was still so much to do and it was distracting. The butlers solemnly announced that they had arrived in His Majesty's domain and asked them to state their full names and titles. Sir Ryuk announced that these were the ruler's honored guests from the Duke's House of Reston. And the butlers suddenly realized. Of course. Come in. The butler entered the hall and loudly announced to those present. Leo Reston and Karen Reston of the Grand Ducal House of Reston are entering. The doors of the main hall of the palace opened and the brothers headed to the throne room where they were to meet with the emperor himself. Kane thought. Well, it would be interesting to see the face of the heir who replaced the mad demon emperor. The young man stared at the figure in the royal robe. his eyes blazing as if his whole life depended on it. Cain was eager to see the face of the heir to the throne who had replaced the mad demon emperor after the rebellion raised by Hilo. The brothers heard a greeting. "Welcome to the imperial palace." Cain was confused. Who this guy was? He was much younger. The men said that His Majesty unfortunately was not feeling well and was currently resting and asked me to convey his words. Before them stood the men who would inherit the imperial throne. Crown Prince Jorn Karen, the current ruler's eldest son. Karen knelt down and exclaimed, "We greet your highness the crown prince." Leo looked at his brother in surprise and repeated everything. Leo dropped to one knee and said, "Your highness, it is a great honor for me to meet you in person and pay my respects." The heir looked closely at the young men and said that he had heard that they had defeated the demons in the barony of Belas, worthy of the grandsons of a hero. Karen Reston clearly replied that they were only doing their duty. Although his hands were shaking in his clenched fists. It was simply incredible. Cain thought, "You're joking. You must be too much like him." The same face, the same mannerisms, and even the same voice. It was as if that same insane bloody demon emperor who sold his soul to the devil was now standing in front of Cain in the throne room again. Although no, this one is softer, Cain realized. This similarity is natural. After all, the crown prince is his grandson. You can't let emotions get the better of you. Prince Jorn approached Karen. The heir to the throne said that he had heard that the young man had become close to his brother, the sixth prince of Revelio. It is nice to know that the Archduke's grandchildren did not refuse him friendly relations. Leo exclaimed. "That you, this is a fleeting acquaintance." Karen growled at his older brother. Did this idiot really think that this was a compliment? And what did his parents teach his stupid brother Leo? Bowing, Karen respectfully replied to the heir. "I appreciate that your highness has a high opinion of us. We will justify your higher opinion." Duke Hilo Reston's youngest grandson assured Prince Jorn that he would certainly honor this friendship with his youngest brother. Karen also promised to maintain good relations with Prince Revelio and provide him with all possible support in all matters. Jorn Karen looked closely at Hilo's youngest grandson. This boy knew palace etiquette surprisingly well. It was strange. Leo was completely at a loss. He shook his head and looked around questioningly, wondering if he had said something wrong during this audience. The heir to the throne nodded slightly and said to Karen, "So take care of it." The young man realized that the audience had come to an end. Jorn added, "There will be a banquet in your honor this evening, so enjoy." The young men unanimously thanked His Highness the Prince. The heir suggested that the boys rest a little before the banquet. They thanked him and the gatekeeper said that he would escort the brothers to their chambers. When the door closed behind the young men, Jorn Karen looked at them for a long time and chuckled thoughtfully. Reflecting on what he had seen and heard, the heir to the throne said quietly, "So Duke Hilo Reston encourages friendship with the royal family. Even friendship with Revelio." The gatekeeper informed the Reston brothers that the master's weapons were completely safe. They were already in their chambers, they could take the swords, and Prince Jorn kept remembering the past audience. He decided that this Karen Reston really was a funny guy. Even though he was very young. Soon Leo and Karen found themselves in a spacious, cozy room with a massive carved fireplace. The brothers settled into soft armchairs. Leo asked his brother. Their grandfather overthrew the crazy demon emperor, right? Karen confirmed. Yes, indeed. And what of it? This means that the current emperor is the son of that same emperor. In the usual scenario. But Karen stopped his brother. He is not in the palace. Karen flared up. Leo was an even bigger blockhead than he thought. He growled at him to shut up and check if there was any eavesdropping magic here. He's already checked everything. It's clean. But he's not a detector, Karen explained. Usually it would be like that. But the prince personally participated in the coup. This gave Hilo Reston even more reason to act. Leo asked why the imperial family disliked the Restons then. Karen asked his brother why he thought that. Leo replied, "I don't know. It's just that the crown prince was looking at them that way and was acting so reserved today." Hilo's youngest grandson smiled. "That's not bad." Leo is finally starting to think, observe, and draw the appropriate conclusions. When Leo mentioned Revelio, Karen's hands were itching to punch his brother. But the heir's gaze was definitely hostile. Leo asked in surprise. But why, after all? They hadn't done anything bad to the emperor's family. Karen sighed thoughtfully. Well, that's obvious. Suddenly the doors of the chambers opened and Prince Revelio appeared on the threshold. He answered the young man. Because the family of Leo's mother is the Marquis Diaz. Revelio smiled broadly and asked the boys how they were doing. The prince noted that they looked good in their formal suits. Really handsome. Leo jumped up in his chair, hurrying to greet His Highness, the sixth prince. Karen snorted in displeasure. Ugh, speak of the devil. Revelio told Leo to forget about the formality. They were friends. There was no need to get up. Leo sank back into his chair. He was clearly uncomfortable. Rio smiled. Since Leo's mother is from the Marquis family. The imperial family, of course, sees you first and foremost as Restons. As he said, the prince added that whether he liked it or not, the Reston house would soon have to make its move. Karen felt that Rio was not telling him something. The sixth prince gnawed on an apple with pleasure. He said with a smile, "Let's call it an imperial tradition." Karen did not understand what he was talking about. Revelio was surprised. Isn't it clear that the son overthrows his father and takes the throne? Karen frowned. He was in no hurry to answer the sixth prince, and Revelio continued to rant. And the time is very opportune now, isn't it? Karen asked. Opportune for what? The prince said that even the county of Kiel relies on the influence of the Marquis of Diaz. All the capital's nobles will gather here tonight, and thanks to Karen's presence, the banquet promised to be even more fun. The young man became wary and asked what Revelio was getting at. The prince asked the young man if he wanted to cause a stir. But Karen objected, saying that Revelio seemed to really want to have fun today. Rio agreed. And that's also true. In any case, I can prepare a stage for you where you can do whatever your heart desires. The sixth prince's golden eyes flashed and he asked Karen point blank. So tell me, are you ready to join in this fun? Karen demanded that the prince first tell the details. He smiled cheerfully. Okay. That's a fair demand of the participant. Leo was stunned with horror. To cause a commotion at the imperial banquet. But Karen must be joking. Grandfather will never forgive them for this. Evening came. Numerous golden chandeliers were lit in the great hall of the imperial palace and guests began to gather for the banquet. Elegant ladies in luxurious dresses chattered merrily while brilliant courtiers from noble families walked alongside them. The Reston brothers also appeared at the banquet. Leo could not contain his exclamation of delight. His eyes sparkled at such a luxurious rich company. The young man's face flushed and he exclaimed, "Wow, there are so many beautiful ladies here." Karen advised him to control himself and his kite. Kane chuckled thoughtfully. He himself hadn't been to such banquets for a long time. Back then, in his past life as a slave, no one needed him and suddenly Karen sensed a stream of dark magic in the banquet hall. He shuddered. Where did it come from? After all, the emperor had banned magic in the palace. The sword called out to the master, sensing the distinct presence of a demon in the banquet hall. The young man answered Guillotine that he felt it too. This aura definitely comes from a creature that practices black magic. But where is this creature hiding in the large hall? Karen frowned and released his aura. His eyes glowing with magical light, he prepared to face the evil demon. But how can he find the source of magic so quickly in such a large crowded place? There are at least 100 people here, maybe more. Karen turned his head, trying to understand where the stream of dark magic was coming from. But it flowed between the dancers, looping and confusing the trail. The young man was sure that there must be something that would help him in his search. If he didn't find the source, the situation could get out of control. Two guys were watching Leo and Karen closely. One of them asked if it was them. The second nodded affirmatively. Yes, they were the Reston brothers. And Leo couldn't take his eyes off the beauties, he exclaimed. How many girls, Karen? He pulled up his older brother. It's impolite to say that. Leo started to make excuses, but I didn't mean it that way. But Karen hissed at him, ordering him to shut up. Those two guys were approaching them. One of the strangers noticed that rumors about the brothers had already spread throughout the capital. It must be hard to be young wolves of the Reston house. A strong guy extended his hand to Karen and introduced himself. I am Kareem Diaz, pleased to meet the grandson of the continent's famous hero. Kane hesitantly shook the hand extended to him and introduced himself as Karen Reston. He had no time for introductions now. He was looking for the dark mage in the hall. Kareem Diaz was surprised. No manners, Leo whispered to Karen. When you shake hands, look the person in the eyes. But it was all in vain. Leo explained to Kareem, his brother must be nervous. It's his first time at such a big banquet. I'm Leo Reston. It's very nice to meet you, Kareem frowned. Karen thinks he can dictate his own rules. He thanked Karen on behalf of his father for pacifying the bandits. Leo politely replied that they were just doing their duty, Kareem noticed. But Karen ignored him, a cheeky boy, even if he was young. Leo said, risk your life for others. They are from the Reston house, the most loyal people. They are not at all like the capital's nobles. The prince winked at Karen and advised him not to pay attention to the looks of the local nobles. They were clearly unhappy with Karen's appearance. Kareem Diaz bowed and said to Revelio, sixth prince, you have already arrived. The heir of the Diaz family thought, his tongue ahead of his thoughts. Kareem respectfully told the prince. High society has gathered here, so with all due respect. Watch your language. Rio apologized sarcastically. The sixth prince cheerfully told the young nobles that sometimes his character overpowered the norms of behavior and strict palace etiquette. Kane had a strange feeling that this dark energy was already familiar to him. That he had met it before. But who was it here? And suddenly he realized. He found, among the crowd of guests in a chair sat a beautiful girl. She was the source of the evil aura, born of dark magic. It is here. This creature is hiding and waiting, hiding behind a mask. The demon is waiting for the right moment and is watching for its intended victim. Now Karen could take a better look at her. He was convinced that he was not mistaken. It was from her that the evil aura emanated, and this enemy was quite strong. The beauty felt Karen's gaze on her. She turned slightly and smiled coquettishly at the cute young wolf cub. Rio exclaimed, Karen and Leo Reston, welcome to the palace. Kareem was indignant. He and the young dukes were talking now. The prince smiled. A masquerade was for fun, not for discussing business. But Kareem objected. Some situations couldn't be postponed. Rio asked Kareem, do you want to teach me about life or are you just chatting? Who would have thought that the Marquez set would decide to shake the norms? A frightened Kareem Diaz shuddered and began to justify himself to the prince, saying that he did not mean it at all. The prince had misunderstood. Karen rather sharply remarked to Kareem that he should think first and then speak. Young Diaz was taken aback by the youth's insolence. Leo tried to pull his brother up, but he sharply asked if his brother could shut his mouth. He had absolutely no time to argue with him now. Leo realized that something was wrong. And then he saw with horror that Karen was pulling his terrifying sword out of its sheath. The young man was stunned by what his brother was doing. Kareem Diaz looked questioningly at the unusual young man. What did this rascal decide to do here? The imperial palace is not a ring. Karen whispered to the sixth prince that the performance was over. And he was surprised why, suddenly, he had just gotten a taste for the entertainment. Karen Reston quietly told Revelio that the black magician was hiding right here in the banquet hall. He was among the guests. The young man had already found him. The sixth prince was amazed at what Karen was saying. Where the black magician came from. How the guards led him into the imperial palace. Karen asked the prince to buy him some time. Revelio asked if perhaps it would be worthwhile to urgently call the imperial guard here. The young man asked Revelio with a smile. He probably forgot who Karen was. His sword would cope with the demon much better than any guard. Rio smiled. Doctors destroy diseases. And Reston destroys demons. He asked what needs to be done. Karen answered. Don't let anyone out. The prince warned that he wouldn't be able to hold off the crowd for long, but okay. And then Kareem Diaz appeared in front of Karen trying to stop him. The young man glared at the young Marquis and whispered to him to be quieter. Kareem stopped dead in his tracks. Everyone silently watched Karen as he walked down the hall with his sword drawn. straight towards the mysterious girl in the beautiful mask. The young Marquis Diaz was in shock. He couldn't even draw his sword under Karen's gaze. The boy's blood pressure was so terrifyingly strong. The guests at the imperial banquet made way for Karen. Everyone asking each other who this strange guy was and why he had a sword. Leo looked around in confusion. He asked Karen what he was going to do. And then he looked at the serious Rio. The prince didn't understand what the hell was going on. He never thought that he would have to use this thing here. In the Emperor's palace, seeing Revelio's manipulations, everyone started whispering. The sixth prince, does he have magic? Rio explained, it's an illusion barrier. It will help. The prince explained to the guests that we could buy time until the guards arrived. But no one understood why they needed to waste time. Revelio reminded the aristocrats that doctors destroy diseases and Reston destroys demons. Now is the decisive moment. Karen calmly said that he had not even hoped to find support in the capital since their glorious ducal family was a thorn in everyone's side. Leo didn't understand anything. He asked in confusion. What other demons, Karen? This is an imperial banquet. They can't be here. The demoness took off her mask, Karen noticed. Just think, someone is greeting me here like this. She smiled welcomingly. Karen asked the beauty. Although, are you even human? Most likely not. The young man's aura and the sword in his hand were blazing with a furious flame. The woman's eyes sparkled, he had found. After all, as expected from Hilo Reston's grandson. A worthy wolf cub was growing up in this family. The beauty said coquettishly. She was even afraid that Karen would not cope and would not be able to find her at this crowded banquet. Seeing the raging streams of dark magic, Revelio shouted. Barrier. And the banquet hall was covered by a strong magical barrier. The beauty said languidly, Karen Reston. You are quite persistent, aren't you? It's a turn on. She looked invitingly at the young man, seducing him. Karen exclaimed, don't even try. He swung his sword and attacked the villainess who had sneaked into the banquet at the Emperor's palace. The beauty's head flew off her shoulders and to the side, spraying blood everywhere. And all the guests gasped in horror and disgust. The severed head stopped at the feet of the elegant beauties and gentlemen. Everyone, as if enchanted, looked at it and at the young Karen. The beauty's head lay in a pool of her own blood, the guests whispered. Someone knew this lady and was outraged by her murder. Suddenly the eyes of the severed head opened, dark magic lit up in them. The demoness languidly whispered that she was all burning from this. The guests, horrified, fled in all directions from the revived head. The ladies fainted or cried, not knowing what to do in such a situation. The banquet hall was filled with the desperate cries of the aristocrats. Everyone was wailing, shouting that a monster had appeared in the Emperor's palace. And only Karen silently watched the demon. He understood perfectly well that not everything was so simple. Their bloody battle was just beginning. The demoness screamed and the bouquet of black roses appeared in the center of the hall, sending glowing flower petals flying throughout the room. Karen watched carefully. He knew this deadly technique, but he had never seen it in this life. Only in the past. He was very surprised. Petals. This technique was very much loved by the dark mages of the Mad Demon King. And sweat again. The demoness regained her body, but not completely. She looked at the powerful weapon in Karen's hands and said. Very curiously, noticing the young man's gaze, she sighed. Regeneration, unfortunately, was imperfect. And this body was noticeably worse than the previous one. The demoness added, especially since this sword partially absorbed my mana. I didn't know that the Reston Duke's family had a similar artifact, Karen barked. Consider yourself lucky. If I were even a little stronger, you would have already died. And the sword would have completely absorbed your mana. The demoness replied that she herself would gladly devour the boy right there. But unfortunately, she could not do so yet. She exclaimed, what a pity, and rushed at Karen, aiming her sharp metal claws at him. The young man braced himself. The monster flew towards the young man incredibly quickly and struck. Karen's aura was blazing. The demoness could not kill him so easily. He was strong, and yet she managed to slightly wound the guy. Scratching his neck, blood gushed from the wound. The wolf cubs shuddered and cried out quietly. Everyone in the hall saw that young Reston was wounded. A murmur ran through the crowd. What if she kills this boy? What will happen to them all then? The demoness licked the claw stained with Karen's blood and cooed. You taste sweet, the young man growled. You damn creature. Leo took up his sword and rushed to help Karen. He could no longer watch his little brother fight one-on-one with the demon. But suddenly, Leo felt that Revelio took him by the shoulder and stopped him very insistently. The young man did not understand this movement of the prince. Turning to the sixth prince, he asked what was the matter. Revelio replied, "No need, Leo. Don't interfere in this battle, it's not worth it." The prince explained that this was Karen's battle. But Leo doubted it. He was worried about his brother and really wanted to help him win the battle. Revelio insisted because Leo knew brother Karen better than anyone. If he needed help, he would definitely tell him about it. Leo cursed, damn it. He knew perfectly well that Revelio was right. But he also knew that it was very difficult for Karen to fight the demon. Brother Karen exclaimed in despair. If only I were stronger, the sixth prince thought. Not now, your time is ahead. Revelio knew perfectly well that one day Leo would become strong. But now, if he clashed with this demon, he would die in an instant. The opponents stood facing each other in the middle of the banquet hall. The guests tried to move as far away as possible to avoid being killed. The sixth prince and Leo watched this unusual fight with excitement. Karen's brother's heart was pounding wildly. He was afraid for the younger one. Blood flowed from Karen's wound and fell onto the floor of the hall. The sword told its owner that this enemy was beyond his capabilities. That she was stronger and more skilled. Guillotine warned the young man that if he continued to fight, he would simply die, especially since she had infected him with magic. Karen sighed. A senseless death. So maybe that was the case. But he was not used to retreating, neither in this life nor in the past. He remembered the last bloody battle of Cain Rathor and his loyal knights. Almost all of them died here, in the Emperor's palace. Karen decided that if this was the price for standing up for one's principles, then it was not a useless death, but a heroic one. The young man's eyes flashed. And he told the sword that there was an evil demon standing in front of him. And he could not let him leave here alive. He gripped the hilt of his sword tighter and prepared to fight to the death. His face now looking exactly like Cain Rathor's. The demoness noticed the change that had occurred in the young man. It felt like a mature warrior who had been through battles was standing with a sword in his hands. She grinned. What a hard look. Still just a child, but full of hatred, and not a drop of fear or panic. It was amazing. Rushing into battle, she shouted. Incredible. The blood of the Dukes of Reston is truly something special. They are already brave warriors from the cradle. Karen was ready to die. But to take with him this evil poisonous creature that had come here uninvited for the blood of people. A whirlwind of demonic petals flew across the banquet hall. The demoness launched a deadly attack using her favorite technique. The guests at the banquet screamed one after another. The petals did not discriminate whom to strike. Many in the hall were wounded by the demoness. She cried out that her name was Shunya. And that the little blue wolf cub of the Reston Dukes would remember that name until her death. Karen cursed mentally. Damn it. It hit the others too. He had to finish this creature off quickly. Otherwise, it would kill everyone in this hall. Revelio heard Karen's thoughts and shouted at the young man to ignore them and just do what he had to do. The sixth prince cast a spell, protecting the people behind him from the attack of the demonic petals. And some of the demoness weapons disappeared. This game was already starting to bore the villain. She attacked Karen seriously. But he was able to dodge the stream of deadly petals. She said, "You're not so stupid as to relax just because you dodged. My petals are not just decoration." Guillotine asked the owner what he was doing. If he couldn't dodge her blow again, he would die instantly. She was stronger. Realizing what Karen was going to do, the sword exclaimed, "No way. Hey, you don't have enough strength for this yet." The ocean of Karen began to churn. And he decided to use the Hiran sword style. The fifth form, full tide. Even though the young man only had 4 stars, everyone froze. And raging waves of clarity magic swirled around Karen, quickly sweeping away all the demonic petals. The demoness shuddered when she saw this power. She thought that this boy's level was somewhat lower. But he was growing right before her eyes. The sword scolded the young master. It is not appropriate to use mana so openly. Here, in the Emperor's palace, magic is highly discouraged. Karen felt that he was at the limit. Blood gushed from the wound more intensely. The sword warned the young man. Your body will not withstand, master, but the guy replied that he didn't give a damn about it. He never clung to life. If he was destined to die today, so be it. The most important thing is to rip out the heart of this creature. The demoness was surprised. She did not think that the young blue wolf cub Reston would go so far. The demoness laughed, exclaiming that she was completely delighted with her young. But so stubborn an opponent, she even felt sorry for him. Revelio was perplexed. His spell had long since worn off. And the Emperor's guard was still not there. What was going on? Could it really be all for a reason? Meanwhile, an alarm was raised in the castle. The knights of the Imperial Guard realized that something strange was happening in the Great Hall. Sir Ryuk Raymer asked the knights on duty what was going on and why the alarm had been raised in the castle. The duty officer reported to the commander, "The thing is that someone used magic in the banquet hall." Ryuk was stunned. What and how could such a thing happen here? Ryuk asked what about the magic tower.
The knight replied that the situation was critical, so the magicians urgently arrived through the portal. Raymer cursed mentally. Damn it. There was magic inside the royal palace. Ryuk ordered the knights to move into the hall. Ryuk Raymer didn't understand why this happened on the very night when His Majesty was holding a gala banquet in the palace. Approaching the banquet hall, Ryuk asked why the doors hadn't been broken down yet. The knight explained that mages couldn't break the barrier. The guard commander was amazed that it was possible that the members of the High Magic Tower could not cope with this spell. The duty officer told Ryuk that the Imperial magicians said that this barrier was similar to black magic. It seemed that there was an enemy inside. Raymer frowned. How was this possible? Dark magic in the Imperial Palace. It had been a long time since anyone had heard of anything like that here. What the hell is going on? Is the Empire returning to the dark times that were under the mad demon emperor? The demoness's eyes glittered, and she said that since the king had not given permission, she would not kill the little blue wolf cub. She approached the young man, seeing that he was weakening before her eyes, but still did not give up, striving to kill the monster that appeared before him. Karen was silent, and the demoness gently told him not to worry. This time he would stay alive, but only for now. She charged again, screaming, "So let me enjoy this longer. Such sweet young blood of Reston." The young man clenched his teeth. He thought through his strategy and tactics, and knew that now her deadly claws would dig into his body and cause pain. Karen swung his sword, but instead of the demoness, there was only a whirlwind of rose petals in front of him, and she herself disappeared, moving upward. Shunya hovered under the ceiling of the banquet hall. She really liked this delicious, sweet young Reston with a mighty sword in his hands. The young man felt Shunya circling above him, looking for the best place to strike with her claws. He froze in anticipation of her attack. Seeing the demoness above him, Karen cursed loudly. Damn, it looks like he won't be able to dodge her this time. Nothing can be done. Karen suddenly remembered Lady Sabina's very first lesson. She told him then, "Remember, the power of the sea cannot be controlled. The power of the sea must be accepted. Only then can you control everything. Only then can you become the all-powerful ruler of the ocean." The young man understood that his master was showing him the way, and he actually accepted the flow of the sea, opening his right shoulder to the enemy. Seeing that the monster was about to grab his brother, Leo couldn't stand it. He pulled out his sword and shouted for Karen to get out of the way. Shunya's eyes sparkled and she laughed, anticipating how she would now torment the body of this stubborn boy from the Reston clan. Leo was terrified. The demoness was approaching Karen. He simply wouldn't have time to run and shield his wounded brother from imminent death. Karen's blood spurted out, and Shunya dug her predatory claws into his shoulder, causing the young man horrific pain. The demoness exclaimed, "As expected, Karen Reston is amazing. I knew you would release your mana with willpower, but to deliberately expose himself to attack in order to create a breach, what impudence." Shunya did not expect this from a 13-year-old youth. Karen didn't listen to her. He swung his sword and cut off the demoness's hand, which she so carelessly extended to his right shoulder. One more blow and Shunya was torn in half. Now she could no longer restore this body. Too much of her mana had been absorbed by the sword. The demoness said with a smile that Karen Reston was very funny. And this sword, she now saw, was a legendary weapon known to everyone. This is the guillotine. So that's what it is, the executioner's sword. The sword told its owner that it can absorb dark mana and turn it into his power. The more demon blood the sword absorbs, the more mana it can transfer to Karen. The young man was surprised. An interesting property. As soon as the young man cut Shunya, the magicians reported that the barrier was removed. The sword told Karen that the demon in front of him was not a real body. Karen understood that even if she had an accomplice in the palace, her real body could not just walk around freely here. Sir Ryuk, at the head of a detachment of knights and magicians, entered the banquet hall. He ordered all the guests to disperse and not interfere with the battle. Karen promised Shunya that one day his blade would enter her flesh very deeply. The demoness replied, "Ah, I will wait for this, baby." Turning into a stream of petals, Shunya added that she would wait for him beyond the northern sea, and the king would also wait for him there. There was an explosion, and the demoness's remains scattered throughout the banquet hall in the form of glowing pink and black petals. Ryuk Raymer was stunned. Could it really be that a demon had just been here? And this young man, Karen Reston, could he really fight the demon himself? The knight was perplexed. A demon in the imperial palace. How was this possible? The guests sighed with relief and began to chatter, discussing everything. Ryuk heard that if the sixth prince hadn't protected me with magic, it would have been the end. Who would have thought that this bratty kid would be of any use? Raymer was amazed that, I heard right, His Highness used magic. But this is strictly forbidden for heirs. The duty officer turned to Sir Ryuk, who asked what he wanted, and the knights quietly conferred, wondering what they should do. Karen swayed, he said barely audibly. Damn, I lost too much blood. Leo rushed to his brother and picked up Karen. The older brother asked Karen to let them examine him, and the young man sarcastically remarked that Leo should not try to hug him. Revelio said that Karen was not able to stand on his feet, so he should stop showing off. He threw the bottle to the young man and ordered him to drink it. Karen asked Rio if he was trying to feed him some kind of nasty thing. The prince replied with a smile, "It's the dew of the world tree, smart guy. You can't even buy something like this for money, Karen knows." The young man responded barely audibly, "I know it didn't grow on a tree, but it's such a rarity." Revelio told the wounded man to consider this his investment in a man with level heads. So swallow it, or you'll barely be alive. Karen knew that the dew of the world tree was an elven elixir that increased the flow of energy, so there was no need to worry. The young man drank the elven elixir and thanked the sixth prince, saying that he was in his debt. Revelio smiled, of course. Karen asked his brother to contact his grandfather, and he would sort this out. Leo exclaimed that Karen had gone crazy. He needed to rest. Unexpectedly for everyone, Rayo came up and hit Karan with a magic ball. Leo was taken aback by surprise, and Karan dropped his sword and passed out. The prince said that he beats women and children because he is stronger. It's a joke. Leo asked Revelio in confusion what he did to his brother. Rio reassured the young man. Don't worry, it's just a knockout. By the way, Duke Hilo should already be in the palace. Leo asked how he knew this. Revelio explained that as soon as traces of dark mana appear in the palace, House Reston is obliged to intervene. Such is the order. The Imperial Guards entered the hall, and Sir Ryuk Raymer announced to the sixth prince of Revelio that he was under arrest and suspected of rebellion. Leo was indignant. This was just ridiculous. But Revelio stopped the young man, saying, "It's okay, Leo. I expected exactly this outcome." The prince told the guards with a smile that ropes were not needed. He was going with them voluntarily. Ryuk bowed and replied, "As you wish, Revelio." "I'll say right away that I'm innocent," Ryuk objected. "It's hard to believe the words of someone who broke imperial law and secretly studied magic." The sixth prince turned to Leo, saying that now it was the Reston house's turn. He had already made his. The young man looked questioningly at Rio. Revelio winked cheerfully at the saddened Leo. "See you later, brother. And don't forget to tell Grandpa that I helped you with the demon." Having said everything he wanted to the Reston brothers, The sixth prince of Revelio good-naturedly said to his escort, "Okay, let's go, Sir Ryuk." Leo looked at the departing Imperial guards with the prince in confusion and wondered what the hell was going on. Halo Reston spoke with Yorn. He told the Crown Prince that now was not the time for formalities. He surely understood that. The heir asked the Duke what about this incident that happened last night. A demon invaded the palace. Hilo replied that the Duchy of Reston, in accordance with the pact with the Emperor's family, promised to destroy the enemies who invaded the palace. But first, the Duke will take care of his grandchildren. The prince has no objections, does he? Jorn Karen looked silently at Hilo Reston. Kane remembered his service in the guard of the Mad Demon King. The rebellion, raised by Hilo Reston and the heir, had already begun. That day, Kane Rathor, as always, was on duty on the fortress wall, checking the guards and talking with his knight friends. The smiling knight asked Kane what he was thinking about so hard again. Rathor, waking up, recognized his friend. It was the merry fellow Karua. He asked Kane. Apparently the commander was nervous. Rathor objected. "No way. There would be something to be nervous about. Everything is fine." Karua noticed, and it would have been worth it. Kane had never won against the young Duke Hilo. He was a very strong fighter and well prepared. Kane frowned and said that he was actually stronger than Hilo. He just had no luck so far. Karua smiled cheerfully. Yes, I readily believe it." At that moment, someone called out to Karua and he left, leaving the commander to reflect and make a decision. Kane told his friend that because of dark magic, Karua would now be hunted for life. But with his skills, he could definitely survive. The commander urged his friend to flee before it was too late, before Hilo Reston's army broke into the capital. And then, no one would be saved. Karua smiled in response. He thanked his friend for his concern. But spending the rest of his life on the run sounds like a pain in the ass. The knight declared that he would rather die here with him, his commander, and Kane Rathor angrily called Karua a stubborn fool. Karua suddenly asked the commander why he never chose himself, why he risked his life for this mad emperor. Kane Rathor calmly replied to his friend that it was not a matter of the mad emperor. He had lived his entire life as a submissive slave, and he decided to end this worthless life here. This is his, Kane's, choice, albeit the first and last. But others are not obliged to follow him. Karua sighed sadly. It was stupid, of course, but since the commander had already decided, there was nothing that could be done. We had to go to the very end. The always cheerful Karua added that he would escort the commander to the next world without complaint. Kane cursed. What a stubborn moron he was. A squad of knights from the Imperial Guard walked along one of the streets of the Empire's capital. After the attack, the city's security was strengthened. Stopping next to the knights on duty near the Reston House, the guardsman angrily muttered, "Those damn blue wolves." The guard angrily told the Huron knights not to relax there, as they were settling in there a bit too openly. The blue wolf noticed that we all felt awkward in the same company, and asked his comrade when he thought we would return to the fortress. "We'll have to wait until the Grand Duke finishes his investigation. Considering what happened, he won't just let it go." So the blue wolves are apparently in the capital for a long time, since Mr. Karen almost died during the fight with that demon in the Emperor's palace. And Karen was still unconscious. Leo and Amy silently watched by his bed, waiting for the young man to finally wake up. The silence became oppressive, and Leo thanked Miss Amy, who was surprised, for which the young man explained she had helped him and Karen a lot. And given the Reston family's relationship with the Imperial Guard, it wouldn't have been easy, the girl said, if Mr. Kane had lived. Suddenly, Karen sat up in bed and barked at Amy. This again. Kane this, Kane that. Leo carefully asked his brother how he felt. Enraged, Karen declared that he didn't care how he felt. Where that half-poker Revelio was, that bastard made him pass out. Leo explained that the prince was arrested by the guards. His grandfather should have already gone after him. Karen was stunned by the arrest, and his grandfather was also here. Leo said that Grandpa led the Blue Wolves into the hall immediately after the attack. Karen realized that Halo used a teleportation circle. Karen asked if anyone else had attacked. Leo replied, "Of course not." Who would risk entering the palace when the blue wolves were on guard? Looking at the girl, Karen asked Leo, "By the way, where's this one from?" Leo said, "Thanks to Amy's help, you were quickly patched up." Karen smiled that she wanted him to get better faster. "And you could beat me." Amy was offended. She wanted to repay the savior. The Duke and Zeras entered the room. The grandfather asked his grandson with concern, "Are you feeling better, Karen?" Everyone stood up and greeted the leader. The Duke hastened to calm them down, saying, "Sit, sit. You are probably tired of looking after Karen while he was unconscious." Karen greeted the leader. Hylos said that the number of oceans inside him had grown to 5. It was amazing how he managed to do that. The young man explained that in order to stop the demoness, he had to open the channels by force. He used the 5th form, full tide. The Duke told his grandson that it was stupid. He had only mastered the 4th form, hadn't he? Jumping to the 5th was risky. The grandson admitted that he had copied the 5th form from others. So it wasn't perfect, of course, but it still helped him win the fight. The Duke said, "Karen Reston, as the head of the family, I order that when we return home, I forbid you from any political activity. This ban will last for 4 years, during which time Karen will only be occupied with training at the Azure Sea Fortress." The young man obediently replied, "Yes, sir." Karen understood his grandfather perfectly well. Over the years, the boy should become noticeably stronger. Halo asked his youngest grandson if he had learned anything from this incident, it being his first encounter with a demon. The guy answered, "He realized that I still lacked a lot." The Duke carefully told his grandson Karen, "Obsession always leads to trouble." The young man explained that it was not just a matter of lust for power. The demoness who attacked the palace had said something before she disappeared. Halo asked, "And what did she say?" Karen said thoughtfully, "She said that she would wait for him beyond the northern sea." Karen asked his grandfather what was there. The Duke sighed and said that he was not ready to know it yet, and asked if there were any other questions. The young man told the Duke that Revelio had given him the dew of the world tree to heal him, and he could not remain in debt and wanted to repay. Hylo Reston replied to his grandson that, as everyone knows, members of the imperial family are strictly forbidden from studying magic. Although they found no evidence related to the incident, since the 6th prince violated the treaty, he must be severely punished. The Duke concluded that from now on, the 6th prince of Revelio would be under the supervision of the Blue Wolves, a fact his grandson should keep in mind. Leo shouted to his grandfather, but the 6th prince tried to help Charon, and the youngest grabbed his brother and tried to sit him back on the chair. The Duke asked Karen to stay with Zeras until the investigation was completed, and the young man said he had one more request. There is no suitable place for Karen's training. Hylo replied that he had made arrangements with the Imperial Guard. They would instruct him. Karen thanked the chief. The Duke asked Zeras to look after the children. He bowed respectfully to Lord Hylo Reston. Leo reproachfully told his brother that the 6th prince was trying to help them. Karen explained to his brother that his grandfather was protecting this peacock. Leo asked in surprise what he meant by protecting, and Karen explained that the Duke had personally assigned his loyal blue wolves to him. They seemed to have taken him into custody, but in reality, they were protecting and watching him. Everything turned out exactly as Revelio wanted. The Restons became his shield. Leo grabbed his head, trying to comprehend what his brother had said. And Karen cheerfully asked Amy if the little one wanted to go for a walk. He wanted to go to the headquarters of the Imperial Guard, to take a curious look at it. Maybe Amy would take him, the girl agreed. She looked at the suddenly cheerful Karen and tried to understand what he was planning. Suddenly, he would pull some kind of trick again. Noticing Amy's gaze, Karen asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" The girl replied embarrassedly, "I'm not looking at you at all. It's just your imagination." The commander of the Knights of the Order of the Blue Wolves looked closely at his young high-born protege, but said nothing. Karen told Zeras with a smile that he trusted him to protect their noble bodies, because he was one of the strongest. Zeras sighed that the bastard was up to something again. He loved Karen, but he knew that he could cause too much trouble. In the Azure Sea Fortress, the brothers discussed the events, and Raphael noticed that the only talk in the capital right now was about Charon. He asked his younger brother, "You must be proud of your son, Pale." He was outraged by Raphael's words. "Charon almost died, brother." Pale slammed his fists on the table in frustration, exclaiming, "Rumors don't matter." This is the second time he's found himself on the brink of death. Raphael noted that Pale was right. It seemed that Tylus's vaunted intelligence was no good. The older brother had remained stubbornly silent all this time. Tails thought, "What a fool Raph is. The one you were baring your teeth at was not me, but Pale's son, Charon, whose name is already thundering everywhere." Pale rose with difficulty and said that he would probably go. Today had been a very difficult day, and there were still unresolved business matters. As he left, the younger brother said that someone had to take responsibility for everything that had happened to his son Charon these days. Raphael stood up after his brother and said that he would go too, wishing his older brother a good rest, who thanked Rafa. Tails was left alone. He thought that Charon was not just a potential threat. He had now become his main obstacle in the fight for the inheritance. Perhaps he is even more dangerous than Raphael. Tails headed towards the magic crystal. He couldn't sit still. He had to do something. The first young master of the Reston house approached the magic crystal. He needed to consult with his mentor. He asked what it was. Thales. Father Hugo answered that he had a personal request for the elder. It was extremely important for him. The elder told Thales that now was not the best time for such requests. But he objected that it was all for the sake of their own family. The elder was silent for a moment, then reluctantly answered, "Okay, but Tylus will have to wait a little. He will come to him soon." A satisfied Tails mentally addressed Charon, saying that the boy would also soon have to make his final choice. The youngest nephew will have to decide whether he will side with his uncle Thales or whether they will forever be bitter enemies. The forest around the Azure Sea Fortress began to rustle mysteriously. Streams of magic flowed through the thicket, and Tails' mentor headed towards it. Charon, who had recovered from Rio's magical attack, began magical training in the Imperial Guard's special hall. The young man worked hard. He needed to recover and absorb the rare elven potion that Revelio gave him after the battle. Finally, the training was over. Charon's whole body was covered in sweat, but he was pleased with the result, even more than he expected. The young man said thoughtfully, "It was impressive. Even though the potion contained only pure mana, it mixed with his body completely naturally. It's no wonder the dew from the World Tree is as valuable as a bud. And where did Revelio get such a rarity? It instantly heals and increases strength." And then he remembered. Oh, right. He has some shady business there with the elves. And they are real smugglers. They can get anything. Charon decided that at the next meeting he should ask for another such thing. It was very useful and could greatly help in training. Opening the door to the training room, Charon was surprised to see Leo there, who asked his brother if Charon had finished his training yet. The young man asked Leo with a smile, "Are you guarding my body, brother?" The older brother was embarrassed almost. "Father told me to keep an eye on you." Charon chuckled. "I'm going to cry now," Leo indignantly noted. "You are my younger brother, if you haven't forgotten. They tried to kill you several times." Charon patted Leo on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Compared to our first meeting in the fortress, you're making some good speeches, brother." Leo replied that back then he was still stupid and inexperienced, and considered himself the most talented, and his younger brother an arrogant, rich, talentless man. The young man told his younger brother that although he lacked many things, he could at least cover Charon's back from various traitors. Charon looked at his older brother in silence. Leo was truly sincere. Unlike Hugo and his uncles, Leo was definitely not a traitor. He told Leo that he knew and appreciated it very well. It was very important to have someone very reliable and loyal to cover your back. Leo sighed sadly and mentally said to his bratty little brother, "I know how talented you are, Charon, and that you will reach heights that I never dreamed of. So I will follow you to be at least a little useful to you." Charon was silent. He felt Leo's mood but did not say anything. Perhaps his older brother would still play a role in his life. He walked out onto a large platform where the knights of the Imperial Guard were training to fight with swords, just like in the fortress. Leo looked around and asked Charon in confusion why they had come here, since his grandfather had not agreed with the guards about training here. This is the Imperial Guard's training grounds, so borrowing the training hall is one thing, but sword fighting is a whole other matter. Charon smiled mockingly and told his brother that they came here to sell the loot and their honor. Leo was taken aback. What was he talking about? Karen already answered seriously. We will train, idiot. Leo was offended by his brother. He was already annoying me with his stupid jokes. Zeras called out to Karen and Leo. The commander of the Knights of the Order of the Blue Wolves said that they decided to do as Karen asked. Amy Altura noticed the guys. Oh, they finally came. Karen cheerfully waved to the girl. Leo looked at her questioningly. Leo didn't understand why Lady Amy was here. The girl said that she really didn't understand why they were sparring after everything. Karen approached the training wooden swords and asked the girl if she really needed a reason. He would quickly come up with one. The young man asked, "How about this? Will Amy have enough skills to follow in the footsteps of the one she admires? Let's check now." She caught the wooden sword that Karen had thrown and asked in confusion what he was talking about. In what footsteps? And what kind of path this was. Karen asked the girl provocatively if she didn't want to prove herself in front of all these people. Everyone was really looking at Amy. She gripped the training sword and looked at the smiling Karen. He didn't look angry or offended, rather cheerful. The young man was delighted. Such a fighting spirit. He bowed respectfully to the girl. "Lady Amy Altura, I challenge you to a duel." She responded with the same elegant feminine bow and quietly said, "I accept your bold challenge, Sir Karen Reston." Karen suggested starting right now. Amy agreed. Leo turned his head in confusion, wondering what his younger brother was up to. Leo was puzzled as to what Karen was even thinking. The Imperial Guards already fiercely hated the Knights of the Blue Wolves Order, and testing the skills of Amy Altura, the Guard's squire, right in the courtyard of the Imperial Guard, is an outright provocation. Amy and Karen climbed into the ring. He told the girl that he was giving her a head start because she was still a girl and had not yet been knighted. She replied, "Then I will not hold back," and rushed into battle. She herself did not know why she so wanted to show him her skills. Amy raised her wooden sword towards her opponent's head, but he didn't even move. However, she didn't stop her attack. But Amy didn't manage to hit Karen. He easily blocked her attack, simply covering himself with his sword, steel flashing in his eyes. He pushed Amy away, and the surprised girl flew back. She had no idea that this boy could be so terrifyingly strong. Amy Altura was amazed. Karen didn't even have to get into a proper stance, but he so easily repelled her attack. What kind of skills does this strange young man have? And why did Amy feel like she was holding an imperial sword in front of her, not a wooden training sword? This guy really is unusual. Karen's face became cold and hard. He immersed himself in the atmosphere of the battle. He took every training fight seriously. The young man said, "Well, now it's my turn," and rushed to attack his graceful opponent, the enthusiastic admirer of Amy Altura. She shuddered. Such fast and strong movements. Few of the Knights of the Imperial Guard have such amazing skills. Amy clutched the sword. Karen was so quickly next to her, and his appearance was so terrifying, as if he was actually going to kill her now. She put up a defense, but already realized that she wouldn't be able to block this attack. It was too fast, strong, and furious. Opening her eyes, Amy was surprised to see a huge banner of the Empire hanging on the fortress wall. She didn't even have time to understand anything. She lay on the ring in clouds of dust and silently looked around in surprise. The girl trying to remember what had just happened here. Karen dropped to one knee and sternly told the defeated Amy to get up. The enemy on the battlefield won't wait for her to catch her breath. The girl stood up and grumbled that she knew that without him. Amy glanced sideways at the one she considered just a little bastard. The girl's aura flared. She warned the enemy that she was attacking. He, as always, stood calmly, not even in a fighting stance. Karen easily counterattacked Amy, explaining that her movements were too predictable, and such an attack could be easily anticipated and parried. She clenched her teeth and swung at his legs, trying to get revenge for her first shameful knockout in their almost comical duel. The young man noticed that Amy was trying to throw him off balance. He commented that this was a good decision, but it had its downsides. He hit her on the back, she screamed, and Karen told her to think at least 2 steps ahead, otherwise death. Standing over Amy, who was shaking from the painful blows, he asked her if she died without defeating the enemy, who would protect those dear to her. Zeras, who was watching the duel, thought that the boy was right. The guards had to stop the enemy threatening the imperial family. The knights of the Heiran Order strive to kill the enemy immediately. In the tactics of the Blue Wolves, the most important thing is a lightning-fast attack. So, if you don't hit a vulnerable spot with one blow, you're dead. But in Karen's movements, Zeras saw more than just the Order's technique. Leo quietly asked Zeras if he didn't think Karen was moving rather strangely, not like they had been working on during training. The commander of the Blue Wolves praised the young man. "And you're good, Leo," he also noticed. Leo realized that this oddity caught the eye of more than just him. Karen's style is different from both the style of the Order of the Blue Wolves and the Guards. It's like a strange mixture of both. But where does this come from? Karen again demanded that Amy get up and continue the fight. Leo silently watched this demonstrative beating of the fragile girl. Leo asked Zeras why Karen goes so far. Zeras replied with a smile. "I guess it's because he cares for Lady Amy Altura, and she really likes it. With each new fight, her movements become better and more precise. This is a useful activity for her as a fighter." Leo looked sadly at the ring. He did not understand much of what Karen was doing, sometimes considering him a quarrelsome and cruel person. He looked at Amy and didn't understand. She had taken so many blows from Karen, but she was happy. She was smiling. Her eyes were sparkling with joy. After another fall, Karen asked Amy if they were going to train or kiss the ground. It was enough lying around. It was time to continue the fight. The young man looked questioningly at Kane's admirer. She barely moved, but was no longer able to get up. She had lost. Amy answered in a barely audible voice. "That's it. This fight has ended in complete defeat for her." She admits her loss in the duel with Karen. The young man smiled contentedly and said, "Okay, he accepts Lady Amy Altura's defeat, but she can always fight again." Karen looked at the guards gathered around the ring and said with a smile, "Then the next one is ready to fight the Blue Wolf." Karen's eyes were sparkling. It was clear that the battle was giving him real pleasure. He was not at all tired, unlike Amy. Leo gritted his teeth. What was Karen really doing, really? Couldn't they have stopped at the duel with Amy? He won, and that's already good. Zeras grabbed his head. This boy, although talented, was completely uncontrollable. The last thing they needed was a conflict with the guards. None of the guardsmen were in a hurry to enter the ring. Karen thought, what a pathetic sight. Avoiding a duel, and yet still calling yourself a guardsman. Suddenly, Karen heard Sir Ryuk's voice. He asked, "Since you want to fight someone from the guard, how about crossing blades with me?" He had just entered the training ground and looked defiantly at the Duke of Reston's grandson, and the guards stepped aside. Ryuk Raymer said that my subordinates should guard the Imperial Palace and not play the incomprehensible games of a boy. Karen smiled. He didn't expect such a turn of events. What luck! Fighting the promising Ryuk will be extremely interesting. The young man replied that if Sir Ryuk was willing to teach him a lesson, he would be only too happy. But there was one proposal that Ryuk was surprised at. Karen asked his potential opponent if he thought about fighting with real swords. Ryuk chuckled in confusion. What a guy. Sir Ryuk warned Karen that he could get hurt. He confirmed that he understood the risks. Ryuk was surprised. Zeras did not interfere. Raymer wondered if the commander of the Blue Wolves really thought the boy had even the slightest chance of defeating Ryuk. Karen reminded that anyone who agrees to sparring waives any claims in the event of injury or death. Such is the law of swordsmen. Sir Ryuk confirmed that this was indeed the case. And then Karen suggested that the Imperial Guard Knight begin their sparring. Raymer took out his sword and calmly replied, "Well, fine. I'll accept the challenge since the boy so wants to get a good thrashing." The Emperor's knight frowned. This boy is behaving too provocatively here. We need to put an end to this once and for all. Sir Ryuk entered the ring with the firm intention of kicking the ass of this mad dog of the Duke's House of Reston, who had decided to humiliate the guard. Ryuk told Karen that he was giving him a one-hit head start because he was a boy. And the young man replied with a smile that he hadn't forced the knight's tongue. Now Karen had the guillotine in his hands, his eyes flashing. The young man rushed at the serious opponent with a real combat sword. Ryuk was amazed at the monstrous flow of mana. It was hard to imagine that this was just a teenager, albeit a talented one. The knight defended himself from the attack by holding out his sword, two streams of mana swirling in a terrifying vortex across the training ground. Ryuk was surprised. Was this really Heiran's style? He realized that if he lost concentration even for a moment, he would instantly lose the fight. Karen attacked the Emperor's Guard Knight, well known in the capital, with a force that surprised everyone, and the guards froze in amazement. Ryuk dodged the blow. He decided not to take any risks and not to relax. Otherwise, he would be swept away by this powerful wave of Karen's mana. Suddenly, the knight saw that Karen had opened up, and at some point his left side was completely unprotected from the enemy's blow. Reimer decided to finish quickly. He lunged, attacking his young but very daring opponent from the Order of the Blue Wolves. Ryuk was stunned. The boy was smiling, but why? This smile of Karen during the battle seemed simply monstrous to the knight. The enemy inflicted a wound on Karen, from which blood gushed. But the young man seemed not to notice the pain. He immediately counterattacked Sir Ryuk. Reimer was stunned. The boy provoked the attack to destroy his stance. It's hard to believe that such a boy would act like that. But what's more important is that Karen's movement is clearly an imperial style. The Blue Wolves fight in a completely different way. Where could he have learned this? Zeros watched the battle without stopping. Not every one of his knights would have dared to engage in such a sparring match with Sir Ryuk Reimer. He suddenly remembered Lady Sabina's statement about her favorite student. She had said that calling him a genius was an insult. He mentally asked Lady Sabina if she felt her student fighting a knight who was aiming to become the commander of the Imperial Guard. The boy is only 13 years old, and he is quickly adopting his opponent's techniques, not inferior to the best Imperial fighters. Sir Ryuk noticed how interesting it was to feel the guard's technique in Karen's strikes, and he asked his opponent where he knew the technique from. Reimer warned the young man that from now on he would fight with full force, and Karen replied with a smile that he was glad to hear that. Guillotine warned his master that he sensed a murderous lust in his opponent, Sir Ryuk Reimer, that was growing stronger. The knight warned the young man that he was attacking. Scarlet streams of mana swirled around him. Kane shuddered. He recognized this technique, and yet he couldn't believe it. This aura, it couldn't be. Karawa was unlikely to be able to teach anyone, and he himself died in that battle along with Kane. And yet, it was the moonlight technique, with sickle-shaped deadly streams flying around Ryuk, capable of striking the enemy. Karen mentally praised his opponent. Not bad, Ryuk. At least he was able to surprise during sparring. That's already very good. The sixth form of the Imperial-style moonlight. If you don't dodge the sword aura hidden behind the moonlight, you're finished. The knight rushed into battle. Considering the technique Ryuk used, Karen decided to use the wolf's favorite technique. Powerful blue streams of mana swirled around the youth as he used the Heiran sword style. The fifth form, Full Tide. Ryuk Reimer's sword drew golden, sickle-shaped cutting streams aimed straight at the young man, and everything around him was shining. With blazing eyes, the Imperial Guard rushed towards Karen. He swung his sword, and a golden stream of sword aura flew towards the guy. Karen prepared to repel the attack, cranking up the tide to its maximum and rushing towards Sir Ryuk Reimer. Everyone froze. It seemed as if two raging elements were rushing towards each other on the market, and the waters of a mighty ocean were splashing around Karen. Ryuk's aura was blazing with fire. Crescent moons of varying sizes circled around him, and his opponents were using a lot of combat energy. Suddenly, Karen saw that his mana streams were cutting Sir Ryuk's moonstream into pieces, and the moonlight was disintegrating and disappearing. Karen was surprised. Could this really be a trick? It couldn't be. It's unlikely that anyone in the Imperial Guard could teach this style now. Kane remembered the almost always smiling Karua. He had mastered this style perfectly. But where did Sir Ryuk get moonlight from? Leo shouted at Karen to dodge. He was watching this fight with bated breath and was very afraid for his little brother. Ryuk attacked his opponent again, releasing a striking aura from his sword. A wide golden stream flew towards the young man, and everyone froze. The two elements met. A powerful explosion occurred. For some time, nothing was visible. A frightened Leo loudly called out to Karen. Everyone heard someone coughing heavily, but no one understood who it was. Karen or Ryuk. The energy flows began to thin out little by little. When Leo saw what was happening at the market, his eyes widened in surprise and he fell silent. Neither he nor the others expected such an outcome. A bloodied Karen stood over Ryuk, holding the knight tightly by the throat. The young man's eyes were blazing. He wanted to know about Karawa's style. The guy asked Ryuk Raymer menacingly, "This Moonlight, how do you know him?" Deep down, Kane hoped that Karawa was able to survive. The Imperial Guards, seeing the boy holding Ryuk by the throat, froze in amazement, and deathly silence reigned. Karen abruptly released Ryuk's throat and said, "I'm sorry, I seem to have gotten carried away. I'm sorry, Sir Ryuk, please forgive me." Ryuk cursed silently. And where did the child get such a death grip from? He asked the young man, "Are you okay, Sir Charon?" The young man looked at the wound on his side, inflicted by the knight's sword, and asked, "Is this what Sir Ryuk apparently means?" "It's nothing, just a scratch. It will heal in no time." Ryuk told the young man that he had also gotten too excited and apologized to Karen. Karen assured the knight, "Everything is clear. No questions, by the way. From whom Sir Ryuk learned Moonlight. This is a very rare style." The knight answered the question with a question, asking Karen how he also knew Moonlight, a highly secret Imperial technique. "This is, after all, the technology of one of the last Imperial Guards," Karen objected. "You didn't answer the question, but you yourself demand answers." The young man continued, and more importantly, "Regarding your Moonlight, Sir Ryuk, it could very well be improved a little." Karen said to the stunned Ryuk Raymer, "What if you had not just one fake moon, but several at once? Or maybe add physical strength to the false moons too, although he, Karen, is probably not raising the right topics." Surprised, Ryuk objected not at all. Bowing, the knight thanked his young opponent for the very valuable advice. Karen sighed. Since Ryuk was receiving support from the Diaz Marquisate, which was hostile to their family, he thought Ryuk was a rotten person to the core. But it seems like he's a normal guy, and this loss could help the Imperial Guard come to their senses a little and become stronger. Karen said, "Sir Ryuk, I'm not from around here and I shouldn't interfere in your affairs, but I hope you won't let the talent rot. I'm talking about Amy." Ryuk Raymer replied that he understood Karen perfectly well. The young man asked him, "Then keep an eye on the little one. She will be a good fighter." Ryuk thought, "This boy not only gives advice, he also wants to help Amy. This is my personal fiasco in fencing and in personal development." The knight suddenly felt very ashamed that he had wanted to kill him. He suddenly called out to young Karen Reston. Ryuk thanked him for teaching someone like him and gave him useful advice. He would like to cross swords with him again in the near future. Zara said that by order of the Duke, Karen would be imprisoned for 4 years because he had caused too many incidents. Sir Ryuk sighed and responded to Zaras's words that he would eagerly wait for the Duke's appointed time to pass. The young man turned to the knight and said that when he returned, he would like to see a new version of Sir Ryuk Raymer's Moonlight. Ryuk smiled and promised that he would not disappoint the young blue wolf, Karen Reston, and would be happy to continue training. Meanwhile, the investigation continued in the palace. Marquis Diaz sighed, to think that she could be hiding dark mana. He pointed to the magical item, the mask, and explained that this is why the detection magic didn't work. It was hidden by the mask. Hilo asked if Crown Prince Galamon would not be present. Yorn said no. The refugees from the Southern Kingdom had become a problem. The Duke reminded that the deserters who attacked the Bellis Barony were also from the Southern Kingdom. Yes, the situation is very delicate. The heir said that this matter is being investigated by the Imperial Guard. But more time is needed, the Duke sighed and shook his head. Even if dark mana could be hidden with a mask, a verified identity was still required to enter the palace. The body of a young lady from the family of Viscount Talisman, whose identity was stolen by a succubus, was found on the outskirts of the capital 2 hours ago. Halo asked the Marquise, "Aren't they related to your family?" Diaz flared up. "Duke, this is the Imperial Palace, and I am the head of the family. Please use the formal address. And, as has been correctly stated, it is true that Viscount Tillsman's family is close to the Diaz's." The Marquis asked the Duke to understand that their Diaz family had absolutely nothing to do with this outrageous incident. Halo replied, I know very well that you are not the kind of person who would do something stupid. I just want to ask you for your cooperation." He recalled that not only had a demon appeared in the imperial palace, but the grandchildren had almost died twice during a trip to the capital. Duke Reston, his eyes flashing, said, "Karen and Leo are our future. And yet some demonic rat has sneaked into the palace." Halo was absolutely certain that the enemies were trying to destroy the future of House Reston, to kill those who could fight the demons. Jorn recalled his recent meeting with his father. The old emperor invited the heir to his room for a conversation. The ruler asked his eldest son to make sure that he never angered Duke Hilo, that Jorn should not make him his enemy. The emperor begged his son not to forget his words, and the heir to the throne promised his dying father that he would follow his advice. The duke announced that starting today, 4 squads of Inferno Knights will be stationed in the imperial palace. Jorn asked if this was really necessary. Hilo explained that he had already discussed this with His Majesty. The prince shuddered, perhaps with his father. He warned that his grandchildren would regularly visit the palace to investigate, and that no negotiations could take place without my sword. The duke was confident that they would definitely find the culprit and bring him to justice, even if it took quite a long time. Halo gloomily promised that no one would be left on the sidelines and without our attention, even if royal blood flowed in their veins. Crown Prince Yorn Karen's face darkened. He frowned and looked askance at the stubborn Duke Hilo. Marquis Diaz's face darkened. He thought that it was all over. Reston was not only incredibly strong, but also amazingly stubborn, and he could not be bribed. The peace that had lasted 50 years in the great empire was coming to an end. Everyone felt the impending threat. The rats were running away. Having finished at the imperial palace, Duke Hilo went to visit the head of the National Tax Service, Lord Gael Periton. Lord Gael gladly treated his relative to excellent wine. They drank. They needed to discuss their family matters. Halo said to Gael, "It's been a long time since we sat together like this, dear matchmaker, and look how big your grandson has grown. Time flies." The Lord smiled. "And it's really a pity that we rarely get to see each other. We both have so much to do. Complex state affairs are on our shoulders." The Duke agreed with the matchmaker that it was true. "But I think we will see each other much more often now. We will have to visit the capital." The head of the tax service looked closely at Hilo, apparently hinting at an investigation into the incident at the palace. Halo confirmed, yes, it was all because of the demon. Now the Reston family would be more likely to show up in the capital. The Duke nervously clenched his fist. He told Gael that Pale would handle the matter. Periton was very surprised. Such a decision from the head of the Reston house was unexpected. The Duke told the matchmaker that he knew Pale's abilities better than he did, and because of tradition, Hilo had kept his youngest son in the shadows for a very long time. But among the 3 sons, he is the most suitable. So upon his return, this decision will be announced to the entire Reston Dukes' family. Lord Gael asked the Duke, "Why are you telling me this? After all, these are the internal affairs of the ducal house. What does the Peritone have to do with it?" Halo replied, "Because you, matchmaker, must help us." Gael was taken aback. For the first time in many years, the proud Duke Hilo said such a thing. The Lord smiled. "Asking for help is not like you. The glorious ducal house of Reston has always been an impregnable fortress. Besides, Hilo himself understands that such things are against his principles. Everyone in the empire knows this. That's why he stays at the top." It was very difficult for the Duke to speak, but he still said, "Matchmaker. Because of that attack, Karen almost died. He is still just a child." After a short pause, Hilo concluded that in order for Pale to gain true strength and be able to protect his son, please help him. Halo looked closely at his relative. Influential in the capital circles, Lord Gael Periton understood everything. He asked, "Tell me, Karen will stay in the capital?" The Duke shook his head. "No, he faces imprisonment. 4 years locked up." The head of the Reston house was sure that Karen was a smart guy and would understand his intentions. But Gael realized that this was training under the guise of punishment. Lord Gael realized that it seemed that Duke Hilo was going to take Karen's upbringing seriously. It was clear that he saw him as his heir. The owner of the house drank a glass of excellent wine. For him, this was very good news. Pale and his daughter would actually take over. He firmly told the Duke that if anything was needed, just say so, matchmaker, and everything would be done quickly and clearly, in any form, whether secretly or openly. Halo added wine to the matchmaker. He was very glad that he and Gale were able to agree on such an important issue for Pale and Karen. The Duke thanked the matchmaker for his understanding, and he kindly replied that it was nothing, since they had long since become one family. Morning came. Leo and Karen's visit to the capital was coming to an end. It was time for them to return home again, to the fortress of the Azure Sea. Kane could not leave without saying goodbye to the tailor Lucan, who asked the young man with regret, meaning that he would soon be returning back. The young man confirmed, "Yes, I think I won't be able to get to the capital anytime soon. I need to continue my studies at the Azure Sea Fortress." He asked Luhan that when he finished with the clothes, he would send them to the address he had left. The tailor replied, "Of course, Mr. Karen." At the same time, Karen will prepare a gift for his coming of age. Lucan assured the young man that if Karen entrusts this to him, he will definitely not let him down. The workshop door opened and Emmy appeared. She finally found the Reston brothers. The girl heard that Karen and Leo were leaving, but after taking a few steps, the girl quietly moaned. Hugo delicately asked Miss Amy what had happened to her. She seemed to be unwell. Karen asked cheerfully, "Well, your ass doesn't hurt?" I held back. "So you'll live," Leo thought. "He beat me like a mangy dog." Amy remarked with a smile, "What a boor you are. But it's okay, it's been worse. Such lessons are very useful for a guardsman." The girl's stomach growled loudly again. She gasped in pain. Karen reminded her, by the way, "A debt must be repaid, you heard, little one." The girl exclaimed, "Yes, I'll return your money. I'm about to be officially appointed. Then the salary will be quite decent." Moreover, since Sir Ryuk Raymer said that he would personally prepare it, Karen was surprised that the knight had decided to follow his advice. Karen smiled, so Amy plans to join him. They will sharpen apples together later. The girl embarrassedly answered no. And in general, Duke Hilo agreed to become her personal patron, so there won't be any particular problems with money now. That's why she really wanted to say goodbye in person. "Thank you so much, Sir Hamlo. I will never forget your kindness, Sir Hamlo." Karen replied with a smile. Hamlo, sweet. In short, when you reach 6 stars, come to the Azure Sea Fortress. Amy was happy. "Since you invited me, I'll just come," Karen thought. "I'll teach you moonlight. It'll be tough. Get ready, little one." The girl quickly said that she had to go. "Goodbye to everyone. See you later." Leo reminded Karen that they also had to go. They needed to get ready to leave. Luhan asked Mr. Karen to stay for a moment. The Reston brothers turned to the elderly owner of the sewing workshop. The old man came out from behind the counter and approached Karen. He said that he really wanted to give the young man something. He had a box in his hands. The boy looked curiously into the small box. Luhan said that it was Mr. Kane's brooch. It had been kept all these years. He fixed it before he died. Kane held his own brooch in his hands and couldn't believe his eyes. It was surprising that it was still intact. He asked Lucan in surprise, "Why are you giving it to me?" The tailor answered, a little embarrassed, that Karen and Kane were somewhat similar. Luhan thought that Mr. Kane would approve of his choice. Karen smiled and said, "But the little one is unlikely. Amy would simply be angry." The tailor explained to the young man that everything has its own owner. "I'm sure Amy will understand." Probably. Kane couldn't take his eyes off his brooch. The young man thanked Lucan, promising that he would cherish this little thing like the apple of his eye, especially since it was so old and valuable. Having pinned the brooch he had received from Luhan onto the lapel of his coat, Karen cheerfully asked those present whether I was good or excellent. The owner of the sewing workshop was stunned. He had the feeling that in front of him was the same smiling boy, Kane Rathor, with the brooch. He muttered in confusion to Karen that he couldn't even imagine how strikingly similar he and Kane were now. The Reston brothers walked out into the street and headed towards the house of Lord Gale Periton, where they had lived all this time while they were in the capital. Leo asked Karen if he didn't notice anything. The young man looked around in surprise, but it seemed like there was nothing special. Then Leo explained to his brother that for some reason everyone was looking at them. Karen looked around again, and indeed, All the passers-by were staring at them. The young man quietly asked what the hell they all wanted from them, whispering, pointing with their fingers as if they were wild animals. Suddenly, everyone heard the voice of the sixth prince. He explained to Karen that he was now a celebrity in the capital. The young man did not understand anything. The rumor that Karen had beaten Sir Ryuk spread throughout the capital in an instant, defeating the one who was supposed to be the commander of the knights. Revelio said with a smile that Karen already had his own fan club. The guys were happy to see the prince alive and well again. They found a secluded corner in the park where they could talk. Rio asked them, "So tomorrow you are returning to your grandfather's fortress?" Rio noticed, 4 years locked up? Duke Hilo dotes on you guys. Karen growled at the prince and waved his hand away. He was offended. "I even gave you the dew of the world tree," Karen muttered. If he had known that you stick like a bath leaf to his ass, he would not have taken it. Rio reminded him that Karen had defeated Sir Ryuk thanks to him. He forgot. The young man hissed and removed his hand. "Please," just as politely. Hugo looked at them and thought, the mad prince of the empire, and along with him, the mad dog of the ducal house. What a hellish mixture. And they behave so childishly, although everyone is looking at them. And what is the prince even thinking? What did he see in these impudent boys? The sixth prince raised his head and pretended that he had just seen his elder brother Karen and Leo. He exclaimed, "Oh, Sir Hugo!" Revelio said solemnly, "As a member of the royal family, I have always been and will always be grateful to the Reston family. I hope you understand this." Hugo bowed. "Oh, what are you saying, Your Highness? It's just a subject's duty," Karen grumbled. "And why were you staring at me, instead of saying thank you?" Karen reminded me, "I helped you with the demon, Your Highness. Without me, the succubi would have already torn you apart." Hugo silently watched them. He thought, "Reo is not like the rumors say. A little strange, but a normal guy," the prince asked. "Karen is always so toxic, right?" Revelio rose from the bench and said with a sigh, "Okay, it's time for me to return to the Emperor's palace under the protection of the Blue Wolves." He extended his hand to Karen and smiled welcomingly. 4 years. Let's see how much more crazy you become in that time." Karen thought for a second. Just think. The Prince of the Empire extends his hand to him in a friendly manner and really sees him as a friend. He shook the hand extended by the prince and replied, "I hope you become the biggest asshole of this city, brother." Reo smiled, and so did I. Surprised, Hugo listened and watched attentively. Or perhaps the prince was not quite normal. Who could figure this out? Revelio, surrounded by guards from the Knights of the Hiran Order, went to the imperial palace. He was very grateful to the brothers. In his mind, he told them, "Thank you, Karen, Leo. Thanks to you, I am no longer afraid of dying in the palace." Karen heard his thoughts. The young man cheerfully said to his older brothers, "Well, get on your horses, lads. It's time to head to the mansion to pack our things. We'll be on the road tomorrow." Life will soon begin in the Azure Sea Fortress, where every hour will be scheduled and exit beyond the estate will be closed. The day of departure arrived. The grandmother could not hold back her tears as she saw off her beloved grandson. Lord Gale waved his hand to them in greeting. Karen also waved for a long time from the car to his grandparents, whom he loved very much since childhood. They always spoiled him very much. Leo asked Karen in bewilderment about the confinement, whether he really would not argue with such a harsh decision of his grandfather. Karen was once again convinced of his older brother's naivety, and Leo looked at him questioningly and didn't understand anything. Karen asked, "Didn't you realize during your trip to the capital how many strong people there are in the world? We can't stand still in our development." Zeras made a sarcastic remark, and someone who knows about it caused such a stir in the capital that everyone is now talking only about him. The young man asked Zeras if he could stop grumbling or even get into another car, but the commander of the Blue Wolves objected. While they were returning through Tibia, the barony of Bellis and the lands of Count Kiel, the Duke ordered that they be watched to ensure that they did no harm. Zeras said, "Karen, I dare say that you have noticeably become smarter, and if so, you will behave quietly during the vacation before confinement." They soon arrived in Tibia, where Karen planned to stop by for a cup of aromatic tea with Revelio's adopted sister, The elf, Pone, the delighted mayor of the city, Jin, came out to meet the boys. His power had grown considerably. He exclaimed, "Karen, Leo, come in quickly!" The mayor assumed that the travelers must be hungry and invited them to come in and eat. Karen thanked the mayor and declined. Jin was surprised. Why didn't he like their food? The young man explained that they just needed to visit one place here. The mayor sighed. It was understandable. Very sad, but nothing could be done. He was glad to see the nice boys and accompanying knights again. Leo and Karen, accompanied by Xeris, set off along a familiar route to the secret black market area of the city of Tibi. The man in the long cloak by the wall told the young men that he did not expect to see them here again. Karen looked inquiringly in his direction. Julio threw off his large dark hood and said good-naturedly to the Reston brothers, "Long time no see, young gentlemen." He bowed low to the Blue Wolves' commander and respectfully asked, "How are you, Sir Xeris?" Leo exclaimed joyfully, "Julio!" Xeris told Julio that he had done a great job. The boy replied, "It was nothing compared to the kindness you showed me, sir." He invited the boys to follow him. Lady Pona is eagerly awaiting them in her secret underground chamber in the Caligo Black Market. The elf thanked Karen for fulfilling her request, and Karen looked questioningly at Chairman Caligo. The young man said that Pona had misunderstood everything, that they were not friends at all, Rio and I. Leo tried to stop his brother, and Xeris grabbed his head. Pona stopped Karen and said, "I am satisfied with the result. I see that Revelio has a very reliable comrade. That is enough." She gave a sign, and one of her subordinates brought a box. The elf explained that it was a gift as a token of her gratitude. "This box contains a unique elven apple wine," Karen said incredulously. "Well, let's say, what else does she want from them?" Chairwoman Caligo asked that the brothers continue to look after Rio and be good boys as much as possible. Karen sighed and replied, "Well, since you're asking, Lady Pona, then fine." She smiled and thanked the young man for agreeing to help. Now, everyone needs to get a good rest. They will set off tomorrow with the first rays of the sun, and there is no need to get too drunk. Alcohol had become popular in Tibia, and you could see people staggering on the streets. Pona didn't want the boys to be like that. The next stop on the road to Azure Sea Fortress was the Barony of Bellis, where Leo and Karen had their own financial interests. Young Baron Bellis joyfully greeted the guys at the station.
"You are here. It's been a long time since we saw each other. What brings you here?" Rohan said that his father retired, so now he is kind of a... "That's how it is," Karen exclaimed. "Wow. Baron Rohan." Rohan was embarrassed. "Oh well. We can do without the formality," the young man objected. He inherited the title and a thriving business. Authority now. The young baron replied that it was all thanks to the Reston house. They must be tired from the road. He invited them to come with him. Rohan showed the guests the area of mana crystal processing workshops, built with the support of the dwarves, with the help of Lady Pona. Thanks to her, the Bellises were able to hire many artisans. Lady Pona is truly very capable, simply an incredible talent. Rohan handed the brothers 2 mana stones of excellent quality, which he had prepared as a gift for the boys. Such stones are very expensive. Karen was very happy and exclaimed, "That means my pockets will also become fuller thanks to this." Leo whispered, "Karen, that's enough." Rohan smiled. He was still the same. And a satisfied Karen said to his brother, "This means that your pockets will be full too, you understand?" Saris asked Baron Rohan for forgiveness for Karen. But he kindly answered the knight, "It's okay. Everything is fine." He said he was very pleased to see that even after such dangerous events, Karen Reston was still the same feisty child. Rohan looked at the boys admiring the stones and smiled. The Baron was very glad to see them and bring them such genuine joy. Before heading to the Azure Sea Fortress, the travelers stopped by Karen's home to visit his parents. They met them on the platform. The mother burst into tears, hugging her beloved son, Karen. So much time had passed. He warmly hugged his mother. Leo bowed and asked Karen's mother, "How have you been, Auntie?" The woman gasped in surprise. Leo had become such a polite guy. She approached her son's cousin, who stood with his head down, ashamed of how he had behaved earlier with his brother's mother. Karen's mother noticed that Leo was also here. And the young man quietly replied, "Yes, Auntie, Karen and I visited the capital and are returning. The woman smiled and gently stroked Leo's head, saying, "Welcome to our cozy home. I'm glad to see you healthy." Leo looked up at her in surprise. There was no arrogance in her at all. He muttered in confusion, "Yes, Auntie, thank you." Pale placed his hand on his son's shoulder and congratulated him on his return. Karen quietly said to his father, "All the talk in the building." Father thanked Karen for returning safe and sound. They were very worried when they heard about all these attacks. After 2 weeks, the entire campaign finally returned safely to Azure Sea Fortress, where Karen was to undergo a long training period. Halo announced that he was sentencing Karen Reston to 4 years in prison for his offenses. And the chief asked Karen if there were any objections. The young man answered obediently, "No, Chief, I humbly make the decision in front of the family members," Halo said. "That's good." The uncles and brothers looked at Karen in surprise. Such humility was too unusual for him. What was the matter here? The head of the ducal house of Reston said that Karen was free. He could go. The young man bowed respectfully to the head and left the hall. Tails Reston asked the chief if there were any more orders. Halo replied that yes, there were changes coming to their ducal house of Reston. All of Halo's sons tensed up, wondering if their father really wanted to entrust them with running some of the family's affairs. They had been waiting for this for a long time, but who would it be? The Duke stated that from today onwards, the family's diplomacy would be entrusted to Pale, a huge responsibility and hard work. Raphael was indignant, but Pale had not yet awakened his mana, and yet he was given such an important role. It was very unfair. The head sternly asked his middle son, "Do you really think so?" Raphael confirmed, "Yes, it's completely unacceptable." Tails told his father that on this matter, he shared Raphael's opinion. This was an absolutely unprecedented decision in their family. Halo Reston, this is the pure truth, however, and the problems our enemy now faces are also unprecedented. He angrily asked his sons who provided the bulk of the family's available assets, who was trusted by nobles throughout the empire. Halo's aura flared as he continued. There is much more to be said about Pale's significant achievements outside of our home of Reston. And yet, first of all, the head decided to ask Pale himself. Perhaps he would not want to take on such a burden of responsibility. He explained to his youngest son that this was a position in which he would wield enormous power, for he would speak on behalf of the family. And along with power, there will be enormous responsibility on his shoulders for many questions whether Pale will accept this position. Pale thought for a moment and replied that he would accept the position and would gladly serve the noble ducal house of Reston. After the family council, the brothers were standing by the window when Karen suddenly heard the voice of his sister Chloe, the youngest daughter of Uncle Thales Reston. The girl heard that Karen was seriously wounded in the capital. And when she came up to him, she asked him if he was probably feeling better now. Karen smiled. And then he ate for 3. So his arms even became stronger. Chloe answered cheerfully, "This is great news." The girl said, "To be honest, I wanted to fight with you." Leo was taken aback. To fight with his brother? What kind of news is this? Chloe added that we could use real swords. Karen looked at his sister. And he didn't seem to be bullying her and probably didn't want to chop him into pieces. Karen rarely encountered his younger sister. The children of Thales always kept a little apart from him and Leo, considering themselves superior to them. One day, Karen asked his kind aunt if Hugo was the greatest talent on the continent. "Then how would you rate Chloe?" Lady Sabina replied that Chloe definitely lacked talent in mana management. In this regard, she was inferior even to her and Leo despite being older. But if we judge only by the level of fencing, then Chloe may even eventually catch up and surpass her older brother Hugo. You won't hear a kind word from Auntie, but look at the compliment she gave Chloe. Karen chuckled. Well, interesting. He was taken away for the sister known in the south under the name of the Bloody Flower. To ask for a duel with real swords, it would be an honor, my lady. Karen added that Xerus might speak out against it. You know, you need to ask him first, otherwise everyone will get into trouble for this fight. Chloe replied, get permission from Xerus. There are some problems with this. Karen was very surprised. And what problems? The girl explained that Sir Xerus had recently left the Azure Sea Fortress and urgently set off for the Northern Sea. Karen became worried, wondering why the hell Xerus was going there and whether something had happened to their beloved master, Aunt Sabina. Chloe told Karen, so if you don't mind such a competition, you can ask Grandpa for permission. What do you think? Next time, an enraged Taylor came out of his grandfather's office. He said to the guys, Hugo, Leon, come with me, and Karen too. Tails told Karen gloomily that his achievements in the capital had increased the family's reputation, but the boys should remember one thing. If you start to be content with only the present, even a carefully built high tower can collapse in an instant. Chloe waved cheerfully at Karen and promised that next time they would definitely cross swords with her talented younger brother. Raphael said to Pale, pointing at Taylor's, this is the one who said that we need to prepare in advance for the ceremony of awakening Karen. The middle brother chuckled. In principle, I understand why the brother is so gloomy. Pale asked Raph, why are you telling me this now? Raphael smiled slyly and said, I am different from my older brother because I treat Karen the same way as my own son. He pointed at the boys. Our sons get along great, real brothers, right? You can see it yourself, so be grumpy. Raphael hugged his younger brother. I understand if you don't believe my sincerity right now, but at least just remember what I said. As he left, Raphael winked at his younger brother and added that they would eventually join forces for the good of their family. Pale looked at his brother in silence. He knew very well how he and Taylor had always treated him and Karen. He didn't trust them. Raphael called out to his son, telling Leo that it was time for them to leave, and the young man obediently went with his father to their residence in the fortress. Karen realized that something serious had happened in his grandfather's office after he left. He asked his father, Dad, are you okay? Pale took his son by the shoulders and firmly said, Karen, I will definitely protect you no matter what it costs me. I won't even spare my life. The man looked intently into the young man's clear blue eyes and asked if his son believed him. Karen realized that his father was worried about something. He smiled and calmly answered his father. Of course, to whom, if not to you? Karen knew very well how much his parents loved him. Night had fallen on the Azure Sea Fortress, but few slept there. Everyone was discussing the latest decisions of the head of the Hilo Reston family. After the development of the Mano mine began, the barony of Belis changed beyond recognition. Growing rich before our eyes. Rohan was pleased. Life in the city was in full swing. In just 2 years, the barony's capital had greatly expanded and noticeably improved. Gyeonghwa-song, which was once virtually isolated, has now become a true economic hub of the northern region. Rohan exclaimed. Mr. Pale is truly talented, Henry replied with a smile. That's why he is always up to his ears in work. The young baron thought, after all, the changes in his life began after meeting Karen and how much the boy himself had changed. It had been 2 years since their last meeting. Rohan could not wait for their next meeting. He was traveling to the fortress of the Azure Sea. Karen, who had noticeably grown up, loudly asked the young Baron Belis what was going on with my request. I hope you brought it, Rohan. He handed the guy boxes of mana stones. Yes, well, people usually say hello first, Karen exclaimed. My mother is a woman. Karen gently hugged the boxes of stones and said, I missed you so much, Rohan thought. Even after 2 years, nothing has changed. The young baron looked at the boy with tenderness. He was still the same child, only his body had grown significantly and become even stronger. Here, Karen came to his senses. Oh, right, what am I doing? Rohan is probably going to see my dad. Let me show you to the office, Humming a song, Karen said that he knew a shortcut. Rohan was surprised. He seemed to speak smoothly but still reeked of rudeness. The guy warned me that my father has so much work now that he doesn't see the light of day, and that's why he sometimes gets angry and is rude to people. Can you imagine that? Pale greeted his guest cordially. Welcome Baron Rohan, apologizing for the paperwork cluttering the area. Rohan replied respectfully, It's been a while, Sir Pale. Young Karen Reston also entered his father's office with the young Baron. Pale explained to the Baron that he had sent Karen in his place due to the enormous amount of work, and I hoped he had been polite this time. The boy answered his father with a smile. Well, of course, dear father, Rohan noted with confusion. Well, how to say it? If it's polite, Pale understood everything and suggested getting down to business. Apparently, Rohan wanted to develop the processing of magical stones. The Baron confirmed. Yes, that's right, but the barony has problems finding qualified personnel. Pale agreed with the Baron. That's always the case with good professionals. No family would want to give up their qualified specialists, Karen asked. What is the problem? Please ask. The guy suggested that if there was no one to work as a farmhand from among the respected citizens in their empire, then let's look for workers outside of it. Pale asked his son to clarify his proposal. What he meant by searching outside the empire. Such specialists were needed everywhere. Rohan looked at the guy questioningly. He knew that he often came up with almost brilliant ideas. Despite his harshness and rudeness, Karen said that the southern kingdoms are now in a state of war. Father asked, are you hinting that it is possible to take technicians out of there? Right on target. Many would be happy to get away from the war and do what they love in safety and for decent pay. Rohan objected. The rulers of the kingdoms would not simply give up their people. Valuable personnel remained such. Even if there is a war, Pale doubted that not everyone would agree to move simply because there was a war going on. Wars never end. That was their nature. The guy asked, what if a respected person, a beacon of the empire, were to come and make an offer that couldn't be refused? Pale sighed and reminded Karen that he was still under house arrest by order of the head of the Duke's House of Reston. Karen laughed. Dad, would I really call myself a beacon? Pale was surprised. Then, who did his son mean by the beacon of the empire? He winked. We have one good-for-nothing who just sits around in the fortress. His name starts with Lee and ends with O. Pale thought about it. He didn't really like the idea, but it still made sense to try to implement Karen's daring plan. Rohan and Pale decided to try sending Leo south on a serious commercial mission. With Karen's father instructing him, Leo didn't like this idea. He was indignant. What the hell, Karen said. Relax your buns, brother. A little later, your sister will help you out, and our faithful Hans will also be with Leo. The knight was pleased. He had not been on a business trip for a long time and was looking forward to the journey. The station attendant announced that the train would be leaving soon. And Karen reminded his brother that they first needed to register as mercenaries. Karen sighed. While I'm stuck among the walls of my native fortress, go do your business. Maybe I'll see your face as a freeman, the younger brother added, so don't let me down. We'll measure our authority later, brother. Take care of yourself. If you get hurt, I'll kill you. Leo looked at his brother. Over the years, he had learned to see Karen's concern and care for his friends behind his jokes and rudeness. As he boarded the train, Leo simply said with a smile, good luck to you too, Karen. He had already spent half of his imprisonment in the fortress and had become stronger. The train rushed forward, carrying brother Leo and the knights accompanying him to the warring south. And Karen still stood on the empty platform. Turning around, the guy suddenly discovered that he wasn't the only one who had been seeing off the train heading south for so long. And this surprised him greatly. On the platform, a little further away stood Leo's mother, née Marquis Diaz, and frowned at the hated boy, Karen Reston. She knew perfectly well that the idea of sending her son to the south belonged to Karen. The boy bowed respectfully to his aunt, but she did not respond to Karen's silent bow. She turned sharply and hastily left the platform with the maid. Karen asked the enraged aunt, do you think it was because of me that Leo got a difficult task? I won't hide it, all this is true. The guy smiled. Wait, and your son will become the pride of our duchy. Thanks to the smart and wonderful me, of course. Meanwhile, the train was flying towards the war-torn south. This time, Leo had to cope with the family's mission without his brother. Aha approached the ancestral hall of the Reston house and persistently called the young master, but Karen did not answer him. He was still busy, but the former robber did not leave. He spoke loudly to the young gentleman, informing him that Mr. Hilo Reston was looking for him. Tired of shouting, Aha fell silent and stared intently at the training hall, where only family members and Zaras were allowed to enter. Finally, Aha decided to go closer to the door of the ancestral hall of the Reston house and call out loudly for Sir Karen from the threshold. But as soon as he approached the hall closely, a very heavy door suddenly opened, hitting Aha painfully and knocking him off his feet. Karen breathed in the fresh air with pleasure. For the first time in a year, a gentle breeze caressed his face. On Hilo's orders, he had spent a year in the hall, and then he saw the shaking Aha. The guy asked what the former robber was doing here, and what he was shouting at the doors of the Hall of Ancestors. Aha repeated with an offended expression that the head of the family was calling Mr. Karen. The guy was surprised. Was this really true? Then he had to go. He told Aha that they needed to hurry. And he agreed and followed the much-grown young Master Karen. Hilo Reston told his grandson that over the past 4 years, the situation not only in the Empire but on the entire continent had changed dramatically. The Imperial Guardsmen behind the attack on the palace revealed during interrogation that demons had begun appearing across the continent. And everything that is happening can be described in one word: chaos. The world has changed, and Karen will soon have to face all of this. Having handed his youngest grandson a glass of wine, the head of the family asked him, "Well, Karen, have you learned anything during your imprisonment in the fortress?" The head of the Reston house asked the young man if his mana was pure, and if his level of training allowed him to act in such a dangerous situation. Karen smiled and replied that if he had not been ready, the leader would not have let him out of the Hall of Ancestors. This was obvious to anyone. Hilo sighed. You speak politely but still try to tease. Some things never change even after time. Grandfather asked, since you are now free, what do you want to do? Karen replied, first leave the fortress, with your permission of course. The Duke remarked, after 4 years of confinement, this is natural. Good, I will find you a suitable task. Karen thanked him. Pale exclaimed, it's been a while, Karen. A whole year has passed, the guy said worriedly. Dad, you look exhausted, the father reassured his son. Don't worry, there's a good reason for that, by the way. Reaching the 6th rank at your age is very cool. They say that no one except the founder of the family has achieved it so early. It's impressive. Karen smiled shyly at his father. You flatter me. Pale asked his almost grown son if he already had plans. After 4 years of imprisonment, he certainly must have. Karen said that Grandpa promised to find some kind of task outside the fortress walls. He would probably have to fight, and that would be great. But before leaving, Karen would like to receive something. That very thing, Pale said with a smile. Well, I'm not surprised at all by this. He handed his son the card and explained that this was the power of attorney for receiving payments that Karen had requested. Now he could take it. Thanks to what Leo did 2 years ago, he managed to earn some good money. They are Corona, but he needs to spend it wisely. He must remember that this is the result of the efforts of the Reston family and the entire Bellis barony. The guy smiled, of course. Pale sighed and looked at his son with a smile. He thought, Karen, I hope you really understand everything. Even though you are still a boy. Suddenly, the door to Pale's office flew off its hinges with a bang, and the elder apologized for interrupting their family idyll. But since Karen was already released from the Hall of Ancestors, he might as well have told his younger grandfather about it, the little bastard. Karen exclaimed, Yashki matryoshkas, Peel laughed. You're here, little uncle. And he thought that he was away on important business. Halo's younger brother grabbed the boy with his huge, strong hands and shouted cheerfully, Yo, ho, ho, Karen, you're finally free. The rowdy elder reminded his granddaughter that they had agreed that the boy would call him little grandfather, not elder. Having let Karen go, he said, in short, I brought a task especially for you. The elders made a unanimous decision on this matter. This is Elder Ulrich Lestern. He was against the return of Karen, but after seeing what he had achieved, he began to treat him with warmth. Ulrich said this is a request from the south. Monsters have become active on the border of the Holy Kingdom, so a detachment needs to be sent. Karen found it hard to believe that Ulrich was Halo's brother. Their characters were completely different, but they both respected strength very much. It doesn't seem like the elders need to gather a council for this. If it were just a matter of exterminating monsters, it would be routine. Ulrich Lestern patted Karen on the shoulder with a laugh. The young mind grasps things quickly. Even if it was the most ordinary task, then yes. But, as Karen correctly suspects that it is not just a matter of monsters. He asked his grandson if he had ever heard the name Kerouac. The guy's face lengthened, he shuddered, of course. Cain rather heard the names of his former comrades who defended the emperor. Ulrich noticed, judging by the reaction. He heard, he confirmed. Yes, this is one of the members of the Suicide Squad who fought alongside Kane. Peel asked. But weren't they all declared dead 50 years ago? Ulrich Lestern replied, according to the papers, yes. But that's not true. Halo spared them, despite Ulrich's opposition. And as a result, the self-improvement methods in the Imperial Sword were handed over to the Guard. Kane wondered if Halo had spared them. Then there must have been other survivors of that last battle besides Karua. But since they were all imbued with the dark mana of the Dark Emperor, they were only allowed to live in exile under the supervision of their family. But recently, Karua disappeared in the south, no trace. And what's strange is that the area in the request is the very place where Karua was last seen. Therefore, the elders ordered Karen to go south, where he should unite with Leo and Ryan, who are already there. Ulrich cheerfully told his youngest grandson, chop off the monsters' heads. Look for traces of Karua. Karen replied that he understood everything and was going to. In addition, one must be careful with the fanatics of the Southern Holy Kingdom and not get involved in their affairs. They may be harboring Karua. Ulrich Lestern walked out of the office, leaving the doors torn off their hinges. Peel and Karen silently watched the elder go. Suddenly, he appeared in the doorway again, and with a smile, asked his grandson if he understood, the little one. And he cheerfully answered, yes, the younger grandfather. Soon, the train was already carrying Karen to the south. He went to carry out the family's mission. And at the same time, he wanted to see his former comrades, the boy thought. So Sir Ryuk Raymer really did take over Moonlight from Karua. As he had suspected from the very beginning. His very existence was a secret, so he remained silent. This is all understandable. But where could he be now, and why did he suddenly run away? But putting that aside, the Holy Kingdom. Karen would really not want to get involved with fanatics. You never know what to expect from them. We need to stir up something in Tibia, like some kind of fake documents. But we still need to be extremely careful on this mission. Sword said, if you're worried. Try using the stone you received yesterday as a gift from Grandpa Hilo Reston. Karen promised that if the sword gets into the head again, he will melt it down into collars. And is it really just a precious stone? Guillotine chuckled. What are you doing? Only eating into your head. Pour mana into the stone, you idiot. And imagine the armor you really want. Karen didn't understand. Why the armor? The sword was indignant. Stop asking stupid questions, master, just do what I say. The guy replied, okay, I'll do everything now. Just shut up, you bastard. He started yelling like a real talkative person, not a sword. Karen couldn't understand what was so special about this stone. Well, he poured in mana and then what? Nothing happens yet. Suddenly the guy realized that his clothes had changed. He asked in confusion, was it really? The sword confirmed. It was Cabana, Rael's armor. Guillotine noticed that Hilo truly valued his grandson Karen. The old man gave him Cabana, the pinnacle of ancient technology. The guy smiled. So this is armor that can freely change its shape, great, and really a very useful thing. Karen asked Guillotine. But the armor cannot speak like you. The sword was indignant. Of course not, I am special, like the children of the sun. Time flew by while he was talking to the sword. And he arrived in the Tibia Autonomous Territory. The city had changed a lot during this time. The streets were dirty and beggars were everywhere shouting. Give me at least a coin, sir. I haven't seen food for 3 days, please have mercy. Angry townspeople fought off the refugees who had flooded the city. Shouting, let us go, what the hell are you doing, go to work. The residents of Tibia were outraged that the city mayor still hadn't gotten rid of these fucking refugees. It was impossible to walk down the street. Suddenly, the boy heard a man call out to him, calling Lord Karen. The young man looked around, trying to understand who it was. The man removed his hood, and the boy immediately recognized him. Julio, the spy, bowed. I am honored that you remember me, Lord Karen. The guy told Julio that he was going south and needed fake mercenary documents. The spy approved of this plan. The southern kingdoms have closed their borders due to the war, so pretending to be a mercenary is reasonable. There is always a demand for mercenaries. Karen wondered why they had come to Lady Pond's town hall. Weren't they supposed to go to Caligo's hideout in the secret black market? Julio explained that the mayor and Lady Pana were currently in a meeting. Karen was amazed that these two were really doing business together. How interesting. Pana asked the mayor, what about the area in the east? Jean said yes, it still needs to be rebuilt, so it will do. Opening the door to the meeting room, Karen said with a smile, wow. I heard that Mayor Tibby has a good business acumen, so it's true, the guy asked with a smile. I hope you're not up to any shady business here, because that was very ugly of Mayor Jean. The mayor gave Karen a tense smile, noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He assured the young man that, of course, everything was completely legal. Because of the war, refugees continue to arrive. A lot needs to be prepared. Work for them is desperately needed, and housing too. Pana supported the mayor. The Caligo Guild is in the same situation. And if these are my people, I am obliged to feed them, so they decide what to do. The elf assured that they were not breaking the law in any way. The guy smiled, but I never even had such thoughts. I don't care at all, Karen clarified. Unless we are talking about the southern kingdoms, Pana said. And I understand that the guy told her his request in advance, the elf said. So that's why he needs a mercenary ID. If it's not a secret, why he needs to cross the border, it's very dangerous. She reminded him that there was a war there. Karen glanced meaningfully at the mayor of Tibia, who immediately understood the young man's gaze. He immediately said that he had urgent business, so he would go. And they would discuss everything while he was not here. Pana told Karen that she had already installed a magical soundproof barrier here. The guy praised her, a good approach. He told the elf that he was heading south to deal with the monsters. She asked Karen incredulously. And that was it. It didn't seem like anything. He also needs information about an 8-star knight who is active in the kingdom of Chias. And he may not be using his own name. Pana thought there would probably be various rumors about such a very strong knight. And yet this would not be enough to find him. Karen exclaimed, that is why I came to you, Lady Pana. This strong knight may well be hiding in the great southern forest. She asked if she needed my help or the elves. Karen replied, the great southern forest belongs to your race, so you know better. Pana explained that even she would have a hard time convincing the pointy-eared brethren, they hated people. First, she would have to earn their trust. Karen's face lengthened. And how interesting it was that he had to earn this very trust of the elves. Especially considering their attitude towards him. The rider rode carefully along the forest road, his strong steed briskly moving its powerful legs. This was the southern border. Karen glanced at the well-fortified city and said thoughtfully, so this is what it's like, region. I wonder what's behind the gates. The guy swore, Pana, you big-mouthed woman. He'll convince the devil to work for you, and he'll still owe her a lot. She told Karen that she had destroyed all the slave traders in Tibia and its surroundings, and now those scoundrels were nowhere to be found. The elf has no influence in the south, causing slave hunters and slave traders to flock to the southern fortress of region. In the chaos of war, it must be much easier for them to settle there. And according to new information, elves are being traded on the black market in region. Karen thought, of course, elves are slaves. They are probably very expensive. That's why they try to catch them in order to sell them for a high price. The guy turned to Pana. Did she really want to say? The elf confirmed. That's right, she was asking to save them from the traders. He shouted, can't you see that I came alone? Pana asked if the young blue wolf from the Azure Sea Fortress was really afraid. Pana reminded that Karen was no longer a boy. The wolf cub had become a wolf. So she thought that he had become even braver, but she was wrong. The guy said, if you make me a space bag, I'll think about it. Pana was stunned. Do you even have any idea how much that costs? Karen offered the elf another option. Give her the dew of the world tree. It's a very useful thing. It could come in handy in war, Pana quipped. Maybe you should take off your blouse. You'll get by with just one spatial bag. So be it. You'll get your bag soon. Karen smiled as if it would happen right away. Julio silently watched their squabble. He couldn't believe that Pana had agreed to such a gift. Looking at the knight at the gates of region, Karen thought that perhaps he should have asked Lady Pana for the dew of the world tree. At the entrance to the city, The knight demanded that the young man stop and show his documents. Karen noticed that this fighter was not a weakling. The guy showed his token, made by the elves of Pana. The knight asked if he was a mercenary or something. Karen calmly confirmed. As you can see, Guardian Regent asked the boy where he was heading. Karen replied that he really needed to get to the southern kingdom of Chaos. The knight grumbled that the guy was going into the thick of things, but still allowed him to pass. Mercenaries are always in demand, especially in the south. Finally, the knight advised the guy not to create problems if he didn't want to meet him again. Karen replied that he understood him. The guy was driving through the city and observing the city guard. The border troops here are practically at the level of a regular army. The young man chuckled to himself. With so many soldiers, it was scary to even spit. They would kill him for nothing. And yet it was quite interesting here. Karen approached the inner gates of the city. Pana's scouts provided him with fairly detailed information on the slave traders. The day was already drawing to a close. And the streets were not too busy. But the drinking establishments were full of customers. The guy found the right restaurant and went inside. The room was noisy. Adventurers were celebrating another day they had lived. Karen carefully examined the crowd. His gaze stopped on a one-eyed bald man. This was the one he needed, the slave trader. Approaching the one-eyed man, Karen asked if he could sit down there. The bald man glanced warily at the richly dressed knight. The one-eyed man chuckled. Well, you have some tastes. Why bother with me? There are plenty of places, the guy warned him, so that he wouldn't misunderstand him. Karen said that he simply loved beautiful things. And the one-eyed man, as he had heard, could help him get them. So he had come to him on business. The bald man's only eye gleamed, and he said, judging by your appearance, you are a nobleman who is put on rags. So why were you looking for me? Karen explained what he heard. The bald guy was familiar with the pointy-eared ones. He even jumped up on the stool. What was going on? The guy stopped him right away. The bald man immediately lowered his voice and warned that elves weren't that easy to come by. They were a pretty rare commodity even here, and he didn't have any. Karen was surprised. Could this really be true? Then let's talk in a language more understandable to all traders. How about this dialect? He pulled out the card that his father had given him before leaving. And the one-eyed man was speechless with delight. Which meant he was looking at a rich man. The slave trader stammered that the stranger had a very good pronunciation. But there was one more thing he needed to ask about this map, Karen asked. The bald man apparently wanted to check if the card was real. Yes, please. He threw the card into the trembling hands of the slave trader. The guy's eyes flashed angrily with the magic of clarity. He growled. But for wasting my time, you will have to pay very dearly. The slave trader's face lengthened. He realized that it was better not to joke with this gentleman. But he did not dare let go of the treasured card. Karen angrily asked the one-eyed man if he was going to open it or what. The slave trader stammered, sure, just be patient for a minute. The door finally opened, and Karen kicked the bald man out of the room. Where he fell, hitting the hard paving stones painfully. The guy asked the one-eyed man if he was okay. The one who was lying down in the middle of the road, and suddenly his legs went numb. So he would now treat him. The slave trader's entire face was smashed to blood. He was shaking with pain and fear, but he didn't show it, only moaning barely audibly from the blows. Karen reminded him that his time was valuable and he was wasting it. If he didn't move faster, he would get more kicks. The banker confirmed that the bill was genuine. So there would be no problems with the money. You'll just have to be patient until the deal is closed. The bald man couldn't believe that the guy beat him up just for checking. Karen warned him, move it if you don't want to get beat up again. The slave trader quickly stood up and answered with a smile. Of course, sir. He took hold of the large lever and lowered it, opening the passage. Karen watched the bald man in surprise. The lever activated a secret mechanism that concealed a secret passage to the trading venue. He noticed he looked quite convincing. The bald man bowed and invited the gentleman to follow him. Now he would see everything for himself. After passing through the underground passage, they found themselves somewhere on the outskirts. A bald slave trader was showing the way, indicating where to go. A passing knight warned Karen that the floor there was dirty and advised him to watch his step carefully. But the one-eyed man objected that Cobbler's lair was very different from other places. Everything was much better and cleaner there than in others. He explained to Karen that they kept a strict and systematic inventory of the goods. And one of the slaves bowed to the boss and greeted him. Cobbler asked the slave, "Dale, how are you feeling?" He replied, "Thanks to your doctor, I was able to get back on my feet," and smiled. The one-eyed slave trader replied to the men, "Glad to hear it. If you need anything, contact me anytime. Don't be shy." Dale bowed his thanks to the boss, and the owner invited Karen to move on. He was in a hurry to close the deal and get his money. Karen asked in surprise. A slave trader who is not without compassion. "This is the first time I see you treat all the slaves like this." Cobbler explained that for us, they are more of a commodity. And the quality of the commodity must be monitored. We do everything for the sake of our valuable customers. The bald guy introduced himself, Cobbler. The owner of the Cobbler recruiting agency. Karen snorted. "A recruiting agency, you trade in slaves?" Cobbler asked why it was nonsense. "That's exactly how we survived in Regan. Quality over quantity, as you probably already understood." Karen ordered him to shut up and asked where they get slaves. The bald man hesitated and mumbled that it was very difficult to explain. The guy clenched his fist and swung it at the slave trader, who shook and said, I will tell you everything you want, just don't hit me anymore." Baldy said, "We pick up those who have escaped from other traders. Train them, coach them, and then pick up buyers." Karen doubted it. Other slave traders wouldn't sit idly by. "And your bald one's subordinates don't look particularly strong." Cobbler replied, "That's not a problem at all. They are all guarded in turn by the Lord's soldiers." Karen was stunned. "The Lord's soldiers, wow," the guy asked, "but how is this possible?" Cobbler sighed and asked, "Do you really think the former slave had another way out?" Karen asked Cobbler if he had given a bribe to someone. He objected. No, it was simply an expression of gratitude through capital. The boy realized that the ruler of Regan was in charge of the slave trade here. Otherwise, his soldiers would not be guarding the local slave traders. What kind of strange guy is this Cobbler? A slave trader who trains slaves and finds them work? I've never heard of such a thing. If everything the bald man said about himself is true, then he is an interesting guy. Perhaps because he is a former slave himself, more humane than others. Pointing forward, Cobbler said to Karen, "We have arrived, sir." The boy looked carefully where the slave trader was pointing. A little ahead, there was a fenced and guarded area, Cobbler explained. There was a large auction house over there. Karen estimated how many guards there were. It seemed that this fortress would not be taken immediately. He would have to resort to cunning, but so be it. The guy said to Cobbler, "You know, I was just thinking about making some money." He asked in bewilderment. "I beg your pardon?" Karen asked, "How about I invest in your business?" The former slave smiled. "It would be an honor for me to accept the investment." The slave trader tried to speak as delicately as possible. He explained that, "You see, business must be built on mutual trust." The guy took up the sword and said that Cobbler had even less intelligence than the hair on his head. He hiccuped with fear. Was he really going to cut him down with the sword? Karen asked the bald man if he at least understood that he was still alive only because he was not yet in the mood to chop off his head. A frightened Cobbler wondered who he was. First offering to develop the enterprise together and now threatening. Karen asked the slave trader if he still didn't trust him. Cobbler replied, "Of course I do." The guy barked, "Well then, let's go." The former slave thanked the gentleman soldiers for their service. But when they saw Cobbler, they said that he couldn't come here today. He wasn't invited. The bald man asked the soldiers to understand that he was accompanying an important guest. But the knight said that without an invitation, you could only go to hell. Approaching the head of the guard, Cobbler quietly said that he had a black card. The knight asked if it was an elite payment bill or something. The guard asked to wait a minute. He knocked loudly on the gate. Anger was boiling in Karen. He really wanted to kill the soldiers. He said, "How can you waste someone else's time so carelessly? What impudence!" The knight was quietly talking about something, pointing at the guy. Karen's eyes blazed with anger. These jerks. They are very different from the people of Cobbler. There is not a drop of compassion in them. These soldiers are well trained. Apparently, they are the knights of Region. The manager appeared at the gate and asked to forgive their rudeness. The manager introduced himself, saying that his name was Nor. He was responsible for this place, and he asked permission to check the map. Karen answered, "Of course." Nor bowed and thanked the gentleman for his kindness and flexibility in such a delicate matter. The guy warned, but not everything is so simple. The masked men stared in surprise at the unusual guest of the slave auction house. Karen's eyes flashed, and he warned them that they would pay for wasting so much of his time at this gate. Cobbler shook silently with horror. He already knew how painful the blows of this young but very strong rich buyer were. The host loudly warned the guests of the luxurious auction house that the auction of fresh slaves would begin very soon. The distinguished guests were asked to take their seats. This place resembled a very rich theater, and the guests here were not poor. The host reminded him once again that the auction would soon begin. Karen looked around carefully. All the buyers were carrying slaves. The guy clenched his fists and growled, "Damn circus. Where people are sold like cattle and these rich idiots buy slaves for themselves." Karen fell silent and plunged into the dark memories of Cain Rether. In his past life, he had been much less lucky than in this one. Cain recalled his childhood, spent in a remote mountain estate where houses are clung to one another, immersed in the greenery of the forest. He was a slave. And for the amusement of his master, his slaves had to kill each other in a large arena soaked in the blood of their victims. That day, Cain killed everyone who entered the arena one by one. The wounded boy begged him, "Please, spare him." Cain looked silently at the thin child, who was also shackled. And the boy moaned, saying that he really didn't want to die. The little slave looked up at his fat master, who asked the child in bewilderment if he was really asking what to do. The fat man said smugly, "The boy already knows the answer, so why waste time? We need to finally finish this show." The fat slave trader flashed his cruel eyes and told young Cain to do as he saw fit. A small slave with a sword in his hand turned to the wounded boy who was crawling away, leaving a wide trail of blood on the arena. To the loud laughter of his master, Karen, covered in blood, raised his sword above his head, raising it over another child in shackles. Tears were streaming from the wounded boy's eyes. He had lost a lot of blood. And yet, with a trembling hand, he tried to reach for his sword. Cain struck, finishing off the wounded man. A stream of blood gushed over him. His eyes also became bloodshot. He looked like a little demon. Cobbler reminded the gentleman that the auction for the lot he was looking for was about to begin. Karen woke up from his memories. "Ah, right," Nur announced the next lot. Karen threw off his hood and leaned forward a little. Not taking his eyes off the manager of this terrible place, the presenter said that this was a rare specimen. Caught in the Great Southern Forest. Everyone started making noise. The Great Southern Forest, which means it's an elf. A young, pointy-eared girl was brought onto the stage. Nur presented the lot. A young elf caught near the Great Southern Forest was being offered. Karen looked closely at the girl. He caught a barely noticeable elven magic that emanated from the captive elf. Despite being blindfolded, she turned to Karen, sensing the mana of her kin in one of the shoppers. Buyers from their balconies began offering prices of 100,000 and above. And very soon, the girl's price reached 130,000. It turned out that there were plenty of people who loved elf slaves at the auction. The price kept rising, and soon it reached 170,000. Nur announced that the offer was 170,000. Perhaps someone would be willing to pay even more for such a valuable item. From the VIP box, the buyer declared, "My elf, I'll give you 200. Nur bowed to the rich buyer, 200,000, bet accepted. Nur asked if there were any other people willing to raise the bid. If not, then the young elf from the Great Forest would go for 200,000. Karen raised his hand and loudly announced, 500,000. Nur jumped in surprise. Such offers had never been made before. Everyone started whispering, 500,000. What kind of psycho is this? Even for an elf, this is clearly too much. Surprised, Nur turned to the new buyer. Their eyes met. Karen had an absolutely impassive face. Nur was trying to understand what kind of person was in front of him. Having come to his senses, the host announced that we had a generous offer of as much as 500,000 gold for this extremely valuable lot. If there are no more bids, then the young elf beauty from the great forest is sold to the gentleman who offered 500,000. The amazed cobbler asked the gentleman if he really had that much gold. It was simply an incredible amount of money, Karen said contemptuously. A bill of exchange is only issued if there is at least 500,000 in the account. Idiot, he replied. It's clear. The boy asked the very frightened slave trader if he could quietly and unnoticed take out all the slaves bought today. Cobbler jumped up. What, in what sense? Steal it or something? It's simply impossible. They are all very well guarded. Karen sighed, judging by the reaction. You can't, useless, the bald man muttered. With such security, it's not worth trying to do it. The former slave grabbed his head and exclaimed. Whatever you have in mind, don't drag me into it. I won't get involved in such matters. The guy said seriously, Hey, cobbler, think carefully about whose side you're on. The bald guy was taken aback and asked in confusion what that meant. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. Karen loudly said that they could come in and turned to the front door waiting for the guests. Nor brought the elf under guard and congratulated the guy on winning the auction. A whole 500,000 gold, which is very impressive. Karen asked how to pay. Nor replied, You are as determined as your bid for the lot. Cash is, of course, The buyer objected, saying he didn't want any unnecessary suspicions. They could track it, but Nor assured him he didn't have to worry about that. To conceal the fact that the slave was purchased, the auction house framed the transaction as a purchase of jewelry for the 500,000 gold pieces. Karen asked with a grin, Are you laundering money? Nor reluctantly confirmed, You could say that, they just do everything legally. The guy leaned back in his chair and said, Well, that's a problem. The auction house manager didn't understand why that was a problem. Karen stated that he would like to pay a little later. All the cash is now in his personal vault in Tibia. Turning to Cobbler, the guy asked him, You'll go there with me, right? The unfortunate slave trader bleated something incomprehensible. Nor categorically objected, We only work on an advance payment basis. And since your identity is not confirmed, this is completely impossible. He told the generous buyer, I'm sorry, but we have to refuse. You will not take the elf until you make full payment. Karen said, regarding the identity, it's all clear and understandable. He took hold of the mask on his face. The manager of the auction house looked at him. The guy asked, Then how about this? He quickly took off his mask and showed his face. Cobbler's mouth dropped open in surprise. Karen asked if post-payment was possible if he revealed his identity. Nor objected that it was not at all necessary. The guy showed his face and sternly told the auction manager. Since I've shown my face, you better not try to make excuses. Karen said that if Nor himself couldn't make a decision, he should call the boss. Nor objected, It's me. And besides, even seeing the face, the customer's eyes flashed and he barked at the manager. Shut up and report to the owner. Tell him that Karen Reston demands a meeting. Nor stuttered as he replied to the unusual customer that he understood everything and would soon return with someone who could make such decisions. As soon as Nor left the room, Karen said, Hey, Mr. Fork in the Eye. Free the elf right now. Cobbler didn't understand right away. The guy shouted at the slave trader, promising to gouge out his other eye right away. Cobbler quickly answered the master that he was already on his way. Soon the shackles and bonds were removed from the elven girl. They ended up on the floor. The elf caught in the forest breathed a sigh of relief. She flexed her hands and silently looked at her buyer. Not understanding what he had in mind or why he had bought her at the auction, Karen threw her a bottle of potion and told her to drink it. It would quickly heal her wounds and make her at least a little stronger. She thanked him, noticing that it was a good potion. The girl immediately swallowed it, and her wounded body began to heal instantly. Karen was surprised, an elf who knew the language of people. He thought that she would start to riot when she was released, but she was surprisingly calm. The girl explained that she felt her mother's presence in Karen and a faint trace of her relative's aura, which meant he was not her enemy. The boy immediately remembered the sixth Prince Revelio and his amazing gift that saved Karen from death after the fight with the demon. He realized that it was probably because of the dew of the world tree that he had once drunk, but 4 whole years had already passed since then. Karen asked the elf in surprise how she had been caught. Since elves were incredibly strong and the great forest itself was their home. She explained that she was ambushed while she was exterminating monsters in the south of the Great Forest. Karen was surprised. The monsters reached the outskirts. The elf's face hardened, and she told them that there was a knight among the slave traders, and it was he who had captured her and put her up for sale. Karen wondered if he was a knight. Then he was certainly from region. Most likely a subordinate of the local ruler who patronized them. The warring southern kingdoms have no spare fighters. He asked the girl if she remembered his face. She answered, no, he was wearing a helmet. Her eyes flashed angrily. She added that she clearly remembered the aura of his mana and would be able to recognize it from millions of knights. Karen smiled. This was enough to find and punish the scoundrel who had dishonored the title of Knight of the Great Empire. Karen explained to the girl that he had come to save the girl at the request of her relatives and asked what her name was. The elf replied that her name was Neria. The guy warned Neria that they weren't out of here yet, so there was no point in doing anything stupid. The girl reluctantly agreed to be quiet for now. Turning to Cobbler, Karen said that there was work for the Shaggy One. The slave trader fearfully asked the guy what other work. Karen explained to him that they were starting a rebellion. Right here in region. They had to overthrow this overfed marquis and his entire gang. The former slave thought about the uprising in region. He couldn't understand what it was and pretended to be thoughtful. Trying to figure out what this gentleman wanted, and then it dawned on him. He jumped back in fear, exclaiming in horror, "Is it a riot or something?" "No, sir, I still want to live like this." Karen calmly asked the slave trader if 100,000 was enough for him. He stood at attention. "My life belongs to you, chief." He hit his chest and exclaimed that he would be the first to attack to punish this slave market. The guy was surprised how to punish it. Karen explained to the former slave that he simply hates it when slave traders live happily. Neria silently listened to the savior. The vile face of young Kane's former master surfaced in his memory. And he thought that although he had personal scores to settle with the slave traders as well, the door of the room opened slightly. And the smiling ruler of region looked in. He exclaimed in surprise, "Well, it's Karen Reston." The Marquis entered the office and, bowing gallantly to the high-born guest, asked the Duke's grandson, Hilo Reston, for forgiveness for the wait. The man who entered introduced himself. "I am Leandro, the ruler of region, and I am very pleased to meet the grandson of the continent's greatest hero, Duke Hilo." The boy bowed slightly to Marquis Leandro and kindly replied that he was Karen Reston, and was also glad to meet the ruler of glorious region. The captain of the guard region looked askance at the young elf, who also looked very closely at the knight and immediately recognized him. Hatred flashed in the girl's eyes, although not a single muscle on her face moved. She did not take her eyes off the one who had once deprived her of her freedom. Karen looked closely at Neria. He noticed how much her gaze changed, how her mana aura flared with anger. And he understood everything. For a second, anger flashed in Karen's eyes. He hated slavers with all his soul. And a slave trader knight should not live at all. He followed the elf's gaze and realized that it was this knight who had captivated her back then, in the forest. And only the promise he had given to the boy was holding her back now. The girl's eyes at that moment were more eloquent than any words. There was so much hatred in her gaze that it was difficult to even describe it in words, and only the smug Marquis Leandro did not notice anything. He felt invulnerable and unpunished in his city of region. Cobbler looked from one to the other. The slave trader was shaking with fear. He thought that he really didn't like all of this. Leandro had heard much about the outstanding skill of young Karen. But to go all this way to save an elven slave was too much. The Marquis noticed with surprise. He didn't know that the guy had such tastes. But the elf apparently also liked young Karen. She was quiet. The ruler of region said with a smile that this deal would be beneficial to everyone. Karen agreed with the Marquis, right on target. "I'll just pay later." "Oh," Leandro said thoughtfully, "later. Then I understand perfectly well. The amount is not small. It's not very convenient to carry around like that, but Mr. Karen Reston must understand them too. How can one take such a risk without collateral?" The guy chuckled. "So that's it, collateral." He glared angrily and exclaimed, "Isn't my family's name in itself a reason to take my word for it?" Or does the Marquis not believe them? The ruler of region was silent for a moment. Thinking about the situation, he smiled wryly and said, "All this is incredibly interesting and unexpected." The Marquis invited the Duke's grandson to sit down and discuss the details of the upcoming deal. Karen politely agreed, in Leandro, of course. At the manager's signal, wine and a variety of delicacies were quickly served on the table in the room for the dear guests. The Marquis said that Karen should have come to the Lord's castle immediately and discussed everything. And he replied that if he had known about such hospitality, he would have done so. By the way, Leandro never expected that the mad dog of the Reston house had such strange preferences, and that he could buy slaves for pleasure. The ruler of region, looking at the guy, chuckled. The passion for elves of the heir of the ducal family, well, what a surprise. Karen smiled slyly. The youngest grandson of Duke Hilo Reston is buying an elf for a huge sum. Isn't that an excellent deposit? Marquis Leandro repeated thoughtfully, an excellent pledge. This should be discussed with the patrons, but we need to decide with the boy now. But after thinking about it, the Marquis smiled. It really is an excellent pledge. It means that I have dirt on Halo's beloved offspring. Duke Samony will be delighted to hear this touching story about Duke Hilo's grandson and his young elf girlfriend. The ruler of region asked his guest, "Aren't you worried, young Karen?" He asked Leandro in surprise what he should be worried about. The Marquis smiled, saying that he could tell Duke Hilo Reston about his grandson's visit to the slave auction. Karen replied, "Then we will keep each other's secrets. I, for example, will keep silent about the fact that you run a slave Marquis Leandro." The ruler of region smiled cheerfully, "I understand. Okay, since this is our first deal, so be it. I will give in to such a young and generous guy." The Marquis promised to provide his men to escort them to Tibia. Given the situation around region, they definitely needed an escort. Sir Owen will go with Karen and the girl. He is the commander of the Knights of Region. The captain bowed to the young men and said that he was glad to serve the young men. The young man was surprised. "Were you really sending the commander of the knights himself?" "So generous," the Marquis smiled smugly. No need for gratitude, joy sparkled in Neria's large eyes. If this ghoul went with them, he would definitely not come back. She would personally kill him. Karen Reston and the young elf he had purchased returned to region with Marquis Leandro and his knights of the city guard. The ruler of region informed Karen that he could immediately prepare a train for them to travel to Tibia via the Imperial Railway. But Karen objected, "No need, I want to enjoy the scenery. There are such beautiful places here." The Marquis grinned, a young man with refined taste. Leandro promised young Reston to prepare another excellent elf next time. Karen replied with a smile that he would wait. The travelers got into the carriage. The Lord wished them a safe journey. Karen thanked them kindly, and they set off together with the knights. Neria kept her eyes on the captain of the city guard. Owen rode right next to the carriage, periodically glancing at the unusual travelers. Karen asked the girl, "It was he?" "Yes, the one who kidnapped you in the Great Forest and sold you for a huge amount of money at a slave auction, like cattle." The girl confirmed, "Yes, he is the most active, strong, and cruel slave hunter in the Great Forest." Karen smiled. He thought so. The guy noticed that, judging by the look, Neria probably wanted to tear Owen to pieces. But now was not the time. They were too close to region. He asked the girl to be patient a little longer. Soon they would find themselves in the thicket. The elf raised her surprised eyes to the guy. Could it really be that he himself? Karen confirmed, "That's right, I plan to kill them all." But at the right moment, when they calmed down and relaxed a little, Neria replied that she understood everything and was ready to be patient for a little while. But she would like to kill him herself. This was evident from her pursed lips. The guy suggested that she get some sleep. It was a long way to Tibia, and she had not yet fully recovered from her time in captivity. Karen himself leaned back on the soft seat and fell fast asleep. But Neria did not sleep. She continued to closely watch the knights. Soon their carriage, accompanied by guards, entered the forest. The huge trees rustled their leaves menacingly. And the day was drawing to a close. Night found the travelers in a dead forest. Dead trees stretched their dry branches towards the dark sky and creaked menacingly in the wind. The knights pitched a tent in a forest clearing and lit a fire. The carriage stood nearby. And finally, only Captain Owen remained by the fire. The slave hunter periodically glanced at the carriage with its curtains drawn. The travelers had not yet left the vehicle. The knight thought that his impudent high-born boy paid as promised. Owen's fortune would increase significantly. That would be great. Karen quietly asked Neria how she was feeling. The girl replied that she had not yet fully recovered, but would like to help. The guy told her in that case to stay in the carriage and not get out. The elf suggested that she at least call on the spirit for help. But Karen objected that if she went out, she would only get in his way. He could easily deal with these alone. Neria remained silent in response. He took out his communication crystal and sent a message to Pona. Everything is fine. The coordinates of this place have been received. It's time to act. Karen walked towards Owen. The knight stood up to meet the grandson of the famous Duke of Hilo and bowed respectfully, making him sit down by the fire. The captain asked the boy with a smile. It seemed like he had a good time on the road with that young, gentle elf. They say they are amazing. Owen assured Karen that he understood him perfectly. She was a rare beauty. It was not for nothing that the guy bought her, after all. It was Owen who caught her himself. Karen asked if the captain had any drinks. Owen suddenly realized that he had completely forgotten about their travel supplies of alcohol. The Marquis had given them some excellent wine for the journey. The boy remarked. Wonderful. That meant they would now try this wine together. Otherwise, it was getting cold. Good wine is good, Karen asked. And what the others were doing, it turned out that they were checking if there were any monsters or other threats nearby. Karen sighed. What a pity. It would be great to have a drink together. But maybe then, at least Captain Owen would join me. The knight replied that since Sir Karen Reston himself insisted, he could not refuse such an honor to drink with a celebrity of the Empire. Owen, after taking out Marquis Leandro's wine, smiled broadly and said that he would be happy to join Sir Karen for a glass of good wine. The guy smiled. Great. Then they will enjoy the moment together now. The night in the deep forest near the fire is amazingly beautiful. Meanwhile, in Tibia, Pona was studying Karen's messages. No one slept that night, waiting for the outcome of the boy's mission in the center of the slave trade. Pona asked. So this was the order of the young blue wolf, the guard confirmed. The report came last night. And the coordinates just now, Guildmaster Caligo asked. And the place seemed to be Tirisful Forest, right? Pona's faithful comrade confirmed. Yes, they stopped there. The letter read, the rescue of the elf is complete. The Knights of the Marquis will be destroyed in the Tirisful Forest near region. I request a meeting. I request the transfer of troops from the Kingdom of Zion to the border of region. In case of refusal, an immediate response. Julio asked if something had happened. Pona replied, your young master Karen Reston sent this. Look, he wants to request troops to the border through his father. Julio replied that if everything went according to Karen's plan, then soon region would become a defenseless and empty city. And he would be able to free everyone. The spy was amazed. It was incredible. And how all this came into his head. The young man thought up a grandiose operation, almost military. Pona smiled cheerfully. It seemed that this genius boy was planning a very large-scale robbery of the border slave traders of Reagan. Sipping his wine, Owen explained that hunting beastmen like those gives a rather unique feeling of excitement. It is very impressive. That's why Region's knights quickly improved their skills, Karen asked. So it's all about maintaining real combat experience. The captain of the city guard, Region, smiled predatorily and added. There is also a financial benefit. Although you are unlikely to be interested in that. The guy clarified that the knights were targeting elves and beastmen, not humans. Simply because buyers paid more for them, Owen shrugged. Well, to put it briefly, yes, Karen asked the captain. And how many elves have you personally caught in all this time? Since elves rarely leave the Great Forest, including this elf. There are only 4 of them, but they provide a large income. Karen noticed the captain's sword. He asked Owen what kind of sword it was. It looked pretty good, probably a very expensive weapon. Owen smiled smugly and replied, I expected you to notice. You are an expert in weapons. This sword was personally given to me by Marquis Leandro. This blade was forged by the best blacksmith from the capital. Karen became interested and asked, Maybe you could show it to me. I'd be interested to see it. Owen beamed with pleasure. It was clear that he was very proud of his weapon. The knight took the scabbard and took out a wide blade from there. The blade of the sword shone in the moonlight. The captain of the guard region looked at the blade with tenderness. He asked, "Is it really an excellent sword, huh?" The guy chuckled in surprise and asked the knight, "How long have you been using it?" He replied, "Yes, for about 5 years, even a little more." Karen noted that for such a short time, it was in excellent condition. Owen smiled. "I've been taking care of it since the Marquis handed it to him. And besides, the better you control mana, the less strain is placed on the blade," Karen asked in surprise. "Really, that's surprising." Nerio watched her interlocutor closely from the carriage window, her eyes glittering in the night. She eagerly awaited Owen's death. Karen suggested that perhaps Owen had simply never encountered an opponent strong enough to defeat the captain. Owen frowned and asked the guy, "Are you really saying that your sword is something special, Karen?" He replied, "It's interesting." Karen took the scabbard with his sword in his hands. His eyes flashed strangely. He asked the captain, "Should I unsheath my blade before you?" The knight looked at the sword with curiosity. He shook his head and said that he really wanted to see it. It was probably an ancient relic. The guy looked coldly at the slave hunter and quietly said, "Well, if you really want to see my sword, then enjoy the sight." Everything was going on as usual in the Azasi fortress. Karen's father, as always, was sitting in his office for a long time, busy with family matters. He sighed wearily. In front of him lay piles of documents that still needed to be read. Approved, or rejected. Pale stretched his stiff joints. He wasn't feeling well. He pushed the documents aside and said, "I'm so tired." "That's enough for today." At that moment, the magic communication crystal lit up. And the man was surprised who would need it at such a late hour. Apparently urgently, he replied saying that Pale Reston was listening. The head of the merchant guild, Callisto, said, "I haven't heard from you for a long time, respected Count." Pale was very surprised that Lady Pona was calling. The elf apologized for calling late, but this matter could not be delayed. She told Pale that his son had asked for help. And the man immediately became wary and replied that he was listening to her carefully. The elf said he was asking for the troops of the Kingdom of Zion to advance to the border of region to create a tense situation. Pale didn't understand why the troops of the Kingdom of Zion were there. What all this meant. He was supposed to be there to destroy monsters. Pona explained that it seemed the boy intended to provoke a rebellion against Lord Regan. Pale replied, "You have a great sense of humor." Although, knowing Karen, he asked the chairman of the Caligo Guild to tell him in more detail so that he could understand how best to proceed. He asked the elf what exactly Karen was doing there now. Pona fell silent. She didn't know how best to explain it to Pale Reston. Pona wondered what Karen was doing there. The same thing as usual, his favorite thing, creating anarchy. A stream of blood gushed across the forest clearing. The fire hissed and smoked. Some of Owen's blood fell into the fire, and the smell of something fried filled the air. Before the captain of Regent's Guard could even comprehend anything, Karen swung his sword and cut his grinning head off his shoulders. Neria pressed herself against the carriage window. She couldn't believe that her sworn enemy was already dead. Karen killed the knight surprisingly quickly. The girl carefully stepped out of the carriage. The elf hunter's head lay almost at her feet, and she stared at it without stopping. The elf silently approached the fire, near which the decapitated Captain Owen continued to sit, drenching everything around him with blood. Noticing that the girl's lips were trembling, Karen said warningly, "It was too early to start crying. The hunt for enemies had only just begun." He smiled cheerfully, the guillotine sword sparkling in his hands, which became stronger and stronger with each enemy he killed. Neria smiled. The look in her large eyes now became softer, as if a huge stone had fallen from her shoulders. She liked this young man. Here and there in the forest, one could hear the frightened cries and death cries of the knights who were catching slaves for sale. One of Owen's squad members tried to run away with curses. He saw that several of his comrades had already been killed by the guy. The knight was perplexed as to what the hell was going on here. Why this gentleman had attacked them. He needed to report this to the Marquis immediately. The wounded slave trader tried to reach for his sword with a trembling hand to try to protect his life from Karen. The knight cursed just a little more, but this madman was already very close. He had already killed almost the entire squad, even their captain himself. Coming closer, Karen, without a moment's hesitation, dealt the slaver a fatal blow. Fresh scarlet blood gushed onto the forest floor. Karen turned to his companion. She was collecting the corpses of the slain knights. They needed to be hidden from prying eyes just in case. Under the influence of elven magic, the earth parted and swallowed the bodies of the slain knights. They slowly sank into the soil, into the grave. The guy asked Neria if she could handle it. Or maybe she still found it difficult to use magic after the terrible captivity. She calmly replied that she was a little tired, but everything was fine. She could handle it. The main thing was that those monsters were dead. Karen smiled. Well, Karen suggested that she return to the camp and rest for now. And he would deal with the one who had escaped. He didn't want the Marquis to find out about it. Neria looked after Karen Reston with a smile. The elf quietly said that this young man seemed to be not bad. Turning around, she answered loudly to Karen. Okay, I'll go to camp then. I really need to rest a little and regain my strength. Suddenly Neria saw a stranger in the clearing near the carriage. When she left there was definitely no one there. She knew that. The sixth prince, Revelio, asked the girl in surprise if she was alone here. The elf jumped to the side in horror. Who was this? She thought, things are bad. I haven't recovered yet, and as luck would have it, the stranger appeared when I was completely alone. Rio said it wouldn't last long. The prince asked the girl where Karen Reston was. She was silent. It was unclear who he was, a friend or an enemy, and what he was doing here at night. The last knight from Owen's squad asked Karen in confusion how he had managed to get ahead of him since he had deliberately hidden his trail. Shaking with fear, the slave catcher asked his opponent if he had sold his soul to the devil or something. Karen snorted in response. How absurd, the guy answered sullenly. Yes, I would rather sell not him but his soul. Seriously, this is just nonsense. And how could such a thing even come into my head? The slave catcher said, otherwise you wouldn't have caught up with me so quickly. He swung his sword, getting ready to attack Karen, who had killed their squad. Duke Hilo's grandson smiled wryly. Come on, is that really true? I wonder why that idiot decided he couldn't be caught. Karen swung the guillotine, repelled the attack of the slave catcher, and dealt the last member of Captain Owen's squad the fatal blow. Blood gushed out. The Knight of Regions screamed. He did not expect the battle to end so quickly. All the escort knights were dead. The last escaped member of Owen's squad was killed. Now we need to deliver his body to the clearing so that Neria can bury it with the others. Pona informed me through the crystal that I sent reinforcements to your coordinates. You'll like it. It's my special gift, Karen replied. After your words, I trust this even less, the elf laughed. Well, I answer. Everything will be just fine. Karen returned to the clearing and threw the corpse. Seeing Revelio near the fire, the guy was stunned. And where is the gift? Is this really a clown? The guy was furious. Pona said a gift. The sixth prince greeted his friend with a smile. And here you are, our dear Karen Reston. Karen was furious. You say a gift, but why the hell do they need such a gift here? Is this what he asked for in his message to Pona? Revelio winked at Karen. Yes, I'm the best present. You are probably happy to see your adopted brother after so many years. Karen exclaimed angrily. What the hell are you doing here, brother? Damn your leg. Even if it's supposedly a gift, there are too many questions. But what about the fact that Rio must be constantly watched by the Aaron Knights? The sixth prince drawled meaningfully. Well, he explained with a smile that he had simply quietly slipped away from them. That was all. Karen was indignant. Well, you, Revelio, are a complete idiot. Seeing his brother's anger, the sixth prince calmed him down. Yes, everything is fine, I didn't come here alone. Karen was confused. And who else? It seems there is no one else. Mason Paul appeared behind the Duke of Hilo's grandson and greeted him warmly saying, long time no see, Karen Reston. Mason was very surprised that the guy had already reached the level of 6 stars. At such an age, this is almost a unique case in history, Karen replied. As you can see, he looked closely at the knight and remarked, "By the way, Lord Prime Lord, it seems that things are still not easy for you." Mason lowered his head silently. The young man noticed that he had firewood in his hands. He had collected it to warm Prince Revelio. After a pause, Mason replied, "Well, yes, there is such a thing." Neria carefully watched these strong but kind people. After listening to the sixth prince, Karen concluded that everything was clear. Meaning that the prince of the Oria's empire and the archmage Tibia were sworn relatives. Maria asked the prince what kind of person this Lady Pona was. Revelio answered with a smile that she was concerned about justice and was ready for anything, like Karen. Young Reston jumped up in indignation. What was Rio saying? He didn't care about justice, only profit was important. The sixth prince laughed and said to the elf, "Even though he says so. You yourself understand everything perfectly well, don't you?" Rio exclaimed, "Yes, Karen Reston will tear anyone's ass if he sees injustice." Then growled so that the prince would shut his mouth. The elf saved by Karen looked at her savior who was puffing with indignation with a smile and replied that she knew it. The prince turned to the girl and said seriously, he also wants to tell her about what happened to the wise clan of the forest. He is one of the princes of the empire, asks for forgiveness on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor for everything that happened and promises to punish everyone. Karen laughed. Revelio calls his father a puppet and still apologizes for him. It's very funny, the prince flared up. He indignantly shouted at Karen. How dare you insult my father? He is not just anyone, he is the ruler of the empire. Revelio turned to Mason and asked if he was really going to stand there like that. The knight shook his head silently, not wanting to interfere. Having calmed down a bit, the sixth prince said, well, actually, that's true of course, but it's still worth apologizing for the slave trade. Karen crossed his legs and indifferently told the sixth prince that he could do whatever he wanted. He basically didn't care about all of this. The prince turned to the elf, so that you can return safely to the great forest. I will help with all my strength, Lady Neria. Revelio's eyes flashed with anger. He added that everyone involved in this shameful matter would definitely answer for it. Neria looked at the prince in silence. Today she had seen people from a completely different side, and this never ceased to amaze her. She smiled and bowed to Revelio, thanking him for these words. The wise people of the great forest will not forget such kindness. The prince said, stay in Tibia for now until everything settles down. If you use this scroll, you will go straight to my sister. Neria took Pona's scroll from Revelio's hands. She stood up and timidly looked at the handsome Karen Reston and thanked her friends. The elf felt that the boys needed to talk. She activated the scroll and said that perhaps she would then go to Tibia. Neria smiled gratefully at Karen. She really hoped that they would see each other again. At least she would really like that. Revelio watched with a smile as the girl disappeared into the magical currents. While Karen was gloomy, he did not understand the prince's plan at all. As soon as the elf disappeared, Karen looked questioningly at Revelio. He asked him, well, what will happen next? It's time to tell. Karen remarked irritably, you didn't just show up here for no reason. Did you really think of how you'll help in the fight against the slave traders? Rio winked. He thought Karen had everything ready. And he would come to the festive feast. The merry rebellion of the little duke and the middle prince. Revelio was having fun, that was so cool. Karen was shaking with rage, looking at the sixth prince's unbridled joy. He was just making fun of him. Enraged, Karen attacked Rio with his fists. You goat's ass, you came here to have fun, he laughed. But I'm just kidding, I'm kidding. The prince laughed and replied to the indignant Karen that, in fact, he had a plan and that it had been devised by Pale Reston. In the morning, Karen's father came to the head of the family and reported on the situation in the south of the empire. Halo noticed that Pale looked terrible, but he waved it off, saying that he was fine. And the duke offered to bring the elixir to his son so that he could drink it to strengthen his strength. Halo assumed that Pale probably got into trouble because of Karen. Which meant that he transferred the troops of the Kingdom of Zion to the border. The duke thought, Karen's task is to suppress the monsters in the south and find out where Karua Act is. So why did he get involved in this story as well? The head of the family said with a smile that he thought that Karen had at least calmed down a little over the past 4 years. But now, Pale wanted to ask his father. Halo asked what was going on. Pale said that the transfer of Zion troops to the border could harm the family. So why did the leader allow it? The Duke explained that Karen had gotten into so many troubles before. But in the end, everything he touched always brought benefits to the family. But that's not even the main thing. Pale raised his head and looked closely at his father. He hadn't seen the head of the Reston house like this for a long time. The Duke slammed his fist on the table and said, "Now that slaves are being traded openly, how can we simply ignore this fact?" Pale asked his father. "You violated the principle of non-interference in foreign affairs. Is it all because of the memories of your old friend?" The head of the family replied sadly. "Cain wanted slavery to disappear from the face of the earth forever. But I am only a cowardly atoning for my guilt." The Duke sighed heavily and added that he was a hypocrite who had stained his sword with the blood of a friend. That was all he could do now, unfortunately. Pale mentally told his father that Cain would surely understand him. The youngest son knew that his father had reproached himself all his life for the death of his friend. Halo Reston noticed. And thanks to Pale, it would harm the family even less. Wasn't it he who suggested sending the sixth prince? The rumor that the sixth prince, Revelio, and Karen Reston freed the slaves would benefit both the imperial family and them. People will call it the liberation of slaves, not a rebellion against Lord Regan. It was a great idea. Pale was just great. Pale was embarrassed, saying that his father was flattering him. But the most difficult thing was what the sixth prince and Karen had to do next in Regan. The Duke agreed, "That's for sure. Everything is ready. And now success depends only on the two of them. It remains to be hoped that the boys will cope." Karen moved from the carriage into the prince's car. And they headed back to Regan, discussing the upcoming campaign against Leandro. Young Reston asked Revelio, "So it turns out that according to this plan, instead of rebels, they will become heroic liberators." Rio exclaimed, "That's right, an excellent plan. Yes, your father is a genius. It's not for nothing that the Grand Duke, Hilo, entrusted him with the diplomacy of the Reston house." Karen didn't like all of this. But even the presence of the sixth prince here was already a justification for all of his actions. It was truly smart. The boy thought that this meant that all they could do was justify the expectations of their father and grandfather, who had taken a great risk by sending troops and Revelio. Karen warned the prince that Margrave Leandro was closely connected to the ducal house of Samony, and therefore felt very confident. As long as the scoundrel slave trader is supported by this family, he will certainly not be punished, the prince asked. And what Karen proposes to do? The boy's eyes flashed and he offered an unexpected solution, asking, "Revelio, let's accuse Marquis Leandro of treason." The sixth prince frowned and asked his friend suspiciously, "Weren't you dropped as a child? What kind of crazy thoughts are you having?" The Marquis wouldn't expose himself like that. Karen declared that it was not enough for him to simply deprive this villain of his title, the prince asked. "So you want to set him up for rebellion?" The guy smiled vindicatively. Rio guessed right, and by the way, about childhood, he really was dropped. Even more than once. Karen laughed evilly, the prince thought about it. But to accuse the Marquis of treason, he needed compelling grounds. Were there any thoughts on how to take advantage of the situation? Karen told his companion that he doesn't take advantage of situations. The prince looked at the guy in confusion. Rio asked what his brother meant. Reston explained with a smile that he was simply creating situations. Because there was no one in this world from whom you couldn't take something if you tried hard enough. Moreover, we are talking about murky sources of funding, which go, among other things, to maintaining security and control over city residents. In other words, the Marquis' Achilles' heel was his enormous black ledger, acquired through the slave trade, and also his enormous military power. As for what Rio thinks the central government and His Majesty will think about this, the prince objected. But this is still not evidence. Karen smiled. Now watch your hands. What if an informant from Marquis Leandro's inner circle suddenly appears? The guy grinned. There is no loophole, make one. Mason warned the passengers that Regent's Guard night was already approaching them. Revelio lowered the window and asked what had happened. The knight apologized and informed the gentleman that martial law had been declared. The prince asked why. And the knight explained that the kingdom of Zion had recently deployed troops to the border of the empire. To prevent sabotage, entry and exit from the city is strictly limited. Rio snorted, and you're distracting me with such nonsense. The deputy commander of the city guard barked at the knight, calling him a fool. The boy was taken aback, not understanding what was going on. The vice captain smiled broadly at Revelio and apologized for his subordinate. The prince asked, "It seems you know who I am." The knight exclaimed, "Of course, you are the wonderful sixth prince of Revelio." The ordinary guard shuddered. Did he really offend the prince? The deputy commander bowed respectfully and said, "Please enter the fortress." Revelio looked sternly at the city guards. Karen chuckled and quietly said, "Okay. Sometimes you're useful, brother." These warriors almost wet themselves with fear when they saw the prince here. Revelio shuddered. Sometimes Karen was simply unbearably sarcastic. The prince growled, "Listen, be more careful on the turns." He told Mason to get into the city. It was time to put the plan into action since things had worked out that way. Rio asked if this was an auction house. Karen confirmed, "Yeah, when there are no slaves. They pretend to sell jewelry here." Prince Revelio noticed a rare artifact on Karen's neck that could change the shape of his armor as desired. Even Pono would hardly have been able to get something like that. Rio asked if he could lend it to her. Karen sharply refused. Rio got angry and didn't even listen to the end. The guy explained that it was the head of the house's family heirloom. "So if you want, you can be born in the Reston house in your next life." Rio snorted. The prince said that Karen's plan was rather ill-conceived. But the boy assured Revelio that there was no need to worry about it. Karen said that they were also spreading rumors through an acquaintance. The prince was surprised at what rumors and who that acquaintance was. The guy grinned. "Familiar, prince. About the Margrave of Region preparing a rebellion." Rio remained silent. Karen took this seriously. The manager appeared at the threshold of the auction house. And upon seeing Prince Revelio, Nor exclaimed, "Welcome, your highness." Nor had already received a notice from Lord Takao, vice captain of the Region Guard. And the steward bowed and invited Rio to pass. Rio explained to Nor. Karen told him that there was a lot of good goods here. Nor was perplexed. The imperial brawler came to the slave auction. Nor thought, this big guy must be that same knight of the 8th rank, the impregnable shield. Mason Paul. And who is next to him? The knight stood silently next to Revelio. Nor didn't like it, but he didn't dare ask the prince. He decided he was simply accompanying him. The auction house manager ordered the gates to be opened and politely said, "I will now take you inside." "Please come in," Nor asked Rio. "You must have come a long way from the capital and are hungry," he objected. "I didn't say from the capital." The 6th prince explained that he came from Tibby. "Was resting there," Nor noted. "Tibby, then you should have met Lord Karen there." Rio frowned. No, if he had met him, Karen would definitely have bragged about his beautiful elf slave. "But why should I listen to such crap?" Nor bowed and said, "I couldn't even imagine that Lord Karen would introduce such an outstanding person." Rio asked, "So what?" Nor found it quite unexpected that His Highness would visit such a place, since it was not a place that was approved of by society. Rio noted that for a man who traded slaves in defiance of His Majesty's prohibition, Nor did not seem particularly brave. He was not a chatterbox. Of course, there is no need to tell everyone that Nor saw Rio here. He bowed. "Protecting the identity of our clients is our pride." The manager asked the guest if he wanted to look at the goods. The 6th prince agreed. "Yes, let's go." Nor bowed and handed over the album. Rio was surprised. "Tiger men and cat girls. So you sell that too?" Nor bowed. "Yes, we respect the preferences of our clients." Prince was unhappy with the album. "But what are we to do with it? It's not what I need at all. I can't even choose anything to buy." The manager politely said that it would be wonderful if your highness could be more specific about your tastes. Ravello asked. "So what? You'll pick up the order." "Well then, bring the ledger." The manager was taken aback. "What is the prince saying?" The 6th prince explained that if Nor reports to the Margrave, he must write everything down somewhere. "And he wants to see these records." Nor said irritably. "This joke has gone too far, your highness." Ravello frowned and declared that it was not a joke at all. The prince asked menacingly if he looked like a comedian. Nor shuddered. And at that moment, a knight in armor immediately rushed towards him. The auction house manager only had time to gasp before his broken mask flew off and he buried his nose in the table. Ravello threw up his hands. What can you do? Nor asked for it himself. He and his brother don't intend to joke around here. So it's better for Nor to obey. The manager couldn't understand anything. The hell? Wait a minute, brother. So who is really posing as a knight under that armor? Karen ordered the armor to disappear. And Nor saw Reston with horror. The guy cheerfully greeted the manager of the slave trading house, rubbing his arm, which Karen had twisted. Nor asked what the guy was doing there. And he grinned, wondering if the manager had already forgotten their meeting. Karen reminded the slave trader, I told him I would pay later, didn't I? So I came to return the debt. Isn't Nor happy to see him? The manager didn't understand what the hell was going on here. He glanced warily at young Reston, then at the sixth prince, Rio. The troops of the Kingdom of Zion set up camp near the very border of the empire, but behaved calmly and did not begin military action. The knights of Marquis Leandro kept a close eye on the enemy from their positions, preparing to repel a possible attack at any moment. The guard on duty reported that nothing unusual had happened yet. Although the troops were very close, they were not crossing the border. The Marquis didn't understand why they were suddenly so furious. The secretary reported that a request for communication had been received from Lord Daikal of Region. Leandro was very surprised from Region. What could have happened there in such a short time? The secretary hesitated a little, indecisive. He timidly informed the gentleman that they said the sixth prince had arrived in Region. Marquis Leandro shuddered in surprise. What news? The sixth prince, that imperial daredevil. Revelio. In Region, the Marquis understood that nothing good could be expected from this visit. Meanwhile, Revelio sipped wine in the auction house while Karen used blows to persuade Nor to be more accommodating with such guests. The manager fell to the floor of the luxurious office with a crash, and Karen took great pleasure in beating up the stubborn slave trader. Nor groaned. If I give up the ledger, I'm finished. Karen asked him, you still don't understand what situation you're in. The guy took up his sword and warned that if the manager did not give up the ledger, he would die right then and there. Karen's eyes flashed angrily. He growled. Give me the ledger and follow my orders to survive. Think carefully if you want to die here by my hand. Karen promised. I will cut open your stomach, pull out your intestines, and hang them around like a garland, and you will watch. Or give me the ledger. The Marquis asked the vice captain if there was still no contact with Owen. DeKalb replied that there wasn't yet, but it hadn't been long. Leandro suggested that maybe he was having fun in Tibia, which was a common thing, but DeKalb doubted it. Owen wasn't that carefree. The ruler of Region ordered the vice captain to ensure that the prince was received properly and that there were no complaints. DeKalb confirmed that he understood the Marquis and would try to make sure everything was as good as possible and would do whatever the sixth prince wanted. The vice captain sighed. Well, I'll be damned. He came when the Margrave was away. I hope it won't cause any trouble. There are only 4 knights in Region. DeKalb walked to the window and looked down. Near the special prison for Marquis Leandro's special personal slaves, a knight stood guard. The vice captain ordered the duty officer to go down and cut the prisoner's tendons again. And the knight readily responded. The temporary commander of the guard cursed that these half-humans would break everything and run away, killing all the guards in the city. DeKalb watched as the prison door opened, and the knight walked inside. The vice captain sighed, wishing he could live in peace for at least one more day. Karen asked the manager, who was shaking from the many blows. Do you want me to tell you how to live from now on? He only groaned in response. A trembling Nor asked Karen, even if I tell you everything, you'll kill me. The guy was indignant that the manager was offending him. Karen asked with a smile, did he look so much like a street thug he was telling the manager how to save a life? Besides, the slave trader had little choice anyway. The bloodied Nor looked gloomily at the high-born guests and remained silent. Having made up his mind, the manager asked, what should I do then? Karen chuckled. Well, I didn't even have to cut off my balls, it's a pity. I'm just kidding. Karen explained to Nor with a smile what needed to be done. The manager would give false testimony that the Margrave was preparing a rebellion. Nor's face stretched out in surprise and horror. He realized that if he didn't help these gentlemen kill the Marquis, he would kill him himself. And in a small cafe in region, preparations were in full swing for an uprising against the slave trader and the city's ruler, Marquis Leandro. One-eyed Cobbler commanded his slaves, employees, and the agitated inhabitants of the city. "So everyone check your equipment." The former slave shouted for everyone to gather together as the decisive battle against the usurper and villain Marquis Leandro was just around the corner. One of the fighters asked the boss how they would fight against the army of the ruler of region. Since he had well-armed knights there, Cobbler contemptuously declared that the fighter was just an idiot. He was talking nonsense because he didn't know who was behind them. The slave asked who was behind them. The slave trader answered importantly. "Those who don't want to be seen are very serious people. Do you think I'm going to tell you a fool, everything like that now?" The one-eyed man proudly said that he was the most important here because he was the middleman. The slave clapped his hands saying, "Boss, you are really cool." And only then did Cobbler notice that Karen had entered and contemptuously asked who was the tough guy here. The slave trader swore in surprise. He bowed and asked fearfully, "Have you already arrived?" "My lord. And we are here preparing for battle. We have armed ourselves and taken our equipment." Karen was surprised. Cobbler also equipped his slaves. He noticed that the one-eyed man spent a lot of money to fulfill the agreement. The slave trader confirmed that he couldn't allow the goods to lose value, which would lead to all his savings going up in smoke. Seeing the guy's face, he muttered, "Of course." "Not only for that reason," he asked. "If you are afraid that the goods will become cheaper, then why did you take them?" Cobbler was at a loss, mumbling thoughtfully, trying to figure out what to say to the hot-tempered but very rich Mr. Karen Reston. The slave trader smiled slyly and told the master that because they were pathetic, they were waiting for a chance to distinguish themselves and earn their complete freedom. Karen sighed. This former slave was as cunning as a snake. But still, he was kind to his slaves and tried to do good for them. Reston slapped Cobbler on the back of the head and exclaimed, "Well done, Shaggy One." The slave trader yelped. The slaves looked at their master in horror. Karen kindly informed the slave trader that all expenses for this operation should be written off to the Reston house. His father and grandfather would pay for everything, and the guy himself added another half from himself. Having heard this, Cobbler changed his mind about being indignant and respectfully replied, "Thank you." Karen approached the guy and tightened his armor. He said, "Tighten the equipment tighter. It shouldn't fall off in battle." He thanked him. Cobbler sighed heavily as he watched Karen help the slaves get equipped. The boy turned to the slave trader and asked what was going on. He replied that there were only 50 of us poorly organized peasants. Karen was surprised. "And so what if?" Cobbler sighed. The bald man asked, "Since we are going to go against the army of the Margrave, surely the Lord has a brilliant plan." "Lord, yes." Young Reston was surprised at the brilliant plan the bald cobbler was talking about. Everyone looked at the famous aristocrat with hope, but suddenly Karen declared that there was no brilliant plan. The frightened slaves looked at the strange guy in surprise. And he said, "We'll just tear everyone's asses apart. That's all." Cobbler was stunned with horror. "What? Do they really have to fight in battle? The first target is a prison camp, which they say is personally run by the Margrave." Karen asked, "Cobbler knows where he is, right?" He confirmed, the guy said, that they have prepared a strategy. Which means they will see each other when the time comes to go to the secret prison. Karen activated the artifact, and the helmet appeared on his face again. Cobbler and his slaves silently watched the mysterious young Reston. Cobbler sighed heavily and thought. This strategy is, of course, reliable as a Swiss watch. But it is too late to give up. All they can do is trust this unusual gentleman, who, strangely enough, is so far doing everything as he plans. The next morning arrived, and the knights, as usual, stood at the gates of the inner city, protecting them from all the city rabble. Suddenly, the guards saw a strange picture. One of them even exclaimed, some small, ragged fellow was walking with a club towards the gate. Another one asked in surprise what was going on there. What kind of freak was going to the city gates early in the morning with a club? Maybe drunk. One of the knights exclaimed, Yes, it looks like cobbler. The second, looking more close, confirmed that it was indeed the slave trader. Apparently, he has some kind of friction with the Margrave. The knight laughed. Does he think he can start a rebellion in region with this funny stick? The knight shouted at cobbler to leave before he got beaten up. And the second added, if there are any complaints, come when the Margrave returns. But the one-eyed cobbler raised his fist and made some strange sign. And the knights at the gate could not understand what he was doing there. The guard couldn't stand it any longer. And taking a spear, he rushed towards the one-eyed cobbler, shouting, "What a bald bastard!" But the second knight stopped him. The officer asked what was going on. And instead of answering, the knight suggested that he look deep into the city slums, where some people were gathering. The knights could not believe their eyes. At cobbler's signal, armed commoners were coming from all directions to the city gates. The slave trader gave a war cry. And his followers took it up in unison, marching towards the gates, brandishing their weapons threateningly. The guards were stunned. Is this an uprising? It can't be that this is a real uprising. But the city is now practically empty. There is no one. The two knights looked at the approaching crowd of commoners in confusion, all of them armed, their eyes gleaming with malice. DeKalb, having learned about the approach of an armed crowd of commoners to the city gates, could not believe that such a thing was possible in Regan. The vice-captain asked his subordinate if there was a mutiny there. And he stuttered and confirmed that a crowd of ragged people with weapons was storming the gates. DeKalb ordered the soldiers to be quickly assembled. But his subordinate replied sheepishly that this was simply unrealistic at the moment. There were no free men. The officer explained, you see, the sixth prince, Revelio, said that he wanted to announce something. That's why most of the soldiers were in the square. The vice-captain cursed silently. How inopportune. And this prince had arrived just when the mob had decided to start a rebellion here. Horror. What the hell is going on here? Never before have the people in Regan rebelled. Everything was resolved peacefully. But now it seems like everything is on purpose. Seeing who was leading the mutiny, Vice-Captain DeKalb angrily yelled, you scum, cobbler. What are you up to here, you bald bastard? DeKalb growled menacingly at the slave trader. How dare you? I'll rip your guts out, you bastard. Cobbler chuckled. It seems the soldier doesn't understand. The one-eyed slave trader said calmly. We are not trying to rebel at all. The vice-captain barked, don't try to talk me into it. Suddenly, the commanding voice of Karen Reston was heard. The guy said that cobbler was right. And then DeKalb remembered where he had heard that voice. Pushing the slave trader aside, young Reston calmly stated that they had no intention of starting a rebellion in this glorious city of Regan. The guy glared angrily at the knights and said, we are here to stop him and cruelly punish the real rebels. The vice-captain did not understand what kind of rebellion this was. What this young aristocrat was talking about. The knights were also puzzled by this. Enraged, DeKalb asked the guy, who are you to say such a thing? Karen chuckled. Didn't you know who I am? The mask disappeared from the guy's face, and Karen answered with a smile to Decalo. The mad dog from the Dougal house. The junior lord of the Reston house. The vice-captain winced, so he was not mistaken. This was Karen Reston, who had recently left with Owen and 10 knights from Regan. DeKalb frowned and asked the guy what he was doing here and what kind of rebellion he had started here with this local rabble. The vice-captain angrily yelled at Karen to take advantage of the occupation of the kingdom of Zion to join the rebels. A frightened cobbler cowered behind Karen. The vice-captain filled him with genuine terror. And Deckel continued to yell at the guy. This is a crime that seriously undermines the security of the empire. And even a member of the Duke's House of Reston cannot escape responsibility. Karen calmly replied to the vice-captain. And using border troops for the slave trade, in your opinion, is normal. According to the investigation conducted by Prince Revelio, there is evidence of attempted treason on the part of the Marquis. Deckel exclaimed, it can't be. He would never do something like that. Karen shrugged. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. Karen announced that a man named Nor had already confessed to all the crimes and to the impending rebellion led by Marquis Leandro. Oh, and one more thing. Everyone is interested in what happened to their friends who were guarding him. Corona, Deckel was stunned. Just don't tell me that. The guy said that everyone, including Owen, the captain of the Region Knights, fiercely resisted arrest. So they were executed on the spot. Karen warned the guards that if they did not surrender peacefully, the same fate awaited them all. And there would be no mercy for anyone. The knights behind Dekel's back began to whisper. Is this really treason? This is serious. If we get involved, we'll die too. Just like those 10 knights, others supported it. Then our families will suffer too. The emperor will not spare anyone for such things. The vice-captain barked that this was nonsense. Dekel shouted to his men not to fall for this nonsense. They were not rebels, but honest knights, faithful to their duty and to the emperor. But the ordinary guards remained silent, confused. The words of the young duke and the sixth prince carried more weight than the words of the vice-captain. Dekel cursed. He was shaking with anger and excitement, feeling that he was losing control of his people. It seemed that this boy had calculated everything. Karen chuckled. And the soldiers seemed to be quick thinkers. Much quicker than their slave trading commanders. The guy told them you were just following orders from your superiors. So if you help suppress the Marquis' rebellion, it will count. Young Master Reston frowned and added menacingly. But if you persist to the end, like your commanders, expect no mercy. Karen swung his sword, his eyes flashing with magic. He threatened, you will die as traitors. I swear by the name of my grandfather. The guards looked at the guy in silence. They understood perfectly well how strong he was. No one wanted to die because of their Marquis' betrayal. The vice-captain turned to his soldiers, who silently threw their weapons to the ground. Not wanting to get involved in treason, many did not dare to look Dekel in the eye. The vice-captain realized that if nothing was done, the situation would get out of his control. Meanwhile, the city guard soldiers were throwing their weapons on the ground. Almost the entire detachment was ready to surrender to Karen Reston. The guy asked the vice-captain if he still had doubts. Dekel, clenching his teeth, glared angrily at this strong and dangerous enemy. Karen smiled. Now was not the time to wait. Cobbler was amazed. The power of words was such that one phrase made one throw down one's weapon. The slave trader thought that the house of the Dukes of Reston was truly such an incredible family. Even the youngest offspring was so strong. Dekel asked the guy, what you want from me? You will surely demand something. It's not for nothing that you came to the gate with such a crowd of people. Karen Reston smiled. He didn't need anything special from the vice-captain. He just had to hand over his master. Vice-captain of the Region Guard looked silently at the smiling Karen Reston, wondering how best to handle this situation. Finally, Dekel asked the young master of the ducal house of Reston what he would receive in return if he agreed to this condition. Karen sighed. Today's knights look more like traitors than loyal and skilled soldiers who put their honor above all else. The boy swung his sword and with lightning speed cut off Dekel's right hand along with the sword. A stream of blood gushed from the wound. The deputy commander of the city guard region didn't even have time to say anything. Everyone was stunned. Young Reston was so quick to punish. One of the officers called out to the vice-captain in horror as he saw Dekel's bloody hand and sword fall to the ground. The subordinate asked the commander if he was okay. Well, of course, Dekel was not okay. The attempt to bargain for something cost him his hand. The vice-captain realized that everyone needed to lower their swords right now. If they rushed at this guy now, they would all die instantly. Karen glared angrily at Dekel. You're asking what you'll get in return. But in reality, it's a lot, even more than you need. The guy promised that he would leave the vice-captain alive. That was enough, wasn't it? He remained silent, clutching the wound with his remaining hand. This composure and determination in such a young man made the knights tremble. And they looked at the enemy in surprise. Finally, the vice-captain ordered his men to drop their weapons. We surrender. Cobbler couldn't believe his eyes. Dekel surrendered. Karen ordered the dumbfounded slave trader to take the knights to the prison camp. And he politely replied to the boy. Yes, my lord. Cobbler asked the gentleman what to do with the soldiers. They were the first to surrender. Should they also be put in prison along with the knights? The boy asked how many were involved in slave hunting. Cobbler explained that only commanders were involved. The Marquis did not trust commoners. Karen glanced sideways at the disarmed knights and guards. Ah, so that's interesting. Well, that makes things a lot easier for him and he called out to one of Region's city guards. ordering the boy to come to him. The guard flinched. Young Reston asked the soldier who approached him what his name was, and the guard stuttered and told the boy that he was Kobe, a private. Karen asked Kobe if he could prove that he did not participate in the rebellion. The guard readily exclaimed, of course, he was not guilty. The guy smiled. Well, if Kobe is so confident, then let him go ahead, brother. Now they will check if he really is not in the Marquis gang. Kobe was a little confused and asked what he had to do to prove that he had not participated in the conspiracy of the ruler of region. Karen Reston, along with Cobbler and Kobe, went to that very secret prison, which was personally supervised by Marquis Leandro. The young master of the Reston house struck the powerful fence, smashing one span brick by brick, revealing a small courtyard behind the fence. Karen asked Kobe if this was the prison camp that the Marquis personally oversaw. And the guard confirmed that, yes, it was guarded by knights. The boy thanked the soldier for saving him from unnecessary trouble, and Kobe cheerfully replied to Karen that he was happy to try. Karen appointed Kobe as the commander of the surrendered soldiers. They are to help Cobbler liberate all the prison camps in the city. The surprised guard thanked the young gentleman for the honor. And Karen ordered Kobe to go and carry out the task. The soldiers walked away, and Karen stopped at the entrance to the unusual prison. Wondering who Marquis Leandro was holding there. There was clearly someone unusual there. Since they didn't even allow ordinary soldiers to guard this prison, only knights who caught slaves themselves. Then Guillotine gave voice. The sword said, I feel blood, master. The stone on the sword's hilt flared brightly. The prison was flooded with blood. Karen chuckled. It's not for nothing that they call you the demonic sword. He immediately smelled blood. The sword was indignant. I told you it wasn't demonic. The guy walked into the prison and looked down. Damn, how deep. What a hassle. And why was it necessary to build such a deep underground prison? Young Reston looked around carefully. It seemed that this prison was simply enormous. And that they didn't just keep slaves here. They killed them. Karen noticed a staircase and a long corridor. He quietly asked what it was. Something told the guy that he had to go there. In one of the cells, the guy saw a skeleton in torn clothes. A fat rat was sitting next to the corpse. It turned around with displeasure, hearing the noise. Reston saw that the body had been mutilated. Its limbs had been cut off, and eventually part of its head had been cut off, from which it apparently died. Taking a torch, Karen moved on. There were probably living people here. Otherwise, why would this prison have been so carefully guarded? He walked along the endless corridors of the stone dungeon. Most of the cells were empty or contained the decayed bodies of prisoners. The guy saw another staircase. It led to the lowest level of this terrible prison. Karen headed down the stairs. Looking around, he asked Guillotine if this was where the Marquis kept his most secret and precious prisoners. Karen felt the smell of fresh blood in the corridor. He looked closer. It seemed there was someone alive behind these bars. The prisoner asked the men if he was their enemy. And after taking a closer look, Karen realized that these were the same ones from the catalog that Nor had shown them. The boy told the prisoners that he was glad to meet them. Whoever they were. He was Karen Reston. And with these words, he entered the cell and freed them. Karen cut the shackles of the unusual creatures with his sword. The tigress, stretching her arms, asked if he was Reston. The guy confirmed that he was. Approaching the giant, the boy cut his numerous shackles, allowing the prisoner to rise freely in the cramped cell. The tigress was surprised that an aristocrat from a noble family had come to such a hole. The giant objected, I know the glorious warriors of the Reston house. The giant said, nice to meet you. My name is Uchula. I am from the Black Axe tribe. Karen replied, nice to meet you, big guy. Tigress noticed that Reston clearly hadn't come here for a tour. So why was he helping them? She wanted to know the young aristocrat's purpose. Karen threw the freed captives bottles of healing potion with a smile and replied that he wanted to give them a great chance. The tigress sniffed the potion. It turned out to be excellent. And yet she asked what other chance there was. What the guy was even talking about now. Uchula opened the bottle and poured the potion into his mouth, noting that the bitter medicine was very beneficial for his large, wounded body. Karen looked at the tiger girl and explained that he wanted to give them a chance to take revenge for the humiliation and for this terrible slave prison. Uchula scratched the back of his head in surprise and looked questioningly at the guy. The tigress honestly said that she still didn't understand anything. Karen didn't want to stay here any longer and said that he would explain all the details on the way up. The prison was very deep. Turning to the giant, the guy asked him, by the way, Uchula, the passage there is very narrow for you. Will you be able to get out? The giant pounded his fist on his chest and said proudly. Uchula is a giant, he will find a way out. Karen smiled. That's great, it's time to leave. Meanwhile, Cobbler commanded his slaves, trying to make them at least remotely resemble regular troops. He shouted to his slaves to line up. And the former peasants diligently stood in line among the rubble of the fence of the secret prison. Cobbler was grumbling at his subordinates. How could I show myself to the master like this, idiots? At that moment, Karen came out of the prison doors. Seeing Uchula, the guy exclaimed, wow, you can lose weight so quickly. He replied to Karen, we all can do that, all grown-up giants. The giant, having taken on his former form, offered Karen, say. If you want to learn, I will show you, Cobbler shouted to the guy. Sir, he happily reported to young Reston, as you ordered. We locked the knights in the camp, he replied. Excellent, good work. Looking at the prisoners freed by Karen, Cobbler asked the gentleman in confusion, are these apparently our new comrades? The guy confirmed, well, you could say that these are reinforcements. They will help us liberate the camps where Regan's slaves are being held. The tigress's eyes flashed and she asked Karen if he was talking about this revenge. He decided to use them simply as a fighting force. The guy confirmed that everything was correct. This was a chance to kill those who had captured them and chain them up in a stone cell, putting them up for sale. The tigress growled, if we can finish off all these dirty slave traders, I'm in. Uchula supported her, Cobbler quietly yelped. Tigress noticed that this guy in armor looked like a slave trader. But since he's your subordinate, Karen Reston, I'll overlook it. The guy grinned, I would have used him as fertilizer myself. The frightened Cobbler asked the gentleman in a trembling voice what he was talking about. Karen suggested splitting into two groups and attacking. Uchula would go with Cobbler, and he would go with the tigress. That way they would definitely finish faster. Uchula took the slave trader under his arm and said good-naturedly, I like you. Cobbler, for a human you're quite attractive. Cobbler desperately called for the young master. Karen asked Uchula to be easy on Cobbler and not to tear him apart. The tigress asked Karen if he would let her deal with one guy. Her claws were itching to tear him into very small strips. He asked who she wanted to deal with so much. And the former captive answered with the captain of the Knights of Regan. The creature Owen, who had captured her. Karen grimaced. It seemed the late captain had a long list of admirers. The tigress worriedly asked the guy if something was wrong. He replied that he had already buried Owen. The girl frowned. What a pity. She would have liked to personally rip out the scoundrel's heart with her claws. Her eyes flashing, she asked Karen. Then at least tell me where exactly you buried him. I'll at least mark his grave since I can't kill him. Young Reston promised to show where the bodies of the murdered knights who were engaged in catching slaves for subsequent sale were hidden. Karen asked the tigress, and she didn't want to introduce herself. The striped lady, the fiery red tigress answered, Adina, my name is Adina. The grandson of Duke Hilo Reston answered the tigress with a smile. It is very nice to meet you, Adina. Today they will fight her together. Adina looked at the men with suspicion and silence. Her yellow eyes filled with suspicion. She didn't trust people after this captivity, but this man seemed surprisingly friendly. She sighed and asked him, well, let's go. It seems they have work. Karen asked, are you sure you can handle it? It doesn't look like you've recovered yet. She replied that she was used to working for her bread. She asked if the men in the square could be trusted. Karen replied that he would do what he had to. Adina snorted. It sounded dubious. Meanwhile, in the central square of Region, Revelio spoke to the townspeople. The prince addressed them. Dear citizens of the Empire, the sixth prince declared that this place, Region, was the Empire's front line of defense. The most important place in the entire great state. Revelio, addressing the common people, told them that those of you who voluntarily make sacrifices are the true patriots of your state. Looking at the listeners, the prince thought with bitterness that all the townspeople had faces on which there was not a drop of hope. They were in terrible despair. Even the soldiers, who fear civilians more than enemies on the border, can see how terribly this place was run, Revelio thought bitterly. Marquis Leandro, an aristocrat like you has no right to be here. Such a ruler is worse than an enemy. He declared, I am the sixth prince. Arrived in region, having received important information. Information about those who are greedily devouring this city from the inside. He turned to Lord Mason and said to the people of region, I present to you an accomplice who knows the whole truth about the Marquis. Revelio hoped that the truth that the people were about to hear about their ruler, Lord Leandro, would not be too much of a burden for them. Mason brought Nor onto the stage, stood him next to the sixth prince, and pulled the sack off the slave auction house manager. Revelio ordered the steward and confidant of Marquis Leandro to confess his crimes to the citizens of region. The manager looked around in fear. He saw a square full of ordinary people and several soldiers around the perimeter. Nor shuddered, but he feared Karen even more. So he said, I am Nor, a close assistant of the Marquis. By his order, I was responsible for the sale of his slaves, the auction house manager continued. He said that he had recently learned something. Namely that the Marquis was planning to start a rebellion. One of the knights guarding the square angrily asked what this freak Nor was talking about. What kind of nonsense was this about their ruler? It was just nonsense. Suddenly, an explosion was heard near the city wall of Reagan. Everyone shuddered. It became clear that something was happening near the city. Nor gasped in fright. He was very afraid that Marquis Leandro would return to Reagan and cruelly punish him for his vile betrayal. Revelio also turned in the direction where the deafening explosions were heard. The attention of all the residents was directed there. The prince mentally asked Karen to hurry. They must finish freeing the slaves before Marquis Leandro returned. A desperate cry was heard in the huge tent of Marquis Leandro, followed by a stifled death rattle. The ruler of Reagan was angry. Streams of fresh blood flowed from the curved saber of Marquis Leandro. The ruler's personal slaves were terrified and huddled in the corner of the tent. At the Marquis' feet, his secretary was writhing in death throes. Leandro, in anger, cut his throat for his bad behavior and the news. Leandro's face twisted in terrible anger. The veins on his face bulged. He hissed angrily. Karen Reston will soon come to an end. Despite the explosions thundering around them, the townspeople were animatedly discussing the shocking news. It turns out that their ruler, the Marquis, is a traitor. They spoke to each other. So the Marquis raised a rebellion. The other shook his head. This is terrible. Because for treason against the emperor, they chop off anyone's head. The enraged knight shouted at the townsmen. How dare you say such things about the ruler of Reagan? The merciful Marquis Leandro. The townsman tried to object, referring to His Highness the Sixth Prince, Revelio. But the knight yelled at him to shut his mouth. The knight raged, shouting across the square. How dare you accuse the Marquis? I'll cut out your tongue right now and shove it down your throat. And then Mason appeared on the square. He asked the knight what kind of setup he was talking about. The knight guarding Reagan fell silent in confusion, and Mason angrily asked. So according to this insignificant worm, the prince set someone up. The officer mumbled, Mr. Mason. The renowned warrior clenched his fist and harshly struck the insolent man for his brazen insult to His Highness the Sixth Prince of Revelio. It took only one blow from Mason for Reagan's guard knight to not only shut up, but also fall to the ground, choking on his own blood. Revelio's bodyguard remarked on the audacity of doubting the words of the Sixth Prince, the son of the greatest emperor, Aureus. At this point, the prince turned to Reagan's soldiers, saying that if they were truly loyal to the empire, they must renounce the traitor Leandro. Revelio called them to join him, and together they will punish the traitor Marquis Leandro. But they must choose. The rank-and-file knights were doubtful. They suspected that something was wrong with the Marquis. But at the same time, they were very afraid of the ruler of Reagan. And Revelio escalated the situation, shouting, Remain glorious soldiers of His Majesty in the Empire or become traitors. The Sixth Prince was horrified at what he was doing now. To think that the Prince of the Empire was inciting the people against the Marquis. And suddenly one of the townspeople raised his hand with a clenched fist and shouted loudly, For His Majesty, the great Emperor of the country of Aureus. Another ringing voice over the sleepy town square of Regan took up the cry and shouted for our great and invincible empire. And now the rest of the townspeople joined in, shouting, "Death to the vile traitor, in the name of the emperor. Give blood for the blood god." Revelio looked at the square in confusion, wondering if he had really succeeded, while the people enthusiastically shouted to him for his majesty. Emboldened, the people were already chanting boldly, "Hang the Marquis, death to the slave traitors, shame. Leandro must pay with his blood." Still gloomy, Mason heard loud cries from the square. People shouting, "For the empire, in the name of the emperor. Death to the traitor." The face of the renowned knight broke into a smile. His master, Prince Revelio, had finally managed to wake these people up. And then the knight saw one of Cobbler's former slaves running towards him. The fighter turned to Sir Mason, who asked what was going on, having caught his breath a little. The slave trader's messenger blurted out that Marquis Leandro would be here very soon, and something had to be done urgently. The ruler of Regan returned to the city with his troops. They are already standing near the city walls and are about to attack. Marquis Leandro, clad in armor, was beside himself with anger. He was absolutely sure that he would be able to quickly punish the conspirators. Behind the ruler of Regan stood thousands of well-trained and armed soldiers, ready to carry out any will of the ruler. Marquis Leandro growled angrily, "Karen Reston, I will hang your head on the main gate of the city as a warning to other insolent people." The ruler of Regan threatened the sixth prince that he would also answer for this. Revelio watched the approach of the Marquis from the city wall. The prince frowned. Leandro had returned earlier than Revelio thought. Many of the former city guard soldiers were in a panic. Next to Revelio stood the ever-faithful Mason Paul, frowning at the approaching army of the ruler of Regan Leandro. One of the Marquis' subordinates begged Karen in horror to spare him. He knew everything about his boss's machinations and was ready to tell about them. But Karen was adamant. He replied, "If you are guilty, be punished." With these words, the guy struck Leandro's accomplice. The unfortunate man's blood gushed out, splashing the young face of Duke Hilo's grandson. The boy, who traded slaves in Regan, showed no mercy to him. After looking around, the guy concluded that it seemed like they had almost figured things out here. "I wonder what Cobbler has going on. Is there really more to come?" And then he heard the satisfied voice of the one-eyed slave trader. He called out to his master. Karen, chuckling, turned to Cobbler. He reported that they had finished. The smiling giant Uchula walked behind them. Karen praised them, saying that they were great fellows. The young master of the Reston house, looking around, concluded that almost everything was here too. He looked at his cruel accomplice, the tigress. She was tearing apart another knight of the Marquis. Licking her lips, she asked Karen Reston with regret. "You say you're already finished," Adina sighed. "What a pity. Now I won't have anyone to take my anger out on." Cobbler hiccuped in fear and backed away towards the giant Uchula. Karen, smiling, asked the tigress, "And the shaggy one will go?" Cobbler even jumped in fear. Would the gentleman really feed Adina? Cobbler, turning to the gentleman, reported that we had liberated all the camps. And what we were doing next was that people were standing in the street and waiting. The guy ordered that they were now going to the central square of Regan. The bald slave trader was stunned by what the guy was saying. He reminded them that the square was still full of the Marquis soldiers. And even if we brought in the freed slaves, they would be of little use. Cobbler asked if it wasn't dangerous. Vice Captain DeKalb sent most of the remaining soldiers of the Regan garrison there. Karen sighed and solemnly announced that the central square was probably the safest place in the entire empire. After all, Mr. Mason, one of the continent's greatest warriors and Prince Rio's personal bodyguard, is there now. So Karen was almost certain that there were no enemies left in Regan Square because all these soldiers were no match for Mason. And then the guy felt the communication crystal vibrate. Someone was calling him. Most likely it was the sixth Prince of Ravello. He was not mistaken. The prince asked Karen what was going on with the camps. He replied, "We just liberated the last camp. How are things with you?" Ravello reported that in the square, everyone except the noble commanders had gone over to our side. But now more important matters had arisen. Karen asked the prince why there was panic in his voice. Ravello answered that he had returned. Reston did not immediately understand who he was. The sixth prince explained that Marquis Leandro had returned with his entire army. Poor cobbler had cowered in fear, and the prisoners were overjoyed. The bald slave trader muttered so quickly. But Karen reassured Rio, "No need to panic, brother. Everything will be fine," the guy said. Sooner or later it would have happened. Surprised, Prince Ravello noted. "Karen, I hear you smiling widely." The frightened prince asked Karen in horror. "Are you really going to put that plan into action?" "But this is an adventure." Reston grimaced. "No, what are you saying, why?" Ravello started shaking and exclaimed, "I'm not ready yet. What if it doesn't work out for us?" He rushed to Mr. Mason asking, "Won't you stop him?" Karen said. Mr. Mason also approved of the plan. The sixth prince was in despair. Could it really be true? Karen calmly replied, "Yes, that's right. This is the best that could have been thought of." Young Reston advised his brother to stop fussing. The prince sighed and muttered uneasily, "I'm still not mentally prepared to incite citizens. To illegally seize a city, to falsely accuse of rebellion. In the entire history of the empire, there has never been such a prince." Karen chuckled. Grandfather Rio would have asked to hold his beer. He even sold the soul of a subordinate to a demon. He heard that story, Ravello growled. "Don't you dare mention that man," Karen smiled. "How shameful it is to talk like that about your own grandfather." Rio asked what he thought the Marquis would do. And Karen replied that he would try to break into the capital and declare his innocence. In the capital, Marquis Leandro will most likely be acquitted. Ravello always wanted to ask Corona something. He allowed it. "Go ahead while you're alive," the prince asked. "Even if the slave trade was prohibited, why go so far? Would it somehow help House Reston?" Karen shook his head. "No, it won't help." Then the prince didn't understand why all this had to be arranged here in region. Karen's face suddenly became very hard. He seriously answered the prince that he simply could not stand it when someone's freedom was taken away. Ravello looked at his friend silently. If he hadn't known that the boy had grown up in a wealthy family, he would have decided that he himself had experienced slavery. A horseman rode up to the gentlemen and informed them that Marquis Leandro wished to meet with them in person to clarify what had happened here. The sixth prince suddenly became very serious too. He told his friend that he understood him perfectly and supported him. But he had his own reasons. Ravello answered the messenger, "Tell him that I will meet him." The rider bowed in the saddle and respectfully replied, "Yes, your highness." Rio frowned and said to Karen, "I also hate those who tarnish the honor of my beloved great native empire, Orias. How dare these scum trade in slaves when His Majesty has banned it?" Karen looked silently at the recently timid Rio. And the prince continued, "And even used the troops that were supposed to guard the border for this purpose." Karen smiled. "Well done, brother." Halo's grandson asked his friends, "Let's go then. Let's kick that scoundrel's ass so that others don't get the idea to do something like that." An evil smile played on the guy's face. He was looking forward to finishing off the one who organized and encouraged the trade in human beings in the empire. Marquis Leandro indignantly declared to the prince, "I, the guardian of the border, am planning a rebellion." Even the last whore would consider this a joke. Rio frowned. This was not quite the appropriate behavior for someone trying to clear up a misunderstanding. The Marquis asked for forgiveness. Leandro exclaimed that he was innocent, that he had honestly guarded the borders, had never thought of rebellion, and had not harbored any treasonous thoughts. Rio objected, "My eyes say otherwise. Slavery is prohibited, but there is proof that you sent knights to catch demi-humans." The Marquis exclaimed, "Your Highness, this is," but the prince stopped him. "I don't want to listen to this, for I've already collected all the evidence." Revelio stated that he had no choice but to punish the Marquis according to the law. But he replied that even if so, it was not treason at all. Karen told Marquis Leandro, "Your close subordinates testified about the conspiracy, and you will still deny it." The ruler of region gritted his teeth, as expected. The political support of the sixth prince of Revelio is the ducal house of Reston. Leandro frowned. "The real conspirators are trying to blame me. They probably want the family of the Dukes of Samani." Marquis Leandro really wanted to chop off that idiot Karen Reston's head right then and there. But he decided it was better to restrain himself. He understood that he couldn't give in to provocations. Now the only way to survive was to reach the capital of the Arius Empire alive. The ruler of region threw the sixth prince at his feet and declared, "I ask for a trial in the capital to clear my honest name from slander." Leandro added, "So that I can prove my innocence against those who framed me." "Consider this, Your Highness." Suddenly in the silence, a loud laugh from Karen Reston was heard. He exclaimed angrily, "Well, what a dodgy bitch this Marquis is." Approaching the ruler of region, the guy mockingly said, "A real man doesn't have a sword hanging but stands against the enemy, you know." Leandro frowned and asked young Reston, "Do you think I'll fall for your tricks?" "No, provocations are simply useless here," Karen chuckled. "You think the Reston house will bother with someone like you? A pathetic nobody, what nonsense." The Marquis said the Restons needed a reason to expel Duke Samani. Karen smiled, "Do you think we would bother for Samani's sake?" The guy said, "Dear Marquis, I just have a grudge against you." "Family has nothing to do with it," Leandro objected. "It doesn't matter, I'm innocent," Karen Reston shrugged. "Whatever you say, but you know what crime. Sometimes it's just created by someone's will." The guy smiled mockingly and said to the Marquis, "A crime can appear at the will of a stronger one, familiar logic, isn't it?" After all, it was precisely this logic that Leandro was guided by when he took away the freedom of others and made them slaves, selling them at auction. Karen asked the slave trader, "Do you think everything will be resolved safely if you go to the capital of the Arius Empire for trial?" Young Reston said, "Don't flatter yourself. This won't save you," the Marquis shuddered. What was this little wolf cub planning? Would he really kill? The boy's eyes flashed and he promised Leandro that the Marquis head would reach the capital of the empire only separately from the body. While Karen distracted the frightened ruler of region with conversation, the sixth prince, unnoticed by everyone, used elven magic. Suddenly, the townspeople saw with horror that an arrow was flying straight at the sixth prince of Revelio from the direction of Marquis Leandro's army. Everyone froze. Rio stared at the arrow approaching him. No one understood anything. Everything was happening as if in some kind of delirium. And then the arrow pierced the sixth prince's body. Everyone gasped. The emperor's son was wounded in region. Now no one could escape punishment. Revelio fell to the ground along with his chair. Marquis Leandro stared at the prince. Not understanding what all this could mean, Cobbler asked in fear, "Your Highness, how are you?" The trembling prince pulled the arrow out of his shoulder and groaned in pain. Everyone started making noise. Leandro trembled and Karen Reston smiled. "Well, I told you, you can't expect anything else from a traitor." "Except this," the guy grinned. "So the ruler of region would definitely not reach the capital alive." The Marquis asked in confusion what was going on here. And then the chief slave trader of region realized that they had planned all this in advance, that it was a cunning trap for him. Leandro, was the sixth prince really wounded by an arrow? It was very risky because the emperor's son could have been seriously injured. But at the same time, Lord Mason simply watched without interfering. Which means he was aware of what was happening and was confident that the prince would not be harmed. The Marquis quickly realized that this was a setup. He glanced sideways at young Reston, wondering if this boy, almost a child, could have really organized all this. Karen loudly declared that everyone had seen how the traitor to the emperor had just now shown his true face as a traitor to the homeland. The rebel wanted to kill His Highness, Prince Revelio, who had come to region and conducted his own investigation here. The Marquis rushed to his knights. He realized that he needed to run quickly. Otherwise, these idiots would finish him off right on the spot. Leandro could not believe that Prince Revelio was really ready to risk his life to set him, the Marquis, up for battle. He shouted to the knights. The Marquis shouted to his warriors. "They are going to declare us traitors and kill us. The only way to get out is to fight." Karen Reston, looking at the panicking Marquis, said with a grin, "What a troublemaker. He's even dragging his knights into this. What a fool." He noticed that Rio should be performing on stage. The prince grumbled, "I didn't think I would go so far as to stage such stupid crap." Karen suggested that the sixth prince go inside the fortress and rest, promising that he would take care of everything else. Prince Revelio objected to his friend. It doesn't matter how strong you are. There are 2,000 of them, and you say that you can handle it yourself. It's impossible, young Reston explained. I mean, Mason doesn't need to interfere with the fight. And if Revelio stays here, then Mason will too. The guy assured Rio that he had to go inside the fortress. That he was helping Karen, and he didn't say that he would do everything alone. The giant said, Yuchula is a warrior. I help if this is a friend's battle, Adina added. I want to scratch someone's eyes out until I die. Karen, taking up his sword, asked, Revelio, did you hear this? These guys will be happy to destroy those who caught them, turning them into living goods. Reston turned to Cobbler, and the shaggy slave trader winced, but firmly answered his master that he was ready to carry out the order. The guy said, don't interfere. Otherwise I'll die of shame looking at you in battle. Take care of the people we saved from the Marquis camps. Cobbler breathed a sigh of relief, blurting out, yes, sir. Everything will be done in the best possible way, don't worry about it. Mason called to the prince, come, your highness. But he still stood there, watching as Karen and his 2 allies went into battle. Revelio asked Mason, everything will be fine, yes. Karen is acting as always, but now there are too many enemies, how to defeat? The renowned warrior assured his master that nothing would happen to Karen, and that the 6th prince could rest assured. This mad dog of the Reston house is still very young, but has already reached 6 stars in the level of his combat and magical skills. He is strong, Karen addressed his unusual allies. Before we begin, my half-human friends, do not come too close to me. He also asked not to touch Marquis Leandro. The guy wanted to deal with him personally. His eyes flashed, he said, the Marquis is mine. Young Reston took up the guillotine. The sword sensed the bloody battle. Streams of mana swirled around the boy. Now he looked threatening. Tigress Adina grimaced. She also dreamed of dealing with the Marquis, but she did not dare argue with Karen. This boy was very strong. Yuchula smiled approvingly. He liked the raging ocean-like mana of his new friend. The mighty warrior from House Reston. Seeing the powerful streams of clarity magic around Karen, the Marquis shouted in horror to his warriors to stop the guy at any cost. Karen warned the knights, I swear by the name of the House of the Dukes of Reston. Whoever lays down their arms and surrenders right now will live. Marquis Leandro's subordinates froze. None of them wanted to fight the young but already famous mad dog of the Reston house. And the guy added that those who refuse will meet their death here. There will be no mercy for anyone. If they enter the battle, they will all die. Having said this, Karen released his raging ocean. Blue streams rushing towards the fighters of the ruler of region who were stunned by surprise. Revelio stood on the city wall with Mason Paul and watched the battle with concern. He was very worried about Karen. Marquis Leandro's mouth dropped open in surprise. It was the first time he had seen such power. And he never expected that this brat would be so strong. The ruler of region could not understand why this young scion of a wealthy aristocratic family was behaving so strangely. He loudly asked his young opponent, why go so far? Karen Reston, when they could still come to an agreement. Yes, slave trading is prohibited by imperial law. But how dare you commit such an outrage against another nobleman? The ruler of region mentally asked his youngest grandson, Hilo, with irritation. What are you even trying to achieve, mad dog of the House of Reston? The manicurence around Karen grew more and more violent. Reflecting the power of the boy's anger. The ancient blade blazing with the indomitable force of fury. But what scared the enemies most were the guy's eyes. They glowed like 2 blue gemstones. And the magic of the Restons burned in them. The Marquis shouted to his men, what are you waiting for? Attack this madman. Otherwise, tomorrow, they will all face execution as traitors to the Empire. Leandro asked why the knights did not stop the enemy. When he could kill them all and execute the survivors. The Marquis shouted, if you want to live, kill me. But the soldiers asked if everything would really be okay. If nothing would happen to our families. Many already realized that this was all wrong. They would be called traitors. The Marquis soldiers began to throw their weapons on the ground. The soldiers told each other that they did not want to die here because of the tricks of the ruler of region. Let the Marquis answer for his own misdeeds. Karen looked coldly at the Marquis. Some of his soldiers throwing down their weapons went over to the side of the townspeople, not wanting to die for Leandro. The ruler of region clenched his teeth and growled angrily at Reston. "You bastard, you're even luring away my people. You asked for it yourself." The Marquis shouted to the mage to use the fireballs quickly. The mage was surprised, but at this distance, "We will hit our own too," Leandro yelled at the mage. "Now is not the time to think about all sorts of useless commoners. Attack with fire immediately, otherwise it will be the end for everyone." The Marquis mage immediately attacked Karen and his allies with fireballs. But the boy repelled the attack with the help of water magic clarity. The guy chuckled in surprise. Leandro had lost control. He was no longer sparing even his own people to save his own skin. Fireballs exploded around young Reston one after another, spreading furious streams of flame across the area around region. Cobbler and his former slaves watched the fiery attack in horror, the one-eyed slaver hesitantly calling out to his master. Prince Revelio and Mason turned their heads in the direction of the explosions. The scene on the battlefield was terrifying. Everything around was ablaze. Seeing this monstrous fire, Revelio quietly said, "This cannot be." The Marquis burned some of his soldiers just to kill the enemy. The prince exclaimed, "I should have gone with him." He shouted loudly for Karen and rushed down to help his friends. But Mason stopped Revelio, telling him to stop immediately. The sixth prince was amazed. This did not look like a knight. Turning to his bodyguard, the prince told Mason that he should help Karen. But the knight objected. He did not need help. Mason pointed to the battlefield and said, "Look carefully, Your Highness." Revelio looked questioningly in the direction indicated. One of the soldiers on the city wall noticed something moving in the smoke. The prince couldn't believe it. There really was someone alive there. Soon everyone saw three figures. It was Karen, Yuchila, and Adina. All of them were safe and sound despite the fire attack. Karen noticed as always, 4 people like Leandro. Human lives are just names and bills on paper. What a vile arrogance. The Marquis believes that commoners can be used and discarded for his own benefit. And he will pay dearly for it. Seeing that his enemies were still alive and not even wounded, the Marquis shook. How is this possible? They should have been burned alive. But Leandro wasn't going to just give in to some mad dog of the rest in Duke's house. He ordered everyone to activate. The knight turned to the ruler of region and asked Marquis Leandro in surprise what he was talking about. That they should activate. Marquis angrily clenched his fist and explained, "Release all your mana." Damn you all. Is there really anyone here who still doesn't understand this? We must kill him and flee the Empire. Now all we can do is hold out until Duke Simone clears our names. The knights hesitated, silently exchanging glances at each other. This move was too dangerous. They could all easily die here. The prince's bodyguard was the first to notice what was happening and was very surprised that Marquis Leandro and his knights were really in such despair. Revelio also saw flashes of energy. He asked Mason if this was really what he thought, but it was deadly. Mason confirmed. Yes, it looks like the knights are burning out their mana cores. The Marquis is even ready to sacrifice all of his knights. He explained that now they were traitors. And in order to survive, they had to flee the Empire. The Marquis was buying security at the cost of the lives of his subordinates. The prince was shocked. Who would have to be to think that he could do this to his subordinates at any moment? Kill them. Revelio could not calm down, he said bitterly to his protector. I am the one who pushed Karen and the others into the Marquis' army. The prince asked Mason who he appeared to be in the eyes of those people who looked at the fighting Karen with fear and hope. And indeed, the city guard soldiers, frozen, looked at Karen and his allies. The guards saw how the guy saved people. Mason placed his hand on Rio's shoulder. History would judge whether today's events were dictated by the common good or meanwhile, Karen was attacked by the Marquis Knights, who released their mana to the maximum for the final decisive battle. The guy hissed in displeasure. They were so stubborn, they decided to part with their lives. Well, that was everyone's free choice. Karen's eyes flashed. He reminded the knights that he had clearly said that he would kill on the spot those who interfered. No hard feelings this time. Knight Leandro was surprised to see the guillotine sword flash ominously as Karen used one of his favorite sword techniques. As soon as the sword touched the ground, The battlefield was filled with a sea of splashing energy. And an energy of astonishing power swirled around Karen Reston. In the boy's burning eyes, the Marquis Knights read their death sentence. This young wolf had no intention of taking prisoners. Karen used the Huron Knight's sword style, Form 5, High Tide. And the Marquis men screamed as they lost their limbs. They looked at their feet in confusion. Instead of solid ground, water was splashing under their feet. No one knew what to do, how to fight. Leandro's fighters asked in bewilderment what it was. Why they suddenly found themselves in the water among the seething streams. And it kept rising. In response, Karen Reston said menacingly, "Welcome to my sea, you worms. Unworthy of being called knights, slave traders." Young Reston used the Huron sex sword style, 6th form, Stormy Stream. And cutting streams rushed towards Karen's enemies. The stunned knights of Region's army looked in horror at the waves that appeared out of nowhere and carried them towards them like a raging stream. Those who were reached by the stream screamed in horror and pain. For the streams were like blades. They cut the knights into pieces, destroying them. The blue waters of the Corona Ocean turned a bloody red. And body parts of the Marquis Knights flew in all directions, accompanied by the groans of their enemies. The soldiers of Leandro's army were terrified that one man and one so young could cope with a strong army of trained knights. The flood ebbed. And Marx Leandro looked in horror at the mangled bodies of his strongest knights and the streams of their blood. The ruler of Region looked up at his opponent and again asked his youngest grandson, Hilo, why he was doing this to them. The Marquis, in despair, asked the young aristocrat, "Why go so far, Karen Reston? Couldn't he do it differently?" The guy casually asked in response, "Isn't it obvious? Because I so want to do something with such vile creatures." Marquis Leandro yelled at the young impudent fellow. "Explain yourself like a nobleman." "You are not killing me because of politics," Karen replied with a smile. "Good morning. It finally got through. Who needs your politics? Of course not. This is my personal desire." Leandro still didn't understand. He continued to question. "Then why?" Karen answered the Marquis contemptuously. "You have manure in your head." The Duke's grandson's face became terrifying, his smile eerie. He told Leandro that he despised people like the Marquis. That the sight of them made him sick. The prince and Mason watched this bloody massacre of the Marquis fighters. Revelio's bodyguard was silent. He was shocked. Analyzing the battle, Mason wondered what Karen Reston's strength was. 6 stars or even higher, he easily dealt with a large squad. Mason Paul has seen many who have been called geniuses. But the rate at which Karen's power has grown is on a whole other level. And it's astounding. What heights will he be able to reach very soon? 8 stars or 9? It's just a matter of time. His potential is enormous. But Mason was worried about something else. Karen was completely uncontrollable. And if he was uncontrollable, he could be dangerous not only for the prince. And Revelio, looking at Karen, exclaimed with admiration. "What a huge force." It seems he didn't waste any time in captivity. Yes, the experienced Mason was very worried. He feared that Karen Reston could soon become a threat to the empire. The 6th prince stated that he could not simply stand by and watch his friend fight the Marquis' massive army almost single-handedly. Mason looked at young Reston and wondered if the boy would remain a loyal ally of Prince Revelio or become an enemy. If not, like an uncontrollable raging sea, Karen Reston could become a terrifying disaster that will engulf the entire world. Streams of mana swirled around young Reston again. He turned to Marquis Leandro and asked, "Well, shall we continue the battle?" Like a sea demon, the boy with a sword in his hands moved towards the army of the ruler region, ready to destroy all 2,000 fighters. The waves splashed again under the knight's feet. The terrified Marquis Leandro hid behind the backs of his warriors, afraid of Karen. But Region's chief slave traders saw the gloomy young Reston approaching him inexorably, and the Marquis screamed in horror and began to shake. Mason advised the 6th prince. "It's best to stay away from Karen Reston, your highness." Rio chuckled in surprise. The prince looked questioningly at his bodyguard, who rarely spoke, and he explained to him that the sea of Karen would swallow everything around. Mason added thoughtfully. This moment will definitely come someday, and you will be no exception. Your Highness. Revelio listened to the knight, but did not answer. The Emperor's bastard clenched his fists. He had already made his decision. Rio's beautiful golden eyes were filled with sadness and determination. Yes, he was weaker than Karen, but he still had to help his friend. Revelio approached the fortress wall and answered Mason, he is still better than me. Because of me, everyone around becomes unhappy. After a brief silence, the sixth prince added with a sigh of relief, but Karen, it doesn't look like he'll be unhappy because of me. Maybe that's why he, Prince Revelio, simply can't stand aside when his sworn brother fights alone on the battlefield. Revelio leaned over the city wall and spoke loudly to the people of region, asking them to listen to him, the Emperor's messenger. The prince also asked to listen to those who were freed from captivity by Marquis Leandro only this afternoon by the warriors of Karen Reston. Revelio said that right now, outside the city gates, Karen is confronting the army of the slave trader, the ruler of region. Marquis Leandro. If people truly want to achieve true freedom, they must unite and fight back against the oppressor on the battlefield. We must go beyond the city gates and help the glorious Karen Reston, who has spoken out against the slave trade in the glorious city of region. The prince spoke passionately to the townspeople. We may not have knightly armor, we may not have famous names to be proud of, but if the townspeople want freedom that no one can ever take away from them, they must no longer entrust their fate to other people's hands. Meanwhile, Karen was rushing around the battlefield, killing one after another the defenders of the ruler of region, the slave trader Marquis Leandro. The prince closed his eyes, about to sum up his short but inspired speech that had burst straight from his ardent heart. Revelio's eyes flashed and he shouted to the citizens of the empire looking at him. Your souls belong to you and to no one else. Cobbler looked guiltily at the sixth prince. As a former slave, he was hurt by his speech. And at the same time, he felt ashamed. The good-natured giant Uchula smiled happily. He liked this man, even though he was the prince of the people his tribe hated. The fire tigress Adina turned around and looked at Revelio in surprise. It seemed the boy had decided to organize help for the three of them. Former slaves, peasants and artisans, ordinary residents of Reagan listened attentively to the prince. They understood that Prince Revelio was right. If the Marquis returned, each of them risked becoming a slave. They looked at each other, realizing that everyone was thinking the same thing. Suddenly, one of the freed slaves exclaimed, "That's right." Another one immediately picked up. "We will fight for the right to be free." The crowd near the gate began to roar. People were inspired. Revelio shouted to them, "Get up and fight. Win your freedom with weapons." Mason was surprised. Karen, of course, neutralized the main force, but Rayo, with just a few words, ignited the will to resist in people. It seemed like there was another person here who could swallow everything around him. And the townspeople shouted with delight. "Long live the sixth prince," the prince asked cheerfully. "So what? We go straight to Emperor Decus's palace?" Mason was stunned. That's high treason. And beyond the gates of Reagan, the bloody battle continued. The Marquis knights, trained in slave hunting, attacked Karen together. The guillotine in the boy's hands whistled merrily as he chopped down enemies left and right, growing stronger with every drop of blood he absorbed. Lord Regent's soldiers screamed as they received mortal wounds. But Karen's body still didn't have a single scratch. Young Reston's entire body was aglow as he made his way, hard and relentless, towards the hated slave trader Marquis Leandro. Here is another knight of the Marquis who received a fatal blow as soon as he swung his sword at Karen. This boy was simply terrible. Having dealt with one, the guy immediately rushed towards another opponent who stood between him and the shaking slave trader. Marquis Leandro could not hold back a cry of horror as he saw young Reston kill his strongest guard knights one by one. The whole body of the ruler region shook with trembling. He shouted in despair to his confidants to hold this crazy dog. Only one knight remained near the Marquis. The frightened soldiers stood behind. Leandro, beside himself with fear, screamed, "Faster, stop." The last knight rushed at Karen, but the boy shouted at him to stay out of the way, throwing the guard away with a sea wave. Now they stood opposite each other, the one who had been a slave since childhood and a past life, and the one who, on a whim, deprived everyone of freedom. Karen Reston said, "Marquis Leandro, this is the price for what you have done, for the freedom you have taken away and for the many lives you have lost." Approaching the smug, imperious ruler of region, Karen asked Marquis Leandro with a smile if his head was tight on his shoulders, and then Cobbler's voice was heard from behind. He was shouting to impale him. An army of townspeople and his friends were rushing to help Karen. Marquis Leandro gritted his teeth. Nothing could save him now. Such a crowd would trample anyone, and the troops were in no hurry to protect him. The ruler of region barked at the soldiers, "What are you standing for? Let's get to the fight. You must be prepared to die for these lands as well as for your master." The soldiers remained silent. They did not want to fight with their fellow countrymen, the inhabitants of Reagan, their brothers and sisters, their parents and friends. Karen chuckled. It seemed no one was in a hurry to die for the slave trader anymore. Leandro shook. His army retreated, leaving him. Young Reston frowned and hissed angrily. "Just die like a scumbag like you should. Stop dragging other people down with you." Marquis Leandro, in a fit of despair, screamed, "Karen Reston, you're finished. I'll tear you apart. No one will save you, not even your grandfather." Instead of answering, Karen swung his sword, and the head of the ruler of region flew off his shoulders. But the Marquis' powerful body still stood for a while. A stream of blood gushed out, and the decapitated Marquis Leandro began to slowly sink to the ground. He was no longer a threat to anyone. Karen lowered his sword and stood and watched as his slain enemy fell. As his blood spilled across the ground, as the slave trader's head rolled away. Seeing the severed head of the Marquis falling to the ground, the townspeople stopped. The horror of the murdered ruler was great, and only the worried Revelio continued to run to Karen. He was still very worried about his friend and sworn brother, Reston. The prince hugged the boy and joyfully ruffled his golden hair, saying, "You definitely spent your 4 years in prison usefully." Enraged by this attack of affection from the prince, Karen shouted that he would now blow Rao's head off. But he laughed, "Come on." Having finally fought off the satisfied 6th prince, Karen looked at Mason. The knight was watching the guy closely, and Mason thought, "Brother, your grandson and Revelio. Thanks to them, the wind of change has blown across the continent. They will be the beginning of a new world." Halo remembered his conversation with Cain. He dreamed of ridding the world of slaves when he grew up, so that everyone could live the way they wanted. Cain asked his friend if this was even possible. Halo corrected him. "Not to get rid of the slaves, but to abolish slavery, you idiot." Rather flared up. "The main thing is that you understood me. If I don't have a good education, this is not a reason to tease." Halo laughed. Young Halo Reston stood up and said thoughtfully that a world where everyone could live the way they wanted seemed almost an illusory dream. Without turning around, he asked his friend whether we ourselves would be happy in that world. "Since we are together only thanks to the struggle." Cain rather silently looked after his friend. The rich and noble scion of a ducal family. But in one way, Halo was certainly right. Halo asked why Cain decided he would be captain. He laughed. "Not. I'm stronger. I can kick your ass." The head of the ducal house of Reston listened to the report and thoughtfully asked, "So, Karen defeated the ruler of region, Marquis Leandro?" The head butler Henry confirmed that this was indeed the case. He and the prince freed all the slaves that the Marquis had prepared for sale. Duke Reston ordered that all forces be thrown into the rapid stabilization of region. Henry bowed and replied, "Yes, sir." Halo thought to the late Cain, "The path my grandson chose. I hope it brought you some comfort." Karen was furious. He growled at the smiling prince. "What are you going to do? Keep touching me. Get your paws off me already." But Revelio paid no attention to his friend's grumbling. They walked arm in arm through the streets of region among the enthusiastic crowd. Cobbler, dressed like an ordinary citizen, said with a smile to Karen Reston, "It's a pity you're leaving so soon, sir." The guy noticed and you seemed happy about it. Shaggy. Cobbler was taken aback. This young gentleman understands everything incorrectly. The former slave trader objected. "It's not true, I'm sad." Karen reminded him that this does not cancel out his past misdeeds. Cobbler bowed obediently to the young Master Reston, begging him not to be angry with him, especially since the townspeople of region loved him. The bald man pointed to the people gathered in the square and said to Karen, "Look, many people here feel the same as I do." A little girl from among the freed slaves ran up to the guy with a wreath of daisies and turned shyly to Sir Karen. The girl said that these flowers grew near the shoemaker's house. He allowed her and her mother to live there for a while. The little girl wove this wreath for the Sir. She blushed and muttered incoherently, "I hope you will accept." Karen was stunned. He asked in confusion, "Did you weave this for me?" The girl smiled happily and asked if I could put it on you. I tried very hard to make a beautiful wreath of daisies. Karen dropped to one knee and politely replied, "I'd be honored, young lady." Cobbler clapped his hands. "It suits you very well." The guy was touched almost to tears. He politely told the little girl, "Thank you, this is a wonderful gift. Much better than any jewelry." Young Reston asked the confused girl her name. The former little slave replied that she was Leah. They were here with her mother. The guy said, "Since I received such a wonderful gift, when I return, I will also give you something, Leah." She thanked him. The delighted girl ran to her mother, and Karen turned to Cobbler. "Listen here, Shaggy One, develop everything here properly." The former slave could not believe such happiness. Could it be that this strange gentleman, Karen Reston, would make him the ruler of region? He said, "If you need to, use my name. You can even ask my father for help, but just do everything wisely." Cobbler thanked the gentleman with a bow, and he added, "Use your brain. Otherwise, you'll be looking at the surroundings while sitting on a stake." The former slave and slave trader shuddered. He had already managed to understand that this guy did not throw words to the wind and could carry out his threat. Karen Reston was stopped by the tigress Adina, who told her savior that she wanted to give him one very valuable item of the tribe. The guy was surprised. It was a horn, Adina explained. It was the sacred horn of the tiger tribe, a symbol of the oath. Those bastards kept it in the warehouse. Adina said that if you find yourself in the great eastern forest and ask for help, the tiger tribe will repay you for your kindness. Karen asked the tigress in surprise why you were giving it to me. Adina, without turning around, answered, "Because you are my benefactor." Already transforming into a beast. The girl explained that the tiger tribe always pays its debts. "And now I will go. It is time for me to return to my home." At that very second, she turned into a powerful, fiery red tigress, with fire blazing from her eyes and headed towards her forest. Yuchula gasped. Karen looked after Adina in surprise. She created a fiery portal and soon disappeared into it, leaving the hated Regan. The guy still couldn't come to his senses. "She became a tiger," the giant said. "The tiger tribe is amazing. They turn into animals." Turning to the giant, Karen asked him, "Yuchula, where are you going?" The giant chuckled sheepishly, not knowing how best to say it. Finally, Yuchula hit himself in the chest with his fist and declared, "Great warrior Karen Reston, I really want to become stronger by fighting beside you." The guy mentally grimaced. Could he really be serious? He just got rid of one, and then another companion appeared. What was this? Karen remembered the sixth Prince Revelio and thought irritably. Why does everyone stick to me like flies to honey? It's infuriating. The guy agreed to take Yuchula with him, but warned the giant. Just don't cause problems. He happily replied, "Okay, I won't." In a dense forest, there was a village, surrounded by a high palisade. A clear moonlit night descended on the settlement. Everything was quiet. One of the guards noted that the monsters wouldn't run away from a glance. "Relax," the second objected. "We need to protect the village properly." The warrior tensed up. The second asked, "Did you see something?" But he doubted it. "Maybe I just imagined that there was someone there." Suddenly a monster appeared near the village. The fighter exclaimed, "It's a hellhound. This monster can easily jump over the village fence." The hellish beast, its gaping predatory mouth flashing, headed towards the people standing guard over the peace of the inhabitants of the small forest village. One of the guards stopped the warrior with a bow saying, "Wait. There is a man behind the monster. It seems there are still knights in the forest." The archer pulled back his bowstring just in case. You never know what might appear in the darkness of the night in the thick of the forest. But there really were people in the thicket. The unknown person dealt the monster a fatal blow, plunging a sword glowing with mana into the hellhound. The defeated monster growled. Another warrior came out of the house and asked the guards, "Hey, what's all the noise?" One of the guards reported that there were knights outside. The guard told that these unknown knights defeated the hellhound at the walls of the village. The warrior was very surprised where the knights came from. Having climbed the wall, the head of the village guard asked what the purpose of your visit was. The knights replied, "We were just passing by." One of the knights asked if they could stay here for the night. They were ready to pay well. The head of the village guard thought about it. He asked the knights. They weren't from the kingdom of Chias, right? They confirmed it. The guards sighed with relief. That's what he thought. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spoken so politely and wouldn't have even ventured into a village like this one. There's nothing to gain here. It's all poverty. The boy shouted, "Good morning, Kirak." The warrior smiled. On his feet since the morning, "Come on," he said. "Father finished what you asked for." Having delivered the message, the boy shouted, "That's it, I have to go." Kirak warned him. "If you run away from the village again like last time, there will be trouble." Kirak sighed. If only the boy would listen. He would do everything his own way again. He would run away secretly from everyone into the dark forest thicket. He explained to the guests that this was the son of the smiths, our tanners. A real tomboy. But it was nice to see him running around, a very small child. The village guard said that he was a good boy, but he was a real hassle. And the woman suggested that Kirak take some bread and have a snack. Kirak thanked Aunt Dorothy, but she replied, "You do so much for our village." "This is the least I can do to thank you," the knight asked their companion. "Are you from here, Sir Kirak?" He replied, "No, he, like the others, came here from another village." He explained to the knights that this place, Usla, is a village of refugees. Everyone here seems to have known each other forever. It's simply amazing. Kirak added that it's probably because we're all going through these difficult times together here and helping each other. He said he needed to go to the smiths. And the knights could rest as much as they needed and thank them for taking care of them in the morning. The knight replied politely, "No problem." Anyone in their place would have done the same thing. Killing that bloodthirsty hellhound. The mysterious guests were given a spacious room in one of the houses. And one of them remarked that everything seemed to be in order with this village. But monsters can attack this village at any moment. In the depths of the forest, there is constant danger lurking. Monsters roam there. The knight was surprised. You speak about it so calmly. All 6 villages on the way here were destroyed to the ground. Not a single soul. The knight's companion said thoughtfully, "Something is strange. We did not find a single dead body in the villages, and this is very suspicious." After a pause, the knight said that the 2 of us couldn't handle this. And as luck would have it, right now the connection with the order was lost. The girl answered, but they had asked the capital for reinforcements. Someone was bound to come to their aid. For years have passed, maybe that guy, the duke's grandson, will come. The second knight was alarmed. "What, who are you talking about?" The young knight exclaimed, "It can't be, not him." The girl grinned, "And you, brother, I see, are very afraid of him." Leo pulled down his hood and explained. "It's because you haven't really seen him, sister. And the south is like a powder keg right now. It could explode." Leo was perplexed. Would they really send such a bomb in there? He could easily start a war. The girl thought, that's how it was. Meanwhile, Karen and Ura were walking through the forest. They needed to get to the kingdom of Chias and also find Leo and Chloe in the south. And then Guillotine gave a voice, calling out to his master, who mentally asked what had happened. The demonic bloody sword. He replied that he felt dark magic nearby. Karen was surprised. "It can't be. We are almost at the great forest. There are elves here." Guillotine snorted with displeasure. "It's my job to warn." Karen remained silent. He was trying to figure out what was happening in the great empire. Dark magic next to the great forest was unthinkable. But at the same time, the guy knew perfectly well that the ancient sword was never wrong. They moved on cautiously with Uchula. In the end, Karen was sent south to destroy monsters. So that's how it was supposed to.